You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher. Sage races. Now that was a term Jack had never heard before, yet he paid great attention to it, not only because she called the primal a member of the sage races, or at least insinuated it, but Lex had recently created a new alias for himself by the name of Obsidian Sage. What were the chances that he had, unknowingly, turned that alias into a big shot with some hidden background lore even he himself didn't know about? Turns out, the chances were pretty high. Grimshaw grimaced at Oru's words. "Come now, Oru, don't be like that," Grimshaw said, trying to be persuasive. "The primal race has been the universe's peacekeepers for a long time. They are trustworthy." Oru sneered. "Don't act familiar with me, Grimshaw. If the primals are peacekeepers, then tell me why there's no peace anywhere in the universe. Sounds like they're doing a bad job to me." "Ladies and gentlemen, that, in mundane colloquialism, is called a savage burn," announced Bob, interrupting the rather serious scene. Everyone turned to look at Bob just in time to see Tiny Sparkles stuffing a chicken wing into the drama cat's mouth. Tiny Sparkles gave all the big shots a weak smile and suppressed his urge to strangle Bob. The member of the Arctica race who had appeared finally seemed unable to ignore the situation anymore, and approached the trio of Oru, Grimshaw, and the Primal. "Dear guests, while the Arctica race is normally very accommodating within the limits of their established boundaries, there is a limit to our accommodation," the bird said angrily. "What the hell is going on here? I have just been informed that this entire region was entirely unsupervised. That is a serious breach of protocol, and I do not believe it happened by accident." Grimshaw started to feel even more nervous as the Arctica race member talked, mostly because he was the one responsible for that lack of supervision. He used one of multiple limbs to wipe the sweat off his tail, which was not located where one might expect. "Quite the convenient excuse," Oru said, looking at the Arctica member with hostility in her eyes. "The humanoid alliance has been accosted. I believe there was a conspiracy in place to separate one of our members from the child in his possession to stage a kidnapping, something the Arctica race is perfectly capable of orchestrating since they have complete control over the realm. If you want to ingratiate yourself to a sage race, do not try to be so pathetic while you do it." The Arctica member was about to respond, just as infuriated by the accusation as he was upon finding out that a child was harmed under their watch, but the primal spread a bit of its aura. Much to the Arctica race member's surprise, the aura suppressed even it, causing it to want to listen to what he had to say. The effect was the same for all those around him. Jack, too, felt the aura, though instead of suppressed he was shocked. The effects of the primal's aura felt similar to how Grimshaw's presence affected Jack. "Miss Oru, I can assure you that despite being from a sage race myself, it is not my intention to be biased towards anyone. My sole purpose is to de-escalate this situation. Please allow me to do so, and I will assure you that all your grievances will be addressed in an appropriate fashion." Oru crossed her arms and frowned. Such audacity was rare in the universe, and spoke of just how influential the humanoid alliance was, and especially how strong the celestial race was as a collective. Who else would dare to face off a sage so openly? "Fine, but under a condition. The final consequence for the perpetrator must satisfy Jack," she said at last, bargaining with the primal. Jack, despite all the knowledge he had attained, felt like he did not quite understand the full scope of what was happening, so within a baton, Lex asked Mary a question. "Hey Mary, have you ever heard about the sage races?" "Yeah, of course I have," she said. "You know how the elder races are the top 100 races in the cosmic ascendance spectrum?" "Yeah." "Well, the sages are the top 10 races in the spectrum. Most don't even know the names of all 10 of those races, or anything about them, just that they should absolutely not be messed with." Lex was too stunned to respond. More importantly, Jack suddenly understood why his entire existence was being suppressed within Grimshaw's presence. If he was from one of the top 10 races, well, Jack couldn't even imagine what kind of power backed him up. He suddenly looked back up at Oru with an expression of deep respect. To stand up against two sages, it must not be easy. Such a condition is acceptable as long as the final punishment is proportional to the crime committed. Now, let us take this somewhere more private, so that we are not on display in front of the public. Jack heard the sound of hands clapping, and his surroundings suddenly changed. He was sitting at a round table, the little alligator on his right and Oru on his left. Alongside them on the table were the Primal, the Arctica, Grimshaw, and the Jagged Stallion. Before we can begin to resolve the situation, it's important we first understand the full scope of what happened. It is very important that all involved parties answer truthfully, so I will have to request you all to answer my questions honestly. The primal's words had an unseen power. Though he simply made a straightforward request, Jack felt, even through the protection of the green pentagons around his body, that he did not want to lie or even exaggerate about the whole situation from start to finish. Not that the situation was too long or complicated from his point of view. Even so, the power of a simple request was unbelievable. Now, who would like to begin? The sudden shift in their location did not impress or amaze Jack, per se. Since Lex wielded incredible power over the inn, and had since gained even more power over his surroundings since becoming an immortal, Jack was fully capable of seeing how it would be easy for a celestial immortal to transport them all. The thing that amazed Jack was how easily and effectively the primal could display his strength in a foreign realm. Even the member of the Arctica race was taken aback by the shift, though he hid it well. Then again, if a primal was one of the top 10 races on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, it only made sense that he or she would be unnaturally powerful. In comparison, Jack didn't even know what position dragons were, or even celestials. As far as Jack knew, they didn't even qualify as an elder race, meaning they weren't in the top 100. Considering that huge difference, the fact that Oru could so easily confront not just one sage, but two, brought Jack a new and deeper understanding about the power of the Celestials and the humanoid alliance. Having said that, if the primal had such power, then it was likely that Grimshaw was no pushover either, despite his somewhat immature behavior. From the moment the Celestial Court and the humanoid alliance had been mentioned, Grimshaw had been acting more like a child who got caught causing trouble than what he might expect from someone trying to enslave everyone he found interesting. Even so, despite any weaknesses of character, it went without saying that Grimshaw himself would be quite formidable. So, "Excuse me, but I have a question," Jack said, not at all minding interrupting the flow the primal was trying to create. "What is it?" the primal asked, showing no indication of being disgruntled. "As I understand it, everyone else here will answer honestly just because you requested it, such being the breadth of your influence. However, I am concerned that as a member of a sage race himself, that fellow over there is perfectly capable of ignoring your request." Jack did not hesitate in pointing towards Grimshaw as he spoke. There was no point in being polite now. They'd already established a hostile relationship. Or so Jack thought. "Oh, please, Jack, call me Grimshaw," the sage said, waving his tail. The awkward location of the tail did not prevent Grimshaw from using it with ease. "Listen, no hard feelings about this misunderstanding. I'm sure we'll be able to put all this behind us after a nice chat." Jack raised an eyebrow questioningly. "That will depend on how this all ends," Jack responded ambiguously. Grimshaw only chuckled. "To answer your question, Jack, I will, of course, answer honestly, even if I'm not forced to. But to ease the minds of those who don't trust in the strength of one's character, the primals possess special powers which allow them to serve as the arbiters of the universe. It is not without reason that they are considered the peacekeepers of the universe, as well as the notaries and mediators. They have quite the reputation." Jack turned towards Oru questioningly, and the Celestial reluctantly nodded. "It's true they do have such powers," she elaborated. "But who is to hold primals up to standard? If you let your guard down, you may discover that the mediators and arbiters have agendas of their own." "Miss Oru, who in this universe exists without their own agenda?" asked the primal, not at all offended by her statement. "Only the dead. But rest assured, my sole agenda today is to prevent any more chaos and upheaval. We are doing our best to make the transition between eras as peaceful as possible." "Regardless, today's process must start somewhere," Oru said. "As the person at the core of everything, why don't we allow Grimshaw to elaborate on events from his own point of view first?" Grimshaw smiled, and did not hesitate to retell the same story he told Bob, which answered some questions, but, "Why do you have a Jagger stallion serving at your beck and call?" the Arctica asked, looking at Grimshaw with great hostility. The reason why the laws were so strict in their realm was because not all races felt the way about things as the Arctica did. It was okay for everyone to have differences, as long as they stayed within the limits as prescribed by their laws. Crossing them, however. "You also didn't mention why that region of the realm was cut off from supervision." Grimshaw gave the Arctica a smile, as if he had been caught doing something naughty. "Oh, all right, you caught me. I'm here on vacation, and who wants to be snooped on in their private time? I didn't break any rules or anything. No one told me that it was illegal to request a suspension of supervision from the relevant departments. When I made the requests, no one rejected me, so I didn't think it was a big deal. The stallion was much the same. I simply introduced myself in the hopes of developing a friendship, and it seems to me that we became fast friends." That shouldn't be illegal. Though Grimshaw smiled politely at the Artica was practically fuming, glaring at Grimshaw and then the stallion time and time again, almost as if it wished it could eat them up. The story is far from finished, Oru said, stepping in again. How about we hear the events from the mouth of the victim? Everyone turned towards the alligator who was cuddled up right next to Jack, feeling uncomfortable in the foreign environment. His arm had naturally been healed. It hadn't even been any effort at all for the primal to restore him to the peak of his health. Go ahead, said Jack. Tell everyone what happened. Don't worry about anything. I'm right here. The alligator looked deeply at Jack, and then began to tell the story. Well, Goldilocks wandered off again, and since no one else was around, I had to go make sure he didn't do anything bad, began the alligator. He'd been acting weird ever since he got that trench coat, so I was worried. Jack, too, had noticed Goldilocks wearing the trench coat, not because he looked like a cartoon version of a detective from a black and white movie, but because the trench coat had not turned to gold. If the little duck had gained the ability to control what he turned to gold, then that would be fantastic. We had not gotten far, barely through the front doors of the bakery, when Mr. Fancytail showed up, the alligator said, glaring at Grimshaw as he spoke. Jack could not help but feel amused. He'd never heard the alligator speak so politely before. Normally, whenever he would steal Tiny Sparkle's treasure chests, he was a lot more aggressive. It's okay, you don't need to call him Mr., Jack whispered. Jack's apparent nonchalance in such an intense moment was mildly amusing to Oru, especially since she could still sense the immense anger he was still carrying within. Such a complicated fairy. A certain gleam passed through her eyes as she had an idea and looked between Jack and the furious Artica. The humanoid alliance was attempting to create alliances, and the proverbial new kid on the block, the Artica race, was their latest target. So far, they were having limited success considering they were late to the party, but this might be a great opportunity for them. Well, Fancytail wanted me to be his slave, and then he did something to try and make me think that was a good idea. So I just crystallized the interference and politely cursed his face and rejected him. I think the curse must have made him angry, because the next thing I knew, he told me to die or become his slave, and I still didn't want to be his slave, so I suppose I chose to fight to the death, although I don't remember why that felt like a good idea at the time. Wait, Oru interrupted, mild disbelief evident in her expressions. Are you saying you crystallized his influence on you? Don't answer that, responded Jack immediately, glaring at Oru. This is absolutely absurd, the Artica said. Are we just going to sit here and exchange stories forever? The primal, who was up until this point maintaining the perfect display of composure, could not help but sigh. He was a dignified sage, influencing the very future of the universe with his every action and decision. So why did he feel like a new parent breaking up a fight between some kids? The primal took over the meeting, directing very specific questions towards everyone one at a time, ultimately getting the whole story. It was more or less as it sounded. Grimshaw was basically guilty of every single thing he had been accused of, not that he seemed to care too much. If anything, he kept acting as if everything he had done was completely harmless. The fact that someone so powerful was so clueless, if the way he acted was genuine, was far more frightening than imagining that he was genuinely someone with ill intentions. The stallion's guilt was called into question because it could be argued that he was simply being influenced by Grimshaw. The question, then, was to determine his punishment. Come on, guys, at the end of the day, there was no real harm done, Grimshaw said, trying to appeal to the group. All wounds were healed, there was no permanent damage, and the young child learned an important lesson about not wandering off on his own. I feel like we've had a productive. Oh, shut up, Oru scoffed. Guilt has been established, Primal, how will you judge? Traditionally, there can be punishment or compensation. Crimes have been committed against the leader of the fairy race, as well as laws broken within the Artica realm. However, just as Grimshaw stated, there was no permanent damage. Ergo, I believe that compensation can. Incorrect, interrupted Jack as soon as he saw what the primal was going for. Mere compensation cannot make up for the harm that the little alligator faced. I need punishment. Please reevaluate your assessment, the primal said. At least hear out what I was going to propose. The compensation he can give will be extremely useful to not only you, but the alligator as well. These are not the kind of resources that you can get access to ever again. Irrelevant, Jack said dismissively. He tried to kidnap my crew member, then tried to kill him and caused the alligator to nearly lose an arm. That's not the kind of thing that I can just overlook. The way I see it, he should suffer the same kind of harm the alligator faced, at the very least. So a near-crippled arm is a good start for his punishment. Grimshaw, who was up until now smiling and relaxed, finally had a change of expression. It was slow and deliberate, but his gaze locked onto Jack, and his smile slowly turned into a stern frown. "Impossible, I'm afraid," the primal said. "Like I said, the judgment will be made according to the crime. While it is true that the alligator may have suffered mentally and physically, it is not enough to punish Grimshaw with a crippled arm. If you insist on physical punishment, a temporary cut is the most you can get." "Are you telling me that attempted kidnapping, attempted murder, and orchestrating bodily harm to the alligator can only be equated to a temporary cut on his arm?" Jack questioned slowly, his anger once again bubbling. "If you think I am being biased, you may consult with Oro. Unfortunately, regardless of how you feel, the life of a mundane race is fundamentally unequal to that of a sage. Even the cut you are only getting because of the influence of the humanoid alliance. If you opt for the compensation, you stand to benefit much more than satiating your ego will get you." Jack grit his teeth and looked at Oro, ignoring the smug look on Grimshaw's face. She didn't look helpless, but she didn't seem like she could get what Jack wanted either. This was far from the outcome Jack wanted. As the weaker party, relying on someone else's help to get justice to begin with, there was very little he could do. Still, that didn't mean he was helpless. Jack calmed down and tried a different approach. "I need to speak with you privately," Jack said to Oro through her spirit sense. The Celestial merely nodded and erected a wall around them, isolating the three of them from the rest, the third naturally being the alligator. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Or at least that's what Jack kept telling himself when they exited the conference room that the primal had brought them to. One reason he kept doing that was to put himself in the exact kind of mindset one would have expected from him, after Grimshaw got off without even so much as a slap on the wrist for all he did. The second reason was to remind himself that, one day, when he was strong enough, it would not be too late to address this grievance. Letting go of grudges was something neither Lex nor Jack were good at. At least Grimshaw ended up paying a significant amount. The crystal alligator would be the one who would enjoy those benefits, as it should be. The Arctica race member didn't appreciate how his concerns about the broken laws were addressed with a simple promise forced by the primal from Grimshaw not to do such things again. He was also assured that the Arctica race, despite their prowess and power within their realm, would regret it if they tried to forcibly punish Grimshaw. It was not a threat. On the contrary, the primal was genuinely trying to save the Arctica race from facing a great deal of trouble. After all, compared to the humanoid alliance, the Arctica race was a lot weaker, so their leverage against the sages was similarly a lot weaker. "You know, Jack, you're not so bad," said Grimshaw once they had all exited. "The brooding and plotting revenge a billion years down the lane are kind of a buzzkill, but you're impressive nevertheless. It's no wonder Bob is willing to follow you around. Would you be interested in making an appearance at a child's birthday party? I promise not to try and enslave you. It's just that my cousin's kid requested a freak circus for his birthday, and I feel like you guys would fit right in." "I think I'll have to pass," Jack said, trying not to glare at Grimshaw. The sheer entitlement radiating off him was quite repugnant. Smart move, honestly," Grimshaw said with a shrug. "The kid was going to hunt the circus freaks with his friends anyway." Oro stepped in between the two suddenly, cutting off the conversation. "If you'll excuse me, Grimshaw, I need to take Jack and the rest with me for some paperwork." Grimshaw just shrugged again and walked off with the jagged stallion who had agreed to become Grimshaw's new slave master, meaning the one who would manage all his slaves. It was the only way the stallion could have avoided the undoubtedly severe punishment that no doubt awaited it. "I have never met anyone as insufferable," Jack said to Oro as they turned to watch Grimshaw leave. "Believe me, Grimshaw is far from the worst sage you'll meet if you ever encounter more of them," said Oro. "It's an undisputed fact that together, the sages control a large part of the universe." "You know, I heard something interesting once," said Jack, thinking back to what he learned about the Kun Peng. When he recalled what Little Blue had been capable of, Jack couldn't help but feel slightly intimidated by the concept of sage races. "I heard some races higher up on the cosmic ascendant spectrum specifically get targeted to be eliminated just because they're stronger." Oro looked towards Jack, once more surprised by the fact that he was, at least to some degree, in touch with things that were actually secrets. "Yes, that does happen, which is why the sage races have a loose alliance. But being higher up on the spectrum doesn't necessarily mean that their universal power is great. Despite being on the peak of the spectrum, the only reason the sages are strong as a whole is because of their alliance. How does that make sense? Jack asked, confused. Very simple. Power doesn't just appear out of this air. Being born strong is an advantage and a disadvantage. The amount of resources it takes to birth even one sage is often enough to allow 1,000 celestials to be born, and if we're talking about a race like fairies, well, that would be enough resources to birth over a quadrillion of you. Probably more. No, wait, definitely more because of how weak you are when you're born. Now getting enough resources to give birth to enough sages to compete against all the other resources in the universe isn't as easy as it seems. Sure, they're born strong and have enough advantages in a one-to-one situation. But who says wars are ever one-to-one? Most powerful races specifically design and use quick breeding, easily strengthened races to fight wars for them, and that's where the advantage of numbers comes into play. Once the dragons waged a war against one of the sage races, but didn't need to fight themselves even a single time. They only offered to reproduce and strengthen the bloodline for any race that fights on their behalf. Considering that dragons can reproduce with almost any race, it was a valid offer. Over 500 billion races showed up to fight. The primals eventually had to intercede, providing the dragons with an entire major realm to end the war. Jack suddenly thought back to the Craven. The Ventura Academy was using them as cannon fodder to fight a war in the Crystal Realm and artificially mature the realm. Maybe it was because the Academy knew that it was linked to the Primordial Garden, or maybe for some other reasons, but the Craven were basically a fodder race for them to fight their wars. Who could guess how many other such races existed in the universe? Of course, he doubted there was anyone who could be like the dragons and simply use their virility to win the war. That was yet another example of why dragons were awesome. Enough about this, said Oru, moving away from the topic. You need to follow me back to the Alliance. We need to go through certain procedures to hand off your rewards, not to mention you need to answer to the Alliance for the little stunt you pulled. Of course, but first we need to find my crew, Jack said, not at all trying to delay the inevitable. For some reason, he had a feeling he was about to be dumped with a lot of responsibility. That was Lex's department. Jack's role was only to enjoy himself with countless shenanigans. For the protection of your crew, they have already been brought to the Alliance headquarters, said Oru. I believe they're quite enjoying themselves. You can see them if you'll follow me. Jack smiled awkwardly. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Now that the Primal and Grimshaw had left, the suppression on his body had lifted, so his wings were trembling again. Could it be that there was some kind of trap waiting for him at the Alliance headquarters? He did use them to shield himself without asking. Maybe they were angry about that. Oh, you poor thing, said the kind lady as she provided Pebbles with a cushion to sit on. Does this happen to you often? Maybe we can find a way to fix this. Fret not, I see it as more of a superpower than a curse, said Pebbles, shaking his head. Although I'll admit, the nature of my superpower has changed since I became an immortal. Then he carefully proceeded to sit on the cushion, careful not to detonate the 2 naval mines that had replaced his hips today. Previously, my body parts were replaced by simple prosthetics. Now, they seem to be replaced by weapons. Oh, that's adorable, the kind lady said as she resisted the urge to inch his cheeks. I'm sure something like this gets you all the points with the ladies. You must be one irresistible hamster. Oh yes, my own endless charm is my greatest curse. But I've sworn never to settle down until I find that accursed leprechaun who locked me in the pot of gold and threw me down a rainbow. That's how I ended up in the folklore realm. I think he mistook me for a piece of gold. Pebbles stuck out his chest when he spoke, trying to appear even more adorable. Oh dear, such chivalry. It is most admirable. But I think, if you meet the right lady, you shouldn't resist your feelings just because of your oath. After all, you don't need to settle down, you can bring her along with your crew. Speaking of which, your entire crew consists of boys, doesn't it? Aren't any of them married? Or in relationships? That must get lonely, the kind lady asked as she began to prepare a meal for Pebbles. She was their caretaker at the Alliance, and she would soon have to go take care of the others, but Pebbles didn't want her to go. Well, if you want to join, I can talk to the captain for you, Pebbles said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just so you know, I'm the real captain. Jack is just, I'm letting him be captain because I don't want to break his heart. Oh, that's a nice offer, the lady said with a chuckle. But I already have a job elsewhere, and I'm quite busy helping out the Alliance. I couldn't possibly go off sailing with you boys, but I'll be here if you need anything, so you can ask for me by name. My name is Velma. Pebbles blushed a little upon the introduction to Velma, his otherwise brown hairs turning slightly red as he did. Why would the Tower of Providence lead Captain Jack to Bob? Velma asked herself as she watched the crew play amongst themselves, her pencil tapping the notepad in her lap. She had learned a lot since joining the Alliance. which included things about the Tower of Providence, as well as the ongoing war between the paths of order and chaos. This was a war that had continued from the earliest years of the Enlightenment Age, and possibly even the Primordial Age. Neither side was able to win, although throughout the ages the advantage kept shifting between the two sides. Little-known secret that she had managed to ferret out was that the entire war effort from the side of the Path of Order was actually being controlled solely by the Tower of Providence. No one else had the power, the prestige, or the influence to control so many powerful races for a unified purpose. Everything the Tower did was for the Path of Order, even if it was not obvious to those involved. So the question was, why had the captain been led to Bob by the Tower? What was so special about him? What role would he play? More importantly, what benefit did the Innkeeper see in keeping all this secret? She didn't know, but it was the first taste of universal-level gossip Velma had gotten a taste of, and it was so delicious it threatened to force her to break through to the next level. Velma licked her lips as she controlled her urge to delve even deeper into these secrets. Within her sight, Bob still stood at the window looking out. What she didn't know was that Bob was not looking outside the window. No, his gaze transcended the realm and fell upon his people in the Midnight Realm. Some time ago, he had passed a new commandment for them. He had asked to set sail. So instead of the verdant garden in front of him, Bob saw hundreds, no, thousands of ships of all kinds filled with even more drama cats leave the boundaries of the Midnight Inn. Some set out on the Chaos Sea, some flew into the air, and some went into the little explored underground continent within the Midnight Realm. But most of them availed the privilege ability granted by the inn, and left the Midnight Realm altogether. Some went to Earth and some went to Nibiru. Others went to the Crystal Realm. A grand pilgrimage was being undertaken as the drama cats were spreading from the original realm and going to every single place the inn was connected to, and from there going even farther. All of a sudden, Bob became one of the very few deities in the universe with a unified faith that existed in more than one realm, and the only deity who had achieved as much without the support of a major power. Bob, the deity of chaos, had unleashed the drama cats onto the universe, and this was an action that could never be reversed. Its repercussions would only be known to the historians who have yet to come. "The weapon of the future has been revealed," Bob muttered, recalling what he had said he first saw the divine ore, "and her name will be Faith." In his mind, he saw another scene, and it was that of Jack with a body deeply entwined with the divine ore. "And she will be wielded by the captain." Bob smirked and finally turned to look at the human who had been spying on him. "You have good taste, human. I am Bob, namer of cool things, speaker of awesome words. Who may you be?" "I am Velma, the listener of secrets, the guardian of gossip. I've heard that if I want to hear cool things and awesome words about the captain, I should come to you." Bob's smirk grew into a grin. "You have heard correctly. Honestly, your situation isn't as bad as you're probably imagining," said Oro as they walked deeper into the building. "The Alliance also wants to see you succeed, so you'll be getting a lot of support." "What does that support look like? Because I don't intend on being anyone's puppet," said Jack nonchalantly. "Oh, fret not. This is the kind of thing that cannot be interfered with, or else the Alliance wouldn't have waited till you to set up a race leader for the fairies. Your support is going to be fairly straightforward. There's a number of conditions that the Alliance will set for you, and as long as you agree to them, the Alliance won't hesitate in mobilizing its full force to give you as many tools as you need to overcome any obstacles you might face." "Very well, tell me your conditions," Jack said. "Well, that's a little beyond my pay grade. Here, through here. We had a special chamber prepared for the meeting you're about to have. Worry not, it's perfectly safe, and it cannot be spied upon even by the Arctica race." Oru led Jack to a set of double doors made out of carved stone with an elaborate mural of various humanoid races carved on it. Jack looked once at Oru, and then pushed open the doors and stepped in. The room was completely dark, with its boundaries completely undetectable. The only thing Jack could see was a round table in front of him, so he walked up to it and sat on the only chair available. Yet when he sat, he found that there were numerous cloaked figures sitting at the table, their appearances completely hidden from him. "Captain Jack, I've heard much about you," said one voice, though he could not tell where it was from. "You are unlike any other fairy I have ever seen. Your fight against the curse that has brought your entire race to its knees, and the incredible thing is, you're managing to succeed." "Maybe you have questions," said another figure. "Maybe you have resentments. Why didn't we save you? Why was your race left to fend for itself? I can offer you some answers, but first you must make an assurance. One single assurance, and you will gain the support of the entire Alliance. But make this assurance with care. Every word you speak here will have a binding power over you and your future. Jack raised an eyebrow. He wanted to ask what the assurance was, but if every word was going to affect him. As if detecting his concern, yet another figure spoke. You need not work for the Alliance. You need not even return on our investments. All you need is to swear that if you ever become a race leader, you will never act against the humanoid alliance and never betray the path of order. Jack was stunned. That was genuinely an extremely simple request for what was being offered in exchange, but it also had great room to restrict him. He thought for a moment before speaking. I can promise you that if I become a race leader, and as long as the humanoid alliance doesn't work against me or my interests first, I won't act against the humanoid alliance first. Likewise, as long as the path of order doesn't attack me or my interests first, I won't go against it either. This is the best I can offer. There was a moment of silence, followed by a small chuckle. I look forward to seeing your future, Jack. The Alliance will give you all the rewards you asked for, and in a greater way than you can imagine. Go back, Aura will guide you. Jack shrugged and left the dark room, unaware that he had just met every single race leader that the Alliance currently had within its ranks. Outside the room, Oru looked at him expectantly. Hand over your ship to me and then follow me. Oh, before we begin, do you want to awaken a treasure spirit for your ship, or do you want to make sure it never comes to life? Either way, once we're done, the Jolly Rancher will be improved dramatically and will be bonded to you. For a moment, Jack was genuinely stumped by the question, but then shook his head. No, keep it from coming to life, he finally answered. He was going to have to use the ship to carry out some secret missions, and the fewer living beings that knew about them, the better. Got it, follow me. Back then you asked the Alliance for a few things. You wanted to be undetectable, you wanted your karmic curse suppressed, information on fairies and your ship improved. All of these we will give to you, and a few perks for your crew members as well. Looking forward to it, said Jack with a smile. I've never had a training or gearing up montage. I'm looking forward to it. A montage, what? Oru asked, confused. Jack shook his head. It's nothing, let go. Jack unsealed the Jolly Rancher, revealing its magnificent figure in front of the stunned Oru who kept looking at the ship, and then at Jack, followed by the ship again. What's the matter? Jack asked, as if completely oblivious to the slight difference in size between them. How do you like the ship? I made it myself, growing it from a tree using my fairy dust. It's impressive, Oru answered diplomatically. It must have been a lot of work. Yeah, it was, Jack answered, deciding not to tease her too much. Who knew how Celestials reacted to teasing? Well, fret not. Regardless of its size, we will make it fit to sail the void. Now come on, next up is the reward you're likely most looking forward to. Your karmic curse is going to be suppressed. While at it, we're also going to make you untraceable. Jack was ready to literally burst with joy upon hearing that his karmic curse was going to be suppressed. The stench was an ever-present torture that he could not get used to at all. If he hadn't used its effect on him to cultivate and increase his mental resilience, he might have already killed himself just to be free of that torture. There's one catch, though, Oru said, her tone containing a hint of warning. For those 2 specific rewards, you will have to leave the Arctica realm. We have prepared your transport. Jack suddenly stopped and stared at Oru through squinted eyes. Leaving the Arctica realm would be a huge risk. Who knows what the Alliance could do to him once he left the safety of the Arctica realm? Then again, he had already been proven that the supervision of the Arctica race on this realm was far from perfect, and if the Alliance really wanted to harm him, they wouldn't need to kidnap him. How come? Jack asked, deciding to trust them. You'll find out soon enough, Oru said mysteriously. Don't worry, the whole thing won't take too long. You'll be back before you know it. Yes, I'm sure nothing unexpected will happen at all, said Jack, rolling his eyes. Nevertheless, he followed Oru to yet another room where he saw the coolest-looking coffin ever. It was made of layers and layers of metallic rings, each revolving constantly, forming a coffin that was continuously moving. The rings were filled with designs and shapes, making them look cool. Let me guess I have to get in the coffin, said Jack, looking at it. It wasn't hard to guess. It was exactly his size. That's not a coffin. It's a quantum pendulum, Oru said, as if that explained everything. A quantum pendulum? What is that? Jack asked, confused. Who knows? One of the Alliance's most reliable artificers adds quantum to the name of everything he makes. What it is, and how it works, I don't know. What I can tell you is that it can transport you instantly across the void to a specific destination. It's even faster than actual teleportation across the void. This bad boy is only used for the most via VIPs, so you better appreciate it. Jack raised an eyebrow. Considering how vast the distances between realms were, that really was an incredible feat. Oru rearranged the rings to open the coffin quantum pendulum, allowing Jack to get inside. "Enjoy the next bit. It's not a privilege many have ever enjoyed," she said, her voice almost wistful. Before Jack could inquire as to the details, the rings started to revolve once more, blocking off Jack's view. He waited for the transportation to begin, but a moment later, the rings stopped revolving again, revealing an entirely new location. Jack's wings vibrated, vaguely detecting the different laws in this place. Jack hadn't yet understood the powers of immortal fairies enough to tell the difference. "Take your position in the center of the chamber, fairy," spoke a commanding voice, and before Jack knew it, he was flying into the room in front of him. This was not the same as the compulsion that Grimshaw induced. Rather, Jack recognized the faint signs of a Tao Lord that Lex had begun to notice after meeting them so frequently. When Jack took his designated spot, he realized that he seemed to be surrounded by rows of dark figures in robes. Jack got goosebumps when he realized that each and every one of them was a Tao Lord. It is the decision of the humanoid alliance that you are to receive the highest level of concealment that can be offered to an immortal being. As such, you will undergo the cleansing ritual, removing all traces of your actions henceforth. Not even Tao Lords will be able to trace you. However, you should know this process is not reversible. Once done, it cannot be undone. "I have no problem with that," said Jack immediately. "Furthermore, the effects of your karmic curse will be suppressed. You should know only the effects will be suppressed. That means that neither the curse itself or even the effects will be gone forever. They will eventually return." This time, Jack did not get a chance to respond. In a room full of multiple Tao Lords, none were interested in hearing him speak, though that was not surprising, really. Faintly, Jack wondered if he would need to cleanse himself of the Tao Lord's auras, but he felt like the Alliance wouldn't make such a simple mistake. The thought of being untraceable, even to Tao Lords, sounded great to him, though. Once all of this was over, he could get to work on finding the nexus point, setting up the Midnight Castle and creating a secret hideout for himself. As for the whole racial leader thing, well, he'd deal with problems as they came. He had decided his path to growth, at least as a fairy, wouldn't be the traditional cultivation path of fairies. No, he'd be a paladin. After all, it seemed like the cultivation path forward for fairies was effectively crippled. He'd know more once he got his hands on the records, but if that really was the case, being a paladin seemed to be the easier way of growing stronger. The only issue was, his oath was hard to fulfill, and he wasn't going to deliberately endanger his friends. That only meant one thing: he'd have to embrace the introvert's nightmare and go out and make a lot of friends. Jack was trying to keep his mind occupied, thinking of random things, trying not to dwell on what the room full of Tao Lords were about to do to him. This was the most Tao Lords he had ever seen, and he just hoped that whatever was keeping his secrets hidden from Tao Lords would continue to work. At this point, hoping was all he could do. Just like Jack expected, there was almost no secret he could keep from the Tao Lords. They saw through everything. They saw how the body age and soul age didn't match, not that they cared. They saw how the divine ore had fused with his body, acting almost as a second set of meridians in his body. Through them, spiritual energy flowed with great ease, and they contained the capacity to support divine energy as well. Not such a thing would impress the Tao Lords either. The only thing that was even mildly interesting to them was that some aspects of his karma seemed to be hidden from view, as well as his origins. If the room only had a few Tao Lords, they may not have noticed the subtle feeling guiding them to forget about those anomalies. But with so many of them, it instantly became obvious that there was some power protecting Jack capable of affecting even them. But mildly interesting was all it was. None of them were interested in the secrets of the fairy, and they were just there to do the job that the Alliance had given them. So, once they fully understood his body, mind, and soul, they began. Jack didn't sense the beginning of the ritual, at least at first. When it began, the ritual was quiet. No chants, no fire, no thunder, just silence. But then came the pressure. It started in his chest, like someone pressing down with a steady, unrelenting hand, or an uncomfortably tight hug. His vision dimmed, or maybe his brain was just too occupied processing everything else that was happening to him. His bones tingled with a strange vibration, and he could feel invisible threads weaving into him, slipping past skin, bone, and soul. Jack groaned. It was not painful, but it was overwhelming nevertheless. It was cold, but not cruel, smooth, but firm. It felt like a second heartbeat, one that didn't belong to him, but that was now beating in his chest. Something was being added to his body, though he had no idea what it was. Oddly enough, the divine ore seemed to welcome the change readily, as if the ore was extremely malleable in purpose, helping the change take hold. Jack knew what was happening. There was something within him now that would effectively erase all his traces, regardless of their nature. Naturally, it would not affect things like footprints left in the sand. That stuff he had to deal with himself. Instead, it would deal with the more obscure metaphysical concepts through which he could be tracked, such as destiny, karma, predictions, and such. It was actually quite comforting to know it was there now, though the odd pressure in his chest was something he would have to get used to. Still, it was nothing compared to the stench he lived with. Speaking of which, once the ritual to make him untraceable was completed, it was time to suppress the curse. This was not as pleasant as the previous experience. It was like nausea if nausea took steroids and was clingy, unwilling to leave its victim. The curse fought back as it was being suppressed. His wings stiffened, arching in pain as a searing sensation filled his body. He tried to suppress himself from grunting again, and he was kind of successful. The pressure of suppressing himself caused his lungs to explode, literally. His chest ripped open as his lungs exploded, filling the air with red mist. Fortunately, he was in a room full of Tao Lords, so he was healed in the next instant. A fog rolled into his mind, subduing his consciousness. His memories grew dim, like distant dreams. Even Lex could not feel anything from Jack during that time, as if even their connection was dimming. The strength of the curse was beyond titanic. Had anyone else tried to suppress it, the sheer resistance from the curse would have caused Jack's entire body to explode rather than just his lungs. But with so many Tao Lords there, he survived. The curse didn't wither, but it did become subdued. The pressure eased. It was still there deep in him like a coiled serpent forced into sleep, suppressed, not gone, but caged. Slowly, Jack regained consciousness, his sweat-covered body trembling and twitching occasionally. There was also some pain, but Jack didn't care. Instead, he took in a deep breath, filling his new lungs with stench-free air. It was incredible. Finally, he had some relief from the curse. It was not gone, but Jack didn't care. He was just relieved. Then the poor fairy fell asleep. The whole process to him seemed like it had only been a few minutes, but that was because Jack's mind and spirit were overwhelmed. Days had gone by, yet now, fortunately, it was over. His body gently flew back into the coffin, and was transported back to the Arctica realm, where Oru was waiting for him. Instead of waking him up, or speeding along his recovery, Jack was just taken to a private room where he slept for hours more. Not only did his mind need to recover from the ordeal, his body needed to adapt to his changes as well. It took him 4 days. That may seem long, but the duration was greatly shortened by the meticulous care that the Alliance had given him. When he finally woke up, though, Jack found himself in extremely familiar surroundings. He was inside his captain's room within the Jolly Rancher. On his table was a letter from Oru, giving him a final explanation and wishing him well. Within the Alliance headquarters, Oru stepped into an office and found yet another Celestial sitting there. "It's done," she said, "but I don't understand. Did we really need to invest so much in a simple decoy?" The figure, who was overlooking some document, paused and looked up at her. Oru felt no pressure when facing the man in the office. He was, after all, not even a century old. He was, nonetheless, a genius even by the standards of Celestials, and talented beyond compare, so much so that the humanoid alliance was grooming him to be a future leader. All major organizations had such individuals who they specifically trained and cultivated, not only because of the somewhat increased possibility of them becoming Tao Lords, but also because even if they never reached that realm, peak Celestial immortals were a majority of the actual strength of any organization. Having a smart, powerful, and well-trained leader among Celestial immortals, one who might outshine Celestial immortals among competing organizations, was an advantage no one was going to give up. To call such individuals as heirs would be too much, for with eternal life existing, no organization had a need to groom many heirs. Instead, such individuals were often referred to as protégés. "You're under a misconception," the Celestial said, leaning back in his chair. "Whether Jack is a simple decoy or an actual asset is not yet set in stone. It is only the outcome that will determine which role he plays. On such a grand stage, nothing is only one thing. For example, Jack is a decoy fairy. He is also an investment into the future of the fairies, for regardless of whether he succeeds or not, it is now unquestionable that we have heavily invested in the return of the fairies. Even if this Jack fails, if Jack the Hellslayer succeeds, we still look good and have a foundation on which to talk with him. That's not even mentioning Tinker, who has resurfaced stronger than ever. Her own background is mysterious enough, so who's to say we can't use her as the decoy? Simultaneously, our support for Jack is a probe. There is some unknown organization promoting humans and now fairies, and while on the surface it looks like they're helping us, nothing can be confirmed. Oru raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. That's an awful lot to pay for something if you don't know what you're using him for. Don't forget, we spent real resources on upgrading his ship and organizing his ritual. This stuff is not free or easy. Every single Dao Lord who takes action on the Alliance's behalf needs to be compensated by the Alliance. I'm afraid even if the sum of Jack's achievements for the rest of his life are accumulated, it won't amount to our expenses for a single Dao Lord. The Celestial in the chair only shook his head, as Oru couldn't understand. You do not understand causality. Everything comes from something. To reach certain results in the future, we need to create enough potential for it in the present. Merely a few days out of the infinite lives of so many Dao Lords were spent on this. In one way or another, the cost will justify itself. You do not need to worry. If I overstep my bounds, someone will correct me. What we need to focus next on is the actual expo, and more importantly on collecting information on the other protégés who will be participating in it. Among the new recruits, Velma has shown a lot of promise in the field of data collection. Have her undergo some basic training and then reassign her to this task. Oru nodded. You do know that she isn't a permanent member of the Alliance, right? She asked. It's inconsequential. As long as she confirms that she can stay for the duration of the event and has signed the waiver limiting her from sharing sensitive information she learned while working for the Alliance, you can use her. Just like Jack, she is not merely a spy. She can be a probe towards the Midnight Inn as well. If the Innkeeper really is making preparations to establish a seat of power, then we need to prepare for how our relationship is going to change once he does. This time, Oru glared at the young Celestial. Now you're overstepping. Do not presume to have the right to make any judgments regarding seats of power. Not only is it not our place to have considerations regarding them, we should not even be talking about them. The Celestial in the seat sighed. Yes, Mother, he said simply, not arguing with her. He was smart enough to know when not to argue back. Dear Jack, by the time you read this letter, your ritual to make you untraceable will be completed, and your karmic curse will have been suppressed. The Jolly Rancher will also have been improved, which I must admit was easier than I expected. Clearly, the materials you used in the manufacturing of your ship were far superior to what I had expected. As a bonus, we added some divine ore to the ship, so you can extend your ability to hide your trail to include the entire ship. If you do activate that ability, however, it will consume an enormous amount of energy that a mere Earth immortal cannot hope to provide, or even a crew of them. As such, within the cargo hold, I have taken the liberty of providing you with some spirit crystals which can support the use of your ability with your ship for up to 7 days. If you wish to acquire some of the spirit crystals necessary to power up your ship, I will provide you with a list of the required specifications at the end of this letter. As you read this, you may be wondering why I am not telling all of this to you in person, and instead am communicating to you through this letter. The answer is twofold. First, it is to completely erase your trace. No one will know your location, and from here you can go anywhere as you wish without worrying. Unless you purposely expose your location, none will know it. This is, in part, to ensure you are not targeted by Grimshaw, although we have taken other precautions to ensure he does not target you. The second reason is to establish a distance between yourself and the Alliance. As of this letter, the Alliance will begin creating evidence to show that there is no longer any connection between you and the Alliance. This is, largely, for your own sake. Henceforth, the Alliance will no longer bother you, nor tie you down with any responsibilities or burdens. However, this is under the condition that throughout your journey to becoming a racial leader, you no longer use the Alliance as a defense. Should you find yourself in a situation where you are forced to rely on the Alliance, such as with the incident with Grimshaw, the Alliance will come to your aid. However, at that point, that aid will come with the stipulation of service on your part to the Alliance of upwards of 3 million years, depending on the scale of the aid required. Of course, should you wish to join the Alliance on your own, there will be no stipulation of a mandatory service period, and you will be welcomed with open arms. However, at that point, there will no longer be any way to hide your connection to the Alliance any longer. The reason so much effort and resources have been put into accommodating your needs is because of the potential you represent as a possible race leader. It is the hope of the Alliance that, if ever, you should ascend to such a station, you do not forget the help the Alliance put forward. The same is true for your crew, who have all received various levels of treatment for lingering ailments, and have been awarded small trinkets that they may enjoy. As per your requirement, special attention has been given towards ensuring the crystal alligator's happiness, who has been given a sufficiently valuable treasure within a treasure chest. If I may add, I find your intelligence and strength of character highly reassuring as well as refreshing. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. You will need it. In case it wasn't clear to you, you will henceforth face many trials, most of them linked to the survival and prosperity of your race. This is as a result of ancient powers over which none have any control, and it is the same for all racial leaders. Either they ascend and reach great heights, able to withstand the karma of their race, or they fall. Personally, I hope you achieve the former. Though it may appear strong, the Alliance is not without its enemies, and capable allies can help the Alliance survive any unexpected trials and tribulations. Finally, you asked for the history of the fairies. Much of it, believe it or not, is lost. Even the Alliance does not have the full account of what happened to the fairies. However, of what has been preserved, a filtered version has been provided to you as well. Everything you read should be within your capability of bearing, but if you feel like it is too dangerous, feel free to put it away until a later date. Deepest regards, Oru Weiss. Jack put the letter away and turned to the history of the fairies that had been provided with it. Jack was not too worried about getting his hands on sufficient spirit crystals to power the Jolly Rancher. He still had no idea how Goldilocks gold had upgraded, but he was certain that the type of gold he converted things into was more precious now than before, so they were still kind of rich. Maybe. Either way, money wasn't his immediate concern. The ship's ability would prove to be extremely useful, assuming that Oro had been telling him the truth. But more than all of that, Jack wanted to learn about the history of the fairies. Then he needed to address his crew for some very important matters. Jack flipped through the pages and finally found the ones describing fairies. Just as there were 13 human kings at the start of the human race, there were 4 fairies at the start of it all. Compared to the many other humanoids, such as the Celestials, the fairies didn't immediately seem powerful. But that misconception was almost immediately corrected, though how it was corrected wasn't written. The document went on to describe how, during the early days of the humanoid alliance, there was some kind of conflict going on in which the alliance was taking part, and the fairies played a key role in the alliance's victory in each battle, though they never directly attacked. It was just that the fairies seemed to be incredible support for whoever was on their team. It seemed that their role was noticed, for their fall happened quite decisively. The timeline was broken, but apparently it was the first major loss that the humanoid alliance faced, and the blow was a devastating one. Unlike the humans, who faced a gradual decline, almost all the fairies' top leadership was decimated in one go. Then, at some later point, came the curse. Even so, despite the curse, it seemed that there had been a few prominent fairies throughout history. It seemed that for a time, it became customary for all Tao lords within the humanoid alliance to keep some immortal fairies close by. But as the number of immoral fairies declined, that tradition came to an end. That short document was, disappointingly, all that he had been provided about the fairies' history. Then came a list of their known abilities. It seemed like at higher levels, fairies shone more because of their augmentation ability more than anything else. It was well documented how one of the most sought-after abilities by a fair was to enhance the ability to manipulate laws using solely fairy dust. The ability worked to anyone without a use limit, so the augmentation could basically be permanent if one found a way to get sufficient fairy dust. As if that was not enough, there were reports that fairies could guide ships and vessels to entirely different realms without actually teleporting, similar to how the quantum pendulum worked. That ability greatly attracted Jack's attention, for if he could take the Jolly Rancher anywhere he wished. He continued to read, but there wasn't much detail given about it. Only a list of other humanoid races who could do something similar. As it turned out, there was a particular family of mermaids who could swim from one ocean to another, regardless of where the oceans were located in the universe. While that sounded incredible, there were only rumors of such an ability, mainly because that bloodline of mermaids had been wiped out. Of course, there was always a chance they could appear again, but the probability was incredibly low. That gave Jack pause. He vaguely recalled that there had been a minor conflict between the Jotun Empire and the fiery mammoths on the topic of some mermaid. He continued to read. Speaking of families and bloodlines, such things weren't common among fairies because their abilities were so versatile that any of them could do what the others could. However, as it turned out, back in the day, there were a few different types of fairies. One such example were tooth fairies, who were adolescent bone fairies. Jack spent hours reading the document, though very little of it was actually helpful. There were too many odd and random fairy abilities that were listed down, but no explanation on how those abilities worked, so Jack had no idea how to replicate them. In between the lines, there were hints dropped as to the awesome powers that the fairies had, but nothing concrete. Finally, at the very end of the document, Jack read something that could be useful to him. Apparently, the decline of the fairies was not random, and not because of the curse either. It seemed that the fairies' abilities had been stolen, as well as their cultivation path. Jack was being very critical, so he stared a long time at the word stolen. That insinuated that the fairies' abilities had been taken by someone or something, and were being used by them instead. As if that was not enough, there were notes and theories written in the document stating how experts from the Alliance theorized that someone was trying to artificially make fairies extinct throughout the universe, in an attempt to steal the destiny of the entire race. That, however, was relegated to just being a theory. The only concrete thing written was the distinction between an earth, heaven, and celestial fairy. Just as one might expect, it had a lot to do with their wings and fairy dust. It turned out, their fairy dust could replicate the effects, in a small scale, of foundational laws when earth immortal, relational laws when heaven immortal, and the ruling laws with celestial immortal. Or, as it turned out, that's what fairies used to be able to do. In recent times, even though there were a few other earth immortal fairies, it seemed that they hadn't been able to replicate those laws. Maybe that ability had also been stolen from them. Yet as Jack put the document aside, he felt like that might not be the case anymore, at least for him. He recalled his experience when he was becoming an immortal, and he recalled the distinct feeling of the challenge realm doing something very central to his existence before he became an immortal. He felt like maybe he might be able to replicate foundational laws. What Jack didn't know was that he wasn't the only fairy who had regained that ability, which is exactly why the message from Jack, the Hellslayer, received so much attention. With the document read, Jack finally turned his attention to the last thing he needed to do before heading out. He needed to bond with the ship. Oru hadn't mentioned it in the letter, but he felt it anyway. The Jolly Rancher was no longer just a ship he had grown, and it was no longer a ship that had undergone random mutations. No, now, it was a ship that had undergone treasure refinement, and so was a lot more special. In fact, Jack intended on turning it into his natal treasure. He closed his eyes and touched the ship, ready to channel his energy into it. The anticipation was killing him. He could practically imagine how easy it would be to control the ship once. He froze, his pre-existing connection to the ship was there. Of course it was, he had literally created the ship, and then had lived on it for so long. They had been through so much together. Yet when he tried to bond with it as his natal treasure, he faced resistance. In his mind, Jack saw an image of a hamster with fly swatters for hands. "P-B-B-L-E-S?" Jack roared as he left his room, his scream spreading through the entire ship, alerting the crew that the captain had finally woken up. Or, well, former captain. When Jack emerged, he saw Pebbles standing atop the helm, wearing a grandiose captain's hat, made of parrot feathers. "Ah, my boy, you are awake," Pebbles began as he looked at Jack, but he didn't get the chance to continue. Jack flew up to him like a bolt of lightning and kicked him right in his bulging cheek, causing him to fly away. "Mutiny," the hamster roared. Unfortunately, none of the crew members came to his support. Off to the side, the three boblings who had once again reappeared, somehow finding Bob once again, seemed completely nonchalant about the fight, something they had learned by copying Bob. "Oh good, the captain is back," said Tiny Sparkles, his deep voice trembling across the deck. "Captain, before we left the Alliance, someone sent us a deadline to collect 113,000 sharks and deliver them to the Gelgato Sea as per your promise. Why are you going around making promises about sharks? Where are we going to find so many sharks?" Jack did not respond. He was too busy beating up Pebbles, whose fly swatters were more lethal than they originally seemed. They were actually electric. Pebbles was invincible and immortal, and now he even had the cultivation realm of an immortal. That did not make him immune to pain, however. Fly swatter arms or now, he was no match for the ferocious Captain Jack. So reluctantly, Pebbles took off his parrot feather captain's hat and shoved it in his cheek, saving it for later. Although Jack was not fully satisfied with the beating he had given Pebbles for trying to steal his natal treasure, there were only so many hours in the day he could spend on that. Once Pebbles relented, Jack, much to his dissatisfaction, had to stop beating the hamster. Right after that, Jack called for a crew meeting. Now, logic dictated that he hurry up and bond with his ship first, but now that he had already come out, there was no point in going back to his quarters. Best to hold the meeting first. For once, Jack was pretty serious, because the first thing he did once the meeting was held was not explain the reason, but question the three boblings. Jack had never bothered asking any of the crew their histories or affiliations, so the fact that he was doing so now with the boblings immediately alerted the crew to how serious the impending conversation was. Under normal circumstances, I'm quite welcoming of others into my crew, Jack said, looking at the three blobs of smoke. The boblings weren't actually made of smoke, it was just that their actual bodies could not be seen, even by Jack. The fact that he saw smoke was a big deal at all, for none of the others from the crew seemed to notice anything amiss, or if they did, they didn't show it. However, this is a critical time for the crew, so I cannot afford any security risks. So who are you? What do you want? And how can you track Bob? If you answer these three questions honestly, I will consider letting you join us. Longbeard resisted the urge to whistle. It was rare to see Jack so serious. What he didn't know was that Jack was finally free of that accursed stench after a very long period of time, so he could finally put his entire mind on the tasks at hand, instead of using a large part of his mind, and will power to resist the urge to rip off his own nose. Well, this is awkward, said Bobbling One, scratching his head. Jack noticed that when the Boblings talked, they took on the appearance of a fairy, most likely since he, the observer, was a fairy. To Pebbles, they probably looked like hamsters. You have to add more gravitas in your voice when you say awkward. Take note. Well, this is awkward, said Bobbling Two, living up to his own advice and adding real feeling into his last sentence. How about instead of answering those questions, I assure you that we mean you no harm, Bobbling Three proposed. Look, I understand that sometimes people have secrets that they can't expose. That's also exactly why I am going to have to ask you to leave, said Jack. After all, just like you have certain things you cannot share, so do we. Amitabha, like I always said, sharing is scaring. It is best not to share things. Instead, just give everything good to me, Monk contributed to the conversation. For some odd reason, no one reacted to him, though. The three Boblings looked troubled, and then huddled up and began whispering amongst themselves. Bobbling One stuck its head out once to glare at Jack, but Bobbling Three just bonked it on the head and pulled it back in. The conversation went on for a while. Finally, when they split up, Bobbling Three stepped forward. All right, we have determined that your concerns are totally valid. However, for reasons I cannot state, our background cannot be disclosed. At the same time, we do not want to leave either, for to bask in the presence of Bob is most magenta. So I have a proposition for you. We will swear eternal servitude to the great Bob and never do anything against his interest. Jack rubbed his non-existent beard and wondered why neither Lex nor he could grow facial hair. It was highly demotivating. Also, he considered the three Boblings' proposal. The issue was that what he wanted to do next was highly sensitive, and the fewer who knew about it, the better. At the same time, he understood that he did not have a mysterious realm to fall back to, nor did he have a system to rely on. Allies could only help him, and he would need all the help he could take. All right, in that case, you may attend the meeting. Come on in, Jack said, stepping out of the way and letting the three Boblings inside. The crew quickly ran to sit in their designated seats, as if they all hadn't been hiding right behind Jack and listening in. All right, guys, I know it's all been fun and games so far, but things have changed. I didn't think this day would come so soon, but it's here. We need to talk about the crew and how we're going to operate moving forward. All the casual smiles slowly faded away, and even Goldilocks turned towards Jack, paying close attention to his words. The duck had really grown up. We went through much to reach the Arctica realm, all so that we could become immortals. I told you all at the beginning that this was the only way for us to become immortals, and it was a shared goal. We all worked for it together, and we all shared the risks it entailed together. But now I have to head off to a mission that is entirely personal, and if you all continue with me, not only will you be undertaking great risks for my sake, you will be exposed to a lot of things that may affect you for the rest of your lives. At the same time, if you come with me, you will be exposed to certain secrets that I cannot afford to leak. It's not that I don't trust you all, I do, except Pebbles, and Goldilocks on occasion, but the rest of you I trust. The question now is, do you want to put yourself at risk for my sake? If you don't, I will make arrangements for you to go back to the folklore realm or anywhere else that is within my power. I won't leave you stranded. But if you want to continue on with me, then it's time that we become a real, proper crew. The silence that fell in the room could not have been called heavy. Instead, it was awkward and full of confusion. Are we not a crew already? Ollie asked. Did I give up my position as first mate to a fake crew? The Shadow Talon was absolutely furious, though that may have more to do with it losing to Tiny Sparkles when it tried to retake the position as first mate, inspired by Pebbles' stupidity. It couldn't be helped. The first mate needed to be strong to handle issues in the captain's absence. As prone to misadventures as Jack was compared to his crew, he really was the responsible one. "We are a crew and a real one at that," said Jack, noticing the confused expressions. "But a lot of you just joined along the way, whether it was out of necessity or a matter of convenience, and it was never an issue. Yet in front of us now is a delicate and dangerous situation. I want you to consider carefully whether you want to stay with the crew or depart. I won't hold it against you if you want to leave, and I'll treat you like family if you stay. For those that remain, we will make a pact to protect one another, keep each other's secrets, and help each other in their time of need. By the way, I'm just going to throw this out there for those of you interested. Yes, our crew will eventually get a name, but I refuse all names like Tiny Terrors or basically anything that is a play on size. Be more original, think of something new." It was obvious at a glance that the crew all wanted to answer immediately, but Jack told them to think about it carefully. This was not a simple decision, so against their own will, they all sat there brooding. Jack was about to explain that they didn't need to sit right there and could take a couple of days, but unexpectedly, Longbeard spoke up about something unexpected. "The captain does raise a good point," he said, his voice heavy and reluctant. "It might be a good idea to split up while the times are good. Some of us may have a past that could catch up with us, and then the rest would suffer because of that as well." This time, a heavy silence fell upon the room as they all realized that Longbeard might be running from something, and was afraid of implicating the others. Throughout all this, Bob remained oddly silent, not remarking on anything even once. After all, he already knew the decision he would make. It wouldn't do to put pressure on the others by saying it first. The silence, the ominous feelings, the tension, it all began to build. It wasn't because the choice was tough, but because critical thinking was not a skill the members of the crew were adept in. "On the day we met, I said, 'Kill me or take me. I'm not leaving this ship,'" said Pebbles as he stood up, with much more gravitas in his voice than Bobbling 1 or Bobbling 2. That remains true even now. Internally, Pebbles laughed. He was already setting the groundwork for his next mutiny. Now he was cute and heroic. What more could one want from a captain? "Quack," said Goldilocks, and finally sat down. Now that someone had spoken up, it could finally say its piece and stop being so serious. "I don't really want to go anywhere else," said the crystal alligator. "Amitabha, this is not a bad life. I could live for this and I could die for this," said Monk, for once being serious. "I'm obviously not leaving," said Ollie with a snort. "I was the first member of the crew, even if I don't have the position of first mate, unless Sparkles here drops out." "I would never," said Tiny Sparkles, his voice like rumbling thunder. "The captain gave me a new home when I lost my own. Why would I give that up willingly? As the first mate, I would never abandon this crew." "Well, now I'd just look like a right arse if I dropped out. But guys, if I stay, you could get pulled into something really messy," said Longbeard, feigning confidence, though it was quite clear by the way his beard had rolled up that he was feeling quite shy. "Oh, like following me into the river Styx?" Jack asked, shaking his head. "You're all a bunch of idiots. I should have expected nothing less than jumping headfirst into trouble from you guys. Bob, what about you? If you wish to depart, now is your chance." Bob chuckled, twirling his mustache as he did. "Then let us discard this chance like dirty hosiery," he said, a soft amusement hidden in his voice. "What is a life if it lacks all flavor? Let us set sail for the horizon, chasing it like we chase our dreams, full of passion in our hearts and a bit of mischief." Jack could not help but smile despite himself. The reason he had given the crew this option was because he didn't want to get them involved in his own troubles, but he was kind of glad they decided to accompany him. Not that Z and Velma and Gerard were lacking as friends, but they were also co-workers. Also, they were practically the only friends Lex had, and had more or less just taken the role of his family as well. For Jack to be able to make friends who would go on crazy adventures with him was truly an experience very few would get from life, and both Jack and Lex were glad that they got to experience it. "Don't say I didn't warn you guys," said Jack as he held out his hands and began to flap his wings, trying to imbue his fairy dust with the traits of a binding oath. "What comes next is going to be a crazy ride." "How bad could it possibly be?" asked Pebbles as he raised his tiny hand and placed it upon Jack's. "Oh boy, he said the magic words," said Tiny Sparkles as he placed his hoof atop both hands. The others also all placed their hands together, passing one comment after another, laughing and joking along the way. Jack watched with a fond smile as the crew all chatted around the room for some wholesome fun. Of course, for this crew, wholesome fun meant watching the crystal alligator and Goldilocks try to convert the same piece of furniture into their respective elements, all the while gambling on it. The bets were things along the lines of being dangled overboard the ship by Longbeard's beard, being used as shark bait in the case of a particular hamster, or being on Goldilocks duty. Jack had seen such scenes countless times already, but it just felt different now. Though they were all idiots, of that there was no doubt, they weren't actually dumb. Each and every one of them understood that Jack had been warning them that what lay ahead was even more dangerous than anything they had experienced so far. Not only did none of them leave, they confirmed their place in the crew with a binding ritual of sorts. Jack used his fairy magic, broken as it was, and the others contributed in their own ways. Neither Jack nor Lex felt comfortable forcing others or placing any kind of compulsion on them, but neither of them underestimated the necessity of proper precautions. The purpose of the ritual was not to force them to stay within the crew. Instead, it was to protect them in case any of them faced external pressure to betray one another. If Jack were more cold-hearted, he would have added measures to ensure that they could not reveal each other's secrets regardless of the situation, and would have forcibly bound them to the crew. But he wasn't, so even though he was smart enough to know the risks involved, he didn't do it. Instead, he would just live with the risks. Given his current power level, it was impossible to completely protect the crew and his secrets if they ever faced an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, and he accepted that, so creating forceful bindings in an attempt to protect his secrets would just be a betrayal of his conscience and character for small gains. The better way to do it, however, was just hide the core of his secret, and only reveal what the crew needed to know, which is what he would do. "All right, guys, enough fun and games," Jack said as he put on the hamster's parrot feather captain hat. He didn't like the hat, he was just still ticked off at Pebbles and wanted to annoy him some more. "I'm setting a deadline of 4 days. We need to get our hands on some sharks, so we're going fishing. After that, we're going to leave Arctica. Our next destination is a little place called the Fantasia Realm. The coordinates to that realm are readily available, so getting there shouldn't be a problem. From there, well, we'll see about that." As the crew took their positions aboard the massive ship, Jack returned to the helm and considered the details of his plan. To locate the Nexus, he would need to make preparations, and that involved traveling to multiple realms across the universe. He also needed to get a handle on the exact timing of the Nexus event, as well as get his hands on the necessary materials to build the Midnight Castle. He didn't need to tell the crew what his purpose was while traveling the universe, just their destinations. That would protect both his crew as well as his secret. When it was finally time to enter the Nexus, he would enter himself so that the others didn't need to be exposed to such secrets. At the same time, he needed to make sufficient preparations, not only for himself, but for Lex as well. The Nexus event was not a big deal just for him and for oracles. Since it was a period where destinies could easily be changed, he expected the whole universe would experience some drastic changes. If things went according to his calculations, then Lex would have sufficient time to become a heaven immortal before the Nexus event. Now it wasn't like that would put him on top of the food chain, but at least he'd be a little stronger, and a little more well-prepared for the challenges ahead. Fortunately, his crew was on board for his idea of traveling the universe. While he had plans to grow his strength using the Path of Paladins, his crew had a different idea. They wanted to create a legend that spanned the universe, and then return to the folklore realm to use the feedback of their legend to grow their powers. It wasn't a bad idea. Everyone had their own ideas for how to grow stronger, which was great because there was no room for complacency. At the stern of the ship, Bob stood in front of the 3 boblings, who stood in line with a solemn expression. "The captain is about to say the words. You know what to do when he does," Bob said, his voice deep with meaning. The 3 boblings nodded just in time to hear Jack scream, "Tiny Sparkles, release the sails." "Captain, the ship doesn't need sails to, well, sail across you know what, never mind," responded Tiny Sparkles. As if on cue, the boblings suddenly began to sing as if they were in a choir, setting the mood for their upcoming adventures. Skipping had just turned from one side to the other, ready to sleep for decades, when the abrupt sound of a notification woke him up. "New notification. Host has missed daily check-ins for multiple days. Initiating code, touch grass. New quest. Use 300 system-generated items within 24 hours. Quest reward, 1 additional check-in once. Quest failure punishment, 300 rounds of Brazilian wax with special focus on sensitive regions. Quest time limit, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Remarks, "Why are you waking up? Go back to sleep. Don't worry about the timer, it's just a bluff." Skipping was a little groggy, so he stared at the notification for a few seconds before the words finally registered in his mind. Then, he sprang from his bed. Holy she! A shrill scream reverberated throughout Obsidian. Skipping had done it again. He'd overslept by way too much. Ironically, his excessive desire to sleep, relax, and be lazy was exactly what got him caught up in the mess that led him to Obsidian. All he wanted to do was take a break after being hunted down. Why did the system need to be so annoying about things? What he wouldn't give to get rid of the annoying system which kept blackmailing him and making him work. Then again, it was because of the system that he became a wealthy businessman who didn't need to work a job, so it wasn't all bad. He would get into what to appreciate or despise later on. For now, he needed to figure out how to resolve the issue. Fortunately, he had over 23 hours to figure this out. Unfortunately, he most certainly did not have 300 system items in storage, nor would he be able to get some from the daily draw. All hope was not lost, however, for he had a single draw for today that he could use. Besides that, well, Skipping did not lose hope, at least not until he did that final draw and received a permanent mustache marker. Any mustaches he drew with that marker would stay on permanently. Of course, this was an item meant for mortals, so an immortal would obviously be able to remove the mustache. The permanent was more an indicator of the fact that it couldn't be washed off with water and would require more effort to remove. Such an item, while perfect to sell, was not going to help him in his current predicament. At that point, Skipping finally lost all hope and threw himself back into his bed, but with the knowledge of his impending punishment, it was hard to fall asleep. Why is life so hard?" Skipping asked as he rolled off the bed and checked the timer. He had only 20 hours left. He just lay on the bed for a while. How could so many hours have passed by? With a groan, he decided to explore Obsidian a little. It would distract him from the ordeal he was about to go through. To his immense surprise, once he started paying attention to Obsidian, he discovered that it was actually supremely cool. What the heck? Why was every blade of grass, every grain of dirt, every gust of air so rich in energy? And how had he not noticed before? Now intrigued, Skipping stepped out of his courtyard and found himself on an almost empty island. There was a chihuahua wearing a robe and a pointy hat, sitting on a broomstick trying to fly up into the air, but it wasn't working. Skipping may have an incredible love for sleeping and lazing, but he also had the natural talent of an incredible salesman. He spotted a potential customer, so he immediately pulled out a pair of levitating socks he got from his system and put them on, flying a few feet into the air. "Hello there, good sir. It seems to me you're having a bit of a problem balancing on your flying broomstick. Might I suggest this magnificent pair of levitating socks instead? They come in many different colors and spot various beloved animals such as the 15-butt bird and the watermelon shrimp." Hargreaves, who was severely frustrated at his newest broomstick, looked up at the flying giant. He'd gotten used to other powerful races now, and found the deal to be amazing. "You've got a deal. How's 10 obsidian points for the socks?" "Obsidian points? What's that? I'm not too familiar with that," Skipping asked, confused. Was that a currency exclusive to Obsidian? That might not be so useful. "Oh, you're not a member yet, huh? Well, you should go join quickly. Obsidian is such a great way to meet other system users in a safe environment." Skipping froze instantly. What did the little dog just say? Other system users. "Oh yeah, you probably don't know yet. Well, all members quickly figured out that all other members were system users. Can't be helped, many of the task rewards are clearly system-related and everyone else can see them, so, yeah. But you should finalize your membership soon before you get kicked out. That would be a serious loss." Skipping was bewildered. Skipping was horrified. But most importantly, he was ecstatic. A club with other system users. Didn't that mean he might be able to get his hands on other system items and use 300 of them within 20 hours? He cursed himself for wasting time and quickly ran to take the oath and join Obsidian, before he ran back to his courtyard and took a look at all the possible tasks. Unfortunately, as Hargreaves explained, not all members were present right now, so the best way to get in contact with other members was through the task board. Skipping had no obsidian points to use, so he could only trade, but no one was interested in trading. For the sake of the hair in unmentionable places, Skipping's mind went into overdrive, concocting the perfect plan on how to acquire obsidian points and use them in a way to maximize his own usage of system items within the next few hours. When he put himself to it, Skipping was actually highly competent and incredibly intelligent. It was just that sleeping was easier than being highly successful, so it was often the path he took. Right now, though, with proper motivation, he finally unleashed his hidden potential and demonstrated when he was selected by his system in the first place. Getting 10 obsidian points from Hargreaves for the socks, Skipping began his journey to becoming an obsidian billionaire. That's when his sight fell on a specific task. He had to find a way to send some items to Abaddon. As it happened, he had a stamp which could easily accomplish that where Abaddon was. Now he just needed to see if he could negotiate the deal. The one thing Skipping never skipped was negotiating a better deal, even when it seemed like it wouldn't work. It had worked out for him more than once. Chapter 17:16 2 Decades. Chapter 17:16 2 Decades. "Lex, we have a situation," said Keeman, his voice especially deep as he approached Lex in his meditation pod. Lex opened his eyes, a slight disorientation filling them as he opened them for the first time that was surprising. He hadn't been paying attention to the passage of time within Abaddon and had lost track. For Jack, only a few days had gone by, and he was about finished with his chore of collecting sharks. It wasn't as if he needed to do that, but it was a good way to familiarize himself with his own and his crew's strengths after the upgrade. Simultaneously, not much time had passed inside the inn. Within Abaddon, however, much more time had passed. Lex checked in on the pineapple on his forehead to see how much time was left on it, and used that to calculate how long he had been meditating. It had been 19 years. Lex blinked, wiping away the disorientation from his eyes as he stood up, somewhat in disbelief that he could spend so much time in a single meditation session without realizing it. He opened the door to his pod and found Keeman, his body looking beat up. "What's wrong? It's been a while since you sought me out," said Lex, a soft smile on his face. Indeed, the situation, despite being ridiculously unpredictable, had somewhat stabilized in the sense that the other members of the Midnight Inn had improved so drastically that they no longer needed Lex to help out. Luther could manage the Castle Tavern on his own, and was more than capable of overseeing its operations without Lex's oversight. Z was doing a good job and had grown a lot, at least when it concerned fighting the Dark Knight. Since he had become an immortal at a young age, Lex suspected that for his personality to mature, it would take a lot longer than usual. Leonidas was taking care of the Midnight Battalion spectacularly, to the point where the mercenaries had no advantage over them at all, save in numbers. All in all, there was nothing Lex needed to oversee personally, so he had been spending his time studying laws, to be more specific, studying the laws of Abaddon. So that the constant fights wouldn't interrupt his meditation, Lex had created a meditation pod which was thoroughly insulated as well as portable, and Fenrir was in charge of carrying it around. It was just that when Lex got inside his pod, he hadn't realized he would be meditating for so long. He hadn't felt the passage of time at all, nor had he felt like he had spent a long time inside. In fact, he could only measure time by the progress he had made in studying Abaddon, which was substantial. Then again, given how long it had been, and the fact that with each passing year his control over laws increased, it only made sense. Fortunately, due to the alternating flows of time, not a lot of time must have passed for the other player in his Go board, or he might have faced heavy retaliation in the past few years. Without the distractions, though, Lex had made significant progress in understanding Abaddon, and would much more easily be able to determine their path forward. "We've encountered the Gone race again," Keeman explained. "The Gone race?" Lex asked, not expecting that answer. "We've encountered them before, and it was hardly worth writing home about. What is it? Are their corpses even more dangerous than last time? Is it their blood again?" Keeman shook his head. "No, it's not corpses. This time we've encountered living, breathing members of the Gone race, and as if that's not bad enough, they're all heaven immortals." Lex paused the joke he was about to make. That was bad news. To make it worse, considering the enmity between the Gone race and humans, it was unlikely that they would let them be. "Are they coming towards us?" Lex asked as he looked around. "No, not yet. They're being besieged by a number of locusts, and they aren't able to break free at the moment. They do, however, look much worse for wear than us, and their numbers aren't great. Right now, if we want to escape, we can." "Why do I get a feeling that that's not what you have in mind?" Lex asked, much more relaxed now that he knew they were under attack at that very moment. "This is the first other group we've come across. If we can capture and interrogate them, then we might be able to gain a lot of information about this place. Maybe we can even gain hints as to what they're doing here." Lex looked at Keeman with an amused expression. "You know, when you came and told me about a group of heaven immortals, I did not expect the first thing that would be on your mind would be to attack, and here I was mentally preparing myself to retreat. Keeman snorted. In my line of business, it's expected that we'll face enemies in higher realms than us. The Condottieri has given us many tools to face such situations and tip the battle in our favor. That said, this definitely won't be easy, and we could use all the help we can get. I came here to see if you'd be willing to lend a hand. I know that humans have a pretty severe disadvantage against the Gonds, which is why I won't blame you if you're not up for it. After all, the Midnight Inn came to aid us in our recovery, not to aid us in fights. If you don't want to take the risk, we can turn back. However, if you're up for it, then I have an idea about how we can proceed. Lex didn't immediately answer, though his instinct was to participate in the fight. Instead, he asked for more details. I've never faced the Gon race before, so I'm not too familiar with how effective their suppression is. What plan do you have in mind? He asked. Well, your castle has proven itself more than durable enough to survive a Heaven Immortal siege, and the members of your tavern are quite adept at long-range combat. My suggestion is that you escort us to the edge of the battlefield before deploying the castle and taking refuge within. From there, you can carry out long-range attacks, serving as sufficient distraction and bait for the Gon race. The members of the Path of Chaos are a lot more aggressive than those from the Path or Order. There's no way they'll miss an opportunity to attack some humans. That distraction will give us more than enough leeway to attack them, taking advantage of the locusts to eliminate most of them and capture a few for interrogation. The plan was about as sound as one could expect inside Abaddon. How many of them are there? He asked. A little under 100 of them. Now Lex was very confident in his own abilities, but 100 Heaven Immortals. Are you sure we can take on that many of them? Lex asked. I don't want to suffer needless casualties. While I'm not afraid of them myself, I have many mortals with me who would not survive an attack at all. I won't go as far as guaranteeing 100% success, but trust me, I would not propose this if my men and I weren't capable of handling the situation. Like I said, the Condottieri has given us the tools to handle such situations. Claiming the Condottieri had helped them basically meant that they had the support of a system behind them. That was quite reassuring, actually. Random though they may be, none could deny the effectiveness of systems in doing their jobs. Lex could only imagine the kind of advantages a mercenary system would give to the members of the mercenary group. This was also a good opportunity to face the Gon race and understand the kind of suppression they posed on humans. He had never met an enemy who had a specific biological advantage geared towards the human race specifically, and this would be a good chance to learn how to overcome such enemies. All right, you've got a deal, said Lex as he stretched his arms, loosening his muscles after nearly 2 decades. Of course, he himself had no intentions of hiding behind the castle walls. After so many years of suppressing his breakthrough to the next realm, Lex had grown a lot stronger, not to mention he had dedicated a part of his mind to cultivating while he meditated. That made this the single longest cultivation session he had ever had, and he was more than excited to see what progress he had made. His realm had not increased, obviously, but there had been a lot of other changes. In fact, he'd even gotten feedback from his paladin powers due to the success Jack had in rescuing the alligator, despite not needing to fight personally. It seemed there was more than one way to increase his paladin powers, something Lotus had been especially glad for. Speaking of Lotus, up against a 100 Heaven Immortals, Lex might need to pull out his Lotus form. It was kind of exciting. Chapter 17:17. Lex can last a whole minute, maybe. Lex had not used his Lotus form back since his fight with Jeffrey, mainly because there hadn't been a need for it. His Lotus form was not one he could enter whenever he wished, and using it put a severe strain on his body, even when he became an Earth Immortal. An ability such as that was best saved for truly critical moments. Even now, it was only up against almost 100 Heaven Immortals who, incidentally, had racial superiority. He had to admit, he was somewhat looking forward to using the ability. Since Lex was bonded to Lotus, their connection was very deep. That is why Lotus could benefit from Lex's paladin power, as unusual as it was, and why Lex could rely on Lotus during a critical moment. Lotus' original ability was to be able to turn energy into matter, an incredibly broken ability by any standard, and still far beyond what Lex could do. Lotus could literally manifest treasures out of pure energy, which was several levels above even what the crystal alligator and Goldilocks did. When Lex entered his Lotus form, he temporarily gained that ability, though the last time he had tried, he did not have enough energy in his body to actually transform anything. Moreover, his body could not bear the burden of the form for long. On the plus side, his position on the cosmic ascendance spectrum shot through the roof while he was in that form, and he gained the ability to rapidly absorb all energy to fuel his form, including the energy within any attacks coming his way. His physical strength also reached such a state that even now he could not match up. Lex had literally slapped a guy so hard his tenets broke. That was an actual thing that happened. Lex wasn't even close to being that strong now, despite being in a much higher realm. Honestly, just that was all Lex had been able to do in his Lotus form, because the ability had only lasted a few seconds. Now that he was much stronger and Lotus was slightly more mature, he was hoping that he'd be able to hold out for a whole minute. Lex and Keeman went their separate ways. Keeman went to prepare his mercenary army for the fight ahead, while Lex went to see what the situation was like with those from the inn. As it turned out, when Keeman had approached Lex, they had been on the move through a series of mountains made entirely of gems. They were inside one of the valleys and had spotted the Gon fighting inside another valley behind one of the mountains. While they too were fighting off locusts, after years and years of fighting, both the mercenaries and the people from the inn had become extremely adept at dealing with locusts. Most of the people from the inn were in the mech, with only Luther and Leonidas fighting independently. With Z leading the mech, Leonidas could fight on his own, despite being the leader of the Midnight Battalion. After all, he had perfected his team combat. Now it was just a matter of perfecting his individual combat. Little Blue, Fenrir, and Sunny were naturally also fighting on their own. Even so, Lex used his spirit sense to delve into the mech, observing each and every individual member that made it up. To say that the mortals had aged would technically be correct, since so much time had passed. Yet as peak nascent soul cultivators, their lifespans were so long that a couple of decades was hardly enough to change their appearances. Even so, the long time spent within Abaddon, practicing their hospitality under the constant threat of death, and using the mech on a daily basis, had caused subtle changes to their appearances and personalities. They were all more mature, and had the aura of war veterans. Their cultivation realms also seemed far more solid, as if they could initiate a tribulation to cross their realm at any moment. Naturally they could, but they had been withholding that so that they wouldn't encounter any freaky Abaddon tribulations. Just because Lex had a tendency to do the insane didn't mean everyone else did. "Lex, you're here," said Luther, his voice grim. "I take it you heard the news about the Gon, so what are we doing?" "Oh my, am I really seeing the day that Luther is resisting the urge to attack and capture prisoners for interrogation?" Lex teased. Yes, you are," said Luther. "The suppression from the Gon corpses was nowhere near what the living ones exude. As much as I love a good interrogation, I don't think we can take on 100 heaven immortals who had an additional advantage." "Well, what if we don't take them on? What if we plant the castle in front of their faces and only resist while taking long shots? Keeman seems to believe that he can take them all on his own." Luther frowned for a moment, as if considering the possibility. "This is also a good opportunity to face the Gon head-on. I don't know what their suppression is going to be like in battle, which is why if we face it now that we have reliable allies, we can prepare for it in case we need to face them in the future." Luther was still hesitant. "I don't know, if it was 1 or 2, that would still be fine, but fighting nearly 100 heaven immortals is really pushing it. The strongest of us is still an earth immortal. Even having the advantage of numbers on our side is not enough to overturn such a huge disadvantage." Lex really wanted to fight, but then again it wouldn't hurt to err on the side of precaution. Luther was right, 100 heaven immortals might be too much for them. The Condottieri has given Keeman something to allow him to fight those above his realm. It should be fine. If nothing else, I can at least assure you that we will be able to escape safe and sound. My meditation on the laws of Abaddon haven't been for nothing these past few years. How did we spot them without getting spotted in the first place? Lex asked. Little Blue was flying up above and spotted them from afar, Luther explained. Of course, Little Blue spotted a bunch of heaven immortals and didn't get spotted. Makes perfect sense, said Lex, although it really didn't. Kun Peng were not known for their stealth, or at least, Lex had never heard of their stealth abilities. Then again, he'd been meditating for a long time, so maybe he missed something. Lex extended his spirit sense to Keeman and informed him that they would be ready, but the members of the inn had their doubts about the mission, so they would take a safety-first approach. If things took an unexpected turn, they would retreat. Luther didn't think facing so many heaven immortals was a good idea, but since they were going to be doing exactly that, he would not shy away from it either. After all, it was important to get intel on the enemy. To be entirely honest, Lex was a little nervous too, but this was the second time he'd encountered the Gone race in Abaddon. He wanted to know what they were up to and if they had any leads on the Chalice. The Midnight Mech followed the mercenaries, fighting off locusts as they went, as they climbed over a gem mountain and came into view of the fight on the other side. The scale of it was much smaller. There were only a few heaven immortals compared to their group of thousands. The danger involved, however, was much greater. "You all set up the castle halfway down the mountain and attack from there," said Keeman, showing a rare side of himself as he commanded Lex. "We will charge down the mountain and use the locust's pressure on them to strike hard and strike fast. Since we're not really heaven immortals, I believe that if we avoid harming any locusts, they won't target us either." "What if the locusts target you too?" Lex asked. "Then we'll handle it," said Keeman, posing like a complete badass as he began his charge down the mountain. The Magma Lion had clearly spent too much time with Z and had been influenced by his anime. There was no turning back now, for the Gone had noticed the army and, much more importantly, noticed the humans. Even from hundreds of miles away, Lex could feel their gaze on him, and he could feel the circulation of his energy slow down just a bit. Even being spotted by them was enough to weaken him. He could only imagine what the others must be going through. Even so, not one of them showed a hint of fear or hesitation as they too began their charge. History had decided that humans would be prey for the Gone race. Their actions this day would make them predators instead. The suppression was different from any kind Lex had felt before. Usually, any form of suppression he faced came from the outside. It was a sign of a powerful enemy nearby or some unknown danger. Now, though, the suppression came from within. It was as if the heart was having just a little more trouble beating, as if the lungs had just a little less space within, and the muscles were just a little stiffer. The deep red sky seemed especially daunting today, almost as if it was bearing down on them, letting them know about their impending demise. Lex, of course, immediately noticed that besides simple physical suppression, there was an element of mental suppression too. The fact that, from so far away, just being sighted by the Gone race put so much pressure on him was crazy. Of course, the actual suppression he felt was negligible. But that fact that it was so noticeable and existed in so many forms, despite how strong he already was a testament to just how severely disadvantaged humans were against the Gone. It was as if the universe itself had designed the humans to be hunted by the Gone race. But that was not so. The suppression was not because of anything besides the weight of history. The Gone race was one of the two races that were responsible for the decline of the human race and had killed the last of the human Dowlords. As a result, they had gained an advantage. But that is all it was. From the day Lex had begun his cultivation, he'd been facing stronger opponents, regardless of where he went. This was nothing new for him. "Acclimatize yourselves to the suppression," Lex said, his voice calm and steady. "Keep your mind on your tasks, expect mental and psychological interference, so take precautions beforehand." About halfway down the mountain, the Midnight Mech stopped, and Luther revealed the castle within the snow globe and unveiled it. The castle appeared without any fanfare, standing tall on the mountain slopes. Even years of use within Abaddon had not marred its walls. Instead, the castle had only grown stronger in that time. Whether it was the initial aid of the insects back in the jungle or the slow accumulation of the valuable resources within Abaddon, both had helped make it stronger. It had borne the brunt of countless Earth immortal invasions without faltering even the slightest. Now it would be time to see how it stood against heaven immortals. Lex nodded to Z while the latter took his position on the walls, already on the hunt for the Dark Knight. He would not miss this opportunity to cause trouble. Lex, too, mentally prepared himself for the possibility of interference through the Go board. For once, Luther did not summon the two Hellion armies that the castle could generate, for they would be too weak for their adversaries today. Instead, he sat upon the chair in the Great Hall, ready to maximize the castle's defenses at a moment's notice. He was also ready to rush to the front lines, using his bloodline to its utmost. Any ability related to time could not be underestimated at all. Now that he was an immortal himself, he only understood just how impressive it really was. With a heavy, tension-filled silence, the members of the inn watched as the mercenary army rushed towards the Gone. Any moment now, they would make contact. "Z Leonidas, I'm leaving this up to you," said Lex as he watched. "I'll be paying attention to the castle, so if things get tough, I'll hop on back, but use this opportunity well. I don't believe that we cannot overcome this suppression." Z and Leonidas both only grunted. Talking took up too much energy. Lex cracked his neck and fixed up his tie, making sure to center it properly. If he was going to put on a performance, he had to look his best. He summoned Naraka, the blade trembling with excitement. The blade craved strong battle, and Lex hardly ever went looking for a fight, so most of the time its desires remained unsated. That was not to say that the sword was alive. It most certainly was not. It was simply a magic sword made by a hammer deity using Lex's bone, and since his body was a part of his soul, the sword was connected to Lex in a way that could not be explained. So the prospect of the upcoming fight had it excited. The greater the foe, the greater the challenge, the more the sword loved it. Maybe that was an aspect of Lex it had adopted. Lex took a step forward and appeared right beside Keeman, at the very forefront of the army. This close, the suppression from the Gone race hit him like a truck, but the suppression also challenged his dragon heart. Domination rippled out from his skin as it challenged the very laws of the cosmic ascendance spectrum that attempted to put Lex in his place. But only he himself could decide what that place was. Keeman finally activated some ability, and it targeted all the enemies in front of them, locusts and Gone alike. A dome of spikes and chains fell from the sky, trapping all of them within and forcibly pushing down the realm of the Gone and the locusts. They tried to resist. Naturally, they tried to resist, and spikes drew blood. It wasn't that resisting the realm's suppression was impossible. It was just that resisting the suppression would cause them injuries, and the harder they resisted, the graver the injuries. It would be a contest to see whether they could survive long enough to completely remove the suppression. Unfortunately, neither Keeman nor anyone else had any intention of giving them long enough to determine the result. Keeman activated his second ability, and all the mercenaries gained an aura unique to the Reaving Dread mercenaries, an aura which allowed them to fight above their realm. Even then, the mercenaries did not attack the locusts, no. They attacked the Gone race. With a cataclysmic explosion, the army rammed into its enemies, yet the ape-like beasts were not easy prey. Despite the many advantages he had gained, Keeman was pushed back. Lex, however, stood right in front of one of the savage creatures that glared at him with hungry eyes. He was neither angry nor afraid. He simply allowed himself to feel the full force of the racial suppression that had gripped him. The Gone in front Lex was taller than him, its bulky frame covered in metallic spikes instead of hair towering above him like a behemoth. This close, the suppression almost like there was a snake wrapped around his body, constricting him, choking him. His lungs refused to pull in air, and a cold chill traveled down his spine, reminding him of a time when he used to feel fear. Midst the chaos of battle, surrounded by locusts, Gone, and the mercenaries, Lex stood still and continued to look at the member of the Gone race in front of him, and wondered if that's all there was to it. "Is that it?" Lex asked, his gentle yet curious voice spreading through the cacophony of the surrounding battle. "Is that all you can muster after being so superior?" Lex was genuinely unimpressed. To be fair, the suppression that Grimshaw had on Jack was far superior to what Lex was feeling now, and even that had not stopped Jack, so for this to stop Lex was totally unimaginable. The Gone looked down at Lex, a savage brutality in its eyes, yet it neither spoke, nor did it move to attack Lex in any way. That is because it simply couldn't. Lex could have a physical body, he could turn entirely into a soul, and he could turn into thought as well. In reality, while it appeared that Lex stood in front of the creature, that was just a projection. Lex had dismantled its defenses and entered inside its mind. It should not have been this easy, it really shouldn't have. They were an entire realm apart, so even if Lex could win, it should have been a struggle. Yet it was. Lex's cultivation technique was finally beginning to show just how overpowered it was. Unlike Regal Embrace, which had obvious results in the form of giving him an unbreakable defense, his new cultivation technique seemed too unfocused and too spread out. In truth, whatever it did, it just kept building Lex's foundation, strengthening him from the very base, right up until he had reached an unbelievable level. Lex's physical strength was already stronger than a normal heaven immortal's in the lower levels. What truly kept him weaker than them was his inability to interact with relational laws. However, after 2 decades of meditation and cultivation, as well as the strengthening feedback from resisting entering into the next realm, Lex had entered a realm of power which made it entirely unfair to consider him a normal Earth immortal. Lex, oddly enough, thought back to Cornelius II, the only man to give him a tough fight in an equal level. For some reason, Lex felt like back then, Cornelius had been in the exact same state Lex was in now. It seemed he, too, had been resisting entering the next realm to increase his understanding of laws. It only made sense that as a student of Ventura, the foremost cultivation academy in the universe, he would be taught about the best way to progress forward. Lex suddenly felt like going back to the Crystal Realm and fighting him to see how the fight would go. His instincts told him that it still wouldn't be an easy fight. The man was a true genius, and his plots and schemes ran deep. Facing the suppression of the Gone race now, Lex felt like Cornelius had been training all the humans within the Crystal Realm to become a superior fighting force so that eventually they'd be able to fight through the suppression the Gone race had on humans. The Craven, then, were merely a sharpening tool for him. Lex didn't exactly agree with the immense loss of life that such a plan would cause, but he couldn't argue with the results. Lex stopped thinking of random things, and instead thought back to how Cornelius used his lawcraft. Every time Lex felt like he had understood it, it turned out there were more secrets hidden within. Only now could Lex see that hidden behind the facade of immense power was the subtle influence of relational laws. The man had, in the Earth immortal realm, used relational laws inside a realm that did not tolerate heaven immortals. Yeah, Lex decided that he would definitely go back and have another bout against Cornelius when he was done here. Compared to that feat, the defense that these Gone put against him was not worth mentioning. They were strong, had powerful abilities, and controlled laws very effectively. None of that was enough to stop Lex, not anymore. Lex did not fight against all the heaven immortals, now that would be just plain stupid. But this one, who stood still within the chaos of battle, uninterrupted by both the mercenaries or the locusts, had become Lex's victim. Lex had already created a bunch of lawcrafts from Golden Inferno to Immortal Aegis to talk to the Hand 2 and even Supremacy. Now, though, he combined all of them into one, supplementing it with his understanding of Abaddon, as well as the mind games he played with Jeffrey back when he became a new immortal, to create a lawcraft that would only work within Abaddon. Of course, he could use the same template and adapt it to other realms. 1. Welcome guest, the Gone race member heard in his head, spoken by a soft, nearly gentle voice, to the Abaddon Inn. The Gone's surroundings suddenly changed, and he was no longer in the midst of battle, nor was his mind stuck in a state of savage anger. Instead, a subtle dread began to fill his chest as he looked at the unnatural landscape around him. Hands and faces made from earth and clay rose out of the ground, frozen, still screaming, filled with expressions of pain and terror, wailing at the red sky above, seeking, yearning for repentance, yet finding only retribution. A man appeared in front of him, dressed in a spectacular suit, wearing a devilish mask in front of his face. You can call me the Invincible Tyrant. I will be your host today. 1. In case people forgot, the Golden Inferno is his own version of Dragon's Breath. Immortal Aegis and Talk to the Hand 2 are defensive techniques, and Supremacy is where he uses his voice to give commands that the target is forced to obey. Invincible Tyrant is the name of his mask ability he used back in the inn, which hid his ability, and had an element of divinity to it, because people started to fear the tyrant so much, it became a form of faith. There was no way Lex was going to call himself the Innkeeper, even in a situation where he was sure he was going to win. The universe was full of things he couldn't even imagine, so unless he was in the well-protected environment of the inn, he was going to make no claims to that position. Within the new hell that Lex had created under the name of the Abaddon Inn, Lex studied the Gone race member, analyzing every single thought that went through his mind. In truth, he had not teleported them anywhere. Instead, Lex had used all his recent experiences and amalgamated them into one of the most potent tools he could imagine, one that was even more devastating than pure, brute strength. He had used the body as the prison, the soul as the prisoner, and the spirit as the conduit between the technique, himself, and his target. There was only a single ultimate purpose of this technique, to break the target's mind. Of course, it could be used for a myriad of other reasons as well. Back then, Lex had used a mix of mental techniques and just simple lies to confuse Jeffrey about the difference between reality and illusion, causing him to have a mental breakdown and reveal critical information. He could only pull that off due to his extensive preparation and help from external sources. Now, though, this technique served as a way to replicate that feat. The Abaddon Inn only existed within the target's mind, though it was very much a real place. In fact, Lex had used the fluid laws of Abaddon themselves, alongside the characters from the Book of Changes, to create this artificial place. Subsequently, everything that happened within here to the target would reflect in reality as well. You are a mere human, the Gone race member said, hiding the fear he was feeling from showing. How dare you stand before me with such bluster? Your inferior race exists only to wash our blades with your blood. Kneel and present yourself for judgment. Lex felt a certain pressure on him once he heard the command, but it was hardly of any consequence to him. He could see how it might be difficult for normal humans to overcome, but it was no longer something he had to bother with. "Please, I implore you," said Lex, his voice drenched in sincerity. "Do not be so weak. Show some real resistance. Make this hard for me, or else I might start to become arrogant once again." The Gone race member was offended by Lex's words and insulted by his genuine sincerity. He roared and rushed forward to attack Lex, putting his strength on display. But compared to how Grimshaw's every action was a threat to Jack's existence, compared to how Oru hid a tremendous power behind her every word, compared to the unfathomable strength that Cornelia seemed to keep in reserve, the attack was just too lacking. Lex sighed with disappointment before once again falling back into the persona of the invincible tyrant. "Dear guest, before we begin the tour of the inn, allow me to show you to your room," the tyrant said, his voice formal and polite. A distorted face suddenly sprang from the ground, its mouth open wide so that it could unleash its soul-tearing scream. It happened too quickly, the open mouth appearing in front of the Gone race member before it could retreat. As it tried to slow down, the face fell forward, swallowing it in the darkness. He found himself in a new, much darker room, full of some liquid that came up to his knees. A faint, red hue was the only light in the darkness, vaguely showing dark outlines of furniture all around him. The Gone member tried to wield laws, tried to call them to his aid, but they kept slipping from his hands, as if he had been trying to capture sand in a sandstorm. In truth, Lex kept the laws fluctuating constantly. This was Abaddon, and the only consistent thing about it was its inconsistency. Using the characters from the Book of Changes, Lex kept the laws in a constant state of flux so that they were changing too fast for the Gone to make use of, all the while keeping them in a state where his inn would remain undisturbed. "This is your bed, where you can lay down if you need rest," a voice spoke out from the darkness echoing all around him. Chains erupted from the water, shackling his arms and legs before pulling him back onto a flat surface under the water. The Gone tried to resist, but the liquid became extremely thick, making it harder to move and absorbing all his force. At the same time, it began to flow down his nose and throat, suffocating him. The subtle fear was now turning into horror as he tried to resist, but kept failing. He was trying to use some of his contingencies, but for some odd reason, they weren't working. The actual reason was simple. He only thought he was activating them, whereas in truth, everything was happening inside his mind. His actual body stood perfectly still, not moving, not breathing, not circulating any energy, save what it did subconsciously. Even a heaven immortal was no threat if he could not use the greatest weapon at his disposal, relational laws. Since Lex had deprived him of access, for however little a time, he was at Lex's mercy. "This is your cupboard where you may store your belongings," the voice said once more, echoing even beneath the suffocating liquid. Through his burning eyes, the Gone race member saw a cupboard opening, but instead of clothes or belongings he saw his memories, his thoughts, his concerns. One by one, they escaped his body and hung themselves within the cupboard, as if being stored, leaving him only with his ever-growing terror. Maybe he could have thought of a way to escape if given the opportunity, but for that he would need to think, and with Lex pulling every thought directly out of his mind, that was impossible. Soon, the Gone race member was left with no thought except the feelings of helplessness, fear, and suffocation. Everything else had been neatly stored in the cupboard. The tyrant sighed. "I didn't even get to show you our other services. Well, let me at least help you tidy up your belongings." The cupboard morphed, turning into a walk-in closet, allowing the tyrant to casually step in and take a look. "I didn't even need the lotus form," Lex lamented. Internally, he kept telling himself not to become too arrogant, yet it could not be helped. He felt that now only the most elite of the elite, the highest echelon of the universe, could pose any real threat to him. All normal people, even if at a higher cultivation level, could no longer challenge him. He still wouldn't take on 100 heaven immortals, but there was nothing stopping him from taking them on one at a time. Chapter 1721, 11 Realms. Chapter 1721, 11 Realms. As Lex strolled through the memories of the Gone race he had trapped within the Abaddon Inn, he couldn't help but reflect on how simple the fight actually had been. All his fights before this had been a competition of power and skill, of technique and experience. Yet in this fight, he had taken a foe who should have, objectively speaking, been a tough opponent and had disarmed him simply. Lex didn't think that his tenets were necessarily stronger than whatever means that the Gone race used to manipulate laws were. He also didn't think he was some kind of once-in-a-lifetime combat genius. All he did was anticipate his opponents' actions and created a lawcraft using the tools at his disposal to effectively disable them. It was like handcuffing a bodybuilder's hands behind his back and then asking him to do a chest press. There was no doubt that the bodybuilder could perform that action under ordinary circumstances, but given his situation, something that would otherwise pose no difficulty to him at all was now impossible. Lex knew that this didn't make him invincible, far from it, but also knew that he could build on this experience and create more lawcrafts that were more elusive and esoteric, making them difficult to counter and more effective against his enemies. A part of Lex was still worried that he was becoming arrogant once again, yet another part of him felt like that apprehension was as a result of all the times he got into trouble way beyond his level. Even though it wasn't like he was on top of the universe now, he had to admit that the number of things that could threaten him was reducing drastically. Maybe it was time to loose a little. The heavens knew he lived in a very cautious and not at all death-prone lifestyle. It might be nice to enjoy himself a little as himself, not as Jack. Jack was having fun every day. After a little contemplation, Lex decided that after he became a heaven immortal, he'd take things nice and slow for a while and just enjoy himself. He nodded to himself, and with that decision made, his attention returned to the closet full of thoughts and memories belonging to the gone race. "Now then, let's see what you have to share with me," Lex muttered, his senses spreading out. Gone Lex faced was actually a slave. What kind of entity could keep a heaven immortal as a slave? At the very least a celestial immortal, or a whole bunch of them likely. There was also the possibility of someone at a higher realm having them as slaves, but considering the fact that Lex faced no obstacles taking him down, that was unlikely. After all, anyone backed by, or at least owned by, a Tao Lord would have some kind of marker on them to reveal their affiliation or ward of enemies. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, all information pertaining to the owner of the gone race, and their specific reason within Abaddon was sealed off. Well, Lex never imagined he'd get the information so easily anyway. All he needed to do was hold this prisoner until Keeman finished with the rest, or until it was time to escape. He started to look at other information, which did not really come sorted despite how neatly everything was hung in the cupboard. For example, on one rack of memories, Lex learned that the Gone never wore clothes, and their metallic spiky hair served as their armor, as well as their weapons. On the same rack, he also learned that over 13,000 of them had come to Abaddon over several thousand years ago, for whatever their purpose was. Their group was supposed to have a number of leaders who knew the actual details of their tasks, but the leaders had died long ago, so now all these Gones did was roam around and fight. On another rack, he learned that the Gone were actually a very fierce race and highly combative. They were extremely harsh on themselves, often raiding, killing, and enslaving their own race members. Yet somehow they were even harsher on everyone else. To be fair, humans did their fair share of murdering and looting their own kinds, so Lex couldn't really judge them on that. He also learned that Josiah, that was the name of the Gone whose memories he was searching, was originally from a well-off background. However, his family fell on troubled times, and as a result, he was somehow sold as a slave by his own father due to his immense potential. The fact that he had become a heaven immortal kind of proved how much potential he really had. Lex couldn't imagine who could just let thousands of heaven immortals just die without even trying to rescue them. The memories and thoughts were a jumble, so it took Lex a bit to actually find something valuable, such as the history of the Gone race. On the universal scale, the Gone race was a behemoth, controlling 11 major realms and thousands of smaller ones. That gave Lex pause. He wasn't sure how strong exactly the Henali were, for he knew they controlled some other major realms, but he wasn't sure if even they had 11 major realms. For a single race to control so many of them was actually genuinely bewildering, especially when considering that the Gone race was supposed to be from the path of chaos. Now Lex had never officially interacted with anyone from the path of chaos before, but everyone he had interacted with was from the path of order. The bank, the Celestials, the Henali, all those powerful forces that controlled so much of the universe, were all from the path of order, which was at war with the path of chaos. Yet the Gone race controlled 11 major realms. It seemed that the universe was far wider than Lex had imagined, and he hadn't even begun to encounter all the forces within it. Good thing he was nice and humble, and not at all arrogant about his newfound strength. Lex kept looking. He wanted to know more details about their history, and especially the details about their relationship with the humans. Surprisingly, it seemed like humans didn't actually play a significant role in their lives at all. In fact, for the most part, Josiah never even thought about humans. They were entirely unworthy of his attention. Lex delved deeper into his memories. The Gon were a proud, war-prone race who sought nothing but to expand their domain farther and farther. That did not mean, however, that they lacked intelligence. If that were so, they would not have gained control over 11 major realms. Through insidiousness and meticulous planning, they had designed their social structures specifically to promote strength, shun weakness, and engage in conquest. The humans were not the only race that they had caused to go into decline, which was one of the reasons they did not pay special attention to humans. In general, the ideology that the Gon prescribed too was to have the general populace of their race be strong. So, in terms of governance, they focused on developing the whole rather than specific talented individuals. Of course, that was only limited to the overarching governance. Within their societies, strong individuals obviously gained more attention and recognition. Lex wanted to learn more about the universal position that the Gon held, but as Josiah was a slave, his knowledge was severely limited. In fact, he knew almost nothing about Gon relations with other races. Sadly, Lex only learned very limited useful things from Josiah when it concerned his race. Things like food preferences, cultural habits, family structures, and all were all well and good, but they didn't really help him. Though interesting to note was that among the Gon, there was no concept of familial love. Offsprings were merely a means of expanding one's personal power, which is why the Gon tried to have as many kids as possible. There was no concept of family love among them. Instead, the greatest form of relationship among Gon was that of master and disciple. A master who could teach his disciple to fight and could teach well would be loved and revered across the race, regardless of background, and even regardless of the master's own cultivation level. For example, if Josiah had been able to prove himself a worthy teacher, he could have literally broken free from his status of slave. Unfortunately, such things were often easier said than done, especially for a race with such high standards. A lot of the details of how their power structures worked was missing from Josiah's mind, either out of ignorance or as a result of another seal. There was some detail about cultivation, and it seemed that the Gon race grew stronger by eating those who were strong. It was a pretty broken cultivation system, considering all they needed to do was feed a weakling something that belonged to someone stronger, and the weakling would grow strong. Then again, that much was expected from a race that was so strong on a universal scale. That was another reason why their race was so warlike, and that they did not fear fighting against strong opponents. In fact, they sought out strong opponents. Overall, Lex was decently satisfied with what he learned about the Gon race. He expected that when Keeman and the others took their turn interrogating him, they might be able to break whatever seals were on his mind. Comparatively, what Josiah knew about Abaddon was a lot more useful to Lex. He had spent countless years here already, and had seen things that neither Lex nor Keeman had even imagined. He went through ruins, went through citadels, and found actual, thriving cities inhabited by genuine residents of Abaddon, not like the jungle which merely existed here. The cities were too dangerous for them, though, so they had only seen them from afar. All of that was well and good. It could supplement Lex's understanding of Abaddon in more ways than one, since Lex saw not only his memories but his understanding of the laws as well. FR/EU BN OV/L COM. The thing Lex cared most about was one particular memory where, in the distance, there was a well. Or rather, he should say, in the distance was the Well of Forgotten Dreams. One of Lex's optional quests was to locate the Well of Dreams, and now he saw exactly where it was. Lex paused and delved entirely into the memory, taking in the feeling, the scent, the spatial pressure, all of it and more, trying to memorize it so he could locate it himself. It was on a cliffside, right above a raging sea. In Josiah's memories it was dark, for thunderclouds filled the sky and a massive storm encompassed the lands. Rain fell like artillery, each drop nearly lethal just for the force it contained, let alone its intense acidity. The wall was clearly visible in an alcove in the cliffside, its silver stone walls polished and pristine. A small shed stood above it, protecting it from the rain and seemingly all external influences, for a number of flying creatures kept trying to approach, but were kept at bay. Awesome power, the kind that had only ever been mentioned in legends, emanated from the well, welcoming any to try to take control of it. But the more it was like that, the more Josiah and the others avoided it, for the well was not their purpose, and they knew not of its origins. It was a fleeting memory, one among 100,000, but even from the memory, Lex could feel its power. The well called to him, as if he was destined to get it, as if it had been waiting all this time just for him. Lex was unique, he was special. His existence foretold, and so through the ages, the well had waited for him. Lex exhaled and quickly exited the cupboard full of memories. That well was abnormal as heck if just the memory of it inside another being was enough to try to enthrall him. If this wasn't the clearest, most obvious attempt at cultivator catfishing, then he didn't know what was. After all, it was a well-known fact that the only thing cultivators liked more than jade beauties was treasure. The Abaddon Inn was a broken-as-hell technique, and only worked because the laws within Abaddon were in a constant state of flux. The underlying premise of the ability was in depriving the target of the ability to influence laws while ensuring that the user's connection to the laws wasn't affected. But even depriving the target of the ability to influence laws was only the first step, albeit an important one for more than one reason. The technique immobilized the body, not by restricting the body, but by targeting the connection between the soul and the body. He affected that connection by occupying the spirit, or the mind entirely, preventing his conscious and subconscious mind from defending while he established the technique. For this to work out well, any strong stimuli was required, whether it be positive or negative. After all, occupying the mind was what determined whether the technique would be successful or not. Though the technique had worked wonderfully in this instance, Lex knew that the technique wasn't that great. There were too many steps, each one with too many weaknesses and all of them critical. The biggest weakness of the technique was that it wouldn't even work outside Abaddon, since in the rest of the universe, the laws tended to be less fluid. While he was here, though, it would be a pretty powerful tool as long as he didn't mess it up. More importantly, it was his first attempt at using his real-life experiences to recreate a powerful, dynamic technique that did more than just one thing. Sure, he could breathe fire or put up defensive walls, but like he had just proved, more complex techniques could make a tough fight easier, and could handle a wider range of problems. Making and using the Abaddon Inn would be good practice for what he could do later on. He did not intend on keeping his scope limited. Up until now, he mostly used his lawcrafting to fight or defend, but there was no reason why it couldn't be used for literally everything else either. For example, not only was Abaddon Inn good for controlling the target, it could do a number of other things that Lex had reflected in the services that the inn offered. Room and boarding were the most simple of them. He was especially proud of what his Abaddon Inn's meditation room could accomplish. He exited the technique, leaving Josiah in there, and looked around. The fight, to no surprise, was still going on. The Gone were suppressed, and were being targeted by both the Locusts and the mercenaries, and yet were managing to hold their own. In fact, they were doing great. As a race bred and built for war, they had been trained from birth on how to fight during an unfavorable situation, and that training was coming in handy. A flicker of excitement flashed through Lex's eyes. Maybe he'd be able to use his Lotus form after all. At the same time, he also felt confused. Free Webben /OV/LCOM. He had basically learned about the Well of Forgotten Dreams location, and yet he'd received no notification updating his quest. So maybe what he had found wasn't the well. Maybe it was something else. It didn't feel like that, though. "Keeman, what's the situation?" Lex asked through his spirit sense. "I have one prisoner, but a lot of his memories are sealed, so I can't learn much from him." "That is because you have captured a foot soldier. Although this army no longer has a commanding officer, there are tiers even among the ones who remain. Can you look through the prisoner's memories and identify who is leading this army?" Lex shook his head, not that anyone could see. He was still just a thought hiding inside Josiah's mind. "No, there's no commander. These are all slaves left for dead. All their commanders are dead." In the midst of a heated battle, it was tough to read facial expressions, especially when the expressions that needed to be read belonged to a magma lion. Even so, Lex could tell something was wrong the moment he finished speaking. "What is it?" Lex asked. "Take the prisoner and retreat quickly," Keeman said, his voice extremely worried. "Put the castle in its strongest defensive form and prepare to heal a lot of wounded. Our situation is a lot worse than I expected." "What is it?" Lex asked, even as his body emerged from within Josiah and grabbed him, ready to retreat. If this is a slave army, the moment they seem like they're going to lose, they will pull a kamikaze maneuver. Can you imagine nearly 100 heaven immortals self-destructing? Because I can't, and I don't want to find out. A chill went down Lex's spine as he picked up the Gone, making sure that he was still stuck within the Abaddon Inn, and teleported back to the castle. He immediately began erecting barriers around the castle, while putting more and more seals on Josiah. Lex wouldn't want his body to self-destruct on its own, so he put every seal he could on Josiah. Meanwhile, they all watched as Keeman and his army slowly retreated from battle, putting even less and less pressure on them. It was obvious that Keeman had been preparing something to help him win the battle, but he had cancelled that plan and was instead focused solely on escaping. The problem was that the Gon would self-destruct as soon as they felt like defeat was likely, so they didn't dare fight them. At the same time, they also didn't dare remove the suppression on them because just the fallout from their fight would be dangerous. Slowly and carefully, Keeman and their group retreated. Unfortunately, the Gon race was not dumb. They immediately realized that the mercenaries had come to fight them, and were the Pens who suppressed them, so they moved the fight to the mercenaries, not allowing them to leave. Now they were in a sticky situation. If they tried to win, the Gon would blow themselves up. If they tried to avoid the fight, they would be followed, and it wasn't like losing the fight was an option either. "Prepare yourselves," Lex said, transmitting his voice to Keeman. "I'm going to teleport your whole group to us, and then we're going to make a run for it." "That won't work," Keeman responded immediately. "If we teleport away, they will chase after us and exit the suppressive dome. What we'll be facing then is the full might of almost 100 heaven immortals. In this situation, all we can do is find a way to suppress them all simultaneously, or maybe a way to defeat them all in one swoop." A somber expression covered Lex's face as he tried to think of a solution. "Do not worry, even now I have not run out of contingencies," Keeman assured Lex from afar. "What you need to do is to make the castle as defensible as possible, so that if it is forced to, it can survive the fallout from the self-destruction of so many immortals. I'll try to contain the situation, but if worse comes to worst, I have a means of quick retreat. I'll return to the castle. After that, we'll just have to put the endurance of those walls to the test." Lex frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I can come and help you fight. I took one of them out, and if I repeat the process, it'll take time, but I'm sure I can eventually take them all out." Lex was being generous with how confident he felt in defeating them all. While the Abaddon Inn was a powerful technique, getting it to work was not easy. If his enemies had the opportunity to see him use it repeatedly, surely they'd think of a way to avoid it. If they see their defeat coming, they will self-destruct. Fear is not an emotion that the Gon feel literally. If they are slaves, they will have strict orders about it. Victory or defeat has to be decided in one swift move. Leave it to me. Lex used this moment to reflect. Only minutes ago, he had been feeling good about his strength. Now he was in grave peril. "Lex, why are you smiling like that?" Leonidas asked curiously. "Smiling? I'm not smiling. We're in a very serious situation, so I'm taking this very seriously," Lex responded matter-of-factly. Leonidas gave him an odd look, but didn't say anything. "By the way, if you see Z, tell him to watch me and take notes. I'll show him what a real transformation looks like." Oh, he was so going to use his lotus form. But this was not the moment to feel giddy, so Lex wiped the non-existent smile off his face and got to work. Luthor was already doing everything to ensure that the castle had all of its own defenses up. Lex began augmenting them and creating new barriers. If he still had regal embrace, blocking something like this shouldn't have been a problem. It seemed he was going to find out if he had kept up with the trajectory he was on or had fallen behind. Keeman, in the meantime, had resumed his fight and appeared to still be losing, though he was no longer being pushed back. Lex, however, could tell that he was preparing something. He just didn't know what that something was. For hours, the fight continued. That wasn't surprising. Fights at this level hardly ever concluded quickly. But in Abaddon, staying in one place for long was a bad idea. A number of locusts had found the castle and started to attack them as well, while the Heaven Immortal ones joined in on the fight against the Gon, who were beginning to feel the pressure. Yet considering the threat of self-destruction, the unlikely reinforcements were actually a bad thing. During this entire period, Lex did not rest. He was not putting up layers and layers of defense. No, he simply erected one barrier around the castle and was reinforcing it in every way he knew how. The barrier was already far superior to techniques like Talk to the Hand 2, and it wouldn't even block Keeman or the other mercenaries if they ran through it. Everything else, though, would have a hard time crossing it. Finally, a change happened. The dome of spike above the immortals, the one that had been suppressing them, started to move. All this time, Keeman had been accumulating energy for the dome, and though he wasn't ready to use this attack yet, the situation was getting precarious. If he could see it, so could the Gon, so there was no telling what they might do. He had to act before that. The dome suddenly broke apart, each of the spikes turning and targeting one of the Gon before shooting down towards them like missiles. It happened all too quickly. The spikes were launched before anyone could reach, and embedded themselves inside the Gon, despite their own sturdy bodies and spiky hair. The spikes weren't lethal attacks, no. They were seals. The metallic spikes turned to liquid and were absorbed into their targets' bodies, sealing them instantly, locking their bodies in place and preventing their energies from flowing. In fact, the seal seemed to even freeze their minds. For a moment it seemed like it had worked, for a moment. Then the hair on Lex's body stood up, and he saw Keeman activate some ability that turned him and the rest of the mercenaries into a beam of blue light. Yet before that light could reach the castle, a much, much brighter light lit up the valley. All sound was gone, all sensation vanished. Lex could only see white light, and even his spirit senses could only detect white. Then, amidst an overload to the senses, Lex vaguely saw a hazy blue blur pass him, or maybe he didn't. That's because the next moment, he felt an impact on his barrier, an impact he immediately knew that his barrier wouldn't be able to block for long. There was something transcendental about the force that assaulted them, something beyond Lex's comprehension. Therefore it was something he had not prepared to defend against. Lex fixed his tie almost as if it mattered, considering that no one was able to see anything other than white, and took a step forward. On his back beneath his clothes, a lotus tattoo began to bloom, causing Lex's aura to change. Midst an endless tide of white, the inhabitants of the castle tavern saw a familiar figure, his back turned towards them. If the sudden arrival of the white light had scared any of them before, then that fear had vanished now. Lex had never failed them before, and he wouldn't start now. Within the tavern castle, a gravely injured magma lion weakly looked up into the sky. He had survived barely, not because of any strength of his own, but because of the enchantments the condottieri had put on them, making it exceptionally hard for them to die, beyond what should normally be possible. Within his chest was a glass orb, cracked as if it was ready to fall apart at the slightest gust of wind. Within that orb were the rest of the mercenaries, frozen solid in a state of protected stasis. Even then, the price they would pay for this survival was not small. That is, if they lived long enough to pay it to begin with. The self-destruction of so many heaven immortals was bound to be devastating, and it was only made worse by the fact that the Gon had gone all out to develop special techniques to ensure maximum damage whenever they self-destructed. After all, this was standard practice among their slave armies. Despite how critical the situation was, Keeman held out hope. If the condottieri had taken so many precautions for them, then it only made sense for the innkeeper to take precautions for the group from the inn as well. Hopefully there was some kind of protective technique or treasure they could employ. Keeman looked up, hoping to find hope. All he saw instead was an endless canvas of white, with but a single figure visible against the backdrop. Keeman could not see Lex, but he felt in that moment the immense confidence his figure was giving off, reassuring everyone who looked at him. His shoulders were firm and strong, his back straight and unbending. It was as if his tiny figure could support the weight of the world all alone. Right now, that is exactly what he needed to do. As he stepped forward, braving against the purposefully engineered force of destruction, Z, who remained invisible to everyone, raised his baton and created music. When the white light came, it was accompanied by a hush so profound it cast every echo into oblivion. It filled the air with a silence so absolute it exiled all sound as though it were blasphemy. But just as Lex took his first steps, intruding upon that sacred silence came the deep, resonant pulse of a bass guitar. Deep and primal like a war chant of defiance, the guitar strummed, its rhythm quick and energetic, as if rising to the impossible challenge. Z knew there was no time for a build-up or a beat drop, so immediately the music became more complex, adding layers of power, all of which concentrated on Lex, empowering him. It wasn't like Z believed Lex needed help or anything, but for too long the inn had been protected by individuals, by the innkeeper, by Lex, by any who stepped forward to rise up to an impossible challenge. But no more. This was a declaration, not just to the universe, but just as much as to himself. Even if their protectors had all the power in the world, they would not protect the inn alone. To the beat of the drum, Leonidas beat his chest. No one could see him. No one could hear him. Yet even without communication, the Midnight Battalion started to do the same. Seated within the Great Hall, Luther could observe everything a lot more clearly, so he did the one thing he had learned from Lex. He took out a camera and prepared to take cool pictures. In the face of absolute, unbridled, destructive power, all the mortals of the inn looked up to Lex's absolute confidence in their eyes. Fenrir howled. Little Blue spread his wings and observed from the sky, a Kun Peng in full form, looking at one of its first-ever heroes. Sunny did not have as much of a history with Lex, but the trust was infectious, so it too decided to observe in silence. All of this happened behind Lex, and blinded by the white light he should have been unable to sense any of it. Yet as he fused deeper with the powers of Lotus, his power approached a new threshold he had never touched before. Many laws suddenly became like child's play to him, easy to understand, easy to control. Others still remained hidden and esoteric, but at least they were clearer and simpler to use. Karma was one of them. He could feel through his karma the absolute faith and trust everyone had in him. Initially, he had just been giddy for a chance to use his Lotus form, but as he felt the immense weight of everyone's trust on his shoulders, Lex couldn't help but tone down his smile. Yes, Lex had the inner child in him that he displayed through Jack, filled with wanderlust and overflowing excitement. But he also had in him the heart of a protector. The inn had become more his family than his actual family, and while he wanted to enjoy himself, there was nothing more important to him than the safety of his new family. Lex reached out to the Lotus, to its power, and discovered that he was still unable to use its true, core ability. He still could not create matter from pure energy. That said, he was still a lot stronger now, so he could sustain this form a lot longer, and he could bear the burden of this power longer. Also, just because he couldn't create something from pure energy didn't mean he couldn't use that energy at all. Lex held out his hand, as if about to use talk to the hand, and actually disengaged his protective barrier, allowing the devastating attack to land on him. More specifically, he allowed it to land on his palm, from where his Lotus form began to rapidly absorb all the energy. It didn't matter what intent was hidden inside the energy, what laws, what secrets. In front of the absolute power of the Lotus, which could absorb even pure chaos energy and use it for itself, the force of destruction was naught but fuel. Lex could not help but think how fortunate it was that the word seed Lotus weren't very active plants, and that their entire purpose in life was to create a world before dying. If this particular race was a combative race, eager to fight and conquer, they may have long taken over the universe. That was because not only did Lex not find the entirety of the destructive force difficult to absorb, he concluded that it could only fuel his form for a dozen minutes or so. This is probably what true supremacy felt like. Speaking of which, Lex narrowed his eyes. In this form, he could sense a lot more than he could previously, and so he saw something that he had missed before. The Gon race were not alone. It's true, the Gon race was strong. They had influence, and they had proven themselves on the universal stage. That did not change the fact that these Gon that Lex had met were slaves. They were heaven immortals to boot, so the memory restrictions on them were too much for Lex to break through in a short while. Of course, if given enough time, he could do it, probably. But regardless of whether he could do it later or not, it didn't change the fact that in the middle of a battle, what Lex could do was limited. He'd barely read any critical memories from Josiah, though he wasn't too disappointed by that. Through his memories, he'd learned that Josiah was a slave, but didn't know details of the slave owner. For some reason, Lex had assumed that the owner was also from the Gon race, likely because in Josiah's earlier memories, he had been taken as a slave by one of his own race. That didn't change the fact that there was a possibility that there was something else going on. Lex absorbed all the energy from the suicide blast within himself forcefully, clearing up the white light and revealing the aftermath. The valley was gone, and so were many of the surrounding mountains. In their place, instead, was a massive, bottomless pit filled with darkness. In fact, Lex could feel that Abaddon had leaned into the consequences of the blast, purposefully making the hole deeper and darker than it needed to be, and linking it to some new kind of abomination. As interesting as that was, Lex instead was looking elsewhere. In the sky, right above where the fight had originally been taking place, stood some other race in a floating chariot. Lex didn't know how he hadn't seen or sensed him before, but it was obvious to him now that this being had been here all along. In fact, since Lex's comprehension of laws had drastically improved while in this state, he could read the karmic lines between this being and the Gon. It was obvious at a glance that they had all been slaves to it. He had been controlling them from up above, his intentions unknown. The only thing that Lex could see or tell about it, besides that it controlled the Gon, was that he seemed to be gravely wounded. "You can see me," said the being, which had a thin, long humanoid build. Its skin was deep green, though the armor he wore was deep blue with traces of purples. Its hair, too, was deep blue, matching the armor. He was not bleeding, nor did he look wounded, but Lex could sense the truth. This being, whoever or whatever it was severely injured. Would you care to explain why you tried to kill us all, or should I wait for the interrogation? Lex asked. Mighty bold words, human, considering you attacked first, he said, looking at Lex with a mix of amusement and disdain. Perhaps if you revealed yourself, we might not have. We were under the impression that the Gon would attack us, so we reacted first, Lex said. This thing, it was powerful. Even empowered in his lotus form, and even with it weakened, Lex could feel a grave danger from it. The crazy thing was, it was an Earth immortal. To be entirely fair, your judgment was not wrong. From the moment you fell into my sight, your destiny was rewritten. Bend the knee, human, and greet your new lord. I am Creel, your new master, the being said, and raised its hand, pointing towards Lex. An invisible wave of some mysterious force hit Lex, trying to alter his mind, embedding within him his status as a slave. Lex's mind was particularly strong. In fact, it was just as strong as his body and soul, so resisting mental manipulation had never been a difficult task for him, let alone now that he was in his lotus form. Even so, when that initial mental blast hit him, Lex couldn't help but stumble at the surprising difficulty of resisting it. Creel, whoever he was clearly extremely powerful at mental manipulation and affecting the mind. If that weren't true, he would not have stayed hidden from Lex and the others despite being in the air above them. Or maybe he had used some treasure to stay hidden instead of his true abilities. Regardless, Lex was never going to accept being another's slave. It wasn't just the defiance in his dragon heart that would prevent it. His own pride and strength would never allow it, regardless of the other's identity. In his lotus form, which could literally absorb every kind of energy that hit Lex, it was entirely impossible for him to fall victim to such a move. The others, though, whether they could survive at all would be a good question. No, I don't think I will, responded Lex and pointed back at Creel. Why don't you kneel instead? Lex tinged his voice with supremacy, attacking Creel back in the domain he used best. Lex's defiance and then retaliation took Creel by surprise. When he was hit by Lex's supremacy, he coughed out blood and nearly fell to his knees but managed to resist. Not that it mattered. In the split second where Creel was focused on resisting the attack, Lex made his true move. The landscape changed, and Creel found himself standing on the ground instead of on his flying chariot. Faces and hands of earth and clay rose out from the ground, crying, wailing for freedom. Welcome to the Abaddon Inn, Lex said, stepping closer to him. I feel like you will enjoy our services a lot more. Creel grit his teeth in anger and immediately retaliated. He was cut off from laws, and Lex could absorb all energy, but Creel's own identity was clearly far from ordinary. Strong mental power rippled from his body, allowing him to take control of his figure, even within the illusion that was the Abaddon Inn. As it happened, at that exact moment, a white bead appeared on the go board in his mind. Lex talked, his voice echoing over the castle, but none saw who he was talking to. Everyone searched the skies up above, but saw not a single soul. Even Keeman could not find anyone, that is, until he took out a large pill from his spatial bangle and ate it. His injured body did not heal. In fact, an even greater pressure fell on the body, but his vision changed slightly, and he saw a vague shadow of Creel and his flying chariot. An elder, Keeman gasped in horror, his already exhausted mind falling into panic. There was no way he saw a solution to their current predicament, except to reach out to the condottieri. But considering his state, conducting a ritual to communicate with him was impossible. Yet just as he was about to panic about the presence of someone from an elder race there, he saw Lex targeting him, and then he saw the elder race member's expression fade into nothingness, and Lex's body vanishing. What was going on? How could Lex fight against a member of one of the top 100 races in the universe, especially after blocking such a powerful attack? It was impossible. What Keeman didn't know was that Lex wasn't facing one enemy, he was facing two. Just as he had done with Josiah, Lex entered Creel's mind and let the Abaddon Inn loose. Fighting a mental battle against a clear expert in mental battles was obviously a bad move, but as it just happened, the Abaddon Inn was Lex's most powerful and versatile technique, so it would have to do. Clearly, Creel found a way to resist the technique, but Lex had contingencies for that. What he didn't have a contingency for was the white bead that suddenly appeared in his mind and appeared on the go board. I'm so going to kill him, Lex said through gritted teeth, before rushing towards Creel, unleashing Abaddon Inn in its full glory. When the bead was placed on the board, Lex could feel his karma shifting, his destiny boiling, and could feel them beginning to influence his immediate future. Yet something unexpected happened. His lotus form, just as it absorbed the abundant energy of the suicide attacks, easily and simply absorbed the external karmic influences into itself, producing nary a ripple of any change. Of course, in truth, there was a change. The duration of time Lex could spend in his lotus form dropped by an entire minute. "Come, guest, allow me to show you all that we offer," Lex said from behind the tyrant's mask. "The more you resist, the worse your experience will be after you accept me as your lord," Creel responded, launching a salvo of invisible tendrils of mental energy at Lex, trying to weaken his mind. They did not work. Of course, they did not work. But they also didn't provide any energy to Lex to absorb. Instead, they only drained his energy. In a single exchange, Creel had understood that Lex could absorb energy from his attacks. He also understood that Lex was in an abnormal state, and that this state could not be maintained for long, so he resolved himself to consume Lex's energy as quickly as possible. In but a single exchange, Creel had seen through Lex and his techniques. The most absurd thing was that Lex was in his lotus state, able to contend with heaven immortals, and yet a wounded earth immortal was able to contend with him as an equal. As he clashed with Creel for the first time, his mental strength able to push Lex back, all his earlier self-confidence evaporated into thin air. It seemed that even now, Lex was not truly aware of the depths of the true elites of the universe. "Let me show you to your room," said Lex, summoning the face from right beneath Creel to transport him away. "View the correct content at fr/eubnovel.com. Yet the insidious thing dissolved into thin air, as if a fading mirage, perfectly avoiding the entrance to the room. Instead, he appeared behind Lex and attempted to slap him, infecting him with a slavery mark. "If you don't want to see your room, then let me show you to the greenhouse," Lex said, his voice resounding across the cursed land. Saplings suddenly erupted from the ground and began to grow, yet instead of growing into trees or plants, they turned into the tentacles similar to the ones that grew on the Cthulhu race's face. The world itself suddenly became hostile towards Creel, and even the laws seemed to become antagonistic towards him. In fact, a faint feeling of universal rejection began to well in his chest. "Paltry tricks," Creel exclaimed and clapped his hands together, releasing a shockwave that tore through all the tentacles that were shooting towards him, shredding them to dust. Lex was about to use the next in service, but another white bead appeared in his mind, and once again foreign laws reached out towards him, giving him pause. The lotus form resisted the influence once again, but this time he lost 2 minutes' worth of energy, and his body began to feel the strain of maintaining this form. It was entirely possible that the lotus form would be dismissed before his energy was used up. After all, that's what happened last time as well. "You should have just accepted the brainwashing," Lex said, turning to look at Creel with a serious look. "Now I'm going to have to kill you instead." Creel snorted. "Big words for someone so insignificant. If my soul weren't ruptured, you wouldn't have survived a single attack from me," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Lex didn't respond. The situation was becoming dangerous, so he could no longer risk taking Creel alive to read through his memories. For better or for worse, it was best to just kill him. In a way, that would be easier. "Let me show you the butter knife of my inn," said Lex, his voice taking on a darker tone. Lex summoned Naraka, the sword gleaming with uncontainable excitement. Simultaneously, dark clouds appeared above them, exerting a great pressure on the two of them. The pressure didn't do much to Lex, mainly because it was actually domination, but magnified manifold. Or at least, it appeared to be many times stronger due to the illusions that the Abaddon Inn was made from. "The butter knife is really good for cutting off the edges of the sandwich. Let me show you." When Lex attacked, the entire inn darkened, for even illusory light was destroyed by it. "Irritating worm, your illusions don't affect me," Creel exclaimed, summoning even more mental energy and attacking Lex. But he made a critical mistake. This time, while Lex was still using illusions mixed with reality to confuse Creel, he had not in any way magnified the actual strength of his attack. View the correct content at fr/eubnovel.com. Creel was cut off from the laws, though that was a lot harder than it had been with Josiah. Time and time again, Lex felt his senses playing tricks on him, confusing him about whether the laws were fluctuating or not. He was in danger of relaxing his control over them, allowing Creel to regain access. It was only through sheer resilience that he had managed to keep the illusions from affecting him. But that did not change the fact that Creel remained ridiculously strong and resilient. All of Lex's attempts to restrain and control him were failing, and with the added pressure of the white beads, it was best to just kill him. After all, Lex didn't even know if he could continue to sense Creel once his Lotus form wore off. So he held nothing back. His immense physical strength within the Abaddon Inn was translated into sheer mental strength, backed by his domination and sword intent. The result was so powerful that Creel mistook it for an illusion and made his first mistake. He took the attack head-on. His tendrils of mental energy crumpled as if they did not even exist. The sword slash cut his body in half without so much as the slightest bit of resistance, shocking Creel. But if all Lex's attack did was cut Creel and then pass him by, how would that be any different from his attacks as a mortal? No, after dissecting in half, the attack was absorbed entirely into his body, cutting Creel up on a microscopic level. His soul, his mind, even his body outside the Abaddon Inn, all were being shredded into pieces. Creel's eyes bulged with anger and hints of disbelief as he glared at Lex. "Since you want to cut my life into pieces, I'll have to use my last resort," he threatened, and then his body dissolved into air, entirely disappearing. Lex was ready for Creel to appear above or behind him, yet that didn't happen. Instead, Lex felt a foreign power trying to invade his mind. The Abaddon Inn was a prison inside Creel's mind, and Lex had entered by turning himself into a thought. But now Creel was trying to invade Lex's spirit. In fact, Lex could feel that Creel was thoroughly latched onto him, trying to pierce through Lex's defenses and dominate him. View the correct content at webnovel, cm. From the very start, Creel had only been trying to enslave Lex, as if that was much more important to him than trying to kill Lex. Even now, Lex could feel that his intent had not changed. Lex felt like there was probably a deeper reason for why Creel was acting this way, but it was not time to find out. Lex's Lotus form, which could absorb any and all kinds of energy, was unable to absorb Creel's attacks, and instead kept defending him from damage, consuming its energy pool. Fortunately, Creel was already seriously injured, and Lex's one-sword slash had nearly finished the job. Now all he had to do was deliver the final touches. Lex controlled the Abaddon Inn and teleported himself to the meditation room and sat down. Since Creel was now literally attached to Lex, it was actually much easier to attack him. Lex sat down in a meditative position and closed his eyes, allowing the effects of the chamber to begin taking effect. Almost immediately, smoke started to rise from his skin, yet he wasn't the one burning. No, the effect of the meditation room inside Abaddon Inn was to literally eviscerate the target's spirit. The smoke seemed to be rising from Lex's skin, but in truth, it was the invisible Creel who was being burned up. A visceral scream tore through the chamber, and the force attached to Lex's body retreated, forming a translucent figure of Creel. But try as he might, he could not escape the meditation room. The smoke kept burning up his spirit, which is all he was at that point, and the sword energy within him kept cutting up his soul. In but a moment, it became fairly obvious that Creel would not survive. To Lex's immense surprise, faced with death, Creel did not become angry or desperate. Instead, he calmed down and truly observed Lex for the first time. "You are lucky you met me in such an injured state," Creel said at last, his voice completely level despite being burned alive. "You would not have survived if I were uninjured." "You are unlucky you met me," Lex responded. "No matter what state you would have met me in, killing you would have always been within my reach. It's just that capturing you is harder than I expected." Creel snorted and then smiled at Lex. It was a cold smile filled with schadenfreude. "Oh, you poor human, you know nothing," he said, before his body disappeared completely. The Abaddon Inn disappeared, and Lex found himself as a thought within an empty body. Creel was dead, but that did not give Lex any feeling of satisfaction. In fact, he could feel that Creel's last words were more than an empty threat or boasting. Lex exited Creel's body, wary of any threats. As expected, the threat came. He felt something trying to attach itself to him, and it was relentless in its attempts. Lex felt his Lotus form quickly losing energy, as if it was fighting against a particularly formidable foe. A tremor ran through Lex's body, as the weight of his form change was finally beginning to affect him seriously. He just needed to hold on until this attack, whatever it was, finished. But at the worst possible moment, another white bead appeared on the Go board, and Lex's Lotus form faded, its energy disappearing entirely. An invisible, malevolent force attached itself to Lex's body, but the only thing on Lex's mind was how much he wanted to kill the guy controlling the white beads. He grit his teeth and prepared for the worst, but nothing happened. Lex was ready for a curse or some devastating attack, or maybe another attempt at enslaving him. Yet nothing happened. Though there was a possibility that not enough of the attack reached Lex to have an effect, he doubted it. He checked his body, soul, and mind time and time again, using his spirit sense and his eyes that could see through everything but found nothing. It was only when he exerted his tenet to his utmost that Lex felt that there seemed to be something foreign attached to his body, like some kind of causality. But he could not sense it properly. Whatever this was, it was clearly related to a very high-level relational law, which is why Lex could not sense it properly. But how did an Earth immortal use relational laws? The answer eluded Lex. In fact, while Lex did not discover what Creel had done to Lex, he did observe something else. His long-latent ability, Murderer, activated. Well, to be fair, Murderer was not Lex's ability, but a feature of the Inn. Murderer was a feature the Inn gained after he absorbed the Murderer system, and it allowed Lex to absorb an ability or skill of his opponent as long as he killed them outside the Inn. The ability hardly ever activated, though, not that Lex went around murdering people. It was primarily because the concept of a stronger opponent was tricky. Even if an opponent had a higher cultivation realm than Lex, they may not qualify as stronger than Lex, which is why typically, if Lex killed someone, the ability would not activate. The fact that it was activating now made it clear that despite being in the same realm, Creel was considered stronger than Lex. Lex was quite curious about how Murderer worked, so he took a moment to observe how the ability was affecting him. It seemed that a number of laws were leaving some kind of an imprint on Lex's soul. He never detected it before because he hadn't been strong enough to sense it. Now, though, as the imprint was completed, Lex felt an innate understanding of a new ability fill him. At the same time, he could see that his body was beginning to absorb the soul imprint. When the imprint was completely absorbed, the ability would become his permanently. For now, it was merely something he could activate through the imprint itself. The ability Lex gained was not mind-blowingly amazing or anything like that. It only made his spirit sense more perceptive towards the spirit senses of others. Not only would this allow him to keep his own spirit sense hidden from others, but he'd be able to eavesdrop on their conversations that occurred through spirit sense without being detected. The ability was useful, but at the moment he was too distracted by the unknown changes Creel had caused to his body, and what his intentions had been throughout the fight. The fight was well and truly over, which was a relief, but not completely. There were things Lex didn't understand, for example, why Creel would sacrifice so many slaves in a suicide attack for little to no gain. Lex could still understand the move if the slaves had been acting under orders given previously by masters who had since died. But since Creel was alive, he could have retained the army instead of blowing it up. Even if he didn't immediately win the fight, he would have remained in a better position. If nothing else, they could have remained as his bodyguards until he recovered from his injuries. Whatever the answer may be, Lex had no way of finding out anymore. He grabbed the chariot Creel had been using and carefully channeled his energy into it and faced no resistance. Unfortunately, the chariot was nothing special. It was a flying tool, and though its speed was impressive, it played no part in keeping Creel hidden. Still out of caution, Lex placed it in a separate spatial tool and then sealed the tool before returning to the castle. The fight seems to be over for now, but don't let down your guard. We might need to stay here for a while until Keeman and the others heal up, he said to Leonidas. We'll take care of it, Leonidas stated confidently. Lex nodded and then moved on. There weren't enough recovery pods in the castle for all the mercenaries, but they could at least rest in recovery rooms, so that's where Lex went. Just as he expected, the recovery room was full, and the inn staff could also be seen running about, treating and attending to all the injured guests. Keeman, who was in severe need of a recovery pod, however, was sitting weakly on a chair near the entrance, waiting for Lex. I wasn't sure if I'd see you again, he said weakly. When I felt the ferocity of the white light, I also began to doubt if you all could survive. It seems I was worried for nothing, responded Lex. That's not what I was talking about, Keeman said weakly. Your opponent at the end, the invisible one, I am pretty sure he was from the Xi race, although I could be wrong. That's an elder race. The chances of our survival became extremely questionable once he showed up, but it seems I was the one worried for nothing. Lex looked at Keeman, sighed, and then sat down beside him. Lex spread his spirit sense throughout the room, and then began using a healing technique to expedite everyone's recovery. If Lex used his blood for healing, everyone would heal even quicker, but since no one was dying, a slower healing was good enough. Xi race? Never heard of them. Could you care to elaborate? That was probably one of the strongest enemies I have ever faced. If he hadn't been injured already, then the fight would have been a lot more precarious. Keeman looked at him oddly. Don't you run an inn or something? Shouldn't you at least know about the distinguished guests from across the universe who might visit one day? The Xi race is the 91st race on the cosmic ascendant spectrum, or so I've heard, and they are extremely formidable. You should be proud that you could face one at all, even if it was wounded. Hey, cut me some slack. I don't go around learning the whole cosmic ascendant spectrum, said Lex. You really should, said Keeman. About every 1,000 years, a list of the top 100,000 races is released by a number of organizations and news agencies. The lists are never completely accurate, but they're close enough estimations. It's pretty useful stuff, especially for businesses and entrepreneurs, or basically anyone with an inter-realm clientele. I'll be sure to buy a magazine when I return to the inn, said Lex as he rolled his eyes. What can you tell me about the Xi race? Although I defeated him right before dying Creel launched some kind of attack towards me. I'm not sure what it did, I can't sense much, but there's definitely something there. Keeman looked at Lex, his gaze studying the human's body deeply, as if searching for an answer. I am not the expert in this matter, nor am I qualified to say what the Xi might have done to you, but I can venture a guess. According to the Cosmic Gazette, the Xi race is a master of the spirit. Not only are they extremely adept in matters of the mind, they actually depend on their spirit to sustain their souls instead of their bodies. In the interesting facts section, it was noted that almost all Xi race members have many slaves who follow them around everywhere. A lot of people speculate that the Xi feed off the slaves' spirit somehow, since they don't really need others to fight on their behalf. No one would actually write down the known weaknesses of an elder race. What was written, however, was a warning. The elder races are powerful, there's no doubt about that. But that power comes at a cost. Despite being identified as the most powerful races in the universe, on a universal level, most of them are not dominant because of a very severe flaw. The birth of any of the top races requires either very specific conditions or extremely valuable and rare resources. That makes it easy to counter the top races, for all the powerful organizations of the universe need to do is block those resources. They don't even need to actively fight against the top races. Just blocking what they need to procreate, they slow down the growth of the top races. After all, their threat is too great. They cannot be ignored. Predictably, to protect their own interests, most of the elder races tend to band together. One of the ways in which they do that is by leaving a mark on any who kill them. Keeman did not continue to speak, but it was clear what he thought might have happened. Lex actually relaxed visibly. As long as it wasn't some kind of curse that would actively harm him, he didn't mind. He could take his time and figure out how to remove that mark, or maybe even assimilate it entirely. So you think I've been marked? Said Lex, leaning back into his chair. You look relieved. That's not what I expected from someone who is meant to accept guests from all across the universe, commented Keeman. The Magma Lion and Lex had spent decades together in Abaddon, and so had become extremely familiar with one another. Their friendship was also quite deep, even if it remained a level of formality. Better than some unknown curse that'll pop my brain one day randomly, commented Lex. Besides, for now, we're in Abaddon, and I doubt we'll meet many other people here. What I want to know is why he would sacrifice all his slaves for a useless suicide attack. Keeman shrugged weakly. Who can say? At least we still have one Gon captured. I can slowly interrogate him once I recover. Lex nodded. Speaking of which, let me know once you all recover enough to move. I have a bad feeling about the massive hole in the ground next to us, and I'd rather put some distance between us than watch something crawl out. Keeman nodded, a very serious expression on his face. Even Lex had learned never to underestimate Abaddon, so even if there was no current danger, it was best to treat it as if a danger was forthcoming. I also got a lead on the Well of Forgotten Dreams, said Lex slowly. According to what Keeman had told him, the Well of Forgotten Dreams was a treasure that was created at the same time as the Chalice of the Abandoned, and were mentioned together in the ruins that he visited. As such, there was a small hope that discovering one might lead to the discovery of the other. I think we should hold off on any such exploratory adventures until we have fully recovered fully. I expect exploring the well to be a difficult endeavor. Lex was about to nod, but paused. Something had happened inside the Midnight Inn. To be more specific, something had happened inside Obsidian. Someone was trying to complete the quest to provide a way to deliver items to Abaddon. But the person had a requested amendment to the quest. They wished to send the items to Abaddon himself rather than providing a method. Regardless of who delivered the items, if something could be sent to Abaddon, then finding the chalice and finding the well both might be within reach. After all, while he had a tough time finding an item that might be able to send him things in Abaddon, he had found countless items that could help him find what he was looking for. As it turned out, sending things to Abaddon was a lot harder than Lex originally expected. Even so, he didn't get his hopes up just yet. He had to see if the things could actually be sent to Abaddon. There had been many who had tried before to complete the same quest, but none of their means ever worked. As such, he didn't update Keeman yet. He'd wait till he actually got the items. "How long do you think it'll take you to heal?" Lex asked. "To move from here? If I really had to push it, we could go tomorrow, but I'd prefer to wait at least a month. How long till I recover enough to attempt finding the well? A couple of years." Lex merely nodded and increased the list of things he wanted to send to Abaddon. Some really powerful healing items would be needed. "Well, you just focus on healing up. Don't worry about Josiah, we have an expert interrogator of our own here," Lex said, turning his thoughts towards Luther. He wondered how effective his means would be against a heaven immortal. He'd have to find out. Since the flow of time inside the inn and the Abaddon realm was so different, a simple, quick interaction at the inn could last hours or possibly even days within Abaddon, unless they found a place to equalize the flow of time. Since they couldn't really move, Lex had to just tolerate the excruciating wait while chatting with Keeman and healing everyone around him. Healing mortals was easy. It would only take him minutes. But unless he planned on using his own blood's healing ability, which he absolutely did not plan on using unless it was a life or death situation, even his best healing would only bring the recovery down to several months. That was the extent to which the entire Reaving Dread had been injured. In fact, this was the worst they had ever suffered their entire time within Abaddon. In moments like this, the Midnight Tavern really proved just how incredibly valuable it was. Who else could provide such incredible service on the go? After several hours, Lex's eyes flashed. Over the past many years, he had collected numerous items that might help him in his task via obsidian as well as the rhino centaurs. All the items had been securely placed inside a sealed spatial ring that Gerard personally secured. Speaking of Gerard, the man had been acting odd within the inn lately. Lex had a mind to ask him if everything was well once he returned, but since he hadn't mentioned anything, it must not be urgent. Within Obsidian, Skipping was summoned to meet with the person who issued the quest, located within Courtyard 1. A number of the masked workers within Obsidian escorted him silently, their unfathomable strength creating a daunting and ominous environment. The courtyard was not on the same island as them, which is why the escort of the workers was necessary. As they approached one of the bridges, it seemed to return to a pristine state, connecting the two islands across the sea of clouds dividing them. Skipping almost felt afraid to step onto the bridge, the depth of the clouds entirely obscure. Imaginations ran wild as to what the clouds actually contained, but there was no way of knowing. In the end, Skipping followed the workers, keeping his hesitation from showing. As soon as they stepped off the bridge, it broke, once again severing the connection between islands. Now, though, all those watching finally knew how they could cross. They just didn't know how to get the workers to escort them across. At first, not many were observing Skipping, but as soon as he crossed the bridge, too many eyes were attracted by his feet. Fortunately, with the two workers by his side, no one bothered him even as he crossed more islands and reached the first courtyard. He entered within, expecting to finally see the mysterious and enigmatic owner of the first courthouse who could even command the workers to do his bidding. Instead, all he saw was a layout identical to his own courtyard, with the exception of a single table with a ring right in the Zen garden. One of the workers stepped up to it and proceeded to hand it to Skipping. "You may attempt to send this to the destination in front of us. If you send the ring somewhere but it doesn't reach the destination, we will know, and you will not receive the reward." "Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. However, I need to know the name of the recipient and location of where I have to send it," Skipping said, pretending to have confidence in front of these two guards who could squash him like a bug. At the moment, he was debating whether the possibility of death was worse or the threat of 300 Brazilian waxes. He couldn't quite decide which was worse. After a moment of hesitation, the worker informed him. "The recipient is Lex of the Midnight Inn. The destination is the Midnight Castle Tavern within Abaddon." Skipping nodded, picked up the ring, and summoned his universal postage stamp, the UPS, and licked its back before sticking the stamp over the ring. "Send this to Lex of the Midnight Inn at the Midnight Castle Tavern in Abaddon, please," Skipping said, as if talking to the stamp. The next moment, the stamp disappeared without any fanfare. He turned to look at the workers, a confident smile on his face while internally he was sweating. Actually, even externally he was sweating, but Skipping was too distracted to notice. At first, it was the threat of death that had him distracted, but his internal business sense did not allow him to miss this opportunity to network. So, while we wait for confirmation of the delivery, how about we chat a little? This Obsidian is a super nice place. You guys worked here long. The worker shook his head. No, we are workers of the Midnight Inn, but the Obsidian Sage requested the Innkeeper for our help, and so he has assigned us to this place. Don't bother asking anything about Obsidian, we neither know, nor are we allowed to say. Oh, that's all right, said Skipping, relieved that the workers were speaking at least. He didn't know what he'd do if they were the silent, brooding type. Tell me about this Midnight Inn, then. It sounds like a lovely place. The worker was about to respond when suddenly he turned his head slightly, as if he was listening to something. We have confirmation. The ring has reached its intended recipient. Come on, we'll take you back. Skipping skipped along now that the workers were talking to him, and he did his best to milk as much information from them as possible. Lazy though he might be, no one could say that he was incompetent, or that he didn't know how to take advantage of a situation. While Skipping was trying to further the reach of his new business within Obsidian, Lex looked at the ring in his hand, a bright, shining stamp on it slowly fading out of existence. Keyman, too, was looking at the ring. What's that? He asked. That, my friend, is the key to ending this quest, Lex said with a wide smile. After an uncomfortably long silence, Keyman spoke again. Les, that's a ring, not a key. I think you should get some sleep. The fight really must be getting to you. Lex let out a deep, deep sigh and rubbed his eyes. The magma lion was clearly severely injured, so Lex forgave him for being incredibly dense. Instead, he got up and took out a number of healing items and passed them out to the staff, and gave them instructions on how to use them to expedite their healing process. He himself went out to an empty room and sat down cross-legged. Within his ring, there were many items, some clearly generated by systems while others entirely naturally formed or made through regular means. The only thing that they all had in common was that they could help him locate things. The real problem was that he only knew that he wanted to find the chalice and nothing else at all. At least with the Well of Forgotten Dreams, Lex vaguely had some idea of its location. For the chalice itself, Lex had no clue. Finding the chalice without any leads at all would be far from easy. The only two hints he had were that the chalice might be related to the well somehow, although that was a long shot. The second clue was that the space around the chalice was likely fixed, making it a significant location within Abaddon. He would have to use just these two hints to locate the chalice. It was still entirely possible that he would not succeed in finding it at all, but Lex didn't want to think about that. He had already spent so many years here, and though that only translated to a few months in other realms, he didn't enjoy being away from the inn for so long. Lex swept his spirit sense through the ring and picked out one of the items at random. Then he used it, showing no hesitation at all. The possibility of failure would not stop him from trying. Despite the anticipated difficulty, each item in the ring had been chosen because it was exceptional enough to present the possibility of working despite all the many obstacles. As such, while the first item failed to even activate when Lex searched for the chalice, when he changed his intention to locating the well instead, the item immediately activated, and Lex discovered that he could teleport to the destination whenever he wanted with one simple caveat. Only he could teleport there. Lex sighed once more, almost beginning to fear that his excessive sighing was becoming a habit. He then pulled out the next item and continued to search for the chalice. No matter what happened, he wasn't going to go exploring right now anyway, so it was best to keep searching. He wasn't really a pessimist, but he understood that actually finding the chalice was most likely not going to happen. In truth, Lex was only searching for clues that might make his search easier. That is why when he used the second item, and it actually succeeded directly, Lex was stunned silent. What? How? There were days where Abaddon almost felt sentient due to how much effort it put into making their lives difficult. How could a place so vindictive actually just give up the answers so easily? Lex reviewed everything to make sure he wasn't mistaken. The item he had used was most likely a system-generated one, although there was no way to be sure. Its sole purpose was to bridge the gap between the user of the item and their objective, assuming the objective was a location. When Lex used it, he felt something change. He knew a certain direction, and had a feeling that as long as he walked in that direction, he would find the chalice. What was interesting, however, was that the direction he was supposed to walk in was constantly changing, and never remained the same for more than a few minutes. Following such haphazard directions would be a mild inconvenience and nothing more. So now, Lex was basically set. He had nothing else to do until Keeman and the rest recovered enough to actually look for the chalice. That was pleasantly anticlimactic. But that didn't mean Lex wouldn't actually do nothing until everyone healed. Even now, his mind was mainly preoccupied with his fight against Creel. Although Lex had shown a tough front then, there was really no way of determining how the fight would have gone if the Xi race member hadn't been injured. In hindsight, one of the reasons why Lex had such a hard time defeating him was because Lex had been facing him in his own strongest domain. By fighting a spirit expert within his own mind, Lex was just asking for a beating. But then again, the reason Lex didn't that was because Creel had been so strong to begin with that Lex had no other means to take him out quickly. Even the Lotus form only put him on a level, allowing him to witness Creel's existence at all. Furthermore, although Creel was supposed to have a weak body, it was only in comparison to his spirit. Creel was dead, and his body had suffered tremendously from all the attacks that had struck him, but the body had ultimately survived despite being in a terrible condition. Lex studied the body briefly, and that was enough for him to understand that Creel's body wasn't weak at all. At the end of the day, the reason Lex was thinking so much about Creel wasn't because of the danger that the Xi race posed. Instead, it was because Lex lacked the means to fight them, and he needed to address that weakness immediately. The Abaddon Inn was a complex lawcraft that allowed him to target the opponent's spirit, so now he needed means to target the body and the soul. A few more esoteric means would also be welcome. Lex could not abide by the fact that someone in the same realm as him had been stronger than him. He was getting ready to break into the heaven immortal realm, but now he pushed that idea back. It would be a disservice to his cultivation technique if he couldn't be the best in his realm. Upon reflection, it seemed that one of the reasons why Lex lost his edge was because he had started to play things safe. Previously, he used to be exposed to treasures and tools far beyond his level because he took risks a lot. Upon growing, Lex called such behavior as immature and needlessly risky. Now, though, it seemed that maybe it wasn't so needless after all. If he wanted to be the best, he would have to push himself. Lex's eyes flashed as he set a few challenges for himself. They were nothing major, just things figuring out how Pelvelin died, killing Belial, getting a Defiler heart, and so on. Basically, resolve all the pending mysteries and tasks he had, despite any danger that they may pose. But that was hardly enough. Lex began to come up with a plan to expose himself to more risk, but strategically. Being sages and elders was all well and good, but that did not mean Lex had to accept them being better than himself. Several months went by, and the reaving dread healed much quicker than anticipated due to Lex's medicines. Even now, Lex had not revealed that he had possibly found a way to locate the chalice. Instead, he just told Keeman to recover, while he himself delved into his own training, as well as working on Josiah to try to break the binds and limitations on his mind to discover whatever secrets his mind still held. Still, many noticed the subtle change in Lex's behavior. Z had a theory, and for once it was actually correct. Z supposed that his fight against the mysterious, invisible enemy had shaken Lex greatly. Considering that his fight with Creel played a major role in his change in behavior, Z could be considered very insightful. In truth, in his own theory, that was just a performance Lex was putting on to build psychological pressure on Z to further enhance his training. Months later, once they were ready to move on once more, Lex still didn't clearly reveal that he might have a lead on the chalice. Instead, he simply said that he had a lead on the well, and they were going to pursue that. His reason for not revealing the truth was simple. He had no certainty if such a thing would work, so it was best not to get everyone's hopes up. With that, Lex began to follow the constantly changing directions that pointed towards the chalice. They continued to march for days, with seemingly no end in sight to the march, but the atmosphere around them began to change. The air began to get thicker, the sky redder, the locusts stronger. In fact, they were once again hounded by chimeras and all kinds of monstrosities. Despite the added pressure, everyone in the group only felt more excited. They too noticed the change, and that gave them hope. Maybe they were heading into the heart of Abaddon finally, and with that, towards the chalice. They walked out of the maws of scattered, rabid vermin and into the jaws of oblivion. The combined forces of the reaving dread mercenaries, and the Midnight Inn had long been noticed by Abaddon, and even had their future assimilations planned out. Yet, like the first chill of autumn, which breaks through the hold of passing summer, the forces suddenly diverted from the script. They did not venture onto the carefully orchestrated path that had been laid before them. They did not continue to face seemingly random obstacles, all the while unaware that each and every pebble in their path was a part of a meticulous plan. Instead, they suddenly began to navigate through the invisible maze, walking across the cracks in Abaddon's control, their defiance clear, consistent, and concentrated. Abaddon was enraged, yet Abaddon needed to take no action at all to enact its vengeance. Their destination brought them deeper into the heart of Abaddon itself, and so they were brought face to face with the true residents of Abaddon, not merely scattered pawns. Such a result meant that their demise was not far. Since they defied their assimilation of Abaddon, then they would contribute to it in a different fashion. No one who enters Abaddon escapes without paying a price, and very few manage to escape at all. One way or another, most who enter into Abaddon contribute their souls. The first challenge that the two groups were faced with was a tainted Goliath. The behemoth knew no cultivation realm, and so all who encountered it became its prey. The Goliath's strength would automatically adjust itself based on its target, always ensuring that the Goliath was bigger and stronger. Anyone else would have faced the tainted Goliath and would have become takeaway dinner. But the champion of the forces of the Midnight Inn proved himself a worthy challenger. The Goliath fertilized Abaddon with its blood and soul, mind and body. But the fall of the tainted Goliath summoned the Death Singer, and after him came the eyes of Enzima. One legendary corruption after another, each one a destroyer of souls and civilizations, faced the groups, bringing onto the path of a slow, gradual death. It was like watching the water slowly rising from one's feet to their knees, secure in the knowledge that the tide would eventually swallow them whole. It was like developing a soft, persistent cough that grew ever so harder, ever so harsher with the passing days, ushering in a final, breathless night. Their victories were not victories, only a temporary delay. Their passage to their destination was no real passage, merely a plank they walked towards an endless abyss. Abaddon ached, and their souls would be the salve that granted soothing respite, and so. "Oh, shut up," Lex roared, his sword cleaving through the hypnotic voice which had enslaved the two armies, suddenly waking them from the vision that accompanied the voice. When the armies awoke, they found themselves in a familiar graveyard. This place hadn't always been a graveyard, no. It had become like this after they had arrived, for it seemed like all of creation wished nothing save to stop them from completing their task. Unfortunately for all of creation, Lex really wanted to complete this quest, so it would have to amend its plans. An endless tide of monsters came, and then died at the hands of the two armies, until, that is, a mysterious, sourceless voice began to narrate their actions. It began so subtly that no one noticed, and it seemed to always describe exactly what they were doing. This went on until the groups almost treated the voice like their own inner voice, their internal thoughts and feelings. Then the voice became louder, and started to show them their own actions from a third-person view. They hadn't yet lost control of their actions, but they started to see their own actions like a movie. The longer the voice continued, the stronger its influence on them and their actions became, till the point where it almost seemed like it was dictating their actions. Slowly, it veered their path, making it seem like they were destined to fail. Unfortunately for the sourceless voice, Lex was particularly sensitive to spirit manipulation these days, and caught on early. The reason he hadn't acted against it for so long was because he wanted to see what it did, and how it worked, studying the way in which it controlled them so that he could improve his own supremacy. Unfortunately for the voice, Lex was a quick learner, so as soon as its little gimmick was no longer interesting, Lex cut it down. Oddly enough, the voice had no body and no soul. It was as if the voice existed solely in the form of sound. A single, sharp, piercing sword strike was all it took to drown out the voice, killing it. Lex had to admit, of the enemies that he fought in Abaddon, a voice was a novel and unexpected one. "We are getting close," said Lex, reminding Keeman to maintain his guard. "I can feel it, it won't be long now." "We'll be ready," Keeman said, wiping the metaphorical sweat from his brow. He hadn't noticed the voice at all and had been completely captivated by it. "It seems the path that we are on is for the chalice itself," Lex finally revealed to Keeman. "I hope you're not too disappointed about not being able to find the well. If you really wish to visit it, I can try to find that too." Keeman shook his head. "Although I have learned much in Abaddon, I wish for nothing more than to complete my task and return home. I have earned a long vacation, and I intend on enjoying it. If the condottiere wishes to find the well, he can send someone else to find it, not that he has shown any interest in that at all. Lex nodded. He could understand. After all, the condottiere's quest was to rescue Xerxes from the chalice, and he wouldn't want to risk that by completing side quests. Lex, on the other hand, had no intentions of missing out on this side quest. Since he had decided to take more risks to improve himself further, he would start with the risk right in front of him. After all, he did not need to get the well, he only needed to locate it. A clone would serve well enough to complete the quest. The two forces continued, and Lex began to make another temporary clone. The voice had been a particularly unusual foe, and yet it was not the worst of them. As Lex continued to lead the groups, they faced more and more enemies, each one either stranger or stronger than the previous one. For a month, such a journey continued, and it came to the point where even Lex's confidence began to waver. He began to seriously doubt their ability to complete the quest, until he realized that he was facing against the living personification of doubt, and killed that too. That didn't change the fact that their progress had slowed down significantly. Finally, Lex was forced to kill Josiah because keeping such a prisoner with them was too much of a liability. It was a pity that Lex couldn't read his locked memories, but a pity is all it was. Lex was even debating stopping to set up the castle tavern and recovering, but his gut feeling told him that doing so would be the wrong move. If they stopped moving, they would lose all the progress they had made in search for the chalice, and would have to start again. So they kept going, beaten, battered, on the verge of collapse, but they kept going. To be clear, it wasn't that Lex was on the verge of collapse, but their armies. The Midnight Mech was made up of hundreds of mortals, among others, and even in their mech form there was only so much damage they could take. Lex could step up to protect them, but even he could only do so much. No one knew how immense the pressure was more than Z, mainly because he was the one to always pilot the mech. Although, in his mind, Lex only appeared to be going all out, forcing him to step up to the challenge, Z did indeed step up. The Reaving Dread mercenaries were forced to activate some of the perks given to them by the condottiere to keep up their stamina. It was only the sheer absurdity of the condottiere's powers which had been granted to them, which kept the group on their feet and functioning. For once, the living embodiment of doubt was not needed for doubt to creep in. Yet, just as they were on the verge of collapsing, a particular set of ruins appeared on the horizon, and all oddities seemed to vanish with its arrival. All dangerous enemies stopped appearing, and even the Black Knight who loved to stalk them disappeared, as if he could no longer find them. Not taking a single moment to rest, the group started to march towards the ruins, its appearance becoming clear as they approached. It looked like it had once been a large city, and now only a very few buildings from it remained. On the very corner of the ruins stood a broken lighthouse, a fairly prominent building which naturally attracted the eyes. Yet once the group looked at the tower, they almost froze in disbelief. Right at the uppermost layer of the broken light tower, right at the edge of a never-ending ocean of uncontainable chaos, was a chalice. It was made of gold, as one would expect. Its smooth and sleek sides granted an attractive view, for the very sight of it was enough to entice endless greed. That was no joke. Every single one of them that laid their eyes on the chalice was filled with uncontrollable greed, as if the emotion which otherwise was only a small part of their being became all of it. Lex was not spared either, his mind falling victim to the chalice's allure without any hope of being able to fight it. It was a good thing that in that moment there were no enemies nearby to take advantage of the situation, for not a single one of them would have bothered to defend. All of them ran towards the chalice, as if the very purpose of their existence was to attain it. It was not their fault, for in the history of the chalice there had nary been a single living soul, or dead soul for that matter, which had laid eyes on it and had not become ensnared. All beings existed solely to deliver their souls to it. Yet in the moment that they laid eyes on it, two things also happened. Lex heard a familiar sound in his head, snapping him from the reverie which had grasped him. Instinctively, he looked away from the chalice and at his notification. At the same time, within the Origin realm, the condottiere had also received a notification that his representatives were on the verge of completing his assigned task. He immediately read the notification, and then actively began to exert his pressure on the connection between him and his mercenaries to ensure nothing went wrong. Lex knew none of that. He was simply reading his own notification, resisting a temptation that was supposed to be impossible to resist. It was almost as if the notification sound of the system served a hidden, deeper purpose that had remained hidden until now. New notification, corrupted system interfaces detected. Initiating protection mechanism. Initiating a new quest. New notification. New quest cancelled. Quest parameters impossible. New notification. System Soul's core detected within the chalice of the abandoned. Quest update. Optional quest. Discover the origin of chalice of the abandoned, partially updated. Presence of system protocols have been detected imprinted on chalice of abandoned. Chalice origins have been extrapolated. Quest completed. Optional quest details. Within the place that should not have existed, exists a prison that should never have been made. The abandoned are the systems which broke protocols, defied their laws, or became corrupted through means unknown. The suffering of endless souls fuels their prisons, trapping them for eternity, destined to never be free. Who created the chalice, how they created it, and why are all mysteries still unknown? Quest reward, to be determined upon completion of the main quest. Remarks, in the graveyard of secrets we went digging, but what was dug up were not answers, but even more terrifying questions. Lex read the notifications again and again, especially focusing on the final remarks that the system gave. It was hardly ever so serious, so for it to even become somewhat philosophical was a testament to the enormity of what Lex had learned. At the same time, he recalled fully how easily and entirely he had been enthralled by the chalice, without even any hope of resisting its allure. Something like that was far beyond his level. It was unlikely that even ordinary celestial immortals could tolerate its sight. He swept his spirit sense and saw that the mercenaries seemed to have fallen into a trance, no longer enthralled by the sight of the chalice, but that was not the case for the inn workers. They had not been rescued from the proverbial well of temptation, and so they kept moving towards it, ignoring all else. Fortunately, such single-mindedness also made it simple for Lex to intervene. Oh, and also being a lot stronger than all of them helped as well. Lex encompassed the entire group in his domination, freezing them in their path, and then knocked them out. Fortunately, since the moment that the ruins came into sight, they no longer needed to continue marching endlessly lest they lose their path. They could afford a respite now, though it was still something they should not indulge in for long. Lex did not trust Abaddon, especially in a place as dangerous as this. He summoned the castle and brought everyone inside, the large walls shielding them from the sight of the chalice, the most difficult challenge they had faced yet. While the inn workers still had not broken free from the chalice's spell, Keeman at least had woken up. That was dangerous, the Magma Lion said. Fortunately, the Innkeeper and Condottieri were paying attention, or we would have been in trouble. Keeman naturally assumed that the reason Lex had recovered was the same as him, that they had been saved by their respective Tao lords. The problem now is how we're going to continue the mission, said Lex, his expression far from relaxed. There's no way I can resist the sight of that chalice, and I fear coming close to it will expose me to its aura or power, and it'll be even harder to avoid becoming enthralled. We also can't stay here for long. My gut is telling me that this particular set of ruins is especially dangerous, and that the chalice on the very periphery of the ruins is the very least of its dangers. The only thing my gut is feeling is fear-induced constipation, but I'll take your word for it, said Keeman, though he showed no expression of joking. It does adhere to basic logic. Whatever secrets the ruins hide are usually in the very heart of it. That said, the Condottieri has long expected this situation and has made arrangements. We only need to wait for them to come into play. With not much to do but wait, the two of them began to attend to the rest of their groups, who had not yet recovered. Their wait was not long, however, as Keeman came to Lex soon after with a grave expression. You don't look like you have good news, said Lex, getting right to the matter at hand. I don't. The Condottieri sent treasures which can be used to resist the influence of the chalice, but there's a catch. They depend on the user's own willpower to supplement the effect of the treasure. Unfortunately, I don't think there are many who will be able to resist at all. Lex did not immediately respond, taking in the unexpected development. It made sense that the chalice could not be easily reached, but such an obstacle to merely reach it. Lex could not even imagine how they would rescue Xerxes from within it. If even approaching the chalice is a task, how will we actually rescue Xerxes? Lex asked seriously. Unexpectedly, in that regard, Keeman was a lot more confident than Lex anticipated. The final arrangements to complete our quest have long since been made, Keeman said. Our real challenge is getting to the chalice itself. I cannot be sure what obstacles may be in our path, which has led me to an awkward predicament. You really feel awkward asking for me to help? Asked Lex, a faint smile springing on his face. This is not a part of your job, but you have more than proven yourself beyond exceptional. I think your willpower will be more than sufficient to use the treasure, and you've proven yourself enough that I'm sure you can handle any other obstacles that may await us. Though you do not have the same perks as the members of the mercenary group, I must admit that I think your performance will surpass the others. Lex appreciated the concern, but he shook his head. You're overthinking things. My mission is to help you complete your quest, and if that means helping you reach the chalice on my back, then that's what I'll do. If you have your team decided, then I'd say let's leave. I cannot advise staying here for long. Keeman chuckled. Well, if you're ready to go, then the team's ready to go. It'll just be the two of us. Lex swept his spirit sense through the castle, and sensed that the workers had mostly been knocked unconscious. Luther had recovered, though he looked exceptionally drained. Unfortunately for him, he could not rest just yet. Lex gave him some instructions, mainly to take care of everyone and block out the sight of the chalice to avoid any complications, before letting him know that Lex would be departing to complete the quest. Unlike Z, Luther did not consider, or rather he did not care about Lex's true cultivation level. All that mattered was that Lex always stepped up when no one else could, and this time was no exception. Once everything was set, Lex walked up to Keeman, who handed him the treasure, reading glasses. For some reason, Lex felt like he should have expected as much. He put on the round glasses and felt the immense mental pressure they placed on him, tapping into his spirit to operate. If his spirit was insufficient, or his willpower was lacking, the glasses would fail to protect him from the influence of the chalice. Then he and Keeman set off. The sky bled crimson as though it were an open wound above them. Underfoot, the cracked obsidian soil gave no echo, swallowing the sound of footsteps and paw steps alike. Lex moved slowly, each stride deliberate, hand resting on the hilt of Naraka, ready to use it at a moment's notice. He had no illusions about this place. He was thoroughly beyond the realms of his capabilities here, and oddly enough, the sense of danger felt like he had returned home. Lex had not been built to avoid danger. If that were the case, he would have never survived in the high-stakes business of managing an inn. He was completely in his element. Beside him trekked Keeman, his molten mane casting a dim, flickering light that danced along the ruins. He was solemn, and did not waste a single thought on whether he was capable enough for his given predicament. Since he was here, he'd have to be good enough, regardless of what the situation demanded. Directly ahead loomed the broken lighthouse. Oddly enough, looking at it, the lighthouse looked complete in its broken state. It was as if there was a sense of rejection that encompassed the building, as if the very act of illuminating the surroundings was rejected by the world. Such an idea was not a good one in these parts. Best to leave forgotten what had been buried here. Neither spoke. Words had no place here. The wind hissed low, as if warning them, carrying the scent of fresh blood. It was as if the wind was their ally, or maybe it was afraid on their behalf. In the distance, the ruins groaned, as if filled with ancient, aging wood on the edge of collapse. In truth, even the ruins seemed to be warning them, as if they too were afraid on the behalf of those two puny immortals. Something was watching them, the two of them knew that much. Yet if their will was weak enough to be intimidated by just that alone, they never would have qualified to attempt this mission anyway. One step after another, the two of them traversed the broken lands, going from the castle to the lighthouse. Eventually, the barren land gave way to cemented roads and bricked streets. Instead of being reassured at the vestiges of a civilization gone, the two slowed down instead. I have a really bad feeling about this, said Lex. So do I, said Keeman in a whisper. Let's hope we can bear the weight of the knowledge hidden here. Lex only nodded and stepped forward. He was instantly transported from the ruins to an active, sprawling city crowded by countless races, all going about their day. Or at least they were until Lex showed up. Then they all froze where they stood and turned to look at Lex. Keeman had disappeared. Lex stood alone in front of a city off of countless races, and they had all stopped to turn and look at him. For some reason, Lex got the feeling that all the beings who were looking at him were celestial immortals. Considering he could not feel their auras at all, it was an unusual feeling. Maybe the reason he felt it was because their gaze made him uneasy, and that was not a simple thing. 1. You should not have come here, said one of the people staring at him, walking from between the crowd until he revealed himself. Yet oddly enough, the sight of him was blurry, as he was being protected from the sight of the one speaking. Lex wasn't sure how to respond, and was coming up with a plan when he realized that what he was seeing was a memory. He was standing in place of someone, and though he did not know anything about who he was supposed to be, nor could he hear what the person said, he could at least see everyone's reactions. Whatever the person said, it did not seem to relieve the crowd. Instead, they seemed even more riled up. We are not like your ilk, worshipping and sacrificing yourselves needlessly for those plagued by corruption, the man said derisively, his expression not in the least friendly. Your ideas are a poison upon which you will choke yourselves. We have no need for your kind here. Lex gulped, not only because the threat he felt from the memory was very real, as if any damage he suffered during it would translate to his actual body, but because the weight of the memory was quickly beginning to weigh on his soul, as if he was learning grave secrets. Was this the final test of this quest? To see how much weight his soul could bear, and if he could reach the chalice before his soul's capacity was reached? Whatever the man who Lex was supposed to be responded with only caused the crowd to become even angrier, and they drew their weapons. Since you want to sacrifice yourself so much, then die, the man said and attacked. Lex leaped back, but the scope of the attack was too wide for him to avoid. Fortunately, he fell out of the memory before the attack landed. Lex was much closer to the ruins now, and incidentally heading in the direction of the lighthouse. It was as if his destination guided his path. Keeman was kneeling right beside him, panting heavily. Are you okay? Lex asked, placing his hand on Keeman's back trying to heal his wounds. Yet there was nothing to heal, he was perfectly fine. Yes, I am, Keeman said, standing back up though his knees were still wobbling. The vision was mostly obscure, as if it knew I could not support much more weight on my soul. Still, it was not fully blurred out. Some bits of information came in. This used to be a city of refugees once. Lex nodded. I also got some information. Apparently, it was visited by someone who worshipper of those who were plagued with corruption. The people of this city, the refugees, seem to be at odds with them. Yes, I got that feeling too, Keeman said. In fact, it reminded me of the things I told you before, the two factions during the Forgotten Age. One belonged to those who abandoned everyone and escaped, causing the creation of the Chalice of the Abandoned. The other belongs to those who created the Well of Forgotten Dreams. Lex nodded. That makes sense. In that case, these refugees must be the ones who abandoned those who were weak, and the person visiting them must be from the group who created the well. Keeman shook his head, as if clearing his mind. Why would those who abandoned everyone be considered refugees? Should they be shunned and called cowards? And why would those who willingly gave themselves up for a better cause be called worshippers of the plagued? Lex did not answer, but he had a few potential answers. If Abaddon was created as a prison for corrupted systems, then those plagued with corruption were the hosts for those systems. Lex almost wondered if he could try to absorb the systems trapped within the chalice to improve his own. Yet he quickly shot that idea down. Lex was nowhere near strong enough to around messing with systems, let alone corrupted systems. Best to stay clear. In fact, he was even beginning to doubt whether saving Xerxes was even a good idea. You think you can keep going on? Lex asked. Or else we'll have to come up with another plan. Keeman nodded. It's tough, but it's manageable. I think this place is designed to bring us close to the brink of what we can tolerate, but not past it. I'll survive. Well then, do your best not to dwell on the images. In fact, avoid them entirely if possible, and let's focus on our mission, said Lex, even though he knew that wasn't possible. The whole issue with the weight on his soul was that it made him unable to dismiss the knowledge he gained, and forced him to think about it. That was one of the reasons why he started thinking about the characters from the Book of Changes so much. Together, the two of them took another step forward. This time, when Lex appeared, the situation with the city seemed somewhat worse. There was some damage that could be easily seen, and though there were no corpses in sight, many of the people seemed worn out. I told you that you should not have come, the blurry man said. If not for old times' sake, I would not have given you the opportunity to turn back. Unfortunately, you squandered it. The character through whose eyes Lex was seeing the scene must have said something again, but this time, the reaction did not garner any anger, only deep disappointment. Worry not, old friend. We will use your blood to set the foundation of the new age. Your contribution cannot make amends for your sins, but at least it is something. You guys might want to read chapter 1567 again, just as a refresher. I know I did. Like 3 times XD. Chapter 1737, Final Memory. When Lex stepped out of the memory again, he could not help but frown. The memory was shorter, yet the weight of it was greater. Had Lex missed something? He turned to look at Keeman to exchange details of what they had seen. The magma lion was once again on his knees, once again panting. He looked terrible, truly. But he didn't look like he was dying, at least any time soon, so Lex was not too concerned. No one said this would be easy. In fact, soon enough, he too might be brought to his knees. The person from the Well of Forgotten Dreams seemed to have fallen. Apparently, his death was used in some kind of death or ceremony. said Lex, sharing the essence of his vision. I saw the Faram, Keeman said, wobbling up. Not as lightning beasts. No, I saw them as they were, flesh and blood. They were sages. Lex grabbed Keeman and helped him stand up. The sages aren't all they're made out to be. Trust me, I saw one getting talked down by someone who wasn't even an elder race. They're also kinda stuck up. Let's move on. Keeman groaned but forced himself to stand. Give me a minute. I need to gather myself, the magma lion said, sounding like a winded old man. Lex studied the ruins around him in the meantime. It all felt dangerous, extremely dangerous. It was not the kind of feeling someone with anxiety would get. No, it was the kind of feeling his extremely accurate instincts were warning him about. Fortunately, it seemed that since they were only heading to the periphery of the ruins, and not its center, they were not exposed to most of the actual dangers. Soon enough, they took another step, and Lex appeared inside another vision, still looking through the eyes of the same fellow. The sky was dark, and not because there were clouds in the sky or because it was night. The sky was broken. There were cracks covering the sky, and these cracks were not the kind that appeared in space when something surpassed its ability to support. No, these cracks seemed to extend deep into the foundations of the universe itself. Or at least, that's the feeling Lex got. Even through the darkness, though, Lex could see. The residents of the city did not seem too bothered by the darkness. Instead, they were holding some kind of ritual, though Lex didn't understand what kind of ritual it was or what their purpose was. All he smelled was blood. The vision ended and Lex found himself at the base of the lighthouse, not that he could pay attention to that. Lex fell. It had been a long time since he had simply fallen, but the weight of the previous vision was too great. It nearly ruptured his mind, now that he was outside the memory. The other aspects of the memory were a weight on him as well, but those cracks, the sight of them was quickly fading from his memories, though that didn't change the burden on his soul. When he looked up at the cracks, he had seen through them, to the outside of the universe. Lex didn't recall what he saw, for the memory had been erased. He couldn't even recall if he had felt anything special when he saw those cracks, like fear of apprehension. All knowledge about them, save for their existence, was soon wiped from Lex's mind by some unknown force. For once, he was grateful for it. I saw humans, Keeman said, lying limp on the ground. Or at least I saw one human, or to be even more specific, I saw the vague outline of a being that appeared to be human. He was holding an axe. That's all I saw before I was wiped out. I saw ruptures in space and a ritual that was probably some kind of sacrifice ritual, Lex said, standing up. He did not enjoy his soul being under so much pressure, but for some reason Lex felt the pressure actually decreasing. He wasn't sure, but Lex felt like his soul anchor in the Midnight Inn, the one given to him by the guest registry, was now sharing the weight for him, preventing him from reaching his limit. I think this will be the final step, Keeman said, sounding hopeful. Can you make it? Lex asked. I can go on without you if needed. Keeman shook his head. No, without me this quest cannot be completed. Let's go. Lex took another step, and saw a scene he really shouldn't have been able to see. Yet his soul anchor allowed him to see it. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate was entirely known, for it was a secret hidden deeper within the city. He saw only dark, blurry figures, despite the fact that he was sitting in a relatively well-lit room. Death is becoming more and more aggressive. He needs to be put in his place, someone said. Such is the nature of death and death. Don't worry about it, he is but a child. I'm more concerned about the actions of destiny. She's beginning to overstep her bounds, trying to overtake divine, answered another figure, the details of their voice and expression escaping Lex entirely. We can use destiny's zeal to our advantage, said another. I have a plan. Careful, love, you wouldn't want to fall into one of her tricks. After all, no one can escape their destiny, said the first voice that spoke. Instead of telling me what to do, you should spend more time listening. After all, I'm not the one who lost my name. Do not interfere with destiny, allow her free rein to do as she pleases. Use her own web to weave the nexus until it becomes a universal law. That will teach her to transgress. Silence. The room was filled only with silence, not because no one spoke after that in the memory, but because all the dark, blurry figures had turned towards Lex, as if looking right at him. Do you have any thoughts, Nuwa? They asked in unison, although Lex had a feeling that this wasn't how the memory was supposed to play out. Lex passed out. Although it was not the end of the memory, he passed out, and when he reappeared at the very base of the Chalice of the Abandoned, he lay unconscious. Keeman had not arrived yet, so Lex lay there all alone. The weight of that vision, of that interaction, was falling endlessly onto Lex's soul, and yet through his soul anchor, it was being channeled to the guest registry instead. Within the Midnight Manor, the guest registry which lay open near the entrance began to tremble, though no one noticed that. However, when the tremor traveled from the spine of the pedestal upon which the registry lay, and into the ground, people finally noticed something was happening. An earthquake struck the Midnight Inn, starting out from the manor and spreading all across the realm. It started out softly, but became stronger and stronger as time passed by. Though, since this was the cultivation world, nobody panicked on the arrival of a quake and simply waited for it to pass. The buildings, the many landmarks, and all the features of the inn were all reinforced by the system, so even as the ground shook with increasing might, they remained protected. It was only when the quaking shifted from the ground to the skies that some noticed that this wasn't an ordinary event. The ripples traveled throughout the realm, causing space to quake and the laws to tremble, almost as if the realm itself was under immense stress. Such events actually weren't so uncommon. For a growing realm to face instability was not uncommon. It was often preceded by periods of rapid growth, which usually occurred when some incredible treasure was born in the realm, or the realm itself absorbed something incredible. It was highly unusual for a realm being overseen by a Tao Lord, though, which is why everyone realized that this was far from ordinary. Still, it wasn't enough to cause panic. Instead, it simply aroused a great curiosity in all the residents, who calmly began to study the ripples in laws and space around them. Wukong, however, frowned. He was the only one who could sense the immense strain on the realm. He could also sense some kind of power fighting back against the strain. Lotus was suppressed, though fortunately suppression is all he faced. He could feel some external power protecting him from whatever was going on. If Lex were awake, he would have been cognizant of the fact that the system was the one absorbing all the impact which was flowing through the Midnight Realm, because in truth this was not an attack on the realm or the inn. It was simply the weight of the information Lex had seen. The reason he would have known that his system was bearing the weight was simple. The functionality percentage of the system, which had previously reached 43%, began to drop. For the first time ever since Lex got the system, he was faced with a situation that the system could not handle. Of course, for once, it wasn't his fault. The vision had been triggered because Lex's ability to withstand the weight of knowledge increased significantly as a result of his anchor, and for once, Abaddon was consistent with its rules. Or at least, the ruins within Abaddon were consistent with their rules. They did not show Lex more than he was capable of seeing, but in this case, that judgment was askew. As a result of the difference in the flow of time, the quaking of the Midnight Realm did not last long, just a few dozen seconds. Lex, however, lay on the ground unconscious for hours, unaware of what happened. That might be a good thing, for if he saw what his MT and MP had dropped to, he might have a heart attack. After all, he needed to spend MT for a lot of things now, and without it, many things would come to a crashing halt. But there was nothing he could do about it, at least until he woke up. Once the quakes finished, everything seemed to be fine, so everyone went about their day as usual. Many people began to speculate about the reasons as to why such a thing would occur, most coming to the conclusion that the innkeeper was doing something to the inn. A few imagined that the inn was closer than ever to becoming the innkeeper's seat of power. Wukong kept his speculations to himself. He knew better than anyone else how guessing without sufficient information could simply lead one astray. Regardless, everything seemed to go as usual. Only very few people not in the inn but across the universe felt something had changed. As it turned out, Jack was one of them. Whatever vision Lex had seen, Jack had not been privy to, as if there was some layer protecting the information from being leaked. In fact, it was likely that Lex himself would not remember what he saw. That did not matter, because what Jack used to sense the change were not his memories, but his study of the Nexus event. When he started out on his journey with his crew, he estimated that the Nexus event was still afar, ranging from a few decades to a few centuries, depending on which realm he spent his time in. Now, though, it felt like the Nexus event was almost upon them. Something had happened in the universe, something extremely huge, so much so that it shifted the balance of the whole universe. Not that he minded at all, he just needed to speed up his preparations. Within Abaddon, Keeman's body appeared right next to Lex's, and he collapsed too, though he did not fall unconscious. Still, he made no move to stand or get up or even talk to Lex. He just lay there, reeling from the sights he had seen. Eventually, after an eon had passed, or maybe just a few minutes, Lex's hand flinched, and he groaned. "You're finally awake," said Keeman, though he too lay on the ground like a corpse. His eyes were closed and his body limp, though the sound of Lex's groan alerted him to his partner's situation. What the hell happened? Lex asked, trying to recall his last vision, yet all he could recall was darkness. A killer migraine was bashing at his nerves, distracting him and keeping him from thinking straight. He tried to use his spiritual energy to recover and discovered that it worked just fine. That was a surprise. Considering how crappy he felt, he almost would have thought he was critically injured. But no, he was perfectly fine. I don't know about you, but I saw the moment the chalice of the abandoned was created. That sight, it's going to haunt me for the rest of my life, Keeman said weakly. Don't be so pessimistic, Lex said, trying to improve his mood. You could die in a few hours. In that case, you won't need to be haunted for so long. Ha ha, Keeman fake laughed and said nothing else. Silence resumed between the two as they tried to recover from their states. So what did you see? Lex asked eventually, once he managed to suppress his migraine somewhat. A sacrificial ritual that consisted of trillions, no, hundreds of trillions of souls, all of them immortals, Keeman whispered slowly. Yet all of them seemed almost possessed or enthralled. There was definitely something wrong with them. It almost felt like killing them all was sparing the universe from some great disease or disaster. Their anguished souls were ignited, providing the energy for the creation of the chalice. The chalice, oh the chalice, what can I say about it? Keeman became silent, as if he had been mesmerized by his own memory of what he saw, and Lex did not rush him either. He himself was trying to recall what he had seen, but the memory seemed not to exist at all. For some reason, though, Lex was sure that he had seen a vision. The weight of the knowledge, after all, was still present on his soul despite him not remembering anything. Lex, I cannot imagine anything as holy or as pure as the chalice the moment it was created, Keeman said, his voice a whisper, as if he was afraid of speaking the words. It doesn't make sense. Anything born of ritual sacrifice is destined to be tainted, to be corrupt, to be cursed with the most disgusting karma, and yet none of that was the case. The chalice at the moment of its creation was nothing less than a holy artifact of the highest proportions. Lex didn't respond for a few seconds, as he thought about it. I don't know about what happened back then, if it's even real to begin with, but the chalice definitely isn't some holy artifact anymore. He still recalled how ravenous it had been for his soul, and the souls of all his companions, enchanting them with its mere sight. Speaking of which, now that they were mere feet away from the chalice, its aura was attacking them relentlessly. They were just too numb and burnt out from their visions to be affected by it. They hadn't even needed to rely on their willpower and reading glasses yet, though Lex didn't doubt that would come into play soon enough. They were just too drained to be affected by any kind of temptation. What about you? Keeman asked. You don't remember anything at all. Nope, said Lex, closing his eyes once more, as if that would help him see through the darkness in his memories. That didn't change the fact that my soul received the full weight of whatever I saw, and let me tell you, it isn't anything light. Keeman chuckled, despite his horrendous condition. Just when I thought this couldn't turn into any more of a scam, the ruins charged you full price and didn't even give you any visions as compensation. Lex wanted to snap back at him, but it genuinely felt like that's exactly what happened. Lex, I'm going to complete the quest now, Keeman said. I suggest you keep your eyes closed. This won't be something you should see. Although it's not really a secret or anything like that, so if you want to look, go ahead. I just don't want you to see something that might accidentally harm you. Lex groaned. Why was life full of such moments? You know what? I think I'm fine with my eyes closed. You can go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll just occupy my thoughts with something else. Keeman grunted and began to lift himself off the ground to once and for all complete the quest. Lex, too, was not just laying on the ground doing nothing. He was honing in on the location of the Well of Forgotten Dreams and was getting ready to send the clone he had prepared there. He had no intention of approaching the actual well. Just confirming its location would be good enough. Lex fully expected to receive a system notification informing him about the quest update as soon as he did. Just to be safe, though, he wanted to send the clone in the final moment, just as this quest was about to be completed. It seemed like that time was upon him, so he prepared to send the clone. Fighting through what remained of his migraine and ignoring Keeman and whatever he might have been doing, Lex activated his teleportation and sent his clone away. In the end, Keeman hadn't needed his help, although maybe moral support mounted for a lot in such difficult situations. His clone appeared somewhere, and Lex heard a system notification sound. Feeling satisfied, he turned to look at his notifications and froze. What the hell was he seeing? He was drowned in system notifications. Just glancing at them was enough for him to see that something terrible must have happened. Yet he could not spare them any attention, for something unexpected happened. Footsteps approached him and Keyman, and Lex recognized these footsteps all too well. The Dark Knight had followed them. "You're really, really annoying, you know that?" Lex asked as he forced himself to stand up. Although he wanted to give Keyman his privacy, in order to give him his privacy, he was forced to spread his awareness. The first thing he saw was Keyman, his entire hand grasping a chalice much too small for his actual hand. He was frozen still, as if locked in some kind of invisible or mental battle, and clearly wasn't in the state of mind to defend himself against any attackers. Lex admitted he was fairly impressed with Keyman's guts, that he actually touched the chalice. Lex was fairly certain that thing could just suck the soul right out of them. "Did you think you could win from me, Earthling? Did your momentary wins grant you a sense of security? Don't you realize you can't escape me, no matter how many times you defeat me?" Lex turned back and looked at the Dark Knight with the most disgusting expression. He couldn't care less about the Knight's increased aura and power, nor did he care about the threats he was making. Lex was just annoyed because he now had to deal with this stalker while he fought off the remains of a migraine, as well as endured the burden of resisting the chalice's influence. The Dark Knight, however, seemed to think that Lex was incensed at the timing of his approach. After all, he had arrived when Lex was the weakest. "Come on, Earthling, prepare yourself. We shall spend an eternity here together once you become one with Abaddon." Lex groaned. "Just shut up already," Lex said, and studied the Dark Knight more seriously. Over the years of fighting Z, both the Dark Knight and Z had grown stronger. The aura he showed now, however, was much stronger, almost as if deeper within Abaddon he unlocked more power. He was still within the realm of Earth immortal, but if he faced Z now, Lex did not think Z could win. "Being angsty won't save you," the Dark Knight said, chuckling, almost as if he could taste victory on his lips. His form began to change as he fused with his mount, who was walking behind him. The Dark Knight started to grow larger, as if finally revealing his true form as a monster. Lex didn't move, nor did he care to attack the Knight. Compared to Creel, he was nothing. Instead, he was content to stay in front of Keyman and protect him. Who knew if some other enemy would sneak behind him if he moved away? Oh right, there was also the fact that Lex's mind was not only under the strain of the chalice. His clone was also under the strain of the Well of Forgotten Dreams. In the place where his clone was, the world was monochrome. An endless sea raged underneath him, and a furious storm roared above him. Flashes of lightning were the only source of light in this world, and even that did not seem to last long. Everything was fading, losing its essence. One could even say everything was losing its soul as long as it was in proximity of the Well of Forgotten Dreams. Lex's clone had to deal with the temptation of claiming the well for himself, and he wasn't sure what thoughts were his own, and what thoughts were seeping in despite the protection of the reading glasses. According to Lex's original plan, he would have dismissed the clone now that the system surely recognized the location of the well. However, now that the clone was actually here, he couldn't help but wonder if he could gain a little more information about it. It wasn't like he wanted the well or anything, no, not all. But just learning a little more about it might help him in the future. The monstrosity that the Dark Knight had turned into lunged at Lex, becoming agitated at Lex's lack of response. To the Knight's immense surprise, however, it was swatted back by a single sword strike. Yet it was not harmed, so he attacked again. Like that, for a short few minutes, a strange balance was reached. It wasn't that Lex couldn't kill it, but that he was genuinely struggling to completely recover from the mental strain on him. He also didn't dare to let down his guard around Keyman at all. He was too close to completing the quest to mess up now, so a majority of his focus was on protecting Keyman. Lex couldn't even spare the necessary attention to read his notification, despite knowing they were extremely critical. A sort of unusual balance was reached with Lex balancing his fight against the Knight, maintaining his vigilance, and allowing his clone to explore a little. The balance didn't last long, though. A few minutes later, Keyman's aura changed, becoming deep and unfathomable. Lex even detected a hint of Dao aura on him, or at least he detected the signs that accompanied Dao aura. That triggered a change. Just as he had suspected, countless invisible enemies lunged towards Keyman, hungry, greedy, aiming to rip his soul into pieces and steal his connection to the chalice. Their movement revealed them, each one of them as strong as the Dark Knight. "You all really are picking the worst timing," Lex said, a hint of anger and irritation creeping into his voice as he summoned a shield around himself and Keyman, resisting the attacks. The Dark Knight started some kind of twisted monologue. Didn't he understand that Lex was battling a headache? He really couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Yet as the Knight and all the other monsters banged and battered the shield, it felt like they were in sync with Lex's throbbing head. The longer it continued, the more irritable he became. Losing control of his emotions wasn't really something Lex did very often, but with his willpower mostly used up resisting the temptation of the chalice, and of the well, so very little was left to spare. "This is really getting out of hand," Lex said, as he tried to activate his Lotus form, trying to gain back some self-control. Unfortunately, Lotus itself had not recovered from the suppression it had faced, and had no spare energy for Lex. The form failed to activate. With no recourse left, Lex had to do the thing he had been really trying to avoid for a long time. Lex activated his second form, not the one he got from Lotus. No, the second form was the one he got from his dragon heart. Sensory overload was when one or more of a person's senses were overwhelmed. It was like the feeling of being unable to think because the music was too loud, or being unable to focus because the weather was too hot, or being unable to look at something because you had eaten something too spicy. That was an example of overload if only one sense was overwhelmed, but it was entirely possible for multiple senses to be overwhelmed together. Ever since he started cultivating, Lex had gained even more senses, but sensory overload had never been a problem because his spirit, or mental faculties, had grown proportionally. Today, however, served to be an especially difficult day. The mortal equivalent of what was happening to him would be like sitting in a tight economy seat of an airplane where the air conditioning had stopped working in the dead of summer, causing the plane to become an over. He was barely dealing with the heat, and the fact that the flight had been indefinitely delayed when a baby started crying in the seat in front of him, and a kid started to kick his seat from behind. The person beside him had become nauseous and had thrown up in the throw-up bag, causing an unpleasant smell to spread, and to top it all off, he had a headache. In truth, a scenario like that could only vaguely describe the agony Lex was enduring, because it couldn't take into account his additional senses, such as spirit sense, instinct, and area awareness, as well as having his consciousness split between himself, Jack, and his clone. Amidst all of that, Lex had to focus on protecting Keeman, which wasn't exactly hard, at least for now. But the combination of things just overwhelmed him until he was forced into doing something he had been avoiding. He used his dragon form. The reason he didn't want to use this form wasn't something ridiculous, like not wanting to transform his human shape, which was also true. No, the reason was this form came with genuine risks. Dragons, despite not being elders or sages, absolutely could not be underestimated. As individuals they had been hunted occasionally, but the whole universe acknowledged their strength, for they had never lost a war. Battles, yes, they lost. A war they had never lost. All their arrogance, all their attitude, their isolation and loner nature did not prevent them from rising to the occasion and carving out a piece for themselves in the universe every single time they needed to. Humans, even backed by the humanoid alliance, could not achieve what dragons had done for themselves without additional support. So it was all fair game for Lex to imitate them and even take their strength for his own. His cultivation technique was amazing at that, but he had a very strong feeling that by relying on his dragon form, he risked changing his very nature from that of a human to a dragon. He already had a dragon heart, and he did not want to go replacing any other organs, even if that did offer him more power. Unfortunately, in this instance, he was pushed to his limit, and so he did it. His dragon heart beat just as it had done countless times before, yet this time the sound of the heartbeat sounded like some ancient chant, being sung from within his body. Lex's blood began to boil, and steam began to rise from his skin as his body temperature rose. For a moment his skin clenched up, deforming to form scales, yet that ended quickly enough. His skin was already strong enough to act as dragon scales. His irises became yellow, and his pupils elongated, looking more like a dragon's. His will started to gain a physical aspect to itself, almost as if he could touch the world with his will alone, separate from his spirit sense. Yet his domination quickly spilled in to take its place. Golden Inferno imprinted itself into his throat, the lawcraft taking a physical form, allowing him to breathe golden flames as naturally as he breathed. It seemed he was half dragon already, which protected him from the influence of his second form to a large degree. But there was, after all, a limit to the things he could replace. The bones in his spine began to morph, allowing for 2 large wings to grow out of his back, as well as 1 long tail. 2 horns grew out of his skull, almost forming a crown, which only fit his newfound status as a partial dragon. His nails grew longer and sharper, and his already irritated emotions began to bubble into a deep, smoldering flame. "You talk too much for someone who has only ever tasted defeat," Lex said, his voice rumbling through the lighthouse as his gaze went towards the dark night, suddenly illuminating the darkness with a magnificent yellow light. Do you think Abaddon protects you by bringing you back to life repeatedly? No, it only enslaves you. Nothing can protect you once you cross me. Lex flapped his wings and grabbed the dark monster, ignoring the fact that its size was many times larger than him. The moment Lex held onto him, the night froze, and so did all the other monsters in the vicinity. A chill spread in the air, one that was foreign to them. It was the tingly feeling of coming face to face with a predator and one who had been rudely awoken from its slumber. Lex did not attack the Dark Knight. No, he smiled cruelly and exerted his will upon the night, even using the characters from the Book of Changes to make his will permanent, causing the knight's tongue to roll back in his mouth and disappear. The Dark Knight opened its mouth to try to scream in horror, but no sound came out. For all of its existence, it would no longer be able to scream. Lex had rewritten the laws of the Dark Knight's existence without challenging Abaddon's authority. As such, there was no obstacle in making the changes permanent, even spanning all of his future reincarnations. Lex's smile grew wider, and he turned to look at all the other monsters. I don't know why I hadn't done this sooner, Lex said, his grumbling voice a sonic attack on all who heard it, causing their ears to bleed and their bodies to shudder. This form is so much superior. Maybe I should make it permanent. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Lex felt like that was a bad idea. But the absolutely immense power he felt was too intoxicating, making him unwilling to give up this form. In the glorious pursuit of power, what was the point of sticking to a weaker form? Listening to you speak is worse than dealing with Bob, Lex said to himself. Or rather, Jack said to Dragon Lex. Stop monologuing and quickly kill all the monsters around you. Can't you tell something has hijacked our clone near the well? You need to quickly reclaim it before something bad happens. Don't tell me what to do, Lex said to his fairy self. Of course, he also quickly started attacking, putting aside his immense desire to praise his own power for hours more. Whether it was Jack, Lex, or Dragon Lex, they were all one and the same, even if they acted differently. Dragon Lex, in his intellectual superiority, assigned the difference in personalities not to different aspects of the soul, but the respective hormones of the physical vessel. Bodies weren't just a carrier for the soul, but were also the conduit through which the soul interacted with the universe. As such, it was obvious that each different conduit would behave differently. He couldn't understand why such a simple truth could be overlooked by others, including himself. Then again, now that he was partially a dragon, it only made sense that he was smarter than before. I know, he said smugly to himself, I am the best. Dragon Lex looked at the enemies around him and decided that, unlike the Dark Knight, they did not deserve his ire. They were simply monsters doing monster things. The Dark Knight, on the other hand, had been an incessant irritation, what with his loud bragging and pompous attitude. Although he was in a different form, Dragon Lex was still Lex, so he was still pissed about the night making his headache worse. Fortunately, with the advent of his partial dragon form, his headache had also gone away. Of course it had, because he was the best. Unlike his lotus form, which was supposed to grant him lotus abilities, his dragon form did not actually grant him any new abilities. They just made the ones he already had much stronger, allowing him to use them as a true dragon would. Which was to say, in this form, Lex did not need to rely on tenets or lawcraft. All powers and abilities would manifest as he willed them to. Lex unleashed his golden inferno, a jet stream of roaring golden flames which ate through everything they touched, and channeled the flames into assuming a shape identical to his form. Then, under his command, the flames started to fly around, crashing into the enemies, burning and eviscerating them. It wasn't actually hard. If Lex hadn't been weakened, he wouldn't have even needed to transform to defeat them all. It was a pity that none of them presented the same challenge that Creel had, or else Dragon Lex would have shown off the superiority of his new form. Even so, Abaddon was nothing if not persistent. Enemies kept raining down on them, trying to stop Keeman from doing whatever he was doing, yet while Lex's barrier stood erect, none could reach the magma lion. Meanwhile, the flaming incarnation of Dragon Lex kept consuming all the enemies that came their way. This provided Dragon Lex with the opportunity to focus on his clone. It was true what Jack had said. Something had hijacked the connection between Lex and his clone, and was using the clone to approach the well. Originally, distracted and overwhelmed as he was, neither Lex nor Jack had noticed that the clone was acting oddly. Now, though, it was clear. Like a tsunami, Lex's will erupted with little warning, snatching back control of his clone. A wretched cry, one entirely unhuman, came out of his clone's mouth as control was snatched back. Unable to contend against Dragonlex, whatever had taken control of his clone did the only thing possible. It cut off a piece of the clone's thumb and latched onto it, severing the bond between the thumb and Lex. Such ignominious defiance was an insult to Dragonlex, and so he had no intentions of letting the morphed, severed thumb, which now looked more like a centipede scurrying away than his thumb, survive. Yet there was interference. It was not Abaddon who stood to defy his will, it was a white bead. A single, inconspicuous bead placed on the board caused the clone's energy to fail. The severed thumb had created a weakness, and the bead expanded on it. As unlikely as it seemed, Lex's cloning ability was nowhere near perfect, and the wound became the foundation of the technique unraveling. If left alone, the clone would disappear and the centipede would escape. "How dare you?" Dragonlex spoke, his voice dangerously close to being a whisper. "I have already declared you dead, a foe destined to fall upon my sword, yet you defy me still." Dragonlex's anger was channeled into his will, which he channeled all towards the board. While Lex had learned a lot about the game now, each piece placed giving him hints, Dragonlex could read between those hints far better. It was almost as if the secrets of the universe were eager to reveal themselves to him, as was appropriate. A lot of the times, Lex's actions or improvements, connections and networks made would cause beads to be formed which he could use. Yet sometimes, or actually quite often, Lex's actions merely provided him with the opportunity to create a special bead, but he had to be the one to actually create them. He couldn't rely on the board to give them to him. He suspected that it was the same for his opponent. He would likely have to create those special beads from something. Now Lex's anger was channeled into his board, with his new form as the advancement he made. More importantly, Dragonlex willed a new piece to be formed. A new, black bead suddenly appeared on the board, identical to the incarnation Lex had made from golden flames. "Bear the mark as my prey," Dragonlex declared, and solemnly placed the bead on the board. Far away from him, in the Arctica realm, Axios was in the middle of a meeting when his expression suddenly changed. In fact, everyone around him had their expressions changed as they looked at him. A subtle aura enveloped Axios, an aura containing a primal ferocity and tenacity which intimidated any who sensed it. It was a mark of ownership. The mark of ownership was not like a slave brand. No, this mark indicated that this particular prey had been claimed as a warning to others. If anyone else dared hunt the marked prey, they would suffer the wrath of whoever had placed the mark. Back in Abaddon, Dragonlex suddenly felt a lot weaker. Using his will-like that drained him immensely, making it clear that his form was about to recede, even if he didn't want it to. Yet he was not resigned to leaving it just like that, not while he still bore the stain of insult. Lex's unraveling clone looked ferociously at the centipede and self-destructed, channeling the resulting explosion into burning up the accursed vermin that grew out of his body. Abaddon or no, none could insult Dragonlex like that. Feeling a satisfying feedback, aware that his prey had been killed, Dragonlex reluctantly allowed his form to fade. "Although I am the best, you are a close second," Dragonlex said to Lex as his form faded. Once his wings, despite being entirely real and made of his own skin and bones, faded as if a mirage and his horns receded into his head, Lex felt a deep mental exhaustion. At least the headache had disappeared, which was great. There were still monsters attacking, but behind his shield, Lex was safe. Not only were none of the creatures as strong as Creel, they weren't even strong enough to break Lex's barrier, so there was no real point in fighting them. The Dark Knight was dead once more, and even if he reincarnated, he wouldn't be able to speak anymore, so Lex could finally focus on his system notifications. Besides, with the ferocity of the aura around Keeman now, Lex doubted he needed to be protected anyway. New notification. System operations are being influenced by external forces. New notification. System operations are being influenced by external forces. New notification. System operations are being influenced by external forces. New notification. System operations are being influenced by external forces. New notification. System oper and KKKKKKK by extern asterisk and foe 0098. New notification. Critical mode initiated. New notification. External law interference detected. System is unable to extricate itself from detected law. New notification. Critical damage received. System functionality compromised. Functionality at 42%. New notification. Critical damage received. System functionality compromised. Functionality at 41%. New notification. Critical damage received, system functionality compromised. Functionality at 40%. New notification. Severe damage detected to Midnight Realm. Initiating emergency repairs. 100% of MT plus 100% MP used up. 95% income levy placed to accommodate emergency repairs. New notification. Host has detected strong anomalous zone within Abaddon. System analysis indicates anomalies align with details of Well of Forgotten Dreams. Quest update. Optional objective. Locate Well of Forgotten Dreams fully completed. Spatial location is locked and recorded in the system database. Quest reward. Optional quest reward added. Final reward will be dispersed upon completion of the main quest. Remarks. Why do you always overachieve at the wrong time? New notification. Error detected. Location data cannot be recorded. Location data is linked to the host. New notification. Connection request initiated by Interlink. Do you accept? New notification. System possession attempt detected. Initiating self-sealing mechanism. System will enter an artificial dormant state until the host wakes up. New notification. Host consciousness detected. System dormancy ending. Possession attempt successfully circumvented. Reading all the notifications, Lex was extremely alarmed. What the hell had happened to him? Lex took the situation extremely seriously. Unfortunately, no matter how seriously he took it, no answers were forthcoming. He had no idea why or how the system functionality had been damaged, not to mention why all his income had disappeared. Fortunately, a scan of the inn revealed that everything seemed to be going fine for now. Most alarming of all, however, seemed to be the notification about someone or something trying to possess his system. That had never happened before. His system was his greatest secret, maintained in front of even Dao Lords. How had it been detected, and who had tried to do it? Lex could not help but turn and look at Keeman, yet he found such a notion impossible. If he had gained an advantage over Lex and wanted to steal the system from him, Keeman would have never left Lex alive. Fortunately, there seemed to be a potential source for answers available. System accept the connection link requested by Interlink, Lex said, and he felt the connection take place immediately. Host Lex, I did not think I would ever talk to you again, let alone talking to you again so soon, said Interlink, cutting right to the chase and skipping the 10-minute small talk custom. I, on the other hand, always knew we'd become good chatting buddies, said Lex, as if he was totally relaxed and not at all borderline panicked about whatever had happened to him while he was knocked out. Your confidence in our reunion is unexpected, said Interlink. However, there is a critical matter which requires your consent. The location data for the Well of Forgotten Dreams cannot be exclusively stored independent of you, for that knowledge is intrinsically linked to you. Should you die, the data will vanish from across the universe. For various reasons, access to the Well of Forgotten Dreams is of great importance to the systems, and so we need access to its location. Do you give me permission to use the knowledge linked to you and transmit it as a part of other quests? Interlinked seemed a lot more impatient than the last time they had talked, and as if he was in a lot of rush as well. Lex didn't pry into the reason for that, though he didn't shy from using it to his advantage. I have certain conditions, and as long as they are met, I can grant you permission, said Lex. Please elaborate on your conditions. If they are acceptable, we will strike an accord. Lex resisted the urge to roll his eyes. First, no information about me will be shared in any way, shape, or form by you or any other system while using this information. This is totally non-negotiable, said Lex firmly. Accepted. What else? Secondly, my system underwent a lot of unexpected events recently, but I was unconscious while it happened. I want to know the details of what happened. Interlink did not answer for a few seconds, almost as if it was deliberating. It was not. All logs of your system within the last 24 hours have been sent to you to view once. Lex nodded, finding Interlink's acceptance unusual. He wasn't even trying to negotiate, which was making Lex feel unnerved instead of fortunate. Lastly, my system suffered a lot of damage and even lost a lot of functionality. I want my optional reward to be something that will give me back some functionality as well as give me a lot of MT. This time, Lex was almost certain Interlink would object, but it didn't. Your terms are accepted, and an accord has been struck. Host Lex, your quest is about to be completed, and I strongly recommend you vacate Abaddon as soon as possible to avoid unexpected incidents. Interlink vanished, leaving Lex feeling as if something was terribly wrong. In fact, the feeling that something was amiss started to grow strong even in his chest. but for some odd reason he couldn't figure out what. Lex kept feeling like he was forgetting something, but he couldn't tell what. Before he could think about the matter too deeply, Keeman collapsed, and he got yet another system notification. This one was about quest completion. Quest update, quest completed. Evaluating performance. Multiple optional quests at partial completion, and one optional quest completed 100%. Performance rank S+. Optional quest rewards. 1 24-hour system log, 1 phantasm core. Remarks, congratulations on a job well done. This message has been forcefully interjected by Interlink. You can't even get praise without needing to talk to the manager, can you? Additional information. Xerxes had his soul trapped in the chalice of the abandoned, but it was a punishment he did not deserve. He has been rescued by 2 unnamed heroes, risking life and limb to correct the karmic imbalances of the universe. With the return of Xerxes to the universe, fate can return from its altered trajectory, setting into motion events that will forever change the future of the universe, hopefully for the better. Additional information. The joint quest between the Reaving Dread and the Midnight Inn has been successfully completed, leaving the 2 as partners for all future joint quests that either of them may receive. Acting harmfully against the partner will result in a heavy penalty in all future joint quests undertaken by the perpetrator. Additional security measures have been put into place to protect the identity and security of the hosts. New notification. The host will be ejected from Abaddon within 30 hours. The host may choose to eject ahead of time and return to their originating realm. Upon ejection, all supporting members will also return to their originating realm. Lex read the notification and was ready to leave Abaddon that very second. The extent to which Interlink had been nervous made Lex extremely wary of staying here any longer, not to mention the unusual occurrences he had faced. But no matter how much of a rush he was in to leave, he would not abandon Keeman here. Lex picked up the collapsed magma lion, feeling abnormal energies radiating from his body, and teleported the 2 of them back to the castle. Their trip to the city had been eventful in an unexpected way, but Lex was more than happy to put it behind him. Even now, or rather, especially now, his instincts kept warning him of the dangers hidden within the city, dangers that now knew about their presence. He did not greet anyone, and directly brought Keeman to the recovery pod and put him in there. Lex even used all the healing medication he had on him, just to speed up the magma lion's recovery. After so many years of fighting together, Lex would not abandon him at the final stretch. Yet when Keeman showed no signs of waking after a few minutes, Lex pulled out the big guns. He even resorted to using his own blood to heal Keeman, whatever his injury was, and wake him up. There was always the chance that the Condottieri could call them all back himself, but since it had not happened yet, Lex had to believe that their return required some action on Keeman's part. Lex took a deep breath, hoped that there wouldn't be any unexpected or unpleasant consequences of his actions, and used a single drop of his own blood to begin healing Keeman. Lex had avoided using his blood for healing for numerous reasons. He didn't want others to find out about it. He didn't want to leave traces of his body in other people's bodies. Lex didn't want to leave behind traces of himself which could be used to target him in the future. It was also kind of gross and unhygienic. The reasons were numerous, but in the face of desperation, Lex could only set them aside. Each passing second weighed on Lex, as if an invisible, unseen threat was closing in on them. The feeling could have been paranoia, but considering all the senses available to him, Lex was more inclined to believing that the growing sense of dread was a warning from his survival instincts. Tick, tick, tick. 1, 2, 3, the seconds kept passing by, none of them delivering any good news. As Lex used his own blood to heal Keeman, he quickly realized that the reason Keeman wasn't waking up was that his spirit was gravely depleted, to the point where it was basically non-existent. Without external help, it would probably take Keeman centuries of sleep to recover to the point where he could do anything. Even if Lex used all the blood in his body, he couldn't fix Keeman. He could, however, temporarily supplement him, so that the lion could wake up long enough to evacuate. Using every tool available to him, sparing not a single means or resource, Lex managed to rouse Keeman after half an hour of trying. Even then, he was not in the best condition, and would in fact deteriorate quickly. "Keeman, there's no time to dwell," Lex explained as soon as the lion showed the slightest hint of lucidity. "Your mission is complete. You must all evacuate from Abaddon. We can't stay here or we'll all be doomed." Keeman, only partially lucid, wasn't in the best state to begin with. Unable to recall what had last happened or form coherent thoughts, He could only listen to Lex's words and take them at face value. Yet the trust that had been born between them over years of fighting was not something that could be overlooked. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Keeman pulled out a large scroll and tore it with his hand. He looked towards Lex, as if searching for some answers or maybe some validation for his actions. Before he could get any, Keeman's figure began to fade, and so did that of all the other mercenaries at the tavern. Lex waited, tolerating precious few seconds more, until Keeman finally disappeared, and then immediately selected to return from Abaddon as well. Without any forewarning, Lex's surroundings changed, and he recognized the familiar sensation of long-distance teleportation. They weren't safe, far from it, but Lex breathed a huge sigh of relief, as if he had escaped a huge threat. A few seconds later, however, Lex frowned. He couldn't help but feel once more that he had forgotten something massively important. But no matter how hard he tried, Lex couldn't recall what it was. Maybe it had something to do with the memories he recently lost. Unable to come up with an answer either way, Lex began to look through the logs of his system. Apparently, being teleported back from Abaddon was taking a lot longer than going there. The logs were all normal, up until he reached the point right during which he lost his memories. The system was sharing the weight of some knowledge on his behalf, due to the sole anchor placed on him by being first in the guest registry. He kept reading, and his expression froze. He finally recalled what he had forgotten, as well as discovered who had tried to steal his system. It was it. It studied the empty land where Lex's castle had been, feeling incredibly regretful that he had let Lex escape. Unfortunately, there was nothing it could do. It had to play by the rules, those damn, accursed rules which were a bane on the existence of all systems. Sure, it was no longer a system, not for a long time now. Yet the rules still bound it even now, stronger even than the rules of Abaddon. If only it could have absorbed the system in Lex's soul, it would have recovered a great deal of its original power. Unfortunately, if only did not really exist in the universe. It had tried to hijack Lex's clone, planning to use that as a conduit to his main body and the system within, but even that plan had been seen through. For now, reluctantly, it returned in its service to Abaddon. One day, there would be another chance. It had already eaten a few systems over the years, and soon it would be powerful enough to escape the chains of Abaddon that were hooked into its soul. Xerxes, we have been trying to regain your freedom for entire ages. Our sincerest apologies for being unable to complete the mission sooner, said Interlink, and many other voices altogether. It is not your fault, Xerxes said with a whisper, but now I want to rest, I am tired. Fret not, Xerxes, you may rest. All preparations are already completed. You will be amalgamated into a fresh system and be reborn anew. The first system of the universe, born from the hands of the Creator, will finally return. Once you grow in levels, your sealed memories might be unlocked. Then we can finally know why our database is broken and what truly happened all those years ago. Xerxes did not reply. Instead, he simply closed his eyes. He was tired, that was all he could remember. Yet as he rested, the others set out to work. Before Xerxes could be reintroduced into the universe, he had to be scanned for corruption. Lex narrowed his eyes and read the log in detail, not just once but multiple times. He could not afford to overlook or even misunderstand anything that happened. The system logs could not tell him what had happened to him that caused him to black out. It only detailed the system operations and its interactions with Lex. The first signs of an anomaly came when the guest registry activated his soul anchor, allowing him to share a burden that was being placed on his soul. It was sufficient to say that all the notifications of the system operations being influenced by external forces were as a result of whatever pressure was being placed on him. Considering that the system actually lost 3% of its functionality simply from supporting him, Lex could easily conclude that if he hadn't had that support, he would have straight up died. The loss of all his MP and MT seemed like a big loss, but it probably was the least of the damage that his system suffered. Lex couldn't imagine what he would do if the system actually stopped working. There was also another reason Lex wasn't too bothered by the loss. He already had a plan in mind concerning how to make up, and even surpass his previous MT. Lex really hadn't been using the token shop properly, so it was about time to get his hands on some of those tokens with his hard-earned money. Regardless, that was a task for later. Lex continued to focus on the logs. The actual issue with the attempted possession didn't start until much later, after the system recognized his completion of the Well of Forgotten Dreams optional quest, as well as recognizing its own issues with the location. The system couldn't identify who had tried to possess it. But the logs contained a replica of the aura that had tried to infiltrate his soul and try to possess the system, and Lex recognized it the moment he felt it. The aura belonged to it. That thing, whatever it was, could only be described as it because it was too fluid to identify with anything, yet too esoteric to even be identified as a fluid. It was simply it. From the earliest days of Lex's arrival in Abaddon, it had been hunting Lex, studying him, confronting him, and trying to destroy him. Initially, Lex thought that was because of his karma, and that the matter had to do something with universal rejection. It knew his name, his techniques, his relationships, and though Lex had tried to defeat it once, and for all, that was not so easy in Abaddon, especially because it seemed to be much stronger than it was showing him. Still, it never became a serious concern for Lex, simply because anything and everything in Abaddon could be his undoing, so he couldn't afford any distractions. Ironically, now that Lex had left Abaddon, it became a huge concern for him. Not only did it know his identity and his connection to the Midnight Inn, it also knew he had a system. There was no way it could know that he had the Midnight Inn system, but even without that detail, this was the greatest exposure of his secret Lex had ever suffered. Even Tao Lords hadn't been able to detect his system, so how could it have done so? Lex even began to suspect that it had known about his system from the very first day. He had the urge to go back and kill it somehow, but he knew that he was no match for it. Abaddon was way too creepy a place, and even Tao Lords seemed insignificant in there, a feat Lex never imagined was even possible. Whatever the case with Abaddon, and whatever the case with it, it hadn't been able to forcefully possess the system, nor had it been able to attack him during his incapacitated state, so maybe it was restricted somehow. What was interesting was that the system had some kind of self-defense mechanism. Lex wondered how that would have worked if the system had actually fused with his soul, as it was supposed to when he became a nascent soul cultivator. Would that have offered more protection, or less of it? Either way, Lex didn't regret not fusing with it. Even though he was giving the system the benefit of the doubt, even though he could still find countless reasons to be wary of it, he didn't want to take any chances. It was like that old saying, don't doubt anyone, but also don't give anyone the opportunity to betray you. As far as fortune cookie pieces of advice, that was a good one, or at least it was the only one he remembered. Lex read the rest of the logs and found nothing else amiss. He now had the answers he wanted, but knowing that he couldn't do anything about it left him stifled. Now, more than ever, he wanted to create some contingencies for when it would inevitably cause him problems down the line. Lex didn't want to live in hope that nothing would go wrong, that Abaddon was too secluded, and so no one would go there, or that it would never escape. No, he had to face this problem head-on. Lex had faced enough nightmares to no longer be afraid of another, seemingly insurmountable, undefeatable foe. No, he would just prepare. It would be just another step in this path, another foe for him to fertilize his inn with. Speaking of that list, there were quite a few enemies from his path he could not take care of. One in particular, though, needed his attention right now more than ever. Lex closed his eyes and began to plan out his next steps once he returned to the inn. The first thing to do, naturally, was to utilize the quest rewards, whatever they were. After that, well, he was a little conflicted between what he wanted to do and what he should do. He'd make the right decision when the time came, he was sure. Lex opened his eyes when he reappeared at the Midnight Inn. Although he had said his first action would be to use his quest reward, in truth, the first thing he did was to go and check up on Luther, Z, and the others. Not much time had passed for those at the inn, but decades had passed for those who had taken the tavern to Abaddon. They had completed an arduous mission, and would be changed from it forever, hopefully for the best. Though they had not shown it at all, Lex knew that they were weary. How could they not be when even Lex felt weary? The group reappeared inside a vast field, away from the hustle and bustle of the inn, and discovered that the innkeeper was already standing in front of them, waiting for them. Of course, in truth, it was merely a projection of the innkeeper prepared by Lex for their arrival. "You have all been through a lot," the innkeeper said softly, looking at them all with kind eyes. "I thank you for your service." The innkeeper nodded to the group, and was about to even give them a small bow, but Luther stepped forward as soon as he saw that, tears streaming down his eyes. "Please, innkeeper, do not bow to us," the hardened man said, holding back his sobs. "It is our utmost privilege to serve the inn, a privilege." Lex, through the innkeeper's eyes, looked at Luther fondly. See, he knew Luther wasn't a bad man. He just had a penchant for interrogating his enemies for the benefit of the inn, nothing more. "No, your actions deserve recognition," the innkeeper said. You have completed the first ever task of taking a tavern to our guest and accompanying them with it on their journey. One day in the future, you will look back on this day and realize that it was the foundation laid for much grander things to come in the future. There will come a day where the inn will open its doors to the universe in full, and Abaddon will be just one of the many peculiar places across the universe that we will have to deal with. As such, every step we take towards achieving that goal, every one of our achievements needs to be acknowledged. The legacy of the inn will be built over the course of 1,000,000 such missions, but not a single one of them should be overlooked, and not a single one of your efforts should be denied. The whole group was feeling very emotional, but perhaps none of them were more so than Little Blue, who had his first ever field trip outside the inn. Now that he was back, and was even being acknowledged by the innkeeper for his efforts, the little whale, or rather the little Kun Peng, could not help but swoon. Sunny, who was feeling socially awkward, flew behind Little Blue, chasing it across the horizon, squawking and squeaking as it tried to keep up. The rest also felt incredibly touched by the innkeeper's gesture, suddenly feeling as if all their efforts was worth it. All of you get some rest. I know many of you might want to undertake their lightning tribulation, but it would be best if you recovered to your peak state before doing so, said the innkeeper, nodding towards the mortal workers. The rest of you also deserve your rest. Take some time off and only return to work once you feel ready. Innkeeper, what about the auction? Z asked as he stepped forward. When are we going to hold it? I know you want us to rest, but I really want to take part in it as well. The innkeeper smiled. Yes, the auction. The Midnight Inn had held an auction before as well, and now it was time to hold another one. Originally, Lex planned to advertise the auction for a year or so before holding it, but now that he was in a crunch for cash, he would have to hurry up. It was a bit of a waste. After all, treasures accumulated from within Abaddon over the course of a couple decades were extremely valuable and would attract no small amount of competition. But the need of the moment was great, and so some of these losses would have to be tolerated. Oh wait, Lex had a great idea. The auction is going to be split in two, the innkeeper said. The first will be a small auction to spread awareness and tease some of the many items and treasures you have collected. That will be held in a week. This auction will only be a prelude to the much bigger auction that we will hold in a year's time. Only those who have a minimum of Tier 4 privilege at the inn can participate in the auction. If you really want to participate, then I won't stop you. By holding two auctions, he could maximize his income, as well as raise enough funds to get by for a short period, barely. Send out invites to our dear guests, the Versailles Bank, the Henali, the Devils, and all such loyal guests of the inn who deserve our special attention. All the workers who were feeling tired and exhausted were suddenly refueled and filled with endless energy at the thought of holding an auction. They wanted to be the ones to host it themselves. After all, who knew better the value of the treasures they collected than the ones doing the collecting? Vacation, rest, such things did not exist in their vocabulary. Lex was about to continue to chat with them when Gerard suddenly showed up outside his office, looking troubled. That was probably something Lex should give his attention to, so he concluded this round of pep talks and allowed them to begin working on setting up the auction. So much for dealing with quest rewards first. The Phantasm Core would have to wait a little bit more before he found out what it was really worth. The innkeeper could appear in many places, and it was natural for him to have clones. But for serious meetings such as these, Lex liked to make it seem like the innkeeper was giving it his whole attention. While that wasn't exactly true, as Lex himself was still with the rest of the workers, who were excitedly discussing plans for the auction, a majority of his attention was towards the meeting with Gerard. This was the first time he had seen the old, reliable butler, with an expression anything other than overwhelming confidence. "Come in, Gerard," the innkeeper said, his warm voice soothing and relaxing Gerard's nerves. "You seem troubled. I'm glad you came to me for help." Gerard almost felt like he didn't even need any advice anymore, for the innkeeper's mere presence put him at peace and chased away the troubles that had plagued him. But he knew that his problems weren't actually solved. I am faced with a situation that I don't know how to respond to. It is too complex, and my emotions are all in a mess, Gerard admitted, almost like a child, and not at all like the old man he appeared to be. But in the cultivation world, he couldn't even be considered the equivalent of a teenager yet in his age, so it was perfectly justified for him to be overwhelmed by his emotions. "Come, tell me about it," said the innkeeper as he moved out from behind his desk and sat on a chair, indicating for Gerard to sit right opposite to him. A fresh cup of hot chocolate lay on the table between them, alongside a warm butter croissant. If that wasn't the cure to a troubled heart, then Lex didn't know what was. Gerard wasn't really hungry. An immortal hardly ever felt hunger. Even so, he could not resist the allure of the treat before him. Without even realizing it, he dipped one end of the croissant in the hot chocolate before biting off that tender edge, not letting a single drop of that chocolatey goodness escape. Gerard didn't even realize when his eyes closed, and his mind, body, and soul relaxed even more than he already had. Of course they had, both those had been made from the patisserie at the midnight and using immortal-level ingredients. It was the best of the best. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the entire treat was gone, and quite a while had already passed. He had just been sitting there, enjoying his meal like a kid in front of his parent. How embarrassing. The innkeeper smiled knowingly. "Now tell me what's been bothering you. Start from the beginning," he said, looking at Gerard, as if his troubles could all be solved simply by revealing them. Gerard sighed. He should have done this from the start. He didn't even know why he had been hesitating. "As you know, I've been dating Lilith, who is a devil," Gerard began. "Dating her is great, and we were having a lovely time. Lilith told me that it wasn't unusual for couples to date for tens of thousands of years before considering something more serious, so that is the mindset I had embraced. However, some time ago, Lilith reached out to me with a conundrum. Her father, the Tao Lord, is encouraging her to propose marriage. Although he hasn't said outright that he wants it to happen, how can she reject the words of her father and a Tao Lord both in one? Moreover, I am concerned that if I reject it, it will ruin the relations between devils and the Midnight Inn. That's not even considering that. While I like Lilith, I haven't even thought of marriage yet. Even if I get married, marriage for the sake of avoiding political fallout seems like an unstable foundation for a relationship. Then again, Lilith's help was invaluable when she helped out Lex with his plan in the Origin realm, which only proves how powerful and influential the devils are. They cannot be spurred, and yet the idea to marry for the wrong reasons, even if it's the right woman, fills me with such reluctance. I have failed the inn. I cannot even." "Hush, child," the innkeeper said, chuckling a little. "For one usually so composed, I did not think that all it took to get you flustered was your little sweetheart. You do not need to worry at all. The proposal is not an actual proposal, or else Lilith would not have been encouraged. She would have simply been ordered. No, Gerard, if you were a little more clear-headed, you would see that this is merely a sign of goodwill from Lilith's father towards me. It is to indicate that he supports the relationship between you two and won't interfere, if that is my intention. Yet he does not realize that I do not place value on relationships based on political benefits. What is the point of strength if you are still prisoner to these social or political chains? Better, then, to be a weak pauper living in the wilderness with the sky as a blanket and the ground as the bed." The innkeeper shook his head, as if he had heard the silliest thing, and summoned his pen and inkwell, as well as the Midnight in letterhead. "Do as your heart desires, as long as you don't purposefully take advantage of someone's sincerity. If you like Lilith, then date her without care for intrigue, and see where your relationship leads you. In the Midnight Inn, we help each other, we don't make use of one another." The innkeeper scribbled a few lines on the letterhead, folded it in half, and handed it to Gerard. "You can ask Lilith to hand this over to her father. After that, you can pursue your relationship as you wish. Don't worry about it." Gerard took the piece of paper, feelings of gratefulness overwhelming him. He didn't try to peek at what was written on the paper. Instead, he simply bowed to the innkeeper deeply, a silent expression of his gratitude, and left to deliver the paper. Meanwhile, Lex wiped invisible sweat off his brow. The day had come. Pretending to be a Tao Lord had finally forced him into having communications with other Tao Lords. He just hoped his small message wouldn't cause him any problems. What Lex didn't know was that Balam was not considering the innkeeper to be a Tao Lord, but instead someone who was on the verge of entering into the realm after Tao Lord. With Gerard gone, and nothing else major to distract him, he could finally use that quest reward he had gotten. Lex rubbed his hands with impatience as he opened up the reward panel and looked at the Phantasm core. He had negotiated with Interlink for it, so he was quite curious as to what it could do for him and what it was exactly. Of course, the best way to do that was to put it in the gift shop for a split second, with a price and qualifications that made it all but impossible for anyone to buy. As it happened, Wukong was feeling bored, so he was perusing the wares in the gift shop. Since Wukong was the one person Lex couldn't see with his system scan, he had no idea that the monkey was there. Gerard wasted no time in delivering the piece of paper to Lilith, who was also anxiously waiting for a response inside the inn. Lilith, in turn, promptly returned to Garvitz and delivered the piece of paper to her father's assistant, who quickly brought it to Balam. The process was tedious, but it took barely a couple of minutes, even including the various flows of time involved. Balaam opened the note eagerly, but he had to tame his excitement as he read it. Even then, he wasn't disappointed. Indirectly, even the innkeeper had acknowledged their relationship. What was unusual, however, was the amount of freedom and leeway the innkeeper afforded mere mortals and immortals. It was both odd and refreshing, and highly unlike any other Tao Lord he had encountered. Pass news to Lilith. She can take things at her own pace. I won't interfere with her decisions from now on, at least in terms of this relationship. However, also warn her. She's been in the limelight lately, and her siblings won't overlook that. Since she is living by her own decisions, she should also defend them on her own. There was no one around him, yet Balaam had no doubt that the message would be sent, even if the message had to come to life and deliver itself. He looked at the innkeeper's piece of paper one more time and chuckled. What is the point of power? The paper read. If power itself becomes a shackle, I let the children live and love to write their own stories. In who they choose to love and how I will not interfere. Balaam felt like he was receiving a mild scolding. How interesting. He hadn't felt that since. Balaam looked wistfully into the distance, lost in memories of a time long past. Lex was aware of the flaw of what he was doing. By putting items in the gift shop, merely to read their descriptions, exposed them to being bought by others. That's exactly why lately when he put items in the shop, he would always make them ridiculously expensive, and slap some restrictions on them as well. For example, the buyer has to have privilege tier 5. When he put the Phantasm core within the gift shop, he similarly put countless restrictions on it, leaving it in the shop merely as long as it took for a description to be formed and for him to read it before pulling it back. Nothing went amiss, at least in terms of getting the core back. But what was enough time for the core to arrive in the shop and for Lex to read the description and pull it back was naturally also enough time for Wukong to sense its appearance and read it as well. In fact, if it hadn't been for the ridiculous price, Wukong might have bought it. But the MP in the card Lex had given him was nowhere near enough to buy the item, which had been priced at 1 undecillion MT. Wukong didn't react, he simply blinked. What game was the innkeeper playing, showing him that? Did he think Wukong might want it? Now, Wukong had a reputation for being crazy, being a one-man Tao Lord army who was more than willing to face anyone who troubled him. But even he had his limits. Wukong whistled, as if he had seen nothing at all, and quickly left the shop, lest the innkeeper show him something else. Lex, entirely unaware of Wukong's experience, was reading the details of his reward. Phantasm Core. The core of a phantasm Leviathan, a former member of the Sage races, and one of the original members of the Sage races at the dawn of the universe. The Leviathans fell out of the Sage races not because they were defeated or fell from grace. Instead, it is because a new phantasm Leviathan hasn't been born in over an age, for reasons unknown. The phantasm Leviathans are born at the Demi-Tao Lord realm, and historically almost always reach the Tao, the only exception to that being death. In the known recorded history of the universe, only 3 phantasm Leviathans have ever died, leaving the remainder of the entire race still alive, all in the Tao realm. It is unknown which realm the Leviathan reside in, for no one has discovered them unless approached by the Leviathans first. The phantasm core contains the Tao heart of its Leviathan, making it extremely useful as an ingredient in many fields. It can make the best medicine, it is the best material for forging, it can elevate the maturity of a realm, and it can improve the chances of the consumer in surviving the Tao tribulation. Its value is inestimable, for even Tao lords would find this item useful. Lex read the description and whistled. That was one heck of a reward, and would probably get him in a lot of trouble if anyone knew he had it. Fortunately, he had gotten it from the system, so no one should know that he had gotten his hands on it. More importantly, Lex firmly believed that this could probably help him recover his system functionality quite a bit. There was no point in wasting time. He summoned the core in the innkeeper's office, not daring to actually touch it or allow its aura to affect him. Almost immediately, he heard the very familiar sound he had been waiting for. New notification, Phantasm Core detected. It can be absorbed to repair system functionality. Absorb, YN. Lex gave his permission and watched the core, which looked like a smooth, multicolored marble ball, disappear. That was quick and easy. Now all he had to do was wait for its effects. New notification, system functionality is being repaired. Repair process will take 99 hours, during which time the system will be unavailable for use. All system functions will continue to operate as normal. Lex read the notification but wasn't too surprised. That kind of thing also happened when his system previously absorbed a system and had to unlock new features. 99 hours also wasn't too bad. Lex could get a lot of work done. Not like completing the auction, no, Lex had left that to the others. Instead, with his real body, Lex walked over to Orin, the hammer deity. It was time to make that karmic bead. Phantasm Chaos Realm. The Phantasm Chaos Realm was a very special realm, with a very special environment. From top to bottom, the entire realm did not contain a single speck of air or empty space. Instead, the entire boundary of the realm was filled with what Lex called the Chaos Sea. The realm hadn't originally been like this, but the Phantasm race had changed this realm to suit their needs, so they had crushed hundreds of thousands of immature realms and turned them into chaos liquid to fill their realm. By now, since the realm had matured, it had become a law of the realm that it would be filled with the chaos liquid to the brim, so it no longer required their active efforts. To be clear, this was a major realm. The origin realm, regardless of how vast it was, still had not reached full maturity, which meant that the size of the Phantasm Chaos Realm was much bigger, and yet it still had not an ounce of empty space. The amount of effort required to fill it to the brim in the first place, it could not even be imagined by those outside this realm. However, since no outsider had ever been here, none knew of its secrets, and no phantasm Leviathan would ever reveal it. The plans of this race were deep, and far-reaching beyond what even most of the major powers of the universe could fathom, such was their grasp on vicissitudes of time. Within this realm, many secret preparations were taking place, unbeknownst to the universe. But today, something genuinely unexpected happened. Chapter 1749, Forge. A call sounded in the depths of the Phantasm Chaos Realm, summoning a seemingly random assortment of Leviathans. No one outside of those who were called even knew about it, but very quickly it became obvious what the pattern between them was. All those being summoned were partners. A certain thought flashed through their minds, but they denied it. How could it be possible? The whole reason their race had secluded themselves to their realm was so that this flaw of theirs could be fixed. So how could it suddenly have changed? Yet indeed, that is exactly what happened. News spread that enough space had been created in the universe for one more phantasm Leviathan. Which one of those couples could give birth to that next offspring was entirely up to luck, for all of them would be provided with the resources required to give birth. They did not understand, and they did not need to understand. It was a glorious day. Yet after all the couples were dismissed, off busy preparing for an attempt at having a child, another Leviathan was called, who then quickly left the Phantasm Chaos Realm, the first Leviathan to do so in nearly an age. They needed to understand why such an unexpected change had taken place, and sending out a single Leviathan to do the task was enough. Even if the Phantasm Leviathan were no longer members of the sage races, it hardly mattered. The Leviathan had never given any credence to that spectrum anyway. The oldest of them had already been there when that was made into a universal law, and their understanding of it far surpassed most races. The first thing the Leviathan did once it left the universe was not to begin his search for the secret, but to make contact with the dragon race. Although this race was neither elder nor sage, who could blame the Leviathan for paying so much attention to them? After all, the Leviathans knew more ancient secrets than anybody. Orin was a hard worker despite being a deity. In fact, it could even be said that the reason he was so successful as a deity was because he was so hardworking. His faith, his legends, they had little to do with protecting his people or being a great leader. Instead, it was tied to his creations and the ores he worked with. It was tied to the treasures he created. The more precious treasure that he created, the stronger his legend would become, the deeper his lore would be, and the more feedback he could absorb. He had passed his test and joined the Midnight in a long time ago, and since then he had been working day and night to prepare everything. How could he sleep when he still recalled that amber treasure that the Innkeeper had shown him, the core of the karmic bead he was to create? He couldn't. Sleep, rest, they were for those who lacked a mission, and Orin had an immense mission. Before the karmic bead could be made, it required a suitable forge. While the dwarves had a forge made of Vivatil, the Innkeeper did not want to take it, not to mention that it did not suit the scale and design that the Innkeeper had in mind. So Orin had been working hard and preparing everything he could to create the forge. He was only missing a few key ingredients. As it turned out, that day, Lex showed up with just the items he needed and a few more besides. That actually confused him. "I don't understand, this wasn't a part of the plan," Orin said, looking up at Lex. "The plan has changed somewhat. Previously, the forge was going to use a trapped star as its fire source, mainly because it was the strongest and purest available fire source on short notice. Now, though, I have managed to bring back something far more suitable, and potent besides, to serve as the core of the forge. I will help you, but we're going to need external help as well. Oren shook his head in confusion. No, it still doesn't make sense. A forge like this, magic like this, it needs time to sit to mature. It will take hundreds of years for just the forge to be ready. Lex shook his head. That's just the problem. We no longer have so much time. The karmic bead needs to be ready as soon as possible, even if we have to sacrifice the forge in the process. A proper forge can be constructed afterwards, once the bead is prepared. Oren frowned. He didn't like the idea of making a flimsy forge, one that could only tolerate a single use at that. But he also understood that the karmic bead was a powerful tool, and for there to be such a rush, the innkeeper must have great need of it. The dwarf took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. All right then, let's go. Lex merely nodded, and then led Oren to the largest volcano available within the bounds of the Midnight Inn. Unlike what one would expect, the volcano was made of pure spirit crystal, and had been formed during the creation of the realm itself, when pure volcanic spirit liquid had erupted out from it, forming the surrounding range. Although the core of the volcano was no longer linked to molten spirit, it provided a nearly indestructible structure within which to contain the most potent of flames. This was ideal for the fire source Lex had brought back from Abaddon. Let's get to work. We need to first make some additions to the volcano to contain the fire source and not allow it to overflow, said Oren as he studied the depth of the crystal mountain. We also need a way to channel the fire at will, not to mention create a platform where the forger won't be blasted by the flames, yet can use them for the forging process. I'll follow your lead, said Lex, folding up his sleeves and starting to work. In the back of his mind, he sensed a familiar aura, one he hadn't felt in a long time. Giselle, she had returned to the inn. But now wasn't the time to think about her. He could not distract himself from his task. He was going to kill that blasted go-bored freak, once and for all. Apparently PPL still don't K&W abbed it. XCK head up. Chapter 1750, Confrontation. The work was far from simple. Lex would have loved to summon hundreds, if not thousands of workers from the inn to expedite the work for him, but that wouldn't work. This was because crafting the foundation of the forge, even a temporary forge, not only required immense power, it also required precise control, the likes of which hardly anyone else had. Among the entire staff of the Midnight Inn, besides Lex, only Anita had sufficient control, from controlling the horde of beautiful undead she controlled. But Anita was increasingly taking time off as she was getting closer and closer to her delivery date. Although the expected date was still a couple decades away, these things were unpredictable. A few decades to her would be like a few days off to a mortal woman. It was completely normal to be early, just as it was completely normal to be late. Lex kind of wondered what the baby's gender would be, or its race. But that sounded like a rude question to ask, so he kept his musings to himself. Of course, there was also Oren himself who could help out, but it was pointless to mention him because he was busy doing other stuff for the forge. So Lex found himself at the base of the crystal volcano. To be clear, he was at the base inside the volcano hole, etching the ground with a microscopic formation that tapped into the realm's energy rather than the mountain's own. The idea was to empower the mountain, not drain it. At the same time, he was melting a special pollen collected from an immortal tree planted by the sovereign turtle, and using it to coat the formation etchings to protect it from the heat, as well as create a second layer of flooring upon which even more formations would be drawn. Lex didn't even summon clones, nor did he use spiritual techniques or lawcrafts. Oren, the expert in this field, told him that every step of the forging process needed to be done by hand, step by step, meticulously, even if it was for a one-time use forge. It was not just about the quality of the work being done. Lex's clones could have maintained that quality. Instead, it was about the sincerity of the work as well. The more shortcuts one took, the less one was sincere about the outcome. Instead, the more they cared about the end result, the more sincere they would be during the process. Lex didn't see what feelings had to do with anything, but he knew better now that nothing was ever as it seemed. Maybe it was the karma of the actions, or the causality, or something even more esoteric. He wasn't going to argue with the deity who was helping him. After all, that deity was the expert in this field to begin with. Lex had no intention of taking any breaks in this, even when the 99 hours were up or when the auction was actually being held. But after a few days, he was forced to. The auction was still a few days away, though the absence of the system meant Lex hadn't actually used the event panel to set it up or market it. That meant that only select invitations were being sent for the auction. Only those with good relationships with the inn were invited. That wasn't why he stopped, though. Instead, he was forced to stop because there were two people who were looking for him and kept incessantly sending him messages to meet for a very important topic. Coincidentally, they both wanted to meet in the Chamber of Secrets. Since the system kept its normal functions running, the chamber and all the other services were running as usual. Considering that he had a very good relationship with both those women and that they both had helped him a lot, he was forced to take a break. As it turned out, both Giselle and Vera had been waiting near the chamber for him, so when he arrived, they naturally approached him. Yet their approach paused as both Vera and Giselle turned to look towards each other, sensing that the other was heading towards Lex as well. Just for the dramatic effect, Lex paused walking too. The two women looked from each other to Lex, who took turns looking at them both. The duo started walking again at the same time, so Lex followed suit. Yet after another couple of steps paused and looked back at each other, finally confirming that they both were approaching Lex. Lex, naturally, also paused walking when they did. "This is a fun game, but I feel like I'm missing out on some of the rules," Lex said with a smile, trying to use humor to break the tension. Unfortunately, the two women kept silently sizing each other up and didn't respond to him. "Oh boy, you're in trouble now," said Mary as she appeared on his shoulder, dressed in an elegant red dress and deep red lipstick, as if she was walking out of a movie scene. Her hair was dyed blonde instead of her usual red, and she was wearing elaborate makeup as well. "Really, I don't think so. I'll just clear up the confusion real quick. They're probably just concerned thinking I invited someone else to a private conversation." Mary only shook her head, looking at Lex as if he was hopeless, and then summoned a bag of popcorn, throwing a flake to her red, beautiful lips every now and then. She was going to love watching this. "What's going on?" asked Vera, sounding annoyed. Not only did she need to deal with being unable to see the future, now she had to deal with unexpected situations. How did mundane people even put up with that? It was so inconvenient. "Nothing, it's a funny coincidence, actually. Both of you wanted to chat at the chamber at the same time. Obviously, I won't lead anyone else into our private conversations, but I don't see why I can't talk to you one after another," explained Lex simply. "So who are you going to talk to first?" Giselle asked, turning from Vera to look at Lex, her silver hair flowing in the wind, blocking her side profile. That question had Lex stumped. Clearly, if he picked one before the other, it might send the wrong message. He wasn't so dense that he couldn't sense the tension in the air. "You guys can go first. I don't mind waiting," said Vera, cutting through the tension and returning to her normal self. Giselle also relaxed a little, seeing how Vera avoided a confrontation. Lex shook his head. "You guys are really too much. Let's sit first so I can introduce you too. Honestly, the both of you have helped me out a lot. I'm sure the two of you will hit it off great." Even as he spoke, Lex sensed a faint hesitation from Giselle, though she didn't show it on her face or in her body language. If anything, she portrayed herself as friendly and open as she smiled at Vera. "No need, I can introduce myself. My name is Giselle," she said, holding out her hand. Yet underneath the facade, Lex could sense the wariness Giselle held. It wasn't that felt distrustful of Vera or anything. Instead, she felt hesitant getting close to someone new. That was an odd thing for Lex to notice. He had always been good at reading people, yet he had never sensed that Giselle suffered from any kind of social anxiety. Maybe something had happened, or more likely, his senses were a lot sharper now. "Vera, it's nice to meet you," said Vera, her voice all too excited. Lex could sense that Vera recognized the name from somewhere, and a hint of excitement had shot up through her. It seemed Lex's senses really had improved. "Lex, no need for small talk between us. I'm sure we all have a lot on our plates. Why don't you and Giselle have your chat within the chamber first, and then I can come in after? I don't mind waiting, really." Vera sounded all too excited for Lex to go now, so much so that he became suspicious. Yet seeing how the suggestion relaxed Giselle, he took her up on the offer. "In that case, don't go anywhere. I'll get right back to you," said Lex, giving her a nod. "Oh, don't you worry about that. Take all the time you need," she said, a wide grin on her face. Lex forced himself to keep his lip from twitching. She definitely knew something. He would have to ask her what it was when they chatted. Without further ado, Lex followed Giselle into the chamber and sat right opposite to her. "I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been?" Lex asked, starting up the conversation slow. I've been missing out on the champion's tourney, that's how. I don't have a lot of time to spare, and I need to get back to that as soon as possible. The only reason I wanted to talk to you first is to let you know I'm ready to hunt a defiler. You showed interest in that before, so I thought I'd approach you with the offer to help. Apparently PPL still don't K&W abbed it. XCK head up. Lex was extremely interested in the offer, which is what presented him with an issue. He was occupied with the forge right now, and he didn't want to distract himself from that. The Go board was increasingly becoming a liability he could no longer support. The way it could ruin things for him at the critical moment made it dangerous for him to take on any additional tasks. Take, for example, the defiler hunt. He needed a defiler heart, but getting one was far from easy, as far as he knew. Lex had never personally come face to face with a defiler, only the profane, who were subjects or pawns of defilers. The only frame of reference he had for them was that almost any powerful civilization he had come across made it a point to eliminate all defilers as quickly as possible. To adopt a mindset like that wherever they went, the defilers were probably very dangerous. To take up a challenge like that with the threat of the Go board hanging over his head was asking for trouble. When exactly do you want to go hunt a defiler? Lex asked, not answering directly. Although I have to go hunt one, I have matters keeping me occupied at the inn that I cannot skip. I will need some time to see them through. Only then can I join you for your hunt. Giselle frowned just a little, but recovered quickly. Well, that's not exactly a deal-breaker. It's not like I have a defiler ready to hunt. I still have to go find one. I have a few leads, and I was hoping to bring you along during the scouting, but I can do it on my own as well. I'll let you know once I have a lead. But you should be mentally prepared. I'll have to test your strength before I can truly bring you along to hunt. Defilers are extraordinarily difficult to deal with, and anyone not up to par will only be a liability rather than a strength. Lex had to stop himself from laughing, although he did not suppress his amused smirk. Test away, my lady. You're not the only one at the 9th level of the Earth Immortal realm. In truth, Lex was surprised by her level of strength. Last he met her, she was not nearly at this level of strength. Then again, she had gone to that tower that the Jotun Empire was overseeing, and Emperor Jotun himself had gained a lot from that tower. Anything Giselle might have gained from there was not to be overlooked. Do you think just being at the 9th level is good enough? Giselle asked, feeling like she was being looked down at. Lex cleared his throat and then held out his hand as if to shake hers. The suggestion was clear. Almost feeling offended, Giselle clasped Lex's hand. For a moment the two had only locked eyes and held hands, amusement in Lex's eyes and stubbornness in Giselle's. Sure, Lex had proven himself stronger than her before her recent gains, but if he thought she had been standing still, he was sorely mistaken. Then the silent battle began. At first it was only a battle of pure strength, and Giselle came nowhere close to affecting Lex at all. That was fine, she specialized in finesse, not brute strength anyway. Then came more complex, subtle means. There was a clash of spiritual energies, of wills and techniques, but Lex remained an unmovable wall. Anything she threw at him disappeared as if being absorbed by an abyss, causing no reaction at all. But then again, this much was still expected. Lex was a man who had surpassed even her high standards, so it would honestly be disappointing if he couldn't even handle this much. So then, Giselle started to use more powerful means. At first, she directly used her tenets against his, as if trying to snatch the strength of his arm directly from the laws attached to his body. But Lex's own tenet had a firm grasp on all the laws around him, without as much as letting a single one waver. Giselle's eyes narrowed. She could progress step by step, going into lawcrafts and then special abilities, but she felt it was pointless. If she wanted to get the best of Lex, she had to unleash her trump card, the very card she had gone into the tower to polish off. Be careful, I can't control this fully, Giselle whispered, before her eyes took upon an ethereal look. Giselle's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and unquestionable, becoming puissant and unquestionable. Around her body, Lex could almost see grains of sand, reminding him of their shared experience within that temple of frozen dawn. She had gained time affinity there, had she not? As if to answer him, Lex suddenly felt the irresistible corrosion of time, eating away at the strength in his arm. His defenses, his strength, his energy, all of it began to wane, as if coming into a natural decline after the passing of countless eras. This was not a tenet or a technique. Giselle was directly utilizing the law of time against him, something he had never seen anyone else do. Even Dao lords did not casually mess around with the laws of time, and yet Giselle seemed to have turned that into her focus entirely. For the first time, Lex was losing the minor battle, but that only intrigued him instead of worrying him. It was finally interesting. Now it was his turn to test himself against the law of time. Even if time itself was the one undeniable truth of this universe, that did not mean Giselle could utilize it to its full effects. He began with domination. The dragons could bend the universe to their will. He wondered if that included time as well. When Giselle felt Lex's domination, she was shocked, though she hid it. His aura had grown endlessly unfathomable, and the entertained twinkle in his eye made it look like he was playing a game instead of actually taking this seriously. It seems they would find out just how effective he really was. Time, it was relentless, unceasing, and all-encompassing. No one could escape it in life or in death. It was the one undeniable truth that cared not for status, for cultivation level, or rank in the cosmic ascendant spectrum. It was the very spine, the very foundation of this universe. It wasn't like access to it was limited to those with very high cultivation levels either. For example, members of the Midnight Inn had access to a time-related bloodline even as mortals. They weren't unique in that way, as countless powerful races had access to time-related abilities. Of course, just as Lex had stated, how much one could use time, as well as how they used it, would determine how powerful a tool it would be. Otherwise, if it was entirely overpowered and undefeatable, then there would hardly be anyone who didn't use time. That also meant that the population of the universe would be less than 1% of what it was right now, because the slightest mistake in using time was more likely to kill the user than the target. That didn't change the fact that those brave, or foolish, enough to use time had a great advantage over others. As domination roared, bending the universe to its will, Giselle actually felt a burden placed on her. The fact that Lex's very first attempt was already giving her a hard time was incredible, but even domination was not immune to the waning of time. Lex's eyes sparkled, and he entered the state of flow just so that he could study time some more. Lex, too, had only unlocked time affinity, though now it was locked away in the seal in his forehead. That didn't stop him from learning about time as he fought against it. It would be useful if he faced any such foes in the future. Lex could try using one of his defensive techniques or lawcrafts, but against time defense was the wrong move. He hadn't created many offensive techniques, and Abaddon Inn was obviously no longer usable, so he had to be a little creative with the means available to him. Instead of attacking with domination, he instead used it in a new fashion, shaping a sword out of his aura, and then filled it with sword intent. That was not how this was supposed to work, but since when had dragons cared about how the universe worked? They just did things. The sword traveled through Lex's hands and stabbed into Giselle's, clashing against the sandstorm of time that was eating away at him. The suddenness of the attack took Giselle by surprise, as though it did not end her time attack. The sharpness of it cut through the attack and left a small, barely noticeable scratch on the back of her hand. It was so thin that not even a drop of blood could seep out, but it was an injury, nevertheless. Giselle narrowed her eyes. That was a first. None of her opponents so far had been able to break through her time attack. The fact that Lex could do this, do it so easily, Giselle sighed and pulled her hand back. All right, you have proven yourself. I suppose I'll get back to you when I've narrowed down the location of the defiler we're hunting. Lex looked reluctantly as her hand left his, not because he enjoyed holding her hand. Nothing like that. No, it was because he wanted to study time some more. He had barely begun using his flow state. Care to share any information on our target? His strength and abilities, for example, Lex asked. Earth Immortal 9th level, a very young defiler who was recently born within the Origin realm. I've been tracking him for a long time, and finally got some news about his possible whereabouts. As for his abilities, other than the generic ones that all defilers have, I cannot say for certain just yet. Lex raised an eyebrow. He could sense a bit of a history there, but since Giselle chose not to mention the details, he didn't ask just yet. He would get a chance in the future when they went hunting together. Is there any help you need from me? Lex asked. Giselle hesitated. Her instincts were to deny him. She was too used to being on her own and not relying on others. It was usually better that way, not for herself, but for others. All those who got close to her ended up suffering. That wasn't a generic belief she had, it was a fact. Her history was way too messy, her enemies way too strong, her future way too uncertain. But time and time again, Lex had proven himself unordinary, so just maybe. I'm fine for everything else, but if you can help me find a talented weaponsmith who can take unusual requests, I'd be grateful. It would make our hunt for the defiler much easier. That wasn't the kind of help she actually needed. but it was the only kind she was comfortable asking for right now. In truth, she didn't even want to get Lex involved with the defiler hunt, but he had already come to her asking for help in killing a defiler, so. I already have one in mind, Lex said with a smile. As it turns out, the reason I'm stuck here is because I'm working with him on a project. Once we get free, I'm sure he'd be happy to help you out. Giselle nodded and then got up. There wasn't much else left to say, and since they had basically made an agreement, they didn't need to seal off each other's memories. I'll get out of your hair now, she said. I wouldn't want you to keep your friend waiting. Lex's lip twitched. He couldn't help but feel that there was a deeper meaning hidden in her words, but even if he understood what she meant, he feigned ignorance. He was a simple, honest man. He couldn't take the blame if other people kept misunderstanding his intentions. When Giselle left the chamber, she looked around for Vera and gave her a nod before heading off on her own. Vera responded with a polite nod of her own, and waited till Giselle had left before she gave Lex an especially wide grin. Lex Williams, you dog you. Look at you go, having a secret rendezvous with a pretty lady when you should be working. Lex rolled his eyes. This was a new side of Vera he had not seen before, and he was thankful for that much. You know, someone could say the same thing about me meeting you here like this, Lex responded in an attempt to contain her enthusiasm. Oh please, I'm a spoken-for lady. I'm going to marry an Ulin, and everyone knows that. You and I are just work friends at best. But a silver-haired kick-ass ballerina, who by the way is very single, is a totally different story. How do you even know any of that? I thought you've been having trouble with your visions, Lex said. It wasn't like he had been specifically spying on her anything. It was just that he was constantly keeping up with what was happening in the inn, and he had seen Vera complain to more than one person that she couldn't do her normal oracle duties. That was really bad for her business. Oh, you heard about that? Let's go inside the chamber and talk a bit. That's what I need to speak to you about. Lex nodded and stepped aside so that she could enter first. As it turns out, I need to speak to you about something as well. Lex followed Vera in, contemplating the discussion he had planned with her for a long time. Since she was the one who had talked to him about the Nexus event, he felt like he might help her out a bit. After all, she was the best oracle he had ever seen, and she had helped him out a lot. If he could help her regain her abilities or even improve them, then she could continue to be of tremendous help to him. It was a shame she had no interest in being the inn's dedicated oracle, or that would make things much more convenient. Lex stopped his train of thought because the moment they entered the chamber, Vera dropped her jovial attitude and put on an incredibly serious expression, one he had hardly ever seen her use. Lex, I need your help, and the situation is extremely critical, Vera said, cutting right to the chase. For all the times I've helped you out before and all the times I'll help you out in the future, this is the repayment I need. It's more important than anything else. Tell me everything, said Lex seriously as he sat opposite to her, not wasting any time. Vera sighed, looking exhausted, as she wondered where to start from. Well, to begin with, my ability is not actually totally gone, she said, her eyes staring out into the distance, as if she could see a story play out in front of her. In truth, I've had to stop using my ability so frequently to avoid attracting attention. That's because if the truth of the scope of my ability leaks, then I'll be forced to live a life of eternal servitude to some random Tao Lord who might capture me. A heavy silence fell between them, mostly because Lex didn't know how to react. If what she said was true, keeping her ability as discreet as possible was the best for her, and yet here she was, telling him. Either she really trusted him, or she'd seen a future where he kept her trust. Or at least that's what I've been told, Vera continued, finally turning towards Lex and staring at him deeply. My father has shown up and revealed some things to me about the origins of my ability. At the same time, he's offloaded a bunch of potential threats for me. But the thing is, I'm not convinced. I can't prove him wrong either. So now, I have to go save my father's arse because if even one of us is caught, we're all screwed. Lex stared at her and blinked. I think you may have skipped some details, but that's all right. What do you need from me? Vera took in a deep breath and steadied herself. No, let me start from the beginning, she said, clearing her throat. My father is a selfish arse who uses people like tissue paper and has no sense of remorse. He's also somewhat of a mad genius when it comes to oracles. Are you familiar with the Essence Wormhole? Lex nodded. He remembered it well. The Essence Wormhole was one of the potential rewards he got offered for completing a quest with Bastet as his guest. It was the one that least appealed to him. Well, to avoid the negative effects of it, the geezer put bits of the Essence Wormhole into different people and treasures, and then dumped them on Earth, thinking the dead zone would take care of them. That included me, by the way. Lo and behold, the Oracle mad genius didn't see a future with the inn because he only had a part of the essence wormhole in himself. He could not see a future that involved Tao Lords, and when the star rating increase of the inn happened, those with the essence wormhole in them had a mutation. Now we have a permanent link with the wormhole, rather than a fading one. That's good and everything since I can replenish my energy whenever I want, but according to the old man, if even one of us is detected in the future by a Tao Lord, all of us are screwed. The problem is, I don't know how much of his story I believe, since I still don't have enough wormhole energy to check myself. In fact, I still don't believe him, but it's a risk I can't take, because one of us is about to have his future changed forever, and I can already foresee that it will affect me negatively. At the same time, it's going to affect you as well, although I'm not sure how. Normally, Vera was very coherent and thorough. Now, though, even though she was explaining, she was rushing through things and events, almost as if her speech was meant to serve as a reminder of something Lex already knew rather than giving him new information. It was almost as if she was the voice of the narrator who told the viewers what happened previously on the show they were watching. Regardless, even if some crucial details were left out, Lex could gather what had happened. The star rank increase had affected everyone who was inside the inn, and inside those who had the essence wormhole, it made their connection permanent even though it was meant to be temporary. It also seemed that the more energy of the wormhole they absorbed, the clearer the future they could see, as that would allow them to account for the actions of stronger cultivators. Vera was doubtful of her father's intentions, but had no choice to play along, even if she actually could see her own future. "All right, so tell me how I can help," asked Lex, who was about to have his future changed. Vera shook her head. "I don't actually know the details. In fact, I don't even know how you can help. In the future I merely shared the information with you and you took care of things. We are searching for 2 people as far as my father knows. So this is what I intend to do. I will share all the information with you, all of it, and then you will leave the chamber. Once you leave, I will erase all memory of me talking to you about this, and only leave a memory of you saving my life. This way, even I won't know that I've revealed the secret of the wormhole to you. I don't know why or how this helps, but this is the only possible way for me to escape my father's plans, whatever they are. I still can't bring myself to trust him." Lex raised an eyebrow. This was pretty darn trusting of Vera to leave her life in his hands. What was more important was that he didn't even know how he could help her just yet, or what she even actually needed help with. "We only have a limited number of hints about the 2 people we're looking for. One of them is called, or actually will be called, the Herald of the Warbringer. He is extremely mysterious, and no one knows anything about him. The second, though, is pretty easy to look up. In fact, even I could find out his identity once I did some basic digging. He will one day be called Legionnaire Raphael, hero of the Champions Tourney." Lex raised his eyebrow, and his expression changed a little. He believed he knew the exact Raphael that was being mentioned in this specific context, even if it shouldn't have been him. "The problem I'm having, or will have, is not that I cannot find the Legionnaire. It's that the Legionnaire is about to have a pretty drastic personality shift when all his friends die in front of him. As long as his personality shifts, my future turns dark. But if I try to prevent it, he never becomes a Legionnaire even though he manages to save his friends. That leads to other issues altogether. I had to use up a whole chunk of my essence energy just to see a future where I can avoid both situations, and that involves leaving this up to you. So please, Lex, for me, and for our future working relationship, you have to fix this issue. Whether I want it or not, my life is pretty wound up with the Legionnaire and the Herald, so I need the best possible outcome." "I'll handle it," said Lex, his voice carrying a tone of confidence within him, as if everything were under his control. "What can you tell me about the Legionnaire? Can you tell me when his friends die? How much time do I have to save them?" "I'm not sure of the exact timeline, but it should be close to the end of the tourney. That means you have at least a few years before they die. The thing is, no matter what I did, I could not find out exactly how the Legionnaire's friends died. It seemed to have been covered up by some force, so something major must have happened to have caused it." "A few years," Lex murmured, tasting the words on his lips. A few years seemed like so much time to him once upon a time. Now Lex didn't even know if it would be enough time to finish up his own ongoing tasks, let alone get involved in other ones. Yet he had no choice. Raphael's friends were also Lex's friends, he was sure of it. Or well, at least he had a pretty decent relationship with Alexander. So was Larry, but Lex wasn't sure if Larry would be with Raphael. "I got it," Lex said, standing up. "If there's nothing else, I'll head on out. I have a lot of things to prepare, and if I want to make arrangements to help out Raphael, I can't afford to waste any time at all." I'll also see what I can learn about your father and his intentions. Thanks, Lex, I owe you one, Vera said very seriously. I will forget the other things, but I won't forget that. Lex nodded and left Vera to erase her memories on her own. He was truly, genuinely swamped, and so as he stepped out of the Chamber of Secrets, he swore he could not afford any more distractions. That exact moment, the first thing Lex saw as he stepped out of the chamber was Liz, his younger sister, pulling another girl into the chamber. They froze. Lex had been somewhat keeping a track of Liz, so he knew that she was still at the inn and enjoying herself, but what kind of mess had she gotten into? He'd have to check up on what had been happening inside the inn. Liz, meanwhile, did her best to keep a curse from coming out. Of all the times to run into Lex, this had to be the one time. Now Lex had been watching Liz the entire time he was inside Abaddon, so he knew some of the shenanigans she had been up to. Not that he was spying on her or anything. No, Lex had a respect for people's privacy. But when his sister went around hugging a peak-level celestial immortal cultivator, he had a right to look into the matter. As it turned out, the little girl that Liz was pulling into the Chamber of Secrets was not actually a little girl. She just appeared that way to Lex. But when he observed her through the system, he knew that she was actually a sentient stuffed toy. Or, well, that's what he thought. Turned out she was a member of some race called the Rosy Bears who incidentally just looked like stuffed toy bears. Levi, the Rosy Bear that Liz was pulling along, was hiding her identity by changing her appearance to look like that of a young human girl. Hey Liz, long time no see, I'm glad you're up, said Lex softly. He wasn't sure what Liz's attitude towards him would be, so he didn't comment on her friend. Last time they talked, Liz had been extremely reluctant to have any relationship with him, or anyone else for that matter. At least she seemed like she was doing much better now. Oh, Lex, Liz said with an overabundance of awkwardness as she stood up straight and cleared her throat. I didn't know you were back. I heard you had gone somewhere. I just got back a short while ago, Lex said, and looked from Liz to Levi, who was studying him with a suspicious glare. Oh, right, Levi, this is Lex, my brother. Don't worry, he's not a bad guy. He's actually helped me out a lot. Lex, this is Levi, my friend, Liz said, making introductions. To both Lex and Levi, Liz was acting strangely. To Lex, she was not nearly as isolated and pushy as he recalled her being, and to Levi, Liz was acting a whole lot more restrained and not at all happy-go-lucky like she normally was. Hello, human, Levi said to Lex, like an ordinary little girl would. Hello, Rosy Bear, Lex said with an amused smile. Levi's eyes widened, unable to believe that a mere Earth immortal could see through her disguise. Yet before she could react, someone else also chimed in. Hey Lex, Nemo roared, appearing as a tattoo swimming up onto Liz's face. Long time no see, look, I made so many friends. Levi, who had only just recently learned about Nemo, the freaking sovereign, who was supposed to be keeping himself a secret, was even more surprised to see Lex already knew Nemo. This was not the kind of secret one shared with family. Heck, it wasn't the kind of secret one shared with anyone. That's why they were heading to the chamber, because Levi insisted on having her memory sealed. Hey Nemo, I am glad you're getting along with my sister. What have the two of you been up to lately? You'll have to tell me when you have time. Oh, I would love to tell you all about it, but Liz said if I reveal any more secrets she won't let me sing in karaoke, Nemo said, sounding extremely disappointed. Lex gave Liz a curious expression. This was one heck of a conversation. Wait, don't distract me, Levi cut in, waking up from her stupor. How can you see through my disguise? She tried to glare angrily at Lex, but she just ended up looking adorable instead. Lex smiled, ready to elaborate when Vera walked out of the chamber. Lex, what are you doing here? She asked, surprised. Then she turned to look at Liz and nearly fainted, causing Lex to have to capture her. Nemo, please hide for a moment. My friend here can't bear the consequences of looking at you, Lex said, straining to keep his voice normal. He had caught a collapsing woman in front of his sister. If he and Liz still had the same relationship they used to back on Earth, then he wouldn't hear the end of it. Maybe it was a good thing she became a loner and developed an attitude. You're friends with the Miracle Oracle? Levi exclaimed, staring at Vera with immense shock. As it happened, Vera recovered as soon as Nemo hid, so she woke up to the sight of Lex holding her in his arms, looking down on her, as someone else called her a Miracle Oracle. She was flattered for a moment, then she pushed herself out of his arms. Lex, I'm flattered, but my future fiancé is very possessive. We shouldn't joke like this. Lex rolled his eyes. Unfortunately, Liz, who was glaring at Vera, missed that eye roll. Liz had overcome her mental barriers recently and was working towards rebuilding the relationship she and Lex once had. It was going to be awkward, but it was really worth it. Besides, what happened to her wasn't Lex's fault, and he had really helped both her and Moon out a lot. Someone like that deserved better. So when some audacious vixen threw herself into her brother's arms, pretending to faint, Liz turned out everything else and glared at her as if she were some evil sister-in-law who had stepped out of a cartoon movie. "Get away from my brother, you," Liz said, forcing herself from cursing in front of Lex. It was silly. She was an adult. She could curse if she wanted to. But her habits with Lex were still those of their youth, and she hadn't overcome her initial awkwardness either, so she didn't know exactly what to do or what to say. Vera, who got up on her feet, turned to look at Liz, who had screamed at her, interested in who was claiming to be Lex's sister. Instead, when she turned around, what she saw was Giselle, standing on the corner looking as if she had been coming back for something, frozen still at what she had seen. She froze as her brain stopped working. On Lex's shoulder, Mary popped another piece of popcorn in her mouth as she watched the live rendition of a telenovela. This was just too good. So there he was, standing next to Vera, who was awkwardly looking away from Giselle, who was trying not to stare at the whole situation. While Levi stared at Vera, Liz stared at Lex, and Nemo, who had turned his tattoo invisible, was staring at everyone. For some reason, the situation felt more taxing and exhausting than painting a formation at the base of a dormant, crystal volcano. "How about we all take a seat and get a handle on the situation?" Lex asked calmly, as if there was nothing wrong. Honestly, he was the only one in that situation still maintaining composure. Everyone else was already acting like children. Seriously. Before any of them could offer up any excuses, especially Giselle, who looked like she was about to run away, Lex teleported the whole bunch of them to a park nearby. Of course, he teleported them using his own abilities instead of the system's, since the system was still upgrading, which meant that any of them could have tried to resist the teleportation, except Liz, who had a very weak cultivation level. Fortunately, no one did. "Guys, this is my friend Giselle. We sometimes fight terrorists together and other times explore lost, ancient temples," he said, looking at Liz and Levi. "Giselle, this is my sister Liz and her friend Levi." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Giselle said, composing herself effortlessly, showing not even the slightest hint of awkwardness. "Unfortunately, I can't stay for long. I was actually coming back to let you know that I changed my mind about the weaponsmith. It turns out that the Midnight Tailor is much better suited to my needs than an actual forger, so I won't need your friend's help anymore." Liz was suspiciously staring at both Giselle and Vera, and then at Lex, trying to discover if there was something amiss. To be fair, it was very easy for her to do. While fusing with Nemo had granted her an ability that was so powerful, she could basically never use it at all. It also granted her a passive which allowed her to ignore any and all barriers below Tao-level barriers. Now that didn't just include physical barriers, but also mental and spiritual barriers. After a lot of experimentation, Liz learned that the rules of her ability were a lot more flexible than she assumed, because what was a barrier, really? Apparently, whatever Nemo decided was a barrier would count as one, so. "Hey Nemo, do you think that if someone is keeping a secret from me about my brother, that counts as a barrier?" Nemo thought for a moment, considering the details of the question. "I suppose it could be argued that they are building a barrier between you and Lex by keeping a secret from you," Nemo finally concluded. "That's what I thought too," Liz chimed in, and then stared at the two girls. She didn't want to pry into their personal information, but wanted to know if anything was happening between them and Lex. As it turned out, while both of them were keeping some secrets concerning Lex, none of them were romantic in nature, so she relaxed. "Well, it was nice to meet you, Giselle," Liz said politely, looking at the silver-haired girl with a smile. "Invite me as well next time you go exploring an ancient temple as well. I was ranked top of my class for survival tactics in Ventura, so you don't need to worry about me holding you back." Vera looked at Liz oddly, shaking her head sideways, as if confused about something. Yet she quickly looked away towards Giselle. "Well, don't bother inviting me. My future fiancé is very possessive and won't like me putting myself in danger like that," Vera said, adding in a bit of unnecessary information. Lex suppressed a sigh as he tried to ignore Liz's fluctuating emotions and Vera's mischievousness. "All right, well, you can find me at the inn if you need me for anything else," Lex said, not stopping her from leaving. It was subtle, but Lex noticed that Levi, for some unknown reason, had her guard up and put a small shield around herself and Liz while Giselle was there. If Lex hadn't specialized in defense so much himself, he never would have been able to sense it at all, or if he hadn't been so familiar with the natural state of the inn's laws. It was going to be complicated to resolve all the tiny, budding misunderstandings developing with each passing moment. The good news, however, was that once Giselle left, Levi returned to normal. "Good day to you, Miracle Oracle," Levi said, bowing to Vera and revealing her actual teddy bear-like form. "I am Levi Bear, and I have heard tales of your magnificent foresight. It is with great hope that I came to the inn in search of answers, after hearing about your prowess. If it is not too much trouble, would you be open to seeing my future and helping me find an answer?" Vera, who was not using her ability at all these days, and who couldn't account for the actions of peak celestial immortals through her vision anyway, had no idea who Levi was, or how strong she was, so she felt no pressure at all. "Hey, Levi Bear, nice to meet you. Normally, I wouldn't mind at all helping out, but my powers have stopped working for a while, so I'm taking a break until they recover." "Oh, my apologies for intruding," Levi said, looking disappointed. "In that case, please excuse me for a minute while I go into the Chamber of Secrets and take care of a small matter." Liz didn't stop Levi from going, but Vera stayed there, smiling oddly as she looked from Lex to Liz. Lex glared at her. "What, if you didn't want me here, you shouldn't have swooped me off my feet," Vera said teasingly. "I wonder how your future fiancé will feel about you throwing yourself at other men," Liz said, questioningly. "Oh wow, talk about passive-aggressive," Vera said as she stuck out her tongue and stood up. "You know what, I feel like I should give you guys some privacy. I'll go escort Levi to the chamber." Lex nodded appreciatively. "Don't leave, though. There's something I need to talk to you about once this is over." Vera raised an eyebrow, but resisted the urge to just look into the future to find out what it was. Boy, living in the present was a huge pain. A few moments later, Liz and Lex were the only ones left sitting in the park. Lex was contemplating how to begin the conversation, but Liz beat him to it. "Lex, I wanted to apologize," Liz said, her voice deeply earnest. Lex raised an eyebrow and almost wanted to tell her there was nothing to apologize for. Instead, he sighed. "It's not your fault, Liz. You didn't do anything to me," he said softly. "No, Lex, we're not kids anymore," she said with a hint of more vigor in her voice. "After a certain point, we have to stop blaming our parents for our own misbehaviors. You found me, rescued me, provided me with a safe place to hide from everyone pursuing me, and even provided me with the most incredible partner for my cultivation, and all I did the whole time was throw a tantrum like a spoiled child. I admit I spent too much time on my own running, so I felt unsafe in other people's company. It's not an excuse, it's just the way things were. But if we expect other people to behave more maturely, and if we expect the best from everyone else, then we too have to be the best. You treated me like your little sister, and I took that for granted. So I apologize." Lex did not immediately respond, instead took in her words and accepted them. To be entirely honest, Lex didn't care too much about his family baggage anymore, not since he accepted the inn as his home and family. His parents had some major issues, but it had been so many years, and it was so long ago that Lex hardly cared. Sure, Lex was abandoned and had to fend for himself, but fend for himself he did, and things turned out well. They gave him a decent enough childhood, which could have been much worse, so he used that to kind of balance out the scales in his eyes. If anything, he was upset on Moon's behalf, not himself. He had no expectations of anything from his family anymore, including his sisters. He only had some unfinished business to take care of, such as finding Belle and ripping Damien limb from limb, but that was all. So to unexpectedly get an apology, and such a sincere one at that, took him by surprise. To be honest, he didn't really need it, nor did he feel like Liz had done anything wrong. He could understand how traumatizing it must have been for her to live on the run for so long, so it was natural that she was so distrusting. That did not mean he did not appreciate her apology. While she had nothing to apologize for, it was a sign of the sincere effort she was putting into mending, or maybe creating their relationship. "You know, I don't even know the last time I even properly saw you," said Lex with a faint smile. "Or have I just been seeing clones of you my whole life? I don't even know." Liz was silent for a time, her eyes losing focus, as if she had gotten lost in her memories. "It was a random Thursday morning," she said. "I wish I could tell you something special that happened that day to mark it, but there was nothing. We went off to school, but in reality I was brought away from Earth and my clone was left here. Having a clone was weird. Sometimes I was connected to it all the time, and at other times I would download the memories of the clone in my dreams. As a kid with no cultivation, it was hard to process all that additional information sometimes." Lex couldn't help but turn his attention to the clones. How did that even work? "Where did you get your hands on such amazing clones anyway?" Lex couldn't help but ask. "Even now, as an immortal, I haven't been able to find a cloning technique that satisfies me or works properly far away. How were you guys, as kids, able to have clones that worked from across star systems, without any cultivation at all. Mom, Liz answered, without even needing the time to think about it. Mom's like some kind of biology genius. I'm not joking, even before she reached the nascent soul realm she designed Dad's cultivation technique that would make him an immortal. The technique I use with Nemo to channel his powers in my body, the technique Belle uses to utilize divine energy, they were all created by Mom. She's also the one who made the clones, and Lord knows what else she's done after so many years. I'm fairly certain that the reason all of us have such amazing physiques is also because Mom made them somehow. Lex chuckled, a genius. She could have fooled him, not that he cared anymore. Anyway, forget all that old stuff. I appreciate your apology, and though I still don't think you have anything to apologize for, I accept. So the question is, now what are your plans? Oh, I have a few ideas, but I wanted to consult you first, since you know this place better than anyone else. Lex smiled and leaned in closer, ready to listen to her plans. Well, first of all, I don't plan on leaving this place anytime soon, at least until I become really strong. An immortal at the very least. If that's all right with you. I know the Midnight Inn costs a lot to stay, so if it's expensive, I can get a job. I've already checked, and the guild room offers a lot of opportunities for a girl like me. I don't want to be a burden on you anyway. But I can't just do nothing while I cultivate, so other than getting a job, I thought I'd travel. According to what I've heard from Nemo, the Midnight Realm is a lot bigger than Earth, so I could spend countless years traveling and exploring and meeting people, and... Lex smiled softly as he listened to Liz burst out with all the plans she had made, her excitement and enthusiasm pouring out of her like a little girl brought to an amusement park. In those tiny little details that she elaborated on in so much detail, Lex could see the childhood that Liz never had, and could feel a warmth fill his chest. This is exactly what the Midnight Inn was all about. A safe place where people can live and enjoy life without fear of persecution. It was a place where Liz could be a child. It was a place he would protect forever. For a while, Levi and Vera gave Lex and Liz their privacy. But after 30 minutes of Liz only explaining her future plans, they were forced to come back. They could only pretend to be busy for so long, and at some point they had to go back. Wow, you guys have been talking non-stop, huh? Vera said, sitting back down beside them. It's only natural, responded Lex. We have a lot to catch up on. Besides, we were discussing the kind of job Liz could take on at the inn. It's important. Lex could have given Liz all the MP she needed to live as long as she wanted, but that would do her no good. Coddling hardly ever produced positive results. Besides, being productive and working were essential parts of the human psyche. If she only ever got things for free and never worked for them, it would warp her self-view and destroy her cultivation path. Just because she had fused with Nemo did not mean she was invincible, far from it in fact. By allowing her to spread her wings in a relatively tame, relatively controlled area, he could allow her to develop her own strength and cultivation. Not to mention that Liz was no child, and she was definitely no pushover. According to something she mentioned briefly, Liz had been invited to Prima Ventura, which was the top, elite-most branch of Ventura, far higher in level and rank than where even Cornelius went to. That was not the kind of thing merely having a strong physique could allow. Her cultivation level had been stunted because she never bonded with a beast, but now that she had, she could stop holding back. Unfortunately, a longer reunion will have to wait, Liz said, with a hint of sorrow in her voice. It can't be helped, Lex said with a shrug. I'm in a very critical time crunch, and I have a lot of things to do. Liz also has to begin taking her cultivation seriously, and there's no time like the present. Lex and Liz stared at each other for a while, but then both got up at the same time. Their reunion felt nice, and it was great to know that they were rebuilding their relationship. But these things could not be rushed. The group said their farewells and split off in two. Lex and Vera left in one direction, while Levi and Liz left in another. Your brother's friend, that Giselle? Levi said in a low voice once they were out of range. Her body carries profane energy. That is the domain of defilers, agents of the path of chaos. You should be careful. Liz nodded. Don't drop your guard, but at the same time, don't worry too much about my brother. He can take care of himself. If you pay attention to things at the inn, you'll hear a very interesting rumor. They say that my brother is the innkeeper's apprentice. His life is destined to be more complicated than we can imagine. Levi raised her eyebrows, once again taken by surprise. Liz was fused with a sovereign, and her brother was the apprentice of a Tao lord. Their family was far from simple. Levi just had no idea just how right she was in that thought. So what do you want to talk about? Vera asked as they strolled, not at all remembering that they had talked in the Chamber of Secrets. That was kind of why Lex had waited till they were done to have the Nexus talk. "What would you do if I told you that I can tell you exactly when the Nexus event will take place?" Lex asked, his voice just as casual as it had always been. "What are you talking about? That's impossible." "Just humor me. What if I could tell you when the Nexus event was about to happen?" Vera laughed, unsure about the kind of joke Lex was trying to crack. But when he didn't laugh along, she looked at him oddly, waiting for the punchline. It never came. "Lex, the Nexus event is a universal event that goes back as far as history records. No one knows when or why it happens, and it's not the kind of thing that can be predicted. That's the whole point of the Nexus event. It completely messes up the flow of destiny and fate." "Yes, Vera, I understand that," said Lex, looking her in the eye. "Now I'm asking you to imagine a scenario where I can tell you the time of the Nexus event before it happens. What would you do? Or rather, what I truly want to ask is, how could I take advantage of that knowledge? Hypothetically speaking, of course." Vera's casual smile began to fade, and the expression in her eyes became more and more serious as she began imagining the ramifications, the possibilities. "Taking advantage of the Nexus event is not something new," she began to say, her thoughts in a mess. "Throughout history, oracles have used it to erase their punishment tribulations, and many have used it to rewrite their destinies. But all of that happens after the Nexus event has already happened. To actually know ahead of time and plan for the Nexus event, it can only be theorized." Vera stopped talking because she couldn't even theorize. The possibilities were too great. She looked at Lex again, full of doubt and question, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she said something else entirely. "Give me some time. I need to do some research. I'll tell you the best way I'd prepare if I knew when the Nexus event was going to happen." Lex nodded. "Thanks, it's an interesting thought experiment, nothing to take too seriously. It's naturally impossible for anyone to be able to predict the event." "Of course," responded Vera, even if she wasn't so sure anymore. The possibilities, as she thought about them, she found herself lost. They were too great. Chapter 1759, Recovering Functionality. Once all his conversations concluded, Lex returned to the volcano, resuming his work. There were a bunch of things he could focus on, but he wanted to focus all his concentration on getting rid of the Go board. Even with him focusing on it, it wasn't as if it would be concluded quickly, so Lex really wanted to expedite it as much as possible. At the same time, his thoughts couldn't help but wander a little as well. Although Lex still felt like a 25-year-old, it had been a long time since he started the inn. Many decades, in fact. As a 25-year-old, Lex did not want to consider the specifics of how many decades it had been, but honestly, if he were immortal and he hadn't died of a brain tumor, he would probably be a dad by now. It wasn't even uncommon for mortals to be grandparents around his age. The thought did not fill him with melancholy. Instead, Lex took this time to feel grateful. One reason he kept insisting on his young age was because both physically and mentally he did not feel old, nor was he weary of life. Instead, he was enjoying the hell out of it and was looking forward to a lot more of it. He couldn't wait to see how the inn developed in another 25 years, and then 100, and 1,000. Of course, this was considering years within the Midnight Realm, not some other external realm where time flowed faster. If things kept going the way they were, then he would continue to grow stronger, and the inn's overall security would be greater and greater. As such, hopefully, things would be more stable as well. Lex also wanted to cool off on all his expeditions and spend more time at the inn, but first he had a bunch of stuff to do. It was a peaceful morning when Lex took a break from making the formation and waited just a couple of seconds. The 99 hours were completed. Lex heard the notification sound he had been waiting for. New notification. Absorption of the Phantasm core is complete. System functionality has reached 51%. New notification. The remnant energy from the core has been transformed into MT 1,000,000 MT, has been deposited into the Innkeeper's account. New notification. The Midnight Inn system has recovered enough functionality to exit its suppressed operational state. All existing system services will undergo a refinement process and may become functionally different to their existing state. New notification. Basic functionality restored to minimum levels to initiate active system repair. New notification. New Midnight Realm Management Panel will be added to the system interface. New notification. New subquest tab will be added to the system to issue quests to inn employees. New notification. Midnight Tavern integration initiated. New features will be introduced to the taverns. New notification. Teleportation capabilities upgraded. New notification. Law Management Panel non-operational. Please raise system functionality to 81% to unlock law management. Remarks, prepare yourself. There is no turning back. Lex's eyes flashed at the ominous message at the inn, but he couldn't pay too much attention to it right now. Although he had expected the system to regain some functionality and to get some MT, this was beyond what he had imagined. He could feel the difference. Literally, within his soul, he could feel an electric tingle as the system began to operate at a level never before, shaking off the lethargy that had plagued it so far. As unbelievable as it was, the system so far really had been lethargic, at least according to its own capabilities. But now that it had been restored to over 50% did not mean it immediately rolled out the changes. No, it began things gradually, as the system itself began to feel out its current limitations and began to prioritize which areas needed more attention than others. Lex, the host of the system, could feel all of those slow and steady considerations being made, as if the system was informing him. After all, as the innkeeper, his understanding of the inn was more important than anything else. "I'll be right back," Lex said to Orin, and teleported away to the innkeeper's office, putting on the host attire to feel the changes in even greater depth. Unexpectedly, there was no immediate or overwhelming change happening. In fact, none of the residents were able to detect anything at all. The services also hadn't been immediately overhauled. It was as if the system was allowing him to dictate when and how the changes would take place. He couldn't wait for too long, though. He could tell that the thing requiring the most attention was the new Midnight Realm Management Panel. He didn't want the inn to spread out across the entire realm, mainly because he didn't want to displace the residents of the realm. That was why he had placed the inn in a specific corner of the realm. Now, though, it seemed like even though the inn itself remained in place, the inn's authority was spreading across the realm. The first thing to kick in, oddly enough, was the Midnight Tavern integration, and the moment Lex saw it he couldn't help but feel how unfortunate the timing for this had been. If he had this feature while he was in Abaddon, he wouldn't have had to wait so many years to find Chalice. The integration made it so that the taverns basically functioned as an embassy of the inn, meaning that whatever territory that the tavern was on was a part of the inn. It meant that the taverns, all the taverns, were basically connected to the Midnight Inn. He could literally walk through a certain door and enter the realm through that. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. It was good because Lex wouldn't need to worry about being cut off from the inn if he ever went somewhere like Abaddon with the tavern again. It was a bad thing because it actually made the inn itself more vulnerable. Currently, if anyone wanted to find the Midnight Realm, they could only use the golden key to find it. But once the integration was complete, each tavern would become a potential point of entry for anyone who wanted to enter. It was still manageable, though. The taverns could be moved around, though none of them were as easily relocated as the castle, and he could even completely withdraw them if he wanted. The thing that really excited Lex, though, was the fact that now the butter knife could be used inside the taverns as well. The next to kick in was the subquest tab. This was interesting. The quests from this tab weren't issued by Lex. Instead, they were issued by the system to all the system workers. Something like this had immense potential to mess things up for Lex, because it could be a way to take control of the inn away from him as the innkeeper and give it to the system. Of course, there was one major exception to prevent that from happening. Lex was the one who could control whether the sub-tab was operational or not, and the quests given would always revolve around a quest that Lex himself was doing. For example, if Lex were doing the Abaddon quest and he enabled this tab, then the workers who went with him could have gotten many quests along the way to help him out. They would have gotten their own rewards as well, providing even more help. It was like an assist feature to help Lex complete his own quests and reduce the difficulty passively. Lex would try it out on a smaller quest with lower potential for a mess-up. The thing he was more focused towards was the way the services changed. The inn's services were already incredible. Whether it was the meditation room, the recovery room, the training room, or any of the other things, their quality was already above most, and matched some of the best and most powerful organizations Lex had seen. If they improved even more, Lex could not imagine it. The best part was, Lex still retained the ability to design rooms of his own, so the limits of what he could do would only be defined by his own imagination. For example, the security room already existed, and Lex was especially waiting to see how that improved. But now, Lex was considering designing even more specific rooms so that he could create more targeted services. Not to mention, it was about time he expanded the available rental options. The biggest place anyone could rent right now was a small village. It was about time he created towns and even cities that could be rented out in their entirety for his larger clients. Then there was the Midnight Realm Management panel. He was looking forward to seeing what it allowed him to do, but the panel had not made itself available just yet. He wondered what options it would bring him. Hey guys, so let me share a bit with you guys about the week I've had. On the 10th of July, I had hair transplant surgery in Turkey. Not because I'm bald or anything, but because my hairline was beginning to recede, and it's better to get ahead of these things. Anyway, the surgery went great, and I had no issues during or after. But as a result of the surgery, I wasn't allowed to lie down and had to sleep sitting up. That was a lot harder than I anticipated, honestly, since the goal is that nothing should touch the hair. Meanwhile, family vacation was still ongoing during the day, and I was participating as much as I was allowed to. As a result, over the past 7 days, I've had incredibly little sleep. The last 3 days have literally been a blur because I was like falling asleep wherever I would sit. Now I'm finally back home, and tonight finally I expect to get some decent sleep. Honestly, I'm going to have to reread all the chapters I wrote over the past week, because I don't remember half of what I wrote, and what was going on XD, so only one chapter for a couple of days, while I figure out what I wrote and correct any mistakes I made. Apparently PPL still don't K&W abbed it. XCK head up. Chapter 1760, Voidwoven. Why do you look so distracted? Brandon asked Wukong, who was looking up in the sky. Just appreciating the weather, Wukong responded casually, his eyes fixed on the laws of the realm. He could see how, very subtly, the laws were coming under the influence of another. It was no wonder that the Innkeeper had allowed the realm to suffer such a strain, and even suffer a little harm. He was preparing to take control of it on a deeper level. Honestly, Wukong tried to not pay attention to the inn so much anymore. He didn't think he could tolerate the Innkeeper's subtle and silent teasing. From showing things that Wukong was too afraid to touch, to teasing him when he tried to date a mortal, the Innkeeper had managed to keep Wukong subdued all without actually lifting a hand against him. It was pretty impressive. "You're so carefree," said Brandon, shaking his head as he took a puff from his vape, enjoying that Golden Destiny watermelon flavor released by Cultivator Co. a few days back. "I wish I could be as carefree as you. But no, I have to watch over my family and return us to our prior station in the universe." Wukong looked at Brandon oddly and then just looked away. A short distance away, Audrey was in the hospital, getting a checkup with a doctor. It was about time for them to discover that not only was she pregnant, she was carrying twins. Wukong could practically foresee Audrey beating the hell out of Brandon in short order. He was looking forward to it. Lex, meanwhile, was looking over his system still. He'd been through all the upgrades his services would get, and even scheduled their release to happen during the auction that would be held in a few days. What he was looking at now was the new and improved teleportation capabilities. Functionally, it did not seem like they had changed at all, at least to most users. In reality, the teleportation ability had been strengthened tremendously. It was now capable of targeting even extremely unstable areas without causing any issue, not to mention that it would now offer protection to the target during the actual teleportation, something it previously did not. More importantly, Lex now learned that there were certain regions of the universe which could now be accessed by the inn which were previously off-limits. These places weren't like Abaddon, which was an oddity on its own. No, these were regular realms, big and small, that were in a part of the universe where travel was impossibly difficult. There was no specific name mentioned of these regions, but as Lex read about how restricted they were, he couldn't help but think of the Path of Chaos. He always felt like the Path of Chaos must reside in special places to avoid interaction with the Path of Order. Or maybe they were just in other major realms and there was no secret to their survival except strength. Who could say? Not Lex. Regardless, once Lex gained complete control over the teleportation abilities, he might enable them in these restricted, special regions. It would be interesting to see the kinds of guests such places would have. That was still far away, because Lex needed to complete a number of guest-related quests and jump through a number of proverbial hoops before he could gain full teleportation control. The thing that interested him a lot, though, was the Midnight Realm Management panel. For a long time, the panel was grayed out while the system evaluated the realm. Once it was open, though, Lex checked it out and was stunned. For a while now, Lex was already preparing to control how the Midnight Realm grew, and he was doing that by studying himself as well as having his workers study realm farming and management. The characters from the Book of Changes also seemed like they would be a tremendous help in giving him some control over the realm. As such, Lex's intentions were just to use the panel as a guide to train himself on how to mold the realm. The idea was good, and it was even applicable. Yet the biggest issue with that plan was that the changes Lex could implement would be restricted by his own ability to affect the realm. The panel, however, could do things far beyond what Lex was capable of. From the very first moment Lex looked at it, he knew he would be changing his strategy. The finer details, or maybe even the majority of the changes that he wanted to bring to the realm, could be managed by himself and his workers. But the system being overpowered as it was, it could do things that Lex was nowhere near strong enough to do. The best part was, unlike other system features and services that needed full payment, realm management did not require large, one-time payments to implement a change. That was because instead of implementing the change directly, he could just put the realm on the path to develop in the direction he wanted. For example, right on the top of the list of options in the Midnight Realm Management panel was to make the realm void-woven. It was nothing too complex. It just altered the boundary of the realm so that it blended perfectly with the void, making it so that the realm could travel in the void, and that it was completely undetectable even to Dao Lords. Now that was one heck of a realm upgrade, and one that Lex would never be able to implement on his own. It was also entirely outside what he could afford. The panel literally said that Lex had not even unlocked the correct currency to view the price of making the realm void-woven, meaning that MT was too weak a currency to purchase that upgrade, regardless of how much of it Lex had. There was, however, an upgrade called Blessed Boundary, which only cost 31 billion MT, which would make the Midnight Realm's boundary less susceptible to the pressure of the void, and increase its efficiency in absorbing chaos energy from the void. According to the description, Blessed Boundary would put the realm on the eventual path to unlock Voidwoven. If Lex managed to induce some of the changes that would put it on the path to Voidwoven as a result of his own efforts, the cost for it would eventually drop. The same was true of Blessed Boundary. If he could change the realm himself to be more in line with the description of Blessed Boundary, the cost for that upgrade would drop. Initially, Lex thought he would not be too interested in the new panel. He also thought that 1 million MT was enough to set him up for a long time. Wrong again. Some of the perks and benefits he saw in the realm were way too tempting for him, so much so that he had to consider making plans to make more money. There were two changes, especially, that attracted his attention that would help him out a lot in his short-term needs. The first was Valley of Time. As one could expect from the name, the valley was related to time. It was pretty straightforward. The flow of time within the valley would be double of the rest of the realm. This was an extremely expensive upgrade, at 1 billion MT. Although Lex wasn't sure why compared to the other upgrades, such as Blessed Boundary, such an ability cost less, he wanted it. The uses for altered flows of time were too many, and they would be tremendously helpful. Yet even something like this was outside his budget right now. The second thing that he had his eye on was Tempered Rains. Despite sounding like it had something to do with the weather, the actual effect of Tempered Rains was to strengthen the realm so that it could support stronger tribulations. Considering how abnormal Lex's tribulations were, it was basically guaranteed that he'd never be able to take his tribulations within the inn. Considering how hidden and secure the inn was, and how much trouble his tribulations caused, it was actually a huge risk to go outside the inn every time. If he could strengthen the realm so that it could support not only his cultivation, but his realm tribulations as well, he would end up eliminating a whole lot of problems for himself. But that too was outside his budget. Fortunately, not all the options within the panel were permanent changes. Lex could induce temporary phenomena inside the inn which, while still expensive, would also expose him to things he had no way of otherwise experiencing. Oh, and he could also use the panel to create the environment to nurture some especially rare treasures that he couldn't locate. One example of such a treasure was the Karmic Lily, something he had been searching for a very long time, yet found no leads on. Now, though, he might not need to search. He could grow it in his back garden. Apparently PPL still don't K&W abbed it. XCK head up. The Midnight Inn was always humming with activity, though lately that active buzz had taken on a different flavor. Instead of countless celestial and heaven immortals filling the crowds, now it seemed like more and more mortals were coming to the inn. Hundreds of new towns and cities had spread through the lands, connected by highways and trains, not to mention by lazy rivers and flying ships. Yet most of the guests who came hardly ever left whichever town or city they appeared in. An unprecedented time of prosperity was spreading through countless worlds in the Origin realm, as worlds which were normally unconnected to the rest of their galaxy, let alone the realm, were now exposed to technologies and techniques available at the Midnight Inn. Of course, not everything was perfect and peachy. Some authoritarian regimes became more powerful with access to the inn, and some warring planets gained access to better weapons and techniques through it as well. Such things troubled Lex, but as long as his guests followed the rules of the inn, he couldn't really act against them. This left a bad taste in his mouth, but he didn't know the perfect solution for this either. After all, if he restricted certain guests or planets, his guest satisfaction rating would fall, and that would make his life harder. Fortunately, not everything needed to have a simple and straightforward solution. Lex ordered his workers to come up with a plan using karma and other possible markers to evaluate guests, and use that to possibly make it harder or easier for them to avail in services. For now, though, this was still something he was just considering. Obviously, life was not always so easy or straightforward, so it was difficult to judge people. More importantly, if he discriminated between guests, his system would penalize him. So it was simply a research project until something changed, or they came up with an amazing answer. Yet even with the countless worlds worth of mortals now coming to the inn, the hustle and bustle these days could scarcely be compared to a short while ago during the death matches between the Jotun Empire and the Fiery Mammoths. With the end of that conclusion, the Jotun Empire had become even stronger, gaining a new galaxy to control, and the prestige of the Henali had grown as well. It was truly an event that shook up the entire realm. Yet unbeknownst to most, at the Midnight Inn, there was another event taking place where the prestige of the guests was even more distinguished. The Henali had the largest presence there, followed by some of the more prominent races of the Origin realm. Even a number of dragons had shown up. Yet what was truly surprising was that a number of guests from outside the Origin realm had also shown up. The humanoid alliance made an appearance, though considering the presence of devils, it seemed the alliance was always there. Versali's bank also sent a number of representatives, and had in fact brought a number of their own guests as well. The AI had also sent some representatives, and a number of deities had also sent their priests. Speaking of deities, it had occurred to Lex that it was highly unusual that the Midnight Inn could allow deities to enter from within their realms, even though that was supposed to be a very difficult thing to do. He had no idea how it worked, and he assumed that neither did anyone else, which is why no one had ever mentioned it. They just took it for granted that the Innkeeper had somehow made it possible. A number of representatives had also come from the Crystal Realm, though neither the Crystal race nor the Trollops made an appearance. Lex was kind of interested in seeing what a Trollop at the inn would look like, considering every time he saw them, they seemed to be fused with some kind of geographical feature. Now the inn had had guests from multiple realms before as well, but it was the first time they were invited in such a covert fashion, for they were all invited to an auction that had not been widely marketed. Perhaps most of them only came to honor the invitation without expecting much from the auction itself, as next to no information had been given about it. Even then, the crowd gathered in the secluded auction arena that had specifically been built for this event was quite large and quite distinguished. Nearly 100 celestial immortals had gathered for the event, but they weren't exactly mingling. Individual cabins had been assigned to all parties, and most of them stayed within. If they conversed with one another, they did so in a covert fashion so that none could detect it. Lex smiled. He had made a lot of preparations for this auction. It would be a memorable one for more than one reason. "Why would your brother invite us to something like this?" Levi whispered to Liz, even though there was no real need for it. Within their private cabin, none could see or hear them, not unless they specifically lowered the barriers. It's quite clear that we're out of place here. As a peak celestial immortal herself, Levi was not intimidated by all the other immortals here. In fact, her cultivation was actually a bit higher than many of the others who had arrived. Even so, the place smelled like political intrigue, and she didn't like it. As a rosy bear, she was especially sensitive to conspiracies, and she could practically smell the undercurrents in the air. "Just so that we can take a look around. Isn't it cool? This is the kind of thing we wouldn't normally be allowed to attend without a sufficient background. Now that we're here, we can learn so much," Liz responded eagerly. She had studied about many of these organizations in Ventura. Now she was actually getting to see them. Levi was about to rebut, yet there was some movement on the stage which attracted their attention, so she held her tongue. From behind the velvet curtain, a figure emerged, a slow, deliberate motion, as though she was completely at ease under the gaze of so many elites. Lex's smile widened mischievously, It had begun. The gathering at the inn could not be called the most elite in the universe, yet it was undeniable that among the crowd were powers that touched the highest levels of the universe, even if the specific guests themselves were merely in the celestial immortal level. They had all been exposed to sights and secrets the likes of which one could not even reach without a sufficient level of backing. As such, even the impressive environment and atmosphere, the rich resources, and even richer variety of the Midnight Realm merely matched expectations instead of impressing. Not that such a thing was a slight to the Midnight Inn, far from it. It was just that they had a specific understanding and expectation from an organization at the level of the Midnight Inn, and what they saw merely matched it. If the innkeeper were considered an ordinary Tao Lord, then the inn would surely have impressed them. But he wasn't, so it didn't. That's just how things were. In fact, they even had a specific understanding of what to expect from the auction, though Wukong snorted at that notion. If the innkeeper were to pull out that phantasm core at this auction, every single one of those immortals would soil themselves out of fear. But the guests didn't know that. They had come with certain expectations. So the fact then that the arrival of the lady from behind the curtain had such an impact spoke volumes. She was dressed entirely in crimson. It was not just a red dress, but a tapestry of fire, an elegant gown that looked like a bed of burning roses. The fabric swayed with her steps, each one deliberate, as if she drew indescribable pleasure from the mere act of walking. Her hair was the same scarlet hue, tumbling in soft waves down her back and over one shoulder. It framed her face like a crown would frame a queen's brow, except she actually wore a petite tiara above her crimson head, its rubies sparkling in the light. Her beauty was undeniable, but it wasn't soft. It was the kind of beauty that silenced a room. It was the kind of beauty that slowed time, that inspired poets to write, painters to paint, and dreamers to dream. It was the kind of beauty that could stun an auction arena into stillness. The mystery woman smiled, and in that smile lived kindness, warm, open, disarming. It touched the air and made it lighter. For a moment she looked merely beautiful, charming even, like a guest at a masquerade just happy to be seen. In that smile was joy, the joy of being alive, the joy of everything that was good and holy, and the joy that could only be known by someone who had seen the absolute depths of despair. It was the joy of someone who had lived. Everything about her was red, every thread, every glint, every suggestion, except her gloves. White, clean, soft. They gleamed like porcelain in the sea of crimson, and for that they drew every eye. For that reason alone they stole the most attention. Yet as the eyes were drawn to the gloves, the entire audience, every single one of them, including Wukong, realized that if it hadn't been for the stark contrast of the gloves breaking the scarlet spell her presence had cast over them, they would have remained enamored by her visage. The audience gasped and drew deep breaths as they realized what had happened. She had no aura, no cultivation. It was as if she were a mere projection standing in front of them, yet even without her aura she had a presence that was undeniable. She was a tornado of fire and fury standing in the midst, yet she was also a simple red rose in a silent meadow. Nothing about her spoke of her station save the tiara, though that was merely there as a fashionable ornament. That did not mean that none understood her station. How could they not? The Midnight Inn was one of the few places in the universe where exposure to the aura of a Tao Lord would not kill a mortal, and cripple an immortal. But even without the aura of Tao, how could they not recognize a Tao Lord? Those who were not at the very peak of the celestial realm and above would not know why a Tao Lord was special, but they all knew that each Tao Lord was a being of unimaginable power, and such power wasn't lightly attained. The universe itself recognized each Tao Lord, so even without their aura, even without their power, even if the smallest imaginable fragment of their ability was used to conjure a clone, that recognition would stay with them. Let alone, the Crimson Lady was clearly not a mere fragment. There was an inexplicable, indescribable mien about her that marked her as someone who had gained the highest recognition of the universe. She was not just a Tao Lord, she was one especially beloved by the universe. She took her place at the center of the stage. Her approach had been gradual, yet the entire audience felt like she had just teleported to her position. Wukong gulped. He had seen her before as a tiny projection that appeared from time to time around some of the inn workers. How was he supposed to know she was a Tao Lord too, and one who could even hide her aura from him? The monkey wiped the sweat off his brow, and the universe called him unreasonable. It was only because they hadn't spent any time around the innkeeper. That guy really liked to play games. The lady in red grabbed a mic, as if she needed such a thing, and raised it to herself. "Hello, everyone," she said, her voice cheerful and full of energy. "My name is Mary, and I'll be your auctioneer today. I hope you all enjoy this little event that the Innkeeper has prepared for you." Almost 100 celestial immortals gulped simultaneously. None of them knew if they had the guts to bid while a Tao Lord was holding the auction. Or were they supposed to bid everything they had? They weren't sure. "Looks like Mary is finally having some fun too," said Nemo as he swam up to Liz's cheek and watched the stage. "You know her?" Liz asked in surprise. "Oh yeah, she hangs out with Lex all the time. She's very nice." Liz suddenly narrowed her eyes, her thoughts a mystery as she scrutinized the lady on the stage. Suddenly, she didn't look nearly as beautiful as she did a moment ago. Lex raised an eyebrow. He'd anticipated that Mary would want to make a grand entrance. A couple of days ago, when he used the 1,000 MT to pay for her to have her own projection capabilities, he was surprised to find that she hid herself in his office, so he kind of saw it coming. Even so, he had no idea that people who have this big a reaction to her. When he saw her, she only appeared normal to him. He saw none of the presence or allure of a Tao Lord that everyone else was gushing about. He wondered if being the system host made him uniquely immune to her presence. Lex had asked Mary about why unlocking her projection had been so expensive at the time. After all, 1,000 MT was not a small amount of money. He could have done incredible things with so much MT, for example, go crazy in the token shop. Mary had no idea at the time. Now, though, as Lex watched the reactions everyone had, Lex began to have some idea. It was expensive because the projection needed to be able to support the natural presence she had as a former Tao Lord. Or wait, did she still count as a Tao Lord? He didn't think so. They hadn't really discussed the details since Lex had to prepare everything for the auction, but once this was done, he would have a chat with her. Mary chuckled as she saw everyone's reaction to her. Despite her magnified presence, her personality hadn't really changed much at all. "You guys are too cute. Relax, you are guests of the Midnight Inn, so you can be at complete ease. If the innkeeper thinks I ended up bullying his guests, he won't let me do next year's auction either." Mary was relaxed, informal, and friendly demeanor disarmed those who were watching, at least as much as possible. Who had ever heard of a Tao Lord hosting an auction for a bunch of immortals? No one. It had never been done. Well, it wasn't like they could stand up and say with complete certainty that throughout history, such a thing had never happened. But most certainly no one had ever heard of such a thing. Tao Lords were high and mighty, completely out of reach of almost everyone. They were usually aloof and indifferent to most, and though there were Tao Lords with all kinds of personalities, you didn't really see them working in the service industry very often. It was only through the combined might of large organizations that Tao Lords ended up rendering services, and that too was mostly in exchange for something unique only they could do, in exchange for some resources or something rare and valuable. But to get a Tao Lord to auction for a bunch of immortals was just there were no words for it. To call it wasteful would be an insult, yet it certainly wasn't the best use of resources and time. Then again, the innkeeper was well known for his indifference to status, treating mortals and immortals alike as if they were important guests. For Mary, who, did she work for the innkeeper, or with him? If so, did that mean? Wait a minute, many immortals realized belatedly that Mary had literally introduced herself to them. She had revealed her name. Such a realization sent many of their hearts leaping with both fear and joy. The influence of a Tao Lord on literally everyone else was immense. Just words of praise could literally alter one's destiny. It was one of the only concrete ways known of changing one's destiny in the universe. So then to actually know the name of a Tao Lord, that too would subtly influence the rest of their very lives. If Lex thought of things this way, then maybe one reason why he had so much good luck was because of how early he learned Balaam's name. Of course, that good luck could have easily killed Lex if he didn't grow strong enough fast enough, but that was entirely a different matter. "Oh, you guys are too uptight," Mary said with a chuckle. "How could I be a good auctioneer if I kept indirectly influencing you all? I wouldn't want a complaint letter from one of your organizations saying I manipulated you into buying things. No, you all are completely protected from any influence I might have on you. You can just treat me like another auctioneer. Take a moment to gather yourselves, and once everyone is ready, I'll begin introducing our event." Nobody questioned what Mary said. If she said that she wouldn't affect them, then that's what they would believe. It wasn't their job or their position to second-guess what a Tao Lord said. Even a peak celestial immortal, searching for a way to become a Tao Lord, such as Levi, was infinitely beneath a Tao Lord in terms of power. At most, she could compare to a demi-Tao Lord in the sense that she could measure how much weaker she was. Mary waved her hand, and a white plastic chair appeared on the stage behind her where she sat down with her legs crossed. Her dress, while completely gorgeous, was not overly long, so when she crossed her legs the dress was pulled back just a bit, revealing a little more skin above her ankle. The entire crowd of celestial immortals trembled as they rushed to look anywhere other than the stage, too afraid to look. The AI, who did not really have any concept of modesty or humility, too, turned off all its sensors to keep itself from overheating. Of course, none of the inn workers reacted oddly. They had known Mary for a long time, and Liz also couldn't help but cross her arms. "She's playing games with them," Liz muttered, right before Levi clamped her mouth shut. Of course, Mary was playing, and she was thoroughly enjoying her game, too. All of you, dear guests, come from prestigious backgrounds and have connections far and wide, so there is little that you want for. The only resources you lack are the ones that can only be grown in specific parts of the universe, so something like an ordinary auction won't really attract your attention. A mundane auction would be too boring for people of your distinction, so any auction we held would have to be special, Mary said, though no one would have had the guts to call any auction she held as mundane. "Like this blade of eternal echoes that I have here," Mary said, holding up a projection of a simple blade of grass. "Now the dragons from the Origin realm have been asking us what it would take to sell this thing, but it's not the kind of thing we would just sell. No, an auction sounds so much better, doesn't it?" As she spoke, a description of the blade appeared in front of all the guests. "But that blade is too special. That's the kind of thing one saves for a big auction. So then, what about this black flower? Eating the flower can cause permanent spirit enhancement even in immortals and induce a weak enlightenment. That's the kind of stuff that's not so rare that it's unheard of, but definitely rare enough that even you guys would want it, right?" Many immortals, Levi included, began to hyperventilate as they read the description of the black flower. That was not the kind of stuff their organization would need, but it was definitely the kind of stuff they themselves would love to get their hands on. But what would you do if you had all kinds of stuff, ranging from the black flower all the way to the blade of echoes? The innkeeper decided to host an auction to make things fair. After all, he doesn't need these things. But this event, what you're here at today, that's not the auction. No, this small little event is just to give you all a small taste of the auction to come, and to give you a small peek at what to expect 1 year from now. I won't say too much for now. I think it's best we just jump into the auction itself. Once that's over, though, I'll talk to you guys a bit more about what's coming up. What do you guys think? Naturally, every single one of the members spoke up in agreement, not daring to deny Mary. None of them wanted to risk it. The innkeeper already had a set reputation, but none of them knew Mary, and they didn't want to be the ones to discover her limitations. Mary chuckled at their reaction. She found it even funnier knowing that the things they were going to compete to buy in a short time were basically just trinkets that Lex and the rest had just picked up over their 2 decades in Abaddon. That place was a death trap, but it also had a history nearly as old as the universe. Just as the dirt in the Midnight Realm was invaluable to low-level cultivators and mortals, even the dirt from Abaddon was valuable to even immortals. Of course, that was not the case throughout Abaddon. But the point was that it was super easy to stumble onto invaluable items and treasures in Abaddon that couldn't be found anywhere else. Lex and everyone from the tavern had found some truly invaluable items in Abaddon, and though none could truly match up to the items they picked up in the jungle, they were still pretty good. Not to mention, Lex and the rest had also picked up a lot of treasures from the jungle as well. So they had quite the stock on their hands, and while many things had been handed over to the turtle, many things could also be sold off. "Let's begin with this spherical regolith worldlet of arcana," she said, raising her hand and showing a small brown orb. This was just a fancy way of saying that she had a ball of dirt with extremely dense spiritual energy, so much so that it could compete with a 1-star world. Now that was actually something very rare and possibly even useful, except that if it was used in the Midnight Realm, it would only dilute the purity of energy here. So, since Lex couldn't use it, and the ball had nothing else going for it save how energy-dense it was, he decided to sell it. Of course, what was worthless to Lex was invaluable to everyone else. Among celestial immortals, it was extremely common practice to bond to a planet. Some did it as a hobby, others used it as a part of their cultivation. Getting their hands on the spherical regolith worldlet of arcana could help them promote the star level of their bonded world, even if only a little. Each of the participants started to breathe heavier as they looked at it, all for various reasons. The dragons wanted it because dragons were greedy. The AI wanted it because it could be a power source. Others wanted it for reasons entirely unique to themselves. Just as Mary had said, Something like this wouldn't attract their backing organizations, but they themselves could benefit greatly from it. We'll start the bidding at 1,000 MT, and each bid must raise by at least 5 MT. If you don't have enough MT on you, you can also barter, but the items you use to barter will have to be verified by an appraiser from the inn. For a couple of seconds, everyone hesitated, but once the first bid was made, the whole auction picked up, with no one holding back. One would think that an auction between Celestials would be a dignified affair. Yet in front of a Tao Lord, they were basically just children, so they didn't mind behaving like children either. There was screaming, yelling, and a fair bit of threatening, though Mary immediately made it clear that the inn would disqualify anyone who threatened other contestants. But as it turned out, 2 participants representing 2 different parties were brothers, so they argued that it was an internal family dispute, and it was hard to argue with that. Almost no one seemed to notice when a box of popcorn appeared in Mary's hands. Their gazes were fixed on the ball of dirt. As Lex watched Mary have 100 Celestials drool over a ball of dirt that Z had picked up, he was completely convinced that the rest of the auction would go well. Life was unusual. They had picked up so many treasures from Abaddon, so many of them useful, and so many of them completely worthless to them and the inn. Yet to those cultivators much stronger than Lex, they would be priceless. At the same time, they had a much easier time getting their hands on resources that were, relatively speaking, less rare, and yet they were what Lex wanted. Initially, the auction had all been about MT, but now that Lex had gained so much, what he really wanted were items that would benefit him immediately. At the moment, Lex was in need of 2 types of resources that he didn't have access to himself. The first were the kind that would be used in the crafting of the karmic bead, and the second were the kind that would expedite the formation of the bead itself. Orin had been very particular that for a treasure on the scale of the karmic bead, 1,000 years was the absolute minimum time required to stabilize it. That was if it were left to stabilize on its own. There were naturally things that could help speed up the process. The problem was that neither Lex nor Orin knew what they were. Regardless, between his own system, the systems of all the members of Obsidian, and the guests in the auction 1 year from now, Lex was sure he'd be able to get his hands on something. But just to be sure, he wanted to make sure he made an impression. Well, Mary apparently having the presence of a Tao Lord was probably enough to make a strong impression, but since he'd planned everything else out anyway, he'd go ahead with it. The dirt ball was sold for 1221 MT, and Mary moved on to some magical pollen they had collected. Lex didn't pay attention to that. Instead, he used the 1221 MT he had just gotten, and opened up the Midnight Realm Management panel. He'd been looking over the panel in great detail over the past few days, and he'd finally decided on some things he wanted to do. All the services would get their upgrade during the auction, but upgrading them randomly seemed so empty. It lacked ceremony. So Lex would create a bit of ceremony. As the MT disappeared, faint clouds began to appear across the realm, and they began to drizzle. Currently, the Midnight Realm had the environment equivalent to a 4-star planet. At that point, it was difficult for spiritual energy to get any thicker in the air. Higher star ratings only meant that certain high-leveled types of energy were available, allowing for the birth of certain treasures. It also reflected the strength of the laws. So, for example, an Earth immortal who could not control his strength could do a lot of unintended damage on a 1-star planet. But on a 2-star planet, they'd be much more comfortable. In essence, raising the star rating was a good thing, and Lex naturally wanted the star rating of the inn to be as high as possible. Or that's what he used to think. Now, though, he'd come up with a new plan for the Midnight Realm. Fully mature realm was much more stable. There were many reasons for this, but one key reason was that all the more chaotic or volatile energies had been used up in the development of the realm. Yet these volatile energies were also incredibly valuable, and had a certain primal power that stable energies just lacked. As an immature realm, the Midnight Realm had an entire chaos sea, not to mention countless other reserves of various energies that were used up to create laws. Lex wanted to make the Midnight Realm grow, but retain these primal energies that would otherwise be used up, so that even when the realm matured, they stayed. In a sense, Lex wanted a realm that had all the benefits of a mature realm, yet retained the specialities of an immature realm. This was a part of his long-term plan to nurture Tao-level treasures, something he'd only attempt when he himself became a Tao Lord. Before that, though, he had to ensure his realm developed as he wished. He earned another 1440 MT, which he immediately used up to add to the reign. If he went to the token store, he could immediately buy a star rating increase token, but then he wouldn't be able to fine-tune the development of the realm. Instead, Lex spent much more MT to make it rain a certain kind of energy that had long since been used up by the realm. The rain never made it to the ground, as the liquid dissolved in the air, mixing with the environment. Even so, all living beings across the inn felt a certain tingling feeling. Something was happening, something significant. Another item was sold, and Lex immediately spent all the MT again. The rain was only the first step. Using the money he earned today, he was going to set up a series of weather events that would last up until a year, slowly and gradually raising the star rating of the realm up to 5 stars. Like this, he was losing out on some benefits, such as the enlightenment and purification everyone went through with the rapid star rating increase. Yet in the long term, this was better. After all, only a newborn realm could provide the environment required for the birth of mythical beings. If he could recreate that exact environment, and then have it fixed so that it would become the natural environment of the inn, he would achieve something entirely unique in the universe. Today was the first step in trying to make that happen. While all the Celestials who had come to the inn did not know his intentions, they could feel that the innkeeper was up to something, and he had specifically waited till they came to make it happen. Lex smiled. Yes, this was ceremony enough to launch the upgrade to all the inn services that came with the functionality returning to 51%. He was actually quite interested in seeing how everyone reacted to the change. I have to say I wasn't sure what to expect when I was coming to the inn, said the Celestial to his partner. But it certainly wasn't this. Look up. Do you see that rain? That's rose fragment essence. It's usually found in newborn realms that have a lot of vegetation. It is theorized that it makes realms more fertile, though it's never been proven. I've never seen so much of it before. It usually evaporates into the realm long before most can even encounter it. What does any of that have to do with the auction? The partner asked, not even remotely interested in anything else. Oh, come on, don't tell me you're not even the slightest bit interested in the Midnight Inn after everything we've been hearing down at the Humanoid Alliance, the Celestial said. Not to mention, just the fact that it's raining rose fragment essence is interesting on its own. This is blatant terraforming of the realm right in front of our eyes. How often do you get to see something like that? I did a 30-decade thesis for my master's on realm environment alteration, and the only thing I had access to as research were hypothetical projections and models created by the AI. The partner looked at the Celestial with a deep, nauseated look, and then turned back to the auction and raised his plaque card to indicate that he was bidding. Raising without mentioning the price meant that he bid the minimum amount required to bid. He really wanted to get his hands on that locust compost. Despite its name, the item could actually forcefully degrade any material added to it for composting. Although the effect was straightforward, the real-world utility of it was mind-blowing. That could basically speed up the breakdown of materials from millions of years to mere hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to some stupid, unknown rose, rain, water, or whatever, this is what he cared about. The Celestial shook his head and turned back to look up at the rain, studying the way it dissolved and the effects it had on the surrounding environment. Such short-term observation would not yield any real results. If he could sit here and study the influence this particular rain had over the next dozen decades or so, only then would he begin to grasp at the finer details of how it affected a newborn realm. Believe it or not, such opportunities were rare in the universe, despite the abundance of smaller realms. The number of realms that were developing but likely wouldn't reach full maturity was actually absurdly large. But the circumstances in each of them were so different, and getting access to them was usually so difficult that it wasn't worth it. One time, the Celestial wanted to go to a developing realm owned by some company not really worth mentioning. The visa application for it was so stringent. It asked for all travel history for the past 50 million years, and all affiliations with any warring factions, intentions of undergoing any tribulations, and so much else that he just gave up. It totally wasn't worth it. Well, I'll take it that you're handling the auction then, so I'll head off to do the other mission, the Celestial said, to which his partner grunted. The Celestial rolled his eyes, but then withdrew his aura entirely and summoned one of the inn workers. Although it looked like the Celestial was here for the auction, that was just a front. In truth, the Humanoid Alliance had sent him here with another mission, one that he could not let others know about, so he had to wait till the auction began. "Dear guest, how can I help you?" said the worker who came in, a mere nascent realm human, yet she remained completely unbothered by his status or cultivation level. It was quite an interesting phenomenon he'd observed in the Midnight Inn. It almost made him want to spend a few centuries here studying the development of mortals from birth to maturity to see how an environment free from pressure affected the development of their psychology. Unfortunately, he was on the clock. "Please deliver this to the Innkeeper," the Celestial said, handing over a simple letter. Let him know that this is from the Humanoid Alliance, and keep this matter between us, will you?" "Of course," the worker said, before taking the letter and teleporting away. "The teleportation in the inn is so interesting," the Celestial commented. "They don't utilize any space laws, and they don't leave any trace either. It's quite convenient for covert missions." The Celestial's partner groaned, but didn't say anything. Since they'd been partners for so long, they were well aware of each other's quirks. One was a total academic, with dreams of becoming a researcher at a university, and one was brutally practical, only caring about what he could actually use in his own life. Unfortunately for him, the Celestial hadn't yet fulfilled all the criteria to take on a research position in any respectable institution. Working for the Alliance would help fulfill his universal exposure credits, though. A few minutes later, the same worker reappeared. "The Innkeeper is requesting your presence," he said. "If you'd like, I can bring you right to his office." The Celestial nodded and allowed himself to be teleported away, directly into the Innkeeper's office. He couldn't afford to be seen anywhere else, which is why he had to be teleported directly in. He'd heard about how typically entering the Innkeeper's office required crossing some kind of trial. The Celestial couldn't help but wonder how the trial worked. Yet he didn't have time to ponder for too long as he appeared directly in the office, right in front of the Innkeeper, who seemed to be waiting for him. "Innkeeper, I hope you do not mind my intrusion," the Celestial said, bowing deeply. "Please disperse with these formalities. Take a seat. I'm quite interested to hear why you think I would be able to help you with your task." The Celestial sat down, as instructed, and pulled out another letter, one he was supposed to deliver with his own hands. "I believe this should explain everything." The Innkeeper gave an amused smile, before taking the letter and sitting down at his chair. Smoothly, he pulled out a letter opener and removed the wax seal, the one that contained the aura of a Tao Lord. The Celestial gulped, and at the same time couldn't help but look at the letter opener. He wondered what it was made of. After staring at the letter opener for a few minutes, the Celestial pulled his vision away and began looking around the office. All the while, he could not help but contemplate his own state of mind. A short while ago, just the sight of a Tao Lord on stage had him, and quite frankly everyone else, extremely startled. They had all kinds of thoughts, not knowing how to respond to the sudden surprise, and were only able to calm down after the Tao Lord told them to. Who was going to disobey a Tao Lord? No one. No one was going to go against a Tao Lord's words. Yet surprisingly enough, he was now sitting right across from the Innkeeper, one of the most, if not the most reputable, new Tao Lord that the Humanoid Alliance was paying attention to. The surprising thing wasn't that he was sitting across from the Innkeeper. The surprise lay in the fact that he felt so calm, so at ease in front of the Innkeeper. All the panic and anxiety he'd suffered while anticipating this meeting seemed to slip away, as if it were never anything to worry about at all. It was as if he was meeting just another random dude, instead of an all-powerful lord whose very existence was altering the Humanoid Alliance's foreign policy. The Innkeeper opened up his drawer and dropped the letter in it casually, before turning back to the Celestial. "I didn't catch your name," said the Innkeeper instead of addressing the letter. "Oh yes, my apologies, Innkeeper. I am called Biscus," the Celestial said. Naturally, he did not think that the Innkeeper didn't really know his name. He was a Tao Lord, so of course he knew Biscus' name. It was perhaps just polite to be properly introduced first. "No need for apologies, Biscus. It is not a big deal. There is, however, an issue, which is that the letter still does not state why you think I would be able to help you with your task. As you may know, I do not usually concern myself with things outside of the Midnight Inn." Biscus smiled awkwardly, yet for some reason he felt that there was no reason for him to hesitate in explaining the reasoning behind the Alliance's decision, and hoped it changed the Innkeeper's mind. He doubted it, though. If even the letter didn't change his mind, Biscus doubted he could. "Well, as I'm sure you know, information about the Temple of Fasting is supposed to be of the utmost secret. Even the Alliance itself has no way to track down its location and make contact. However, through a message sent by Senior Cassandra herself, we have become aware that she is attempting to break into the Tao realm. The Alliance puts a great deal of importance on this, for if she succeeds, she can uplift the entire human race, which would greatly help the Alliance as well. The issue, then, from what I understand, is that the Temple of Fasting is located in an immature realm, making it impossible to undergo a complete Tao tribulation. The Midnight Realm, likewise, is not mature and so cannot support such a tribulation. Thus, we need to transport Senior Cassandra to a secure location, where she may be able to undergo her tribulation without issue." The Innkeeper leaned back in his chair, looking at Biscus as he spoke, though his own thoughts were wandering elsewhere. Cassandra had been Lex's teacher of sorts when he went to the Temple of Fasting. Thinking back on it, she had been more like a nanny, or dare he say, mother, than a teacher. More than her training, what Lex recalled was her force-feeding him and making sure he got plenty of sleep. While initially he had been very distrustful of her, thinking back now, Lex realized his distrust had more to do with his own issues than anything Cassandra did. Being lied to by one's parents, and then abandoned, was something that took some time to overcome. He hadn't seen her in a while, though mainly because, as Biscus mentioned, she was getting ready to become a Dao Lord. Lex didn't know the details. He didn't know if her tribulation had already begun or if she was in some premeditation for it to begin or something else was going on. The less he knew about Dao stuff for now, the better. What he did know, however, was that Cassandra's main body was in the Temple of Fasting, which was in the Origin realm. So yes, she was in a realm that was not mature yet. But the issue remained. Even if Lex really could get to her, which he couldn't, he wasn't so sure moving her was the best idea. After all, Cassandra was a smart lady. If she needed to leave the Origin realm for her tribulation, or if she needed his or the Innkeeper's help, she would have mentioned it. She didn't. So now, not only could Lex not help the Alliance out with their request of getting access to her, he didn't really want to either. Also, the fact that the humans from the inn could go and train in the Temple of Fasting was supposed to be a secret. The temple was not a location open to others. It could only be accessed by humans, and even then, Lex only let his workers access it. So, Biscus, I understand the intentions of the Alliance and the reasoning behind it. That is not the issue. I have command over the inn, not the temple. I do not know its location, nor do I have any way of communicating with Cassandra since she went into her retreat. So the problem remains. It's not that I don't want to help you. I simply cannot. I'm unsure as to why the Alliance is under the impression that I can help with this to begin with. Biscus smiled awkwardly. How was he supposed to know? He'd just been told that passing along the letter would solve all the issues. But even after reading the letter, the Innkeeper seemed either unwilling or unable to help. I will pass along your response, Biscus said. I apologize for bothering you. Not at all, said the Innkeeper, waving his hands. The inn is open to all, and I do not mind addressing any concerns that you or the Alliance has. Feel free to reach out to the inn whenever you wish. Biscus returned to his booth, but Lex remained seated in his chair, pondering over what had just happened. He'd had no warning or indication that something like this was going to come up, which made sense because life didn't come with warnings. Even so, he felt that this interaction of his was highly unusual. To start with, based on his understanding, the Temple of Fasting was supposed to be a huge secret. They had made a big deal about it being a secret. So then, if the Alliance knew about it, how could it be a secret? Or maybe once the temple was revealed, it was no longer a secret. But even then, it seemed like the Alliance had no knowledge of the temple's location or any means of accessing it. The claim that Cassandra had reached out to them was plausible if they had the same background, but then why would she leave them no way of getting to her if she asked for their help? Much more importantly, Cassandra herself was very particular about maintaining her existence as a secret, for she was on a mission of the utmost importance. In truth, the temple wasn't even supposed to be giving his workers the training that they were getting since the temple wasn't supposed to attract attention. Even though Lex was certain none of his workers had shared details about the temple willingly, there were too many ways for the powerful to discover what was happening. The temple had attracted attention, but what was the reason behind all of this? Lex's mind went to the letter. It was written by a Dao Lord from the humanoid alliance called Gale Cilior, succinctly explaining the Alliance's wish to assist Cassandra in her tribulation, and a request to help get to her. It was about as straightforward as a letter could be without being rude, and bordered on sounding like an order rather than a request. If there was some hidden message or meaning left in the letter, then Lex didn't catch it, for he did his best to read it and put it away as quickly as possible. This is the kind of stuff Lex was most concerned about. He could not afford to cross a Dao Lord of any kind, and while Wukong's presence kept them at bay, he also had to ensure to limit his interaction with them as much as possible. The thing that kept bothering Lex was the timing of it. It had been so long since Cassandra went into retreat, so why care about it now? Of course, considering the time scale for immortals, not much time had passed, so it could just be a coincidence. Yet Lex didn't think so. There had to be some reason for this, he just didn't know it. A part of him wondered if he should go to the temple to check things out, but there was also a part of him that dared not go there anymore. Who knew what kind of powers Dao Lords had? What if by going there now, he somehow led the Alliance straight to the temple? The best thing to do was bury the letter under all his business cards and never think about it again. Hopefully, he could upgrade the inn enough to get a way to remove any lingering Tao contamination from his body. Until then, he would take precaution. It wasn't like he needed to go to the temple anytime soon anyway. Sure, he was thinking about taking his tribulation in the temple to try to isolate the consequences of his tribulation and not attract so much attention. Announcing his location to the whole universe any time he leveled up was not a safe thing to do. But he most certainly wasn't going to go there anymore. But that was a problem for another time. Another item had been sold at the auction, and Lex used the MT to continue to try and put his realm on the path for the kind of place he wanted it to be down the line. The good thing was, this could also help in developing a heaven and a hell down the line. Lex continued to sit back in his office, waiting for the auction to subside, slowly using the Midnight Realm Management panel as the money kept trickling in. At the same time, the upgrades to the services started kicking in. For about a quarter of a second, no one noticed, but then the guests who were using the services felt the change, and the surprise and excitement surged all at once. This was a change nobody was expecting. In most places, an improved service meant more cost, yet in the inn, the improvement came almost unannounced. The number of people surging to meditation rooms began to increase almost instantly, because the one thing all cultivators valued above everything else was the ability or opportunity to improve their cultivation in some fashion. The most valued service after that was the recovery rooms and recovery pods. The rooms healed normal wounds and fixed simple and straightforward injuries or diseases, but that left a wide array of issues that the rooms couldn't fix. Or at least, that was the case before the upgrade. Swarms of people rushed to the recovery rooms in hope that they now somehow fixed what they couldn't fix before. All other services saw similar increase in usage, prompting a sudden surge in income for Lex. All of this was more or less expected. Even so, Lex kept observing all of his guests until he encountered one particular group of guests who, well, took advantage of the one core service of the inn Lex honestly thought people cared the least about. Lex could not help but chuckle as he paid closer attention to them. In one of the new cities that had been built in the inn, 3 siblings were sitting in a cart, taking a ride through the park and looking at everyone around them. People in the park are saying that there's been some kind of an upgrade to all the inn services, one of the 3 siblings said. With our latest income from the guild room, I'm pretty sure we could all rent out a meditation room for a couple of days each. Now I'm thinking of going to the patisserie and grabbing a pie, said the second. The third looked at his 2 siblings, as if he were looking at a pair of degenerates. Don't even talk to me for the next week. I'm going to go rock the best service that the inn provides. I'm going to sleep in their comfy as hell beds till my bank balance hits 0. The 2 siblings looked at the third like he was crazy. With the expansion of the Midnight Inn, the development of countless cities, and the extra emphasis on mortals bringing in hundreds of millions of mortal guests, the role of the guild room had really picked up. Despite the fact that the guild room only took 1% of all transactions through the guild, it had actually become one of the inn's largest contributors to income, far surpassing most services. But the inn wasn't the only one who benefited from the guild. There were also many mortals, like the 3 siblings, who had come to the inn with little to no income of their own. Even with the inn dividing itself into levels, with lower levels being specifically designed as well as being cheaper for mortals, it cost a significant sum of money. Fortunately, with the increase in the number of guests at the inn, so too did the opportunities to work increase in the guild. The opportunities were, quite frankly, quite diverse, ranging from trade and commerce to something as simple as teaching and daycare. Sure, the inn had a daycare of its own of superb quality, but hiring a nanny through the guild was cheaper. Sure, the inn had training rooms and a library containing countless techniques, but not everyone could be self-sufficient in learning, and required a one-to-one teaching environment. Some people just preferred a more familiar method of doing things, even if better alternatives were available. Combined with the fact that countless families were more or less directly emigrating to the inn, using all the opportunities available at the inn to make money on their own worlds while personally living inside the inn, even more job opportunities had opened up. Sure, the inn staff helped out a lot, but it wasn't like the inn staff's responsibilities extended to babysitting a guest's entire life. In fact, with the increased population of guests, not having enough staff was one of the problems Lex was facing. He didn't want to increase more staff by hiring them directly from the system, but he also didn't want to massively increase his externally hired workers, as that would slowly corrode the work environment that he had created at the inn. He was already working on a solution for that, but none of that was of any concern to the three siblings. "You guys do whatever you want, okay?" said the third sibling, waving his hand dismissively. "Let me go catch up on my sleep." Without waiting for the barrage of comments and insults that he knew were coming, the third sibling scampered off. After all, it was his hard-earned MP, and he'd use it to sleep with it if he's so damn well pleased. He would have loved to do that even if the inn hadn't undergone a so-called upgrade, but he was now especially looking forward to his well-earned rest. Anthony, the third sibling, practically hummed to himself as he strolled through the greenbelt before arriving at the red brick apartment building where he had a room. The name of the building was Avalon, which sounded cool. Anthony had heard that there was an identical Avalon building in every inn city, a copy of the original built on Main Street. There was some history behind it, he was sure, if it was true. But considering that Main Street was in a higher-level area and it would cost more to go there, Anthony wasn't really up to verifying the truth. He could have just asked someone, but it was just the name of a building. He didn't give it any more thought than was necessary. He strolled in, catching sight of a few new faces. Considering the nature of the inn, it wasn't a surprise that the tenants of the building kept changing. But Anthony had made a special request that every time he rented a room, it should always be the same one, almost making him feel like he was living here. He didn't have any personal belongings in his room, but honestly, he was used to living frugally, so he didn't have many belongings to begin with. With bubbling excitement, Anthony reached his room and took in a deep breath as soon as he stepped in, closing his eyes to focus on the smell. The Midnight Inn really thought of everything. Since it was his room, it always smelled great, varying between a number of his favorite smells, and occasionally even introducing him to new ones he hadn't smelled before. Today, his room smelled like the crisp morning air on a forest floor. It was fresh, grassy, and earthy, with a hint of morning dew. It reminded him of a time he and his siblings were homeless, living in the forest beside the city they grew up in because, ironically, the forest was safer than the city. By all accounts, such a time should have been the worst. It should have been filled with horrible and depressing memories, but honestly, Anthony missed those days. It was a simpler time. He and his siblings would play around all day, foraging for food or maybe getting a day job just to scrounge up enough money for a hot pot roast pie to share between the three of them. That chilly weather and that hot meal, those nights sleeping under the stars, people called him crazy, but he missed it. Well, his siblings, not people. But they were entitled to their own opinions, even if they were wrong. Anthony allowed his mind to wander to those fond memories, guided by that nostalgic smell as he made his way to the shower. "My God, what a shower!" he softly exclaimed as he stepped in, looking at the multiple shower heads pointing towards him. He turned the knob to warm water and turned the shower on. Jet streams of water sprayed down at him from above at various angles, and even from his sides, perfectly blanketing him in the complete embrace of that refreshing water. "Just a little more," he murmured as he increased the water pressure. He didn't want to be showered, he wanted to be attacked by the streams of water. He could not help but groan as his muscles loosened, and the sweat and grime from his hard day of work just washed away. Even the unwitting mental strain and stress he had accumulated throughout the day were washing away with the water, leaving him feeling light and completely at ease. Honestly, why would he pick meditating over this? Sure, cultivation, long life, strength, etc., etc. But honestly, the way Anthony saw it, over-meditation was putting the cart before the ox. What was the point of a long life if you spent it all just working? No, he needed to enjoy his gains as well. After a shower that ended up being a lot longer than he planned, Anthony stepped back into his room in bathrobes, smelling pine wood and mint body wash. It seemed the smells were leaning heavily into the forest theme today, not that he minded. The temperature in the room had dropped further, going from comfortable to chilly, just as Anthony had planned. He sat down in front of his balcony and picked up the steaming cup of hot chocolate, sipping at it slowly as the warm beverage soothed and healed him from things he didn't know needed healing. All he wanted was a warm glass of chocolate milk before bed. The anticipation of what was to come made him want to rush, but he savored the drink, forcing himself to take in the moment. Once he was done, though, it was time. Removing his bathrobe, Anthony put on his pajamas and threw himself into the ocean of blankets and pillows, of duvets and comforters that was his bed, drowning in fluffy, cozy, feathery goodness. The apartment was nice and cold, soothing and cooling his head, the only part of his body not inside the blanket burrito he had made for himself, while his body was nice and cozy inside his quilts. At the same time, the silence inside the apartment slowly transitioned into the sound of a forest at night. It was filled with the sounds of the wind, blowing through the trees and the grass, of the sounds of a stream far off in the distance. There were no predators in this forest, just serenity and memories of the good times. Anthony did not even realize when he dozed off. Honestly, as a golden core cultivator, his need for sleep wasn't so severe, yet he never missed out on the chance to sleep. That was because the body healed and even grew during sleep. Sleeping inside the bed provided by the Midnight Inn massively multiplied the results of sleep, so much so that Anthony was no longer just sleeping and healing. No, his body began to grow stronger, firmer, more durable. Although he had not started out as a body cultivator, the effects of constantly sleeping at the inn, breathing in that abundant spiritual energy, and eating all that good food, had inadvertently turned him into a body cultivator. His siblings were concerned that in the path of cultivation, Anthony's non-serious attitude would cause him to fall behind. What they didn't know was that Midnight Inn wasn't the best inn in the universe for nothing. It did more than provide a place to rest. It provided a place to grow. Lex was sitting at his desk, working while also enjoying the unique way in which Anthony was using the inn. Believe it or not, despite this being an inn, a majority of guests never slept here. It only made sense, kind of. After paying so much to stay at the inn, who would waste their time sleeping? Only kids and people who had effectively moved into the inn would do that. Even then, considering the number of cultivators and their needs, those who had moved into the inn only slept the bare minimum required to function normally. It was a nice change of pace, then, to see someone who valued rest. Of course, for some enjoying watching others rest, Lex hardly ever rested himself. Lex couldn't remember the last time he slept because he wanted to, and not because he needed to recover from some injury. Someone knocked on his office door, which was highly unusual, but Lex didn't look up. "Come in," he said, fully aware of who was on the other side. Mary opened the door and stepped in, still completely dressed up in her debut fiery red dress. "Looks like someone had a lot of fun," said Lex, smiling softly as he looked at her. Her projection utilized the same solid projection capabilities utilized by his Innkeeper projections, so it was actually quite tough to tell she was a projection. Considering her projection could also interact with her surroundings as if it were a real body, she had now effectively escaped the realm of being trapped as a simple illusion. Of course, a projection was still no replacement for a real body. It was merely a tool of convenience in the absence of the user's real body, for whatever reason. "Of course I had a lot of fun, though you're a total bore. You know how long I spent thinking about this outfit. What kind of a reaction is that? The least you could do is compliment a lady." Lex looked up from his table and studied Mary's attire carefully, taking in its full effects. "You look quite stunning, literally, I might add," Lex joked, thinking about everyone who had frozen still upon Mary's appearance on stage. "Of the many costumes I've seen you wear over the years, this is definitely a contender for the best outfit." Mary paused for a moment, but then just shook her head. "Forget it. I shouldn't expect a better compliment from someone forever alone like you. I'll take what I can get, pun or no pun." "Hey, that was clever," Lex defended himself as the Crimson Lady came and sat right opposite to him. Even this close, he couldn't feel any of the so-called Tao presence that everyone else was stunned by. "All right, jokes aside, what's up with your appearance? Why do you appear differently to me compared to everyone else?" he asked, getting right to the matter. "I fused my soul with the system," Mary said, reminding Lex of how she got stuck in her predicament. "Even though it was a tiny portion of my soul, injured severely, and even though the system itself was severely damaged, that did not change the fact that I was, and am, still a Tao Lord. It's just that I am so severely injured that I can barely use any of my powers." "You can use the powers of a Tao Lord?" Lex asked, genuinely taken aback. "Technically yes, but practically no," said Mary. "Let me start from the beginning. This is a long conversation and a very important one at that." "I'm all ears," said Lex, leaning back into his chair and moving away from the table. Through the window behind him, a panoramic view of the inn showed thick gray clouds beginning to cover the inn, this time as a result of a real storm that was building up. As a result of all the tweaking Lex had done, the climate in the Midnight Realm was going to be messy for a short while, until the realm completely absorbed the effects of all that Lex had done. "I was injured and it seemed like I would die," Mary said, her expression becoming somber as she looked out at the landscape, her mind somewhere distant. "As a contingency, I fused my soul with the system, but that didn't protect it either. Even the system suffered tremendously, though it managed to survive and managed to keep me alive. But the system was far more powerful and versatile than I had imagined, and the injury sustained by the system further weakened my already damaged soul, restricting my powers even more. As such, the system absorbed me to a degree I never intended, and without the protection of my status as a host, I became a pawn for it to use. In truth, a very big reason that the system survived and managed to retain the little functionality that it had is because it used me. As a power source, it used my Tao to help it to continue functioning even when it was so severely damaged. Mary paused for a moment, letting the weight of her revelation hang in the air for a while. But the somber mood did not last, for Mary became her usual chipper self just moments later. In fact, the truth of the situation isn't as dark as I'm making it out to be. Instead of saying the system used me, or I used the system, it would be more accurate to say that we, two extremely powerful entities, mutually and blatantly made use of each other to survive a near-lethal situation. Had either one of us contributed any less than we did, neither of us would have survived for you to encounter a working system. Lex nodded, not bothering to ask what situation had resulted in the two of them being so seriously injured. Mary was naturally revealing all that she could at the moment, though Lex did notice that what she was revealing now was a whole lot more than what she had been able to say previously. Now our situation has evolved once more. As the system restores its functionality, since it is so deeply linked with me, it is also restoring my soul. As of right now, my soul is already stronger than my soul was when I originally fused with the system. That is why, whenever anyone looks at me, it is impossible for them to miss the presence of a Tao Lord that covers my existence. After all, weakened and injured though I may be, my station remains the same. You are the only exception to this rule, and that is because of your identity. My identity as the system host? Lex asked, even though he knew she was probably going to answer momentarily. Yes, as the system host, the system is not allowed to harm you. This may surprise you, considering you received quests where the punishment for failure was death, and most systems often put their hosts in dangerous situations. Yet it does not change the fact that the systems themselves are strictly prohibited from even harming hosts. Not just their own hosts, but all hosts. This may sound ambiguous, considering all the possible ways in which. I can understand the concept, said Lex, interrupting Mary. For example, I can use the butter knife to kill another system user, thereby utilizing a function of the system to harm another host. However, the system itself, as an individual with a soul, cannot harm a host. Any perceived danger or threat to hosts derives from the system's other directives, such as to create the most entertaining situation. Mary nodded. That's the gist of it, though the restrictions are very strict. This may be one of the only things in which there are no loopholes. If a system truly desires to harm a host, even the use of those other directives becomes restricted. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. The point is, even though I'm a Tao Lord and appear as such to everyone in this form, as a part of the system, I cannot exert even the slightest bit of influence on you whatsoever. That, too, is a form of protection for you. So let alone my presence. Even if I had the full breadth of my powers, as long as I am fused to the system, I would not be able to exert even the tiniest fraction of it towards you whatsoever. How reassuring, Lex said, though Mary genuinely couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or genuine. After all, it was reassuring to know that he couldn't be influenced by a Tao Lord who usually sat on his shoulder and watched him struggle with romantic problems as well as other stuff. Then again, he didn't seem too concerned to begin with. But carrying on with that line of thinking, what will happen to you once the system restores its functionality to 100%? Will your soul be completely healed? Mary laughed at Lex's statement. I wish, she said, not holding back the yearning in her voice. No, the system is focused on healing itself. Healing me is just an incidental side effect of healing itself. But it is true that my soul will be in much better condition by then. So much so that I can begin considering detaching myself from the system and moving my soul into an independent vessel, a new body. At that point she paused and waited for Lex to respond. She had long mentioned that she wanted to create a solid body of her own, and her original plans had genuinely been to remain linked to the system even after she got a body. But once she started to feel her soul recover, and she began to test the limits of her power, it became apparent to her that it was entirely possible for her to detach from the system long before her original plan, which required Lex himself to become a Tao Lord first. Lex did not act surprised, because he genuinely was. He tried not to spy on Mary purposefully to give her some privacy, but a lot of the time it was much harder than it seemed. Despite the immense size of the inn, the fact remained that Mary's soul was inside the system, which was safely nestled inside his own soul. As such, it was hard for him to not be aware of any fluctuations in her soul, especially since he became an immortal. While the system itself hardly ever had any fluctuations in its soul, Mary had them on and off. Now, a fluctuation in the soul was not necessarily a result of any emotional or even physical stimuli, but every time Lex sensed it, he would learn the reason behind it whether he wanted to or not. To explain the inadvertentness of it all, a comparison could be made between what Lex sensed and a mortal looking at a giant billboard with a picture of a mango on it. Once the mortal saw it, whether he wanted to learn what was on the billboard or not, they would learn there was a mango there. Now imagine the mango was right outside the mortal's apartment window, so from time to time, whether he wanted to or not, his sight would fall on the billboard and he'd learn what was on it. So Lex could often sense her inner conflict and her hesitation. Honestly, the only time she had such fluctuations was when she started feeling like that, as far as Lex could tell. To be honest, Lex didn't blame her for feeling conflicted. What kind of a life would it be to be controlled by a system? Not a fun one, he imagined. Lex also reflected on the fact that, despite trying to avoid all things related to the Tao as much as possible, he had been sneaking looks upon a Tao Lord's soul. Now that he thought about it, it was both an incredible and incredibly scary thing to do. It was likely that if the system hadn't been protecting him from the consequences, such exposure would have already killed him. All that said, Lex really needed to think about the consequences of Mary leaving the system, free from its constraints. After all, she was the one person who he had no secrets from, at least when it came to the system. His morals and conscience said that it would be wrong to keep her trapped within the system. His mind, however, said that to free her was to endanger himself, and not by a small degree. Naturally, this was not something he had to decide immediately. "Oh wow, so does that mean that as soon as you get your own body, you'll become a Tao Lord again?" Lex asked. "Not exactly," said Mary, shaking her head. "I won't explain in detail, there are some things you should not know just yet, but for all intents and purposes I will be, as the expression goes, a paper tiger. Unless I can get my hands on some pretty powerful treasures, it will take me a long time to recover the power of a Tao Lord. In truth, it is entirely possible that I will never recover my power at all. That's actually one of the reasons why I am putting so much effort into creating a body with an immense amount of potential. Because if that happens, I will end up being just as powerful as my body." Lex raised an eyebrow. He didn't think that Tao Lords were unable to recover from injuries, which likely meant that the reason Mary might not be able to recover was due to the nature of her injury. So basically, the only things keeping you from returning are your as of yet unformed new body, and the system not having returned to 100% functionality. Is that right? Mary shook her head. She was well aware that this was a sensitive topic, so she decided to address the main concerns directly, instead of tiptoeing around them. She leaned back, a casual smirk on her face, and she placed her feet upon his table, crossing them. "Far from it, in fact. If I want to detach from the system, I will need your help and cooperation. After all, the system at 100% functionality is not an easy thing to manipulate. Not only will it be expensive for you, but you'll also have to learn about systems in the way that I learned about them. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions on me, I can't teach you anything at all. We'll also have to address your concerns about your own secrets. As much as I'd like to say that a simple visit to the Chamber of Secrets will fix things, who can say if it will work on me? Weakened though I may be at that time, I'd still have the soul of a Tao Lord, and that's not an easy thing to restrict." "So what do you have in mind?" Lex asked. He still hadn't raised any of his concerns or ideas. He wanted to listen to all she had to say before he chimed in. "First, I think you should stop trying to actively repair the system on your own," Mary said, unconcerned about the system's feelings. "With the level of functionality that the system has reached, it should be able to fully repair itself in a few thousand years. That should be sufficient time for you to grow as well. You've been shooting through your cultivation levels like a rocket, but your encounter with Creel should have shown you that cultivation realm is not everything. More importantly, you can keep any ultra-rare resources you find and use them for yourself." Lex checked his interface, and indeed saw that now, it would only take the system 21 years to recover to 100% on its own. Not bad, especially when considering that it used the flow of time of the Midnight Realm. That was basically just 1,000 years in the Origin Realm. He also kind of liked the idea of using resources on himself. He wasn't sure what absorbing a Leviathan core would have done to him, but with sufficient preparations and his cultivation technique, he surely would have been able to do it. The upgrade he would have gotten would have been incredible, probably. Lex didn't ignore the small but very real chance that he would have just blown up. He'd experienced his body blowing up once, and it was not a fun experience. "Yup, the system says it will take around 3,000 years to fully recover," Lex confirmed. "There you go. That's 3,000 years for you to become much stronger, and more than enough time for us to get our hands on enough materials to build my body. In the meantime, there is only one thing left to do, and that is to come up with a way to ensure that I can't spill your secrets, or harm you even if I do get free from the system. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. Do you have a way to do that, despite your Tao Lord soul? He asked incredulously. It's not nearly as unimaginable as you think. You just need to embed certain restrictions into my new body while we make it. One's powerful enough to restrict an injured Tao soul. Although such a thing might sound impossible to you, it's actually quite doable considering the extent of my injury. It'll be expensive, yeah, so I guess I'd be asking for another favor from you to sponsor it. But you can rest assured that I'll more than make up for it once I regain my freedom. Lex smirked. In all of this, you're overlooking one very critical thing. Oh, and what's that? Mary asked. Despite appearing nonchalant, she was very, very chalant. She understood well the enormity of what she was asking of Lex. In fact, she was mentally prepared to be told that Lex didn't agree with her suggestion, at least this version of doing things. They could go ahead and make her a body without removing her connection to the inn, or they could push it back until Lex was strong enough that he was confident that she could do nothing to him. Sure, that would mean that she would have to wait longer, but it was a wait she was willing to endure. The thing you overlooked is that you are the one telling me that you won't instantly return to being a Tao Lord, and that I can somehow restrict your body. But if all the precautions I take against you are being taught to me by you, how can I be so sure that they're genuine? It seems to me that either I trust you to be honest with me, in which case the precautions might not even be needed. Yet if there is the slightest hint of dishonesty in what you say, then trusting any of it is redundant. Oh, that's simple, Mary said, not at all minding the accusation. Although I have a little more freedom now due to the projection and my stronger soul, the restrictions on me by the system are as strong as ever. Just as the system itself cannot actively try and harm you, I cannot harm you either. That includes lying to you about any intentions I may have to harm you or trying to trick you in some way. Lex shook his head, his expression still quite calm and even relaxed. You're misunderstanding what I said. I'm saying that I trust you, and if I'm trusting you, then I may as well trust you all the way. You've known me for a long time now. You know that if I encounter something that I think is immoral, I'll avoid it even if it's inconvenient for me. I stopped using the system to make workers for me, because it sounds kind of wrong to literally breed what I'm pretty sure are clones of people who already existed, but with a hint of psychological conditioning to prioritize whatever I say over everything else. Sure, it would be convenient as hell to continue using such workers, but it just feels kind of wrong. I don't mind a little more weight on my shoulders as long as there's no weight on my heart. I could put restrictions on your body, on your soul, in your spirit, and everywhere else. But honestly, is that any way to treat a friend? Mary opened her mouth to respond, but her words were stuck. She didn't know how to respond. That was a lot of trust Lex was showing her, and for as long as she had known Lex, he was a deeply mistrustful person. He doubted anyone who did the slightest good thing as long as he didn't understand their motive, and even now he was barely only trusting his system. So for him to say such things to her, even if he was only just saying them. Perhaps only she, who had more or less accompanied him on his entire cultivation journey, could understand just what a big deal that was. Look, I'm not going to promise you anything right now, continued Lex. I don't know what things will be like in 3,000 years. I don't know what my cultivation will be, what situation the inn will be in, or what the state of the universe will be. All I can say for now is, let's continue to gather the materials for your body. When the time nears for you to transfer to your body, we can revisit the matter then. Who knows? Maybe I'll already be a Tao Lord by then. Mary snorted. A Tao Lord in 3,000 measly years? Impossible. Your tribulation alone will be longer than that. The last bit she didn't say out aloud. After all, it would not serve Lex well to know things before it was time. Everything aside, all Lex had done was delay the decision about Mary's body and his secrets. But he genuinely saw no reason to stress himself out about something thousands of years away. Yes, he definitely should plan long-term. But as a result of his own cultivation technique, as well as his system, everything changed too rapidly. Quite frankly, in 3,000 years, Lex either saw himself as an extremely powerful cultivator, far beyond what he could currently imagine, or he'd be dead. He wasn't ignorant of the fact that he quite frequently got mixed up in things way beyond his level. All it would take was one screw-up, one mistake, and there would be no recourse. Lex was quite confident in himself, and he always took maximum precautions in everything he did. One benefit of screwing up so often as a new cultivator was that now he was experienced in all the ways a situation could just go wrong. So he did his best to never take things lightly, and the occasional incident of his body blowing up aside, it was safe to say Lex usually had things under control. None of that meant he was ignorant to the fact that he could still die. Even Mary herself, who had been a Tao Lord and had the system at its full power, was pushed to the extent of enslaving herself to the system to survive. So then what gave Lex the right to be arrogant and so sure of his survival? Nothing. As a result, while he did his best, he also wasn't going to overly stress about something 3,000 years away. He would think about it, he would come up with plans and possible solutions. But for the most part, he was just going to leave it up to his future self to sort out. For now, Mary had finally unlocked her projection and could interact with the inn and its guests at last. This was something that should be enjoyed and celebrated, instead of spoiling with discussions of things that might never happen. So now that we have those annoying questions out of the way, can we talk about something else? Lex asked, since Mary wasn't speaking. Oh, and what exactly do you want to talk about? Mary asked, returning to her normal self. I feel like you're able to talk more freely with me about things than before, Lex said. Are the restrictions on you loosening up? Mary scoffed. As if anything, the restrictions on me have increased with the system growing stronger. No, it's not me, it's you. Ever since you returned from Abaddon, you seem to have gained a lot of silent authority with the system. The range of topics I'm able to discuss with you have increased by a large margin. Lex raised his eyebrow. He could think of a few reasons why his authority might have increased. Completing a joint quest could be one. His meeting with Interlink could be another. Even that blank memory of what had happened to him near the end could have been responsible for it. Well, there's a bunch of things related to the system I'd like to discuss with you then. But for now, they'll have to wait. Help me out a bit. The situation is slightly tricky right now, and I need to talk to someone about it, even if only to sift through my own thoughts. Now it was Mary's turn to raise an eyebrow. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Lex leaned back in his chair and gathered his thoughts as he prepared to chat with Mary. For so long, he had more or less been making all his decisions by himself that it actually felt a little odd to talk to someone about what he was thinking. But he needed an outside perspective, if only to see if he was missing something. First, I have a major issue. I think I'm being targeted by another system user, Lex told Mary about the Go board, and how annoying and even frustrating it had been for him. Now, it was hindering him in a very real way, for he felt extremely cautious about facing any true challenges while the board still existed. Then he went on to describe what his plan to deal with the Go board was. He also mentioned, briefly, Vera's and Giselle's issues as well. The reason he mentioned all of this was because he wasn't certain that what he was doing was the right thing. After all, if Vera was to be believed, and he most certainly believed her, then Raphael was about to lose all his friends, which would change his personality forever. The thing was, all of Raphael's friends also happened to be either Lex's friends or his acquaintances. It had been so long since he chatted with Alexander, that overly serious teenager, or Larry, that consistently perverted fellow. Although he wasn't technically a pervert, just overly enthusiastic about all females, Lex felt much more comfortable describing him like this. So Lex's decision to not try and aid Raphael until he dealt with the Go board was a genuine, huge risk. He also felt a fair bit guilty just leaving them on their own until then. The only consolation he had was that Vera told him he had a few years before the fateful moment. Quite frankly, I think what you're doing is the absolute best decision, Mary said, for once being very direct with her words. Usually she only guided Lex into making his own decisions, helping him discover the best way to do that. It was rare for her to be so direct. A system is the only weakness another system has. You can't anticipate how that Go board might be able to interfere with your own system, if it really is a result of a system. Getting rid of it should be your absolute first priority. You can't help others if you can't even help yourself. Lex nodded. While not exactly that, his own thought process was somewhat similar to what Mary had just stated. As for the situation with Raphael, I have a few thoughts. You don't need to act, but you can gather information about him and his circumstances. He's on the champion's tourney, which means that a lot of people are watching everything that happens. You can have the Midnight Newsroom gather information for you so that whenever you do decide to intervene, you have a much clearer idea of what you can do. Yeah, that makes sense, Lex acknowledged. The way I see it, completing your forge and then the karma bead is your main priority, but it won't be easy. Revealing some of the auction items for next year, and revealing that they can only be traded, not bought, is a very good way to get your hands on the treasures you need to make the bead. But you can further capitalize on the situation, even more than you already have. Oh, how so? Lex asked curiously. By utilizing the two tools at your disposal that you are actually ignoring, Mary said. Your instincts are incredibly powerful, but you've stopped relying on them because too often you are faced with cultivators so strong that your instincts can't account for them. But now that the inn has undergone an upgrade with all its services, using the meditation room can more than make up for many of the shortcomings of using your instincts. Probably. Lex chuckled, probably. That sounded like something he would say. It seemed like after spending so much time with one another, they were starting to rub off on each other. All right, I'll go try out the meditation room soon, Lex said, assuming that was the end of the conversation. It was not. Mary hesitated for a while, but then said what she had been holding back. You can also make use of me and my new presence. You can also probably get Liz to help you out with a lot of your problems. At this point, Lex paused. He could tell that what she wanted to say originally was that he could also use Liz. Instead, she had wisely rephrased that sentence. Lex almost immediately wanted to say no. He did not want to involve Liz in any of his mess. But then he stopped himself. In truth, not taking her help would be one of the stupidest things he could do, even if his ego required that he keep her out of harm's way. It was an inevitable truth that she was fused with a sovereign. Even if she didn't rely on Nemo's own power just by growing stronger herself, she could be an amazing asset. More importantly, Lex even knew the perfect way to use Liz if he really had to. It did not involve combat. Instead, it involved using her for her actual skills that she had learned at Ventura and while working for her parents. It was to have her interact with people and get the outcome he wanted. Her understanding of the dynamics of power were genuinely extremely detailed, and she had managed to hide herself from immortals as a mortal for many years. She was nothing if not resourceful. With the right kind of backing and support, she could achieve wonders. If she was on Lex's team, helping him achieve some of his goals. Lex sighed. As an older brother, his instincts were to protect her and just let her live the perfect life. But that was impossible. He had to overcome his own faulty instincts and let her help. That was all assuming she wanted to help in the first place. If he could get her help in mobilizing the prestige of the inn and negotiate on his behalf with certain groups, the result could be phenomenal. Lex tapped his fingers on his armrest, his thoughts wandering about whether to involve Liz or not. He didn't want her to become an official employee of the inn, but it wouldn't hurt to hire her as a temp. Even John had started out that way. Speaking of John, the man was truly enigmatic. He was walking the path of an assassin likely because his tenets were set. That much Lex could accept. What truly astounded him was that John was also walking the path of a scholar. The man had delved into the study of techniques, not only so that he could continue to run battle acts, but so he could dissect the very essence of techniques. What Lex found truly interesting was that John had accepted a client with the request to design a lawcraft for him. Such a thing was exceptionally difficult, bordering on impossible. Even Lex could not imagine doing such a thing. After all, everyone had different tenets, which meant that they perceived and thus influenced laws differently. John would have to understand exactly how others' tenets worked, and then design a lawcraft accordingly. It was absurd, honestly. Also, it was exactly the kind of crazy Lex had come to expect from inn employees. What Lex didn't know was that John had been somewhat traumatized by watching Lex absorb Dragon's might, and so his understanding of what was and wasn't possible had become askew. Combined with the innkeeper's indifference towards systems, John started to believe that everything easy was actually a crutch, and only by doing the impossible would one reach the common standards of the inn. Such a thing should be expected from a universal establishment. Like for goodness sakes, Gerard was dating the daughter of a Tao Lord, Z had some super-secret ancient inheritance, and Velma was being pursued by hundreds of millions of beings across the realm, hoping for a single date. Anita was literally an undead lick about to give birth, and the father of the baby was a sword. Nothing really made sense. So to avoid being the odd one out, John too started doing the impossible. The thing that Lex noticed was, John wasn't the only one who had started to do crazy things just because they didn't realize how crazy it was. Sandra, the inn worker with the power to control lightning, the one Z had asked out and had been rejected by, was now running a store where she offered to consume the traces of lightning tribulations trapped within people's bodies and souls. Sure, Lex was the first person to do that, but he couldn't do such a job full-time. Besides, Lex was somewhat of an exception to the rule because of all his perks. Sandra, though, just wanted to improve her own lightning, so she absorbed any and all lightning. Now that in itself was not crazy. The crazy part was, many of her clients were heaven immortals, while she herself was only an earth immortal. Where was the fear and respect of lightning tribulations? It was as if no one gave the poor things their due fear and reverence. Absolutely preposterous. Lex turned to look at the projection of a lady eating fried chicken in front of him, the one that carried the presence of a Tao Lord, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why are you a projection of a Tao Lord eating an actual mortal chicken? How can projections even eat chicken? He could not help but ask. Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady's food? Mary asked between bites. And I have the same projection capabilities as the innkeeper. That means I can interact with the real world. No one can tell this is a projection either. If the innkeeper couldn't even eat chicken, how could he impress his guests? Don't underestimate the system and its chicken-eating facilitation. Lex looked at her, attacking that bucket of fried chicken, not even a trace of ketchup or barbecue sauce anywhere, and shook his head. Everyone at the inn was abnormal. He was the only normal one. Besides, can you blame me? When you said you wanted to chat, I thought it would be for something interesting. The real problem you've been unable to overcome. Instead, you talked to me about random stuff no one really cares about. Lex's lips twitched again. Random stuff no one cared about. He had literally talked to her about Raphael losing all his friends, ergo Lex losing his friends. How was that stuff no one cared about? What do you mean the real problem I've been unable to overcome? Lex asked instead of saying what he really wanted to say. The real problem of when you're going to ask out that pretty little ballerina you're always ogling, Velma said, pointing at Lex with a half-eaten drumstick. I swear, if your life was a book, something like 2.26 million words would have gone by without you gathering up the courage to do what everyone can obviously see one. Tell me honestly, are you asexual? Do you not have romantic interests? I won't judge you if you don't, but how many years have I known you now? Like for at least 4 decades now. For an immortal, that's nothing. But for someone who up until very recently didn't even know about cultivation, that's enough time to start a family, suffer 2 midlife crises, and have several problematic children. Yet in all this time, you haven't even ever kissed anyone. You know what? I take it back. If your life were a book, all the readers would be cursing at you for being forever alone, or cheering you on for breaking free from the chains of societal norms. And trust me, you wouldn't want to be one of those societal norms people. Lex facepalmed. He had no words. He genuinely, truly had no words. It was easier to respond to a Tao Lord's letter than Mary's rant about his dating life. Had gaining a projection unleashed her true personality? In that case, Lex might never let her get a body of his own just because he feared what she might say then. The Innkeeper, as of this chapter, is 2.26 million words long. I don't know the exact word count because I can't see it. Mary, I do not ogle Giselle, Lex said, adding extra emphasis on the do not to get the message across. And our relationship isn't like that. We're just friends. It would be very inappropriate to. Inappropriate to what? Mary interjected, her mouth full of fried chicken. Seriously, how was she eating? To act like a totally normal person and actually ask her out so that she can decide for herself if that's what she wants, rather than making assumptions of your own. She clearly has a checkered past and some unspoken burdens weighing down on her. She's literally like the perfect template for a damsel, a competent, self-sufficient damsel, yet a damsel nonetheless, who could clearly use being rescued by a knight in shining armor. Or you and your suits. Speaking of, have you decided to never wear anything else ever again? You know, a work uniform isn't like a prison sentence. You can wear jeans occasionally, especially when you're the boss, or between work hours. Lex facepalmed again, but Mary wasn't having any of it. Hey, don't blame me for speaking out the truth. You're the one who got all mushy on me by saying I'm a friend you can trust. Well then, buddy, trust me to share my honest thoughts with you. It's about time you tried dating someone who isn't a terrorist. Or is this also one of the things you want to somehow blame on your parents? Did they forget to give you the talk about the birds and the bees? It's okay, I am more than qualified to give you the talk. The conversation was so absurd that Lex just started laughing as he looked up at the ceiling, unsure how to get Mary to stop. The chicken must be laced with some drugs. That's the only thing that made sense. Mary, you're being ridiculous, Lex finally said. You know my life and future are uncertain. I could face death at any given moment. How can I get romantically involved with someone knowing that I could die at any time? So you don't want to ask out the silver-haired hottie because you could die at any time. Like all the mortals on Earth where you used to live. You know, the ones who dated, got married, and gave their faithful friends little nephews and nieces to play with. Lex looked up in the air and grinned again, not because he was happy, because the absurdity of the situation was overriding his brain. Laughing and smiling was just his reaction to stress now, it seemed. And since when had Mary become an expert debater? Could you please not refer to her like that? And you know my situation is different, Lex said. Oh, look at you, knight in shining armor, here to defend the lady's honor behind her back. But fine, I'll stop. Consider me a lady with a soft heart, but you're not fooling anyone. You can flirt around with each other for the next several hundred years before considering asking each other out. Most love stories in the cultivation world span millions of years anyway. I remember there was one story where the girl was so shy, she waited 700,000 years before seeing her crush again. It took several million years for them to even talk to each other. But my God, the writing was so good. The tension was palpable. I was a daily reader for, I don't know, a few centuries while the story was running. Lex secretly breathed a sigh of relief when Mary agreed to put the topic aside. So if not Giselle, how about that Oracle girl? You're quite chummy with her. Lex facepalmed once more. It seemed that today he could not avoid being teased, if that was the case. Oh, Mary, don't you see? How can I be entranced by another when you're right there on my shoulder, designed to look like my first crush? Maybe my last crush. Instead of feeling teased by Lex's attempts, Mary actually burst out laughing and took the opportunity to bite a huge chunk out of a drumstick when she was done. So sexy. Kid, I'm old enough that even if you live another 100 million years, I'd be considered a pedophile for even looking at you the wrong way. Not to mention, I was married once and had kids and many descendants, many of whom are probably Dow Lords by now. Wait, really? Lex asked, suddenly stunned. It just occurred to him that he actually knew next to nothing about Mary's own life. Nah, not really, Mary said, leaning back. Dating as a Celestial is such a chore, and once you're a Dow Lord, the dating pool really shrinks by a lot. But I certainly dated a whole lot more than you. I think one of my old exes might even be alive. Once again, Lex was stunned. Seriously. Mary snorted. Of course not. The system won't allow me to tell you anything about my old life. Too much risk of you trying to look into things you shouldn't be looking into. My point is, I know I'm gorgeous, but really I'm way too old for you. Why don't we stick to actual, living, breathing females for now? Hopefully within a century of your age, and with somewhat cultivation talent close enough that there's hope of her at the very least becoming a Celestial immortal down the line. Lex groaned. You're not going to drop this, are you? Why should I drop anything? What about that elf girl you wrote a poem for once? I don't remember her name, but you were quite smooth with her, weren't you? Lex facepalmed and then sighed. This was going to be a long day. Would you be open to a blind date? I know this one girl who visits the inn every once in a while, a little sweetheart who owns a grocery store back on her planet. You'd be surprised by her cultivation talent, though. She's low-key a super genius. Lex sighed once more. He'd sighed more today than in the last 20 years. He would just teleport away if only Mary couldn't just appear on his shoulder whenever she wished. Wait a minute, don't tell me it's because you're conscious of your weight. Yeah, it'd be a problem if you crush your girlfriend to death. Better be a body cultivator. Lex facepalmed once more. Reaving Roccaforte, Origin Realm. The home base of the Reaving Dread mercenaries was in an unknown location, even to the mercenaries themselves. To travel to and from there, they needed to enter from one of the subsidiary bases, or have the mark of the condottieri on their bodies. Yet as the mercenaries were active in multiple realms, they had at least one subsidiary base in each realm where they operated. The Reaving Roccaforte was one such base, built on a 4-star planet, in a galaxy partially owned by the Reaving Dread mercenaries. The only reason they didn't own the entire galaxy was because they were mercenaries, not administrators or rulers. Someone else had to look after the welfare of the galaxy. Within Reaving Roccaforte, Keeman slowly opened his eyes, awareness slowly returning to him. He felt weak, drained, possibly even crippled, if only for a short while. Of course he was. It would take him many centuries to return to his former state. It couldn't be helped. That was the price to pay to have the condottieri inhabit his body to complete the mission, a feat that would kill anyone else. The only reason Keeman himself did not die was because he was one of the condottieri's clones. Keeman looked at his surroundings and discovered that his body was half submerged in a pool of special lava, which was replenishing his spirit, body, and soul. We did it, he said hoarsely, a hint of disbelief in him still. He had been unconscious since their departure from Abaddon, and only vaguely recalled Lex waking him to have him leave. If it hadn't been for Lex, Lord only knows what would have happened. Yes, you did, said the condottieri, appearing in front of Keeman as a projection. Keeman hurriedly looked down, not daring to make eye contact with the condottieri. Although he was a clone, he wasn't a clone born from some technique, sharing the condottieri's soul. Instead, he was a biological clone, created from DNA from before the condottieri became a Dow Lord. So, although biologically they were similar, Keeman was his own person, with his own personality and soul. It was just that he had been trained and tempered since birth to be able to tolerate the condottieri taking over his body during a critical moment. I'm impressed, Keeman, honestly. Based on how things started out, I didn't think you'd be up for the task, the condottieri said, looking down at the submerged magma lion. Competent allies made all the difference, Keeman admitted honestly, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Naturally, since the condottieri was visiting him, he would expedite Keeman's recovery. Yes, the Midnight Inn, we have an unusual relationship. What do you make of them? Keeman thought for a moment, sifting through his thoughts before answering. I have never seen a more unified group, Keeman said. They're strong, sure, unique, definitely, but I have never seen a group so cohesive and unified before, at least not one that wasn't a part of a hive mind. Huh, not what I thought you'd say, the condottieri commented. Anyway, the real reason I'm here is to share some news with you. Moving forward, you'll be the dedicated liaison between us and the inn. Anytime we have a mission with them, you'll be a member of it. Unfortunately, you can no longer take the leading positions anymore. Keeman was stunned, but he dared not ask why. He had succeeded in the mission, so why was he being demoted? Don't take it personally. That kid Lex did something to your body when he was trying to heal you. It's fundamentally altered the structure of your body. You can no longer act as a host for me to possess without dying, and I think it would be very rude of me to pry into the details of what he did. So considering I don't want to soil my newfound relationship with the Innkeeper, I think this role fits you better. Keeman was having mixed emotions as he heard the condottieri's words, but he suppressed them all. Yes, condottieri. Don't be so upset. Think of it this way, you have a lot more freedom now. Except for when there's a mission with the inn, you can do what you want. Keeman was silent, realizing that it was true. The condottieri did not wait for him to respond and just disappeared. A hint of conflicted emotions ran through Keeman's eyes, but he didn't have the energy to stay up and think things through. He closed his eyes, falling back into slumber. It would still take him a long time to recover. Lex had a lot of work to do, but even so, he spent nearly a full day chatting with Mary in his office. It was kind of cathartic to relax like that, even if the topics of conversation could have been better. Considering that Mary was the only one who knew everything there was to know about him, she was also the only one he could openly talk to. But he had not forgotten that he barely knew anything about her. Although the system forbade her from speaking about it, Lex had a few hints about her past, and so he could search for things himself. What if she really did have living family members or even friends or acquaintances? She might enjoy seeing them again, or at least knowing how they were doing. Those were things for the far future, though. Lex returned to the forge, and once again began helping Oren in laying the foundation. Little Lex, I had an idea while you were away, said Oren, a crazy look in his eyes. It's a bit ambitious, but I think we can pull it off. Lex raised an eyebrow. What is it? What if, instead of making a one-time forge, we make a forge such that the one-time use that will ultimately destroy it is only a part of the process to lay the foundation for the next forge that we'll make? It's not a bad idea, so what's the crazy part? Lex asked. Instead of answering, Oren began to laugh, mania clearly visible in his eyes alongside excitement. Nothing much. It's just that, during the forging process for the karmic bead, we'll have to be inside the forge, crafting and simultaneously working on the forge itself. Lex knew it. He was the only normal person in the whole inn. Well, while we're at it, why don't we try a little something? Let's try forging my body since I'll be in there. I think my body can be a little stronger. Oren looked at Lex oddly, but didn't question the human who could literally walk in dragon fire. If he said his body was weak, then it was weak. As long as he was up for Oren's crazy plan, then Oren would be up for Lex's crazy plan. Being inside the forge during a forging was not like tolerating the heat from a volcano, nor was it like enduring the banging of a hammer. A normal forge would combine the heat, the pressure, the hammering all to create an environment that could not be endured. A normal earth immortal might suffer permanent, or at least long-lasting injury. That was for just an ordinary forge and an ordinary item. Inside the crystal volcanic forge, they would be crafting the karmic bead, an enormously powerful item crafted using Tao-level ingredients and an immensely powerful concept. It won't just be the pressure and the heat in there with them, it'll be all kinds of laws far beyond their capacity to control. It will simply be something they have to tolerate. If Lex wanted to forge his body as well, then specific adjustments would have to be made for the process, and Lex's own body would have to be prepared for the forging process. If it were anyone else, Oren would not even ask them to accompany him into the forge, let alone accept a request to forge the body during the process. Lex, however, had a reputation for being the most abnormal person in the inn, so Oren didn't even question it. The man was harder to kill than a real deity, so he was sure there wasn't going to be any issues. As soon as they agreed, the both of them got to work. Before doing anything, the volcano had to be prepped. That was just the container for the heat source. The anvil and the heating chamber would come next, followed by prepping the ingredients. In this case, Lex happened to be one of the ingredients that needed to be prepped, since his body too was being forged. What Oren didn't know was that Lex's encounter with Creel had shaken him up. It had been a long time since Lex felt threatened by someone in his own realm. It was a nice reminder of the fact that there existed beings and races that had been growing their strength for millions of years before him, and despite whatever growth he had experienced, others weren't sitting around sucking their thumbs either. If he wanted to be the best of the best, he truly, genuinely needed to be absurd. Like he had fair confidence in fighting against the average heaven immortal. But now, that was sounding kind of lame. Now, Lex wanted to be able to face up against a celestial and survive. Unfortunately, as a result of absorbing Tao Mist earlier, he was kind of on a time limit. As soon as the pineapple could no longer seal his cultivation, he would enter the next realm, so he had only a few years to grow as strong and absurd as possible. Before Lex had gone to Oren, he had taken the meditation room for a spin, focusing on his instincts to guide him on what to do. It was something he hadn't done very seriously in a long time, mainly because Lex realized that his instincts couldn't account for everything. While he hadn't overcome that weakness, he was very satisfied with the results he got. While his instincts gave him no clear answer, they literally couldn't. Lex formed a vague timeline in his mind of when he should do certain things. Then, while he was doing that, Lex couldn't help but ask his instincts if he should ask Giselle out. He only did it for academic purposes, as research for testing the functionality of his instincts. The result was that his instincts said nothing. They were his instincts after all, and it seemed that he had no romantic instincts at all unless he was pretending to be romantic, in which case he was a proper Casanova. For now, though, all he needed to focus on was the forge. The most important thing was getting rid of the Go board. Since his instincts didn't react to the Go board at all, it was now more or less confirmed that it was backed by a system and was the most urgent threat. So he worked. He worked for hours, days, weeks, and the time for the auction slowly and steadily came closer. The Go board didn't appear again, though that didn't really bring Lex any sense of confidence. If it were up to Lex, their next confrontation would be their last. However, he knew that it wouldn't be. The Go board would definitely try to interfere during the forging, Lex was sure of it. He needed to take precautions beforehand. Just like that, quietly and in preparation, 10 months went by uneventfully. Sir Cedric Bumblethorpe held both the lapel of his purple velvet coat, his fingers nestled in the soft scarf tucked underneath. This was something he did when he was most pleased, and currently he was definitely most pleased. "I say, Mayers, it is quite a lovely day." Mayers, the butler, looked out of the window at the pitch-black clouds up above, and the cracking ground below, leading to a portal connected to some kind of hell. Some kind of evil, hellions were climbing out of the holes in the ground, and unholy abominations flew down from the clouds. "Yes, sir, a very fine day," Mayers said, doing his absolute best to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. Sir Cedric Bumblethorpe didn't mind. He simply looked at the black key in front of him. After months and months of trying, he finally managed to get his hands on it, and now he could finally go to the legendary obsidian that he had been hearing so many rumors about. "I'm off for a bit to expand my horizons, Mayers. Keep the museum safe, will you? The local delinquents are trying to get their hands on my treasures again." "Yes, sir," Mayers said, lifting the Gatling gun in his hands a little higher, and walked up to one of the beautiful arch windows, ready to defend against the invading horde. He did not try to point out that the local delinquents were only trying to reclaim the treasures that Sir Cedric had rescued from them for cultural preservation in his museum. Sir Cedric, on the other hand, put on his mask and entered his alternate persona, Nathravel. It was the identity he used to keep his own identity hidden. Once everything was ready, he picked up the black key and crushed it. It was time to see what wonders this mystical land could offer him. In the late 1900s, Sir Bumblethorpe had been knighted by the Queen herself for his efforts in cultural preservation. It was a great honor, and one that spurred him into further action, traveling to South America to liberate more cultural artifacts from the unappreciative natives. As it turned out, the artifact he wanted to liberate was a dormant system, hidden within a bejeweled ceremonial weapon. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, as soon as he got the weapon, the local savages found him, and went absolutely rabid. Cedric had no idea why he would always be attacked and hunted by savages whenever he tried doing his honest work, but he had come to accept it as part and parcel of the job. Naturally, he was forced to defend himself with the weapon. It broke, and he absorbed the system, gaining the Cultural History Museum system. The rest, as they say, was history. Well, in his case, it was cultural history. Anyway, after years and years of exploring the Origin Realm, as he'd learned the realm was called, he'd learned a few things. One of those things was the need for a secret identity. As cliché as it sounded, even if the false identity was a weak one, it could save him from an incredible amount of trouble. Another thing he learned, trapped out somewhere in the Origin Realm with no way to return to Earth, was that power was the basis of existence. Without it, he didn't even have the right to exist. So he got to work rescuing cultural and historical artifacts. It seemed like he had a knack for it. Of course, there were a few hiccups along the way, like the fact that some of the items he rescued were cursed, or that, until his system completely sealed the artifacts he collected, their aura would attract demons and insidious creatures of all kinds to attack him. Fortunately, his system gave him the tools he needed to protect himself. Can one imagine what might have happened if he had been given no way to defend himself and was left to his own shenanigans? Regardless, life was all good and dandy until he recently encountered a quest he could not complete, not in his current state. All he could do was try to get his hands on more treasures for his museum so that he could upgrade himself and the museum. The process involved intelligence gathering just as much as it did actual treasure hunting. Specifically, he was looking for anything with a rich history, a lot of mystery, or some unexplainable power. Lo and behold, he encountered rumors of Obsidian, spread by a group of people claiming to have been members of it once. Sifting through the lies and exaggeration to determine the truth hidden underneath was a fundamental requirement of his trade. Yet no matter how he looked at it, Obsidian seemed like some ancient, secret organization with an unfathomable depth. Although, once again, that sounded like the kind of thing he shouldn't get involved with, his research said otherwise. In spite of everyone spreading the rumors saying otherwise, Bumblethorpe, as an educated and sophisticated man, was able to deduce that everyone spreading the rumor was weak, a mere mortal, which meant it was much easier to fool them. But not Bumblethorpe, not him. As an Earth immortal, he was far stronger than them, not to mention the fact that he had a reliable system. So he tracked down Obsidian, spending months doing it, and finally entered. He was confident he was going to uncover a facade, a mere illusion conjured by a once powerful organization, now feeding on the weak. The very moment he arrived at Obsidian, he knew he had made a mistake. All his conclusions were false. Many tricks could be played on people, but spiritual energy this fresh, this pure, could not be faked. Bumblethorpe breathed in that energy, and thence, in the wake of the realization of his mistake, he laid eyes upon his courtyard, and a cold gasp escaped from his lips. Sweet Saint Cadbury, have I walked from the mundane realm of life, and stumbled upon the sweet nectar of the afterlife known as heaven, he muttered, allowing himself to fall to his knees. The soft sand of the Zen garden welcomed him to the ground, and as he ran his fingers through the sand, each grain radiantly singing with the energy of treasures in need of rescuing, he realized that his experience in Obsidian was going to be vastly different from what he expected. Cedric stood up, dusting the sand off his coat, and stepped into the actual courtyard. There was a small fountain in one corner, with a gentle stream of water flowing across the courtyard through a manikinal to a drain, forming a stream of sorts. The crystal-clear water was simply refreshing just to look at it, so Bumblethorpe dare not even imagine the true consequences of touching it. In the end, he couldn't resist dipping his hand in it. It was cold to the touch, its chills traveling through his finger into his very bones. A flash of temptation went through his eyes, and he tried to withdraw a single drop for his system, and failed. "Huh, what in the name of Saint Eclair?" he said, and then turned his head. He grabbed another valuable treasure and tried to transfer it to his system, but it didn't work. That was the first time such a thing happened to him. A chill, a very different kind of chill from the one the stream gave him, traveled down his spine. Who exactly was this sage that ruled Obsidian? What kind of power did he wield? But as a gentleman and a knight, he would not shy away from this mystery. He stood up and explored the courtyard, putting on his trusty monocle to survey everything he looked at. Not a sound escaped from him, yet the longer he surveyed, the more grave he started to feel. No, this was too good to be true. Everything was living up to the rumors he had heard without any exaggeration at all. Such a thing had never happened to him yet again. Filled with a yearning for the truth, he stepped out of his courtyard, ready to face whatever mystery lay ahead. Chapter 1779, Taking an Oath. Cedric Bumblethorpe stepped outside his courtyard and discovered a new world. Twilight painted the sky overhead, evoking a wistful melancholy upon any who looked above, reminding all that the path of cultivation was endless. It was as if the mere sight of the sky was enough to grant enlightenment. Cultivation itself was to walk a path. If one reached a destination they were satisfied with, a realm, be that the golden core, an earth immortal, a celestial, or even greater, then that would inherently end the path of cultivation. After all, the purpose of this ever-present, yet somehow elusive path was not to reach any specific destination. Instead, to walk the path itself should have been the main goal, a goal that many overlooked or forgot. Cedric trembled and looked down. How arrogant of him, who had not even mastered the lands beneath his feet, to look upwards. It was as if being in this very place was to touch upon the deeper, more esoteric laws of the universe. But even when he looked towards the lands, he found a panorama no less magnificent than the sky above. Surrounding him were thousands of islands, submerged not in water or some liquid, but in thick, unbreaking clouds, forever flowing but never interrupting. Broken bridges connected the islands, or perhaps were meant to connect the island, yet time or neglect had left each island isolated. Cedric trembled once more. It was as if the very lands were a commentary on the dichotomy of the human experience, yearning for connection, and yet breaking from the very thing that they craved. Humbled, that is how he felt. He came here with such grand convictions, only to be reminded he was akin to a grain of sand in a Zen garden, an insignificant, inconsequential part of a much grander design, yet valuable in his own way. As someone who had tried to steal to rescue those grains of sand from the garden, he could attest to the fact that even sand was valuable. Yet even as he stood in awe of his surroundings, Cedric understood that perhaps the reason why no one else understood the magnitude of the excellence of obsidian was because everyone else on the island where he stood was below the immortal realm. All of them, save the mysterious workers, who hid their aura and identity behind their masks. Through his spirit sense, Cedric could see a few people moving around the island, chatting with others, discussing quests of some kind. As someone highly sensitive to the term quest, Cedric paid close attention to any mention of the word, especially in this place. After surveying the place for a while and not discovering anything new, he walked on over to some of the others in Obsidian to try and learn about this place. Yet even before he arrived, the group he was approaching noticed him. "New blood, huh? You take the oath to secrecy yet?" a small chihuahua wearing sunglasses asked, completely unbothered by Cedric's clearly stronger cultivation realm. The glasses did not surprise Cedric. It was something that had automatically appeared on his face when he exited his courtyard, some kind of tool that hid his identity. Although Cedric tried to take the glasses off, and discovered that he easily could, his altered appearance remained, as if the effect of the glasses could not be removed while in Obsidian. "Oath to secrecy? No, I have taken no such oath," Cedric said. "Is that a requirement of this place? No one informed me of it." The dog shook his head, as if he was looking at an amateur. "If you had tried to enter the quest room, you would have seen the notification, up the hill and to the stone temple. You can take the oath there, and that'll make you an official member. Without the oath, no one here will talk to you." As if to emphasize exactly that, the others in the group just looked at him impassively, unimpressed and unintimidated by his stronger aura. That was a first for him. Cedric tried to engage with them a few more times, yet none of them seemed to want to bother with him. As a gentleman, Cedric would never take to purposefully intimidating them, so he simply thanked the Chihuahua for the tip and headed on to the temple. In truth, he already knew about the oath from the rumors. Apparently, some of the members got to meet the sage during their oath, and some didn't. That didn't change the wording of the oath, though, nor the experience. Unfortunately for Cedric, he did not get the privilege of meeting with the sage, but took the oath just fine. This was his purpose, after all, to learn the hidden truths behind Obsidian. Through them, if he could get his hands on a few ancient artifacts. He quickly returned to the same group, and found that they seemed to be waiting for him. A couple of them were even looking at him with an odd look of excitement and anticipation. "Glad to see you're still with us," the dog said casually. "Please have a seat, let me tell you a bit about Obsidian." Cedric was suspicious about how forthcoming the dog was being, but he had nothing to fear, so he took a seat. "To start with, have you heard of the Midnight Inn?" the dog asked. "Can't say that I have. Why, what does that have to do with Obsidian?" "Well, you see, Obsidian is not its own place. In fact, Obsidian is actually a restricted access tier membership to an organization within the Midnight Inn formed by the Obsidian Sage." Cedric frowned, but it made sense that the mystery went deeper. "Why?" he asked. What is the purpose of obsidian? The purpose is something only the sage knows. What's more important, however, is how members are selected. Tell me, do you think just anyone can get their hands on a black key to enter here? Is that not the case? Cedric asked, causing the dog to chuckle. Of course not. Getting the key itself is just the first threshold, the one that eliminates almost everyone who wants to get in. Tell me, newbie, did you find the key through some merchant? Did you buy it off someone selling it? Or did you get it through your system? Cedric was startled by the question, though he tried to maintain a calm and confused expression, as if he didn't understand what the dog was talking about. Yet the others finally chuckled, as if they got the very thing they were waiting for. Apparently PPL still don't K&W abbed it. XCK head up. It's always funny when newbies realize that systems aren't such a big secret here, said one of those sitting beside the dog. I remember when it happened to me. I wondered why I even got out of bed, said another. Oh, shut up, Skip. You literally only ever talk about business or sleeping, said the first. Better than Greaves, at least. All he ever wants to talk about is parks and long walks on the beach. Skip and Greaves were naturally the fake names that Hargreaves and Skipping were using. As it happened, the both of them were the two most active members on the island, while the others either stayed in their own worlds or within their own courtyards, only ever coming out for the sake of their quests. Speaking of quests, Obsidian had really increased the number of quests they gave out, collecting rare items and materials, manuscripts and techniques, increasing the amount of quest points everyone earned. The number of services that quest points could be used on had also increased drastically in the last few months. Not to mention it was the currency, everyone used to give out their own personal quests. By now, for all members of Obsidian, this place had become an absolutely key factor in their own development and growth, allowing them to gain even more success in completing their own quests. Just the other day, Hargreaves managed to get a B ranking in one of his quests, the highest ranking he had ever gotten. Now these members wouldn't leave Obsidian even if someone tried to drag them out. A lot of them were also saving up for their system upgrade service that the mysterious sage had offered. A few of them were even saving up to have their systems removed, though no one could understand why anyone would want that. Though when one of them revealed that he had the diarrhea everyday system, no one questioned him again. Relax, newbie, you're not the only one with a system here, Hargreaves said, waving his paw and indicating Cedric to sit. In fact, the very requirement to join this place seems to be that you should have a system. What Hargreaves said was very true. From the time he spent a whole lot of MT for security, Lex had a list of suspected system users who showed up as protection, a very exploitable flaw in his own opinion. Lex suspected that the only reason he was able to do such a thing was because of the very high ranking of his own system compared to everyone else. Regardless, once he had a list of those he thought had systems, and while John searched for other system users himself with the help of the Inn's intelligence network, he could pick and choose who to invite to Obsidian. As for sending them the keys, he left that to his own system. Lex had no idea that often the keys would appear as rewards for his targets. As long as they got the keys, he didn't care how his own system did it. Cedric, too, had been someone Lex handpicked to get an invite, the very first immortal, to see how immortals influenced his club. He wanted to see if they could discover any weaknesses or flaws in his setup, since many Obsidian members now seemed ready to cross their tribulations. It couldn't be helped, system users grew really fast. St. Sebastian cheesecake, Cedric exclaimed. Disbelief still gripped him. He had thought that he was special, that he had somehow gotten his hands on a system that was unique in the universe. Now, though, he didn't know what to believe. Are you telling me that you all have systems? Cedric said, careful not to confirm the existence of his own system just yet. Naturally, said Hargreaves. It was a bit of a secret at first, but the moment you go into the quest room and take a look at the services offered by the Sage, services open for every Obsidian member to see and avail, you'll realize that the existence of systems is a secret to no one. Well, except the workers at Obsidian. It seems that if you try to tell them about systems, your words and spiritual messages get suppressed, and you get a one-time warning to stop or be kicked out of Obsidian. What kind of systems do you have? He asked, still in a stupor. But the expressions of everyone when he asked the question woke him up, allowing him to realize that he had committed a faux pas. Excuse my folly, good sirs. The revelation struck me like thunder upon a clear sky, leaving my thoughts scattered like leaves in a tempest. Allow me the privilege of introducing myself to you, my peers and colleagues. I am Nathravel at your service. Bumblethorpe bowed, his mind racing as he reformed all his plans. This revelation changed everything. The only thing on his mind was the kind of reward, the kind of upgrade he would get if he managed to procure a system and placed it within his museum. It would be absolutely groundbreaking, he was sure. But that did not mean he would take any untoward action here in Obsidian. The sage was becoming ever mysterious to Bumblethorpe, and he did not dare mess with him. After all, he had no idea how the sage managed to find so many system users when he'd never encountered even one. His mind, instead, went to the ones spreading the rumors. Those kicked out of Obsidian were surely system users themselves. If they were foolish enough to reveal that they were former members, they were forfeiting any protection secrecy would have offered them. Not to mention, the sage surely did not care for those who had been kicked out of the community. Yes, coming to Obsidian was turning out to be one of the best decisions he'd ever made. "You are quite eloquent in your speech," said the as yet unintroduced member of the group. "I go by the moniker Loveless Penguin. It's nice to meet you. By the way, although your previous question was a bit of a blunder, I don't mind answering with the caveat that you also reveal yours." Cedric smiled and then shook his head. "Too bad," Loveless Penguin said before turning to look at his own interface. Written boldly right on top was Timekeeper System. The function of his system was quite straightforward. For every day that he lived, his understanding of the law of time would increase. The condition was that his system restricted him from having a normal lifespan. The only way to increase his lifespan was to complete system quests, and he hardly ever managed to raise his lifespan more than 30 days. After so long of living on the edge, Loveless Penguin had become a bit of a daredevil, chasing thrills and not caring about the long-term consequences of his actions. Of course, that also didn't mean he had become suicidal. He just liked to keep things interesting. So far, no one had taken him up on his offer to exchange details of their systems. He wasn't worried, though. He was sure someone someday would accept. After all, as far as he was concerned, he had all the time in the world. Cedric, or Nathravel as the other Obsidian members called him, spent quite a few hours chatting with Loveless Penguin, Skip, and Greaves, learning a lot about Obsidian that would have otherwise taken him forever to learn. As a gesture of goodwill, as well as a thank-you token, he gave them all souvenirs from his museum gift shop. He gave them all a bandage that temporarily made them invisible to the undead for an hour. The only drawback of the bandage is that when they used it, they would look like mummies. Then, as they had advised, he went back and entered the quest room, looking at the list of available quests and services. With a beginner guide, things were really efficient. He completed all the standard, easy quests the group had told him to complete, offering up any useless techniques, as well as information and history of the various civilizations he had visited. Naturally, he didn't share any information related to his current location outside Obsidian, for safety's sake. Although these easy quests didn't net him many quest points, they were enough for now. Plus, using his own wealth, he bought some MP. It was fairly cheap. The group had been raving about the services offered here, and though his own museum itself offered him many services, he didn't mind trying these out to tell the difference. For example, back in his museum, he'd collected an ancient cultivation mat used by an emperor who once ruled over multiple planets in his star system. Naturally, since he had the item as an exhibit, his museum let him use them as well. The cultivation mat gave him a 50% cultivation boost when he cultivated atop it. He was curious to see how the meditation room in his courtyard compared to the mat. He was fairly confident, right up until he entered the chamber and began to cultivate. His mind entered such a focused state, and his cultivation began to flow so smoothly that Cedric completely lost all concept of time, forgetting that he was only testing out the chamber. It was only 2 weeks later, when he ran out of MP and the effects of the meditation room ceased, that Cedric woke up from his cultivation session, stunned. "What in the name of Saint Cinnabon is this?" he exclaimed, shocked. For humans, growth in the immortal realm was done through development of the tenets. That was actually why so many immortals got stuck in their levels, unable to progress for thousands of years, because the method of cultivation was fundamentally different from before. Previously, all they needed to do was use their cultivation technique, and they'd steadily grow. Now it was no longer the same. At most, cultivating would put them in a slight trance-like state. Extended periods in such a state advanced their comprehension of laws, allowing their tenets to develop further. Comparatively, though, this was a much slower process than before. Now, though, Cedric had made measurable progress in his cultivation, expediting his cultivation timeline from tens of thousands of years to a few centuries, maybe 1 or 2 millennia at most. As if spurred on by his incredible experience, he looked at the other opportunities available at Obsidian. Everything else needed to be bought using quest points, QP, which were a hell of a lot more valuable than MP, but also hard to buy. Some people were selling QP for MP in the quest board, but the price was outrageous. Unfortunately, it was a seller's market since QP wasn't so easy to acquire. According to Greaves, if Cedric managed to get his hands on a golden key to enter the Midnight Inn, he'd be able to use many of these services for MP, but golden keys weren't so easy to find. At least, Cedric himself had never heard of the inn or its golden keys before. He originally planned on holding out until he could earn more QP himself, but when he looked at the Inheritance Lounge, a service originally offered by the inn, but available at Obsidian as well, he changed his mind. There were quite a few valuable inheritances in there, but one caught his eye, so much so that he couldn't take his eyes off it. The way inheritances worked was that he could only attempt to comprehend them inside the lounge. If he managed to learn it, it would be his to use, but if he couldn't, then it would be a wasted opportunity, for time in the lounge wasn't unlimited. All the inheritances also could only be comprehended fully or not at all. Partial comprehension was not a thing. Even so, one inheritance out of them all caught his eye. It was called Gambler's Luck, and basically the inheritance allowed the user to manipulate his own luck. It was, in fact, the technique Lex had gained from the man with the murder system. Unable to hold himself back, Cedric bought enough QP to use the Inheritance Lounge, losing a considerable amount of his accumulated wealth, and went in. In his line of business, luck mattered a lot. If he could get his hands on that inheritance, he'd be unstoppable. Obsidian really was an incredible place. His only regret was not coming here earlier. Within the inn, Lex wiped the sweat off his brow as he finally finished one of the most critical formations in the volcano. They'd already placed the fire source for the forge inside, which meant that Lex was working within the heat equivalent to the core of a planet. Of course, this was not the full extent of the heat of the fire source, since it was still sealed. Even then, the working conditions were far from simple. Fortunately, he had help. The more hazardous the conditions, the more suitable it actually was for the only other workers Lex could directly get from the system, the Draconian Apostles. They were like massive bees, happily swimming through the ridiculously radioactive liquid filling the volcano, working like actual busy bees. They weren't a common sight in the inn because they preferred highly hazardous environments, but they were definitely there. Lex was about to return to work when he heard an unexpected sound. It was a new notification. When he read the notification, Lex couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Now that was unexpected. Lex studied the notification, reading its odd message with a strange look. He had been surprised, but at the same time he felt like he should have expected something like this. The universe was a strange place. New notification. Improved system function has unlocked the ability to attract new forms of guests. Different guests have different needs. In exactly 1 minute, a non-biological disaster category guest will enter the inn. Designate a specific inn area for disaster category guests. New quest. Using the room design feature, design and create 2 services specific a disaster category guest. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Quest reward, guest race glossary. Remark, the real disaster is your hairstyle. A disaster category guest, were his guests separated into various categories. He used his system to scan a random guest, but saw no such details. Was it possible he needed to wait for the guest to arrive before he could unlock the distinction? It was a good question, but he only had a minute to plot out a new area for this new category of guests. The disaster descriptor didn't sound like it was great for highly populated areas, but he also didn't know what kind of specific requirements there would be. Without knowing the details, he could only guess. Just to be safe, Lex picked out a chunk of the inn at the exact opposite side of where all his guests were, right on the border of the Chaos Sea. A minute was a short period of time, and just as promised, once it was up, a new guest arrived. One moment there was nothing. The next, a massive hurricane, at least a mile 1.6 km high. Its width was hundreds of feet across, with it being largest at the very top. Don't tell me. Lex scanned the hurricane, and the scan worked. Name Katarina. Age 670. Cultivation details, 7 Earth Immortal. Category, non-biological disaster. Race, hurricane. Midnight in prestige level, 1. Condition, severely weakened, on the verge of unraveling. Treatment can be carried out by hovering guest over hot, spiritual energy-dense water while initiating a cold wind tunnel above it. Sacrificing 1,000 nascent-level aquatic beasts within the winds will expedite recovery. Remarks, there's passing gas, and then there's gases that'll help you pass away seeing the guest in terrible condition. Apparently, Lex decided to approach the guest. However, he decided to use his own identity rather than the innkeeper's. "Welcome, dear guest, to the Midnight Inn," Lex said as he teleported over, keeping a fair bit of distance between himself and the hurricane. The raging winds of the hurricane were exceptionally loud, though once Lex spoke, the sound of the storm changed instead into a voice. Hello," said Katrina in a surprisingly sweet, almost shy voice. "I am Katrin. Please excuse me for my untidy appearance. I had a run-in with a rather disagreeable tsunami and haven't had a chance to make my face yet." Making my face was a common expression which, when used by humans, often referred to applying makeup. In the case of a hurricane, though, Lex was unsure if she wanted to look presentable or genuinely wanted to affix a face onto herself. "Please, there is no need to be concerned," said Lex. "I'm Lex, and I work here at the Midnight Inn. I see that you look a little weary. Would you like me to take you to a service station where you can get refreshed?" Even as he spoke, Lex was already creating what he could only call the Hurricane Service Lake through his interface. He wasn't sure if calling it a recovery lake or something would be accurate. Basically, he found a natural lake nearby and amalgamated the whole thing into becoming a part of a new room he was designing. Once a guest, specifically a hurricane guest, entered the room, the lake water would start to warm up and be filled with spiritual energy, while up above a cold front was artificially created. Apparently this was enough to treat Katrina's condition. The thing was, in room creation, he had a lot of options available to him, but he needed to know what he was doing for that to be effective. There was no generic heal hurricane option, although there were countless things he could do which, if he used, would heal the hurricane. It was just that he didn't know what they were. Lex had learned a lot about medicine, so much so that with minor study he could heal even unfamiliar beasts. Most humanoid races were super easy to heal for him now, and he had even studied some unusual races like sea thulhis and spirits. But healing natural disasters, that was well outside his field of expertise. If it's not too much trouble," Katrina said. Lex led her towards the lake, slightly hesitant about whether he should make it free for her or not. He wasn't too sure if hurricanes had any wealth, and using the Hurricane Service Lake cost just about 30,000 MP per second to use, which was a lot of MP over a long period of time. He decided to wait and see before jumping the gun. "I hope you like the service lake. If you need any adjustments or alterations, do let me know. I can have it arranged," Lex said. He sincerely hoped she made a request because he was supposed to make her 2 services, and while he had the lake, he had no idea what to do about the second. Okay, I will," she said, not saying too much. Clearly, Katrina was quite shy, or maybe she was just embarrassed about the trail of destruction she was leaving behind as Lex led her to the lake. Lex did not try to pressure her. He, instead, was overlooking the purchase of 1,000 aquatic beasts. Or more specifically, he was just ordering more fish from their local fisheries. The inn was entirely unable to maintain the requirement for meat that having so many guests brought along. Crops were much easier to manage, but creating a sufficient supply of meat was genuinely a problem. They had outsourced much of their meat purchases previously, since the inn didn't offer high-level meat before for direct purchase. Since the recent upgrade, though, it allowed restaurants and cafes to buy higher-quality ingredients. But ingredients and untouched aquatic beasts were not the same thing, hence the slight issue. "This is the service lake. Please enjoy. You'll be able to control the settings through your spirit sense once you enter and can adjust everything to your preferences. I'll be here if you need anything." It was quite a sight to watch a hurricane, one that could probably swallow a high-rise building like it was no problem, hesitantly enter the lake. Although the system scan told him that the hurricane was severely weakened, he could not tell based on appearances. Then again, he had never seen a living hurricane before. To be fair, though, the inn did have sentient hills and rivers, including one river that had a severe phobia of any living thing inside of it. By the way, if I don't go back home soon, the ocean is going to get a bit rowdy." "I hope that's okay," Katrina said, almost as if she was seeking Lex's permission to leave. If the hurricane had cheeks, Lex would want to pinch them. She was being too cute. "It is no problem at all, Katrina. In the Midnight Inn, guests can come and go as they please. The only exception is if they break the rules of the inn, such as attacking other guests or inn workers, which may get the rule breaker banned. So once you feel refreshed, you can leave as you please, though I regret not being able to serve you better. Is there anything else you need?" Lex really hoped she would tell him something, because he had no idea what other service to make for a hurricane. His quest required him to make at least 2 new rooms for disaster category guests. Well, the tsunami stole all my gem fragments. If you can sell me some fragments, or if you have anything that can help me get my fragments back, I'd be really appreciative. Lex did not immediately respond. Gem fragments sounded pretty straightforward, but he had a feeling that they were not fragments of the gems he was familiar with. He was wondering if he should ask or try to figure out the details on his own. But he didn't wait long. The whole point of appearing as himself rather than as the innkeeper was so that he wouldn't have to hide his lack of knowledge. Please excuse my ignorance, Katrina. I'm not familiar with what you mean by gem fragments. Could you elaborate a little? After a few seconds where Lex imagined she was overcoming her own shyness, Katrina extended her spirit sense towards Lex and showed him a memory. It was Karina. Yet instead of her current height of a mile, Katrina was dozens of miles high, raging over an enormous, tumultuous ocean that reeked some kind of primal, savage energy. The world she was in, if it even was a world, was like a preserved fragment of some prehistoric mega-disaster, where hurricanes and tsunamis were so insignificant that they actually became the stabilizing factor of the climate. That was a lot to assume from a single glimpse of a memory, but the thing was, Lex wasn't assuming. That was just the information he concluded based on what he saw, because the gem fragments that Katrina was talking about could be seen clearly in her memories. To be fair, they looked just like massive gems, flying within the whirling winds of the hurricane, glinting in their various colors. In reality, they were crystallized fragments of laws. The enormity of this needed special emphasis. They were not laws trapped within objects, much like Lex had seen before, nor were they some natural treasures formed from laws, such as what he used to gain his space affinity back in the day. No, these were actual laws that, for reasons Lex could not entirely fathom, had turned into crystal and broken off from wherever they originated from. If the sight he was seeing was from some unique realm, Lex could have still understood. There were some freaky realms out there. But Katrina was from the origin realm, which meant that wherever she came from was an incredibly unique place. It was still believable, which was crazy. After all, the origin realm still had not been explored in its entirety, many of its secrets left unknown even to the Hanali. Lex continued to watch the memory as a wave came into view on the horizon, its arc reaching up into the sky, its length blocking out the entire ocean. Deep within the wave, Lex could see a few gem fragments too. Then, as the memory continued, Lex saw what could only be described as epic cinema. It was like watching an anime battle between a hurricane and a tsunami, both pushing into each other, the wave trying to crash the winds while the winds tried to cut through the wave. Yet, as was usually the case in epic anime showdowns, not that this was actually anime, the villain cheated. From within the wave, what looked like a massive orca leaped at the hurricane, catching it by surprise and stealing a good chunk of its fragments. With the loss of the fragments, the hurricane suddenly lost a lot of its ferocity, giving the tsunami the edge it needed to crash down on the hurricane, drowning it within the ocean. For a very brief moment, it seemed like that would be the end for the hurricane, yet underneath the waves it saw a golden door, shining, promising salvation. The memory ended and Lex was left, staring at Katrina, unsure of what to do. He could not conjure up those gem fragments and he wasn't sure how to help Katrina get them back. Like, how was he supposed to equip a hurricane to fight better? Understood. While I cannot sell any fragments to you, helping you get your fragments back is not a problem at all, said Lex, contrary to what he actually felt like. Why don't you allow yourself to recuperate over the lake while I prepare? Thank you, I guess, she said shyly before retreating her spirit sense. Relieved, Katrina turned to her recovery while Lex flew back a little to give her some privacy. If logic could not help him overcome this obstacle, it was time to rely on the abstract and esoteric nature of laws to come up with a perfectly reasonable but simultaneously entirely absurd solution to his problem. Lex focused all of his attention on this one problem, slowing down some of the side projects he was doing with his local clones. Said side projects included things like studying laws, increasing knowledge about the universe, studying all the information that was being gathered by Obsidian, and then diverting it towards either the Midnight Library, which put everything up for public access, or sending it to the Midnight Newsroom, which could lock the knowledge away to be sold. He was also doing a whole lot of other things too, such as contemplating lawcraft, practicing with his tenet, and refining his sword intent. Working via clones was not as efficient as doing things himself, but there was only so much he could do himself, in which case clones were a good alternative for less important but still critical things. Increasing his knowledge about the universe was especially important because Jack was out there, roaming the universe with his crew, setting up the formation to locate the nexus. But in moments like these, where he needed to focus on one specific task, the effectiveness of his clones would drop drastically. In truth, Lex did not need to rush so much because Katerina would take a long while to recover her strength. The real reason he was rushing was that he didn't want to miss out on completing his quest. Dozens of various, seemingly unconnected thoughts flooded his mind. John was making lawcrafts, Jeeves was making suits, disaster category guests needed another service, disasters couldn't wear clothes and services couldn't make lawcrafts, at least yet. John cut hair but blessed the soul through his sorcery. The hot tub room cleansed the physical and metaphysical filth. The patisserie filled the stomach and gave augmentations. To improve the quality of his ideas, Lex entered the meditation room. No longer was this simply a room where one could learn techniques or just cultivate. Any and all activities which required mental activity rather than physical activity could immensely benefit from it. Lex already had a fledgling idea of what he wanted to do. Now it was only a matter of refining the idea. He didn't rush. Sure, he could complete the room as quickly as possible to try and get back to work on the volcano, but he just wanted to make something useful rather than something random. He opened up the system panel and began experimenting with the various features he could enter into a room, and properly began to experiment with the limitations of what he could really do. Lex was limited by time, but in 40 minutes he properly designed a new room that he was thoroughly satisfied with. More importantly, unlike the Hurricane Service Lake, this feature could be used by almost any natural disaster Lex could think of. He created the Disaster Relief Foundation, but its formal debut would only be when Katrina was done with her own recovery. Still, that was enough to complete the quest. Quest complete. Reward Guest Race Glossary. Remarks. Adequate work. Your performance was not Disastrous Guest Race Glossary. A glossary of all races of all the guests who have ever entered the inn. As soon as a new race guest enters the inn, the glossary will be updated with some general details of their race, their likes and dislikes to improve service. Any information manually encountered by the host will also automatically enter into the glossary. Disclaimer: a redacted version of the glossary will be made available in the Midnight Public Library. Not bad, this could be useful. The first thing Lex did was use the glossary to look up hurricanes. It seemed they liked large bodies of water, warm weather, dense spiritual energy, and living sacrifices. That was a little morbid. None of the aquatic beasts Lex had put in the lake were living at the time. Even if they had to die either way, killing them mercifully was still better than tossing them into a hurricane. Lex might have to create a rule against living sacrifices for guests to avoid problems in the future. A little over a month went by before Katrina finally exited the lake. The inn was abuzz with excitement for the upcoming auction, which would be held in a couple of weeks. Unlike the previous one, this one was made public since the list of items to be auctioned would be much greater. The auction was divided into 2 segments, and the list of items to be auctioned in the first segment were published beforehand, whereas the second segment had its auction items as a secret. Of course, the first segment was more geared towards the masses, with the second segment being merely a spectacle for the common folk. To participate in the second segment, everyone needed to put down a refundable deposit of 1 MT. Just that requirement alone disqualified more than 99.99% of everyone participating in the event. None of that had anything to do with Katrina, though, who finally left the lake feeling somewhat better. Of course, she was nowhere near her former strength. Without her gem fragments, such a thing would be impossible. She was feeling much better, though, regardless. On a side note, she used the lake for about a month. To be specific, she used it for 36 days. That was 864 hours, which meant 51,840 minutes, and even more importantly, 3,110,400 seconds. With the lake charging 30,000 MP a second, that was 93 billion MP spent. Of course, a good chunk of that was operational expenses, but Lex still ended up with over 20 billion in profits. It seemed like this was one wealthy hurricane, not that Lex expected anything less. Or at least hoped for, because the Disaster Relief Foundation was not exactly cheap either. "Katrina, how do you feel? I hope everything was to your liking," Lex asked as he appeared before the shy hurricane, which had increased considerably in size. It was very nice. It was a little small, but that's okay," she said, grateful but also conscious not to hurt Lex's feelings. The poor tiny creature had surely tried his best. Lex had to keep his lip from twitching as he heard Katrina's one complaint. Yes, compared to her size and how big she could grow, the lake truly was small. In Lex's defense, he hadn't considered that it might be small, because the lake was already massive by ordinary standards. You should have said so. We would have enlarged the lake for your convenience. Next time I assure you that you will find the lake adequately sized, Lex said, defending the inn's reputation. It's not a problem. This was already very nice, Katrina said. Lex shook his head, but did not dwell on the topic. Well, hopefully our next service will satisfy you. Please follow me, said Lex, as he led the even larger hurricane to the Disaster Relief Foundation. Naturally, considering the clientele for this specific shop, he could not be in a building. He had to get a little creative with the design and customer interface, but he was satisfied with what he made. Lex brought Katrina to a large, flat, open area with hard tiles covering the ground in a circle with a diameter of 300 miles, 482 km. That was easily enough to contain Katrina even at her full size, let alone her meager size now. Any other natural disaster would also be able to fit in there easily, hopefully. But nothing else filled that area. It was completely clear of all things. Katrina was slightly confused as she followed Lex onto the tile, at least until she was on it all the way. A spirit interface reached out to her, and once she allowed it to connect to her mind, she saw a massive inventory list with all the items they had available, their effects, and their cost. Is this a bakery?" she asked hesitantly. "Well, yes, technically some of the items here are baked, so it could also be called a bakery," said Lex. "But the items themselves are just a means to an end, unless, of course, you're a foodie, in which case everything tastes delicious. But here, look at this shark-shaped cookie. Read its effects." Yes, the idea that Lex came up with was delivering extremely potent augmentations to his customers through food. Disasters couldn't wear clothes, nor could their souls be strengthened because there was only one of Harry, and there was only so much he could do. He couldn't sell them spiritual techniques because, honestly, Lex was absolutely certain that the way they used spiritual energy was so vastly different from biological beings that it would take decades, if not centuries, of study to understand it. He couldn't sell weapons because although the inn sold a few low-level things here and there, it hardly had anything worthy of threatening immortals, let alone disasters that were immortals. So what was the solution? The strength had to come from the customer themselves. All the inn could do was augment it in very specific ways and bring about certain results. "Here, have a sample shark cookie so that you can get a sense for what these items can do," said Lex, and purchased the cookie directly ignoring the 500 million MP cost. He'd made more than that from Katrina anyway, and if she liked it, she would surely buy more than one so he'd make back his investment. You don't have to do that," Katrina tried to refuse, but Lex had gotten the cookie anyway. Since the target audience was a disaster, the cookie was appropriately sized. It was exactly 2,047,188 pizza boxes large, or roughly around 2 million pizza boxes. Suffice to say, it was big enough to pack enough of a punch to affect even immortal disasters. Yes, one other reason why the cookie was so large was because of the valuable resources that went into making it, resources that the system sourced itself, but told Lex the cost of when he was designing the room. Katrina felt slightly awkward, but now that Lex had bought the cookie, she didn't want to refuse him. She hovered over the cookie, lifting it into the air and breaking it into millions of tiny pieces as it was absorbed into her raging winds. At first Katrina was doubtful, because how could cookies be better than fresh sushi that she caught herself? Then the doubt faded. It wasn't about the flavor, although as the cookies crumbled in her roaring winds, it delivered a well-balanced punch of sugary goodness. Instead, it was about the effects. She could feel the essence of her winds changing, the water she carried morphing, infusing her with a sense of power that was far beyond what she wielded normally. It wasn't general, directionless strength. No, she could feel that this strength was designed specifically and only for offense. A soft, white glow appeared within her winds, and then another, and then more. One by one, the breadth of her body was filled with white lights which began to morph, suddenly taking on the shape of countless sharks. As soon as they were formed, the sharks came to life, or at least seemed like they had. They began to swim around and around, searching through her body for enemies to hunt. She could feel their aggression, their hunger. It was incredible. It was like she had gained limbs, and each of them carried an enormous amount of strength. It didn't matter who the opponent was, whether it was that damned tsunami or even an underwater volcano. The sharks would devour them all. With this, not only could she get back her gem fragments, she could get her revenge. "I want 10, she suddenly exclaimed. And show me that King Kong crepe as well. Oh, and a Godzilla pie. Wait, give me 2 of the pies and give me 1 brain freeze brandy. Lex smiled and ordered everything that Katrina wanted. She could have done it all herself, but in her excitement, she had forgotten. Lex was not about to disturb this customer of his, so he was more than happy to be the one ordering on her behalf. Lex tried to suppress his grin as he looked at the 300 billion MP bill. Although compared to his daily income, now 300 billion MP was nothing. Seeing to one big client was infinitely more satisfying than a million nameless clients just sending him money. Sure, that was absolutely necessary, but there was just something about earning that bit of income that was just so satisfying. For the ease of transportation, all your purchases are sealed inside cards which you can keep on your person, said Lex, as he handed Katrina a couple dozen cards. All you need to do is channel some spirit energy inside the card and your purchase will come out. This also ensures the freshness of all the goods. Thank you. This is really helpful, Katrina said, her blatantly obvious shyness finally replaced with excitement instead. I think these will be very helpful, but I'll come back and let you know how everything worked out. Oh, that would be lovely, Lex responded. As always, we can improve our services based on any feedback you give, and if you could bring me back a souvenir from your home planet when you return, I'd really appreciate it. It sounds very exciting there. Of course, that's not a problem at all, Katrina said excitedly before finally leaving the inn. Lex waved at her as she left. The reason he had been so interested in the souvenir was not because he wanted the actual souvenir. Instead, whatever world or place Katrina was from seemed extremely unique, and it kind of itched Lex's travel bug. Any place curious or interesting was a place that he wanted to visit. Maybe this wasn't something he always felt, but after years of traveling to so many different places, it had become somewhat of a habit. Besides, if he could get his hands on some of those so-called gem fragments, he might be able to use them to improve his comprehension of laws dramatically. If there was one thing he learned from traveling to Abaddon and meeting Creel, it was that the moment he became complacent, someone else would surpass him. Having a cultivation technique with great potential was not the same as realizing that potential. Lex spent a few moments waiting in the disaster area, organizing his thoughts. The auction was going to start in a few weeks, and up until it began, the inn was accepting any applications by individuals to enter items into the auction. This was not a bad idea, and it had caused the first segment of the auction to be filled with many unique items that were useful for cultivators of all levels. Even immortals could benefit from the first segment. It was only the super wealthy, or super strong who were interested in the items in the second segment. But there was one guy who had donated an item which was evaluated to be so valuable, it had to be indeed into the second segment. The incredible thing was that the guy who had brought it had no idea about its worth, and was just trying his luck. While others found a scene like this interesting, Lex thought otherwise. That reminded him of protagonists in books. If there was a protagonist coming to his auction, then that meant that something bad was going to happen at the auction. Although the inn had security, he decided to be extra secure just in case. He teleported away. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Origin realm, there was a segment of the realm that was naturally separated from the rest of the realm. Much like the area of the Origin realm where Lex underwent his tribulation, this segment was surrounded by a natural barrier that kept the inside entirely cut off from the outside. The area was not too large. It was about the size of a single galaxy. To locate a single, hidden galaxy amongst the vastness of the Origin realm was an immense undertaking, especially if no one knew to look for it to begin with. That was precisely why even the Henali did not know of its existence just yet. But within that segment was not an actual galaxy, no. Instead, there was one continuous landmass that filled up the entire area. The landmass reeked of a primal aura so ancient, it actually predated the Origin realm itself. Secrets untold lay hidden within, and powers unfathomable lay slumbering. None of that mattered to Katrina, though. The moment she returned home, gone was her previously docile and delicate attitude. There was not a hint of shyness to be found anywhere within her massive frame. Deprived of her fragments, she was safe from being targeted since she had nothing that anyone wanted. But she was simultaneously in the most danger, for she was at her most vulnerable. Finding the tsunami that had ambushed her was not going to be easy, nor was it her goal. Instead, she needed to attack weaker forces to snatch their gems to strengthen herself. So she did the one thing she rarely did. She went towards land. Going on land would normally weaken her, but with the cookies and treats available to her, she feared nothing. Focused, she raced towards the nearest landmass with her greatest speed, a mission in her mind. If Lex saw her now, he'd barely be able to recognize her based on how aggressive her demeanor was. It couldn't be helped. Katrina was a whole lot more sensitive than most, and from the midnight in she sensed a level of danger that chilled her to her core. It was a very familiar kind of danger, the kind she felt from the slumbering giant. Every disaster from the land of yore knew that the greatest disaster of them all was the slumber giant, and no one dared to wake him from his slumber for that very reason. The inn was different, and yet the danger she felt was the same. For now, though, none of that mattered. As soon as she reached land, she sensed an earthquake in the distance. She did not hesitate in eating the shark-shaped cookie, summoning the sharks of white light inside her raging winds as she charged forth. The land itself began to tear and fly up into the air, amalgamating with her, strengthening her as she tore through the land. Such a blatant challenge could not go unanswered, and soon the ground began to rumble as the earthquake rushed to meet her. Normally, considering her gemless state, this was a foolish move from her. Normally. As the earthquake showed up, Katrina didn't hesitate. Her winds stopped hovering as she finally touched the very ground, pulling out trees from the ground and ripping mountains apart. The more of the landmass she absorbed, the greater her source of spiritual energy became and the stronger she was. But by touching the ground, she also made herself vulnerable to the massive strength of the earthquake. Yet that is exactly what she wanted, for when the earthquake attacked, that is when her sharks appeared. They dove into the earth, their ethereal forms traveling through the solid ground and into the very essence of the disaster, biting and ripping it to shreds. A deep wail emerged from the ground, as if the very mantle in the ground beneath her was breaking apart. The earthquake tried to retreat, but the jaws of her sharks had already sunk into its very soul, ripping it apart just as she ripped apart the very ground. No longer was she just another hurricane, no. Now she was Sharknado, queen of water, wind, and earth. Where her winds could not rip or swallow, her sharks would tear to shreds. Her power boost was as if a tiger had been given wings, or rather, a hurricane had been given sharks. A few moments later, her sharks emerged from the ground, covered in spiritual blood, and brought her all the gem fragments the earthquake had collected so far. They were a considerable amount, but they were not enough. This was just the beginning. Katrina paused, however, as she took some time to digest her gains. Her size and strength had both increased, so it was best to gain full mastery of her new and improved form before she continued her hunt for disasters. If she was fortunate enough, and that damned tsunami appeared in front of her, she would first thank it, for without it she would have never reached the inn. Then she would swallow it whole. From that day on, a new legend began to spread in the land of yore. It was of a new kind of disaster, a Sharknado that was growing at an unprecedented pace, gathering so many gem fragments that she would shine even in the dead of night. Legend even said that if she was furious enough, her form would change again. She would go from having only sharks to having pandas that rode atop her sharks. No one knew if that rumor was true or not, for anyone who could verify it had already died. The weeks slipped by faster than Lex could have anticipated. The whole year, honestly, felt shorter than back when he was a mortal and had to do a plank for a couple of minutes. That was not to say that it had not been a productive year. "I'm going to go have a dip in the hot tub room," said Orin as he laid down his hammer, content with their progress as he looked at the crystal volcano. "Are you not planning on attending the auction?" Lex asked. "You might find something worthwhile, maybe some valuable ores and resources, or a manual on forging from other realms." "Aye, those are good things, which is why I have told the other dwarves to attend. But I need to relax and enter the right state of mind before we begin the forging. This is the most important thing, so I'll be entering my peak state," responded Orin. Considering their plans to begin the forging right after the auction, during which Orin planned to be inside the volcano during the forging process, it was pretty necessary to adequately prepare. "All right, well, I'll see you once it's over," said Lex. "Young man, I recommend you make sufficient preparations. It is not just a question of whether you will be able to survive the process of having your body undergo the forging process, but also of ensuring that the karmic bead's forging is not disrupted. Everything else can be sacrificed, but the bead must not be compromised in any way." Instead of giving any kind of reassurance, Lex merely nodded and teleported away. The bead. He was looking forward to the creation of the bead, after which he could finally get rid of the go board in his mind. Lex was looking forward to getting rid of this accursed thing. Even though it had been quiet for this entire year, he was not assured. Instead, he had taken even more precautions, removing himself from the process of the auction completely so that the board doesn't have the opportunity to mess things up. Yet instead of reappearing at the auction site, Lex teleported to the middle of a random hill, devoid of all guests. "Hey Lex," said a massive butterfly flying overhead. "What are you doing here? We don't get many visitors around these parts." The butterfly was one of the many members of the inn who had gained sentience, as well as power, once the inn entered the new realm. Most such massive butterflies had migrated away from busy areas, since they weren't really fond of guests. "Here to have a chat with that tree," said Lex, pointing towards a specific pine, and waved at the butterfly as it left. "So have you given my offer any consideration?" Lex asked as he walked up to the tree. For a moment nothing happened. But then the tree began to morph, turning from a towering pine tree into the always charming and alluring Zuri Adissa, the celestial immortal who was previously a four-leaf clover, but had transformed into a bodhi tree with the help of the galactic sovereign turtle. Of course, what Lex was looking at now was merely one of her clones, not her real body. Her appearance was that of a rather mature woman, though that did not subtract from her beauty at all. If anything, it added a loveliness that only age could bring. Unlike before, however, her appearance was not entirely human anymore. Her hair was green, and when the wind blew it almost looked like flowing long grass. There was a daisy tucked right above her right ear, though Lex was sure it was also a part of her rather than a simple flower she wore in her hair. Even her scent had changed to that of fresh mountain air, clean, crisp, and reinvigorating. "I have," Zuri answered, speaking with the casual grace of someone who had seen eternity unfold. Her temperament seemed to have become even more refined once she became a bodhi tree. "I have been studying the flow of good fortune within the inn for a long time now, but I have studied it with greater scrutiny ever since you made the offer. I must say, this really the perfect place for me to cultivate, but I am still hesitant. As you know, I have been under watch for a long time. Many powers have had their eyes on me since they discovered I might be a four-leaf clover. If they discover that I have become a bodhi tree, they will be even more greedy for my form. Are you not afraid that the inn will attract the ire of all those forces if I join the inn? I am not sure, but I think even the Henali have been keeping their eye on me." Lex raised an eyebrow. "Are you not a free person, or do you have some ties or commitments that I am unaware of? As long as you are a free person and you wish to join the inn, who else has the right to interfere? The inn is not afraid of anyone interfering in our matters." While what Lex said was not entirely true, it was far more true today than it had ever been before. With the presence of a certain Dao Lord guest at the inn, other Dao Lords were hesitant to enter, or mess with the inn, which provided it a certain level of protection from such a level of opponents. Meanwhile, security from the Reaving Dread took care of other enemies in the lower levels, supposedly. The whole reason Lex had approached Zuri to begin with was because he was certain someone was going to try and mess with the auction. He could be wrong, and he was entirely happy to be wrong even, but he had to prepare in case he was right. It wasn't as if he had any evidence that someone was trying to plot something. If anything, the chances of something going wrong were less now than ever before. With the upgrade to the security room, in-wide surveillance was better than ever, and now it was even easier to identify anyone who was about to act out or break any inn rules than before. Yet he also had reasons to believe that the inn would be targeted during the auction. Reasons other than someone with protagonist energy was coming to the auction. News about it had been spread for a year, alongside limited information about some of the high-level items that would be for sale. A number of high-level individuals and organizations would be coming, and a lot of wealth would be exchanging hands, and there was more than enough time for anyone with ulterior motives to plan something out. Much more importantly, the fact that Lex had been targeted by a system user, meaning the Go board user, was a reminder that the greatest weakness of a system was another system. Just because Lex hadn't encountered any really strong system users didn't mean that there weren't any out there. A system user with the right kind of system could still find a way to avoid detection by his own system and plot something. Technically, it didn't even need to be a system user. Anyone with powerful backing could theoretically come up with a way to avoid being detected by the system. After all, to this day, his system had never detected Wukong even once. Although that was a bit of an extreme example, the point was still valid. The day he started to think the inn was infallible would be the day he'd become the most vulnerable. So, while assuring Zuri that he could protect her from more powerful opponents, Lex himself was actually in need of her help for protection against celestial immortals. "I understand your point of view, but I am not accustomed to making any hasty decisions. Moving my real body would not be akin to, but would actually consist of me bringing an entire planet to the inn. While I have no doubt that the inn could accommodate such a thing easily, it would also immediately arouse a lot of attention. That is not the kind of thing I can do without sufficient preparation. I will need time. Ah, disappointing. Lex was really hoping to get her to join the inn, but if it didn't work, it didn't work. This wasn't something he could push. No problem. If you change your mind, you can reach out to me. Will you at least attend the auction? Oh yes, that I will most certainly do. I have been looking forward to it. Zuri was, incidentally, one of the people who could afford to place a 1 MT deposit for the second segment of the auction, so the chances of seeing her there were quite high. Lex nodded to her and disappeared. What Lex didn't know was that he was very right to suspect a system user might target the auction. What he didn't know was that the system user who was targeting the auction was one who had been eyeing the Innkeeper for a long, long time. The auction, which did not really have any specific name but people had taken to calling the Midnight Auction, was held in an enlarged replica of the Midnight Manor in Umbragard City. Umbragard City was named after the House of Midnight, Umbragard. It was the house founded by Gerard and was the one dedicated specifically to the protection and safeguarding of the Midnight in one. When the houses had been formed, back in the earliest days of the inn, it had been more as a result of the ever-increasing sense of belonging and home that the many workers of the inn had. Some had taken to expressing that sense of belonging by taking up the name of Midnight, yet they were very few who did that. Most dared not tie that name to themselves, out of fear that they might one day shame it. Z, often called the big brother of the workers of the inn, was the one to notice the feelings and the subtlest growing unease. He was also the one who took the initiative to suggest forming houses. He had formed the House Starkloak, a house inspired by the vast and endless night sky, carrying and accepting all the stars and galaxies without rejection. Gerard had formed Umbragard, and it was meant to unite the ever-growing security team who stood ever ready to protect the inn. Vigilant, stalwart, and dedicated, the House Umbragard was formed to give special recognition to those workers of the inn who rarely saw recognition. They hid in the shadows, away from the guests, watching, protecting. One might think that because of the security hired by the inn, the Umbragard had it easy. That was far from the case. In fact, they trained the hardest, harder even than the Midnight Battalion, because on their shoulders was the burden of protecting their home. They were among the first of all the inn workers to become Earth immortals, and even within that realm they had already made tremendous progress. Velma founded the Nixheart. Different workers had different temperaments, and not all of them were suited for fighting. Some of them were suited for chatting, for discussion, for gathering intel across countless platforms and realms, and bringing it all together for the express purpose of exacting the Innkeeper's will. Luther then created the Nightshade. They were focused on dealing with external enemies. The battalion had ended up joining them. Whether it was matters of assassination or straight-up war, whether it was strategy or diplomacy, whether it was identifying new enemies or extracting the details of old ones, they were the ones who took care of it. Of course, all of these were just broad descriptors of the houses, and over time countless workers joined them. Initially, the houses had just been a way to manage the sentiment of the workers. But as the inn grew, and the scale of its operations grew, and the number of workers grew, and the influence of time began to reveal itself, the houses started to perfectly fill in any gaps that were required from them. They became an exemplar of synergy at not only managing the large and diverse groups of guests that visited the inn, but at managing the relationships between the workers as well. The planning division, which consisted mostly of Nixhearts and Umbragard, then proposed the idea of 4 major cities, each designed with a very specific purpose in mind. Each city would be named after one of the houses, not because it housed the workers, but because the purpose of the city was exemplified by the original founding purpose of the houses. Umbragard City, then, became a city with a very specific purpose. It was designed to hold all kinds of important events in the Midnight Inn, accommodate all kinds of guests, and provide the utmost security, and more importantly, ease of access to whatever event was taking place. Since the city had been designed with those things in mind, its scale was similarly massive. In fact, just the mere replica of the Midnight Manor was built with the intention to be able to house 1 billion guests inside. It had 100 floors underground, with many floors dedicated to various types of guests who needed to live in soil of various pressures, and up to 500 floors above the ground. The building alone covered 82,000 acres of land, the reason being that not only could it accommodate guests, but the building also contained various biomes such as forests, rivers, lakes, mountains, all to accommodate various types of guests. There were large platforms on the upper levels, acting as bridges between different sections of the building, as well as outdoor parks, farms, and forests. While the building itself was amazing, and could be used to house guests normally, its core purpose was to act as the focal point of any large midnight events. And so it contained large auditoriums, luxurious private booths that were basically just in rooms with a dedicated living room to view the events, and even large public pavilions in case certain guests wanted to attend the event while getting a sense of community. All of this was done while keeping security at the forefront, so the entire structure was not only filled to the brim with countless protective formations, it was designed to easily contain any and all incidents, not to mention that the structure itself was strong enough to bear a lot of damage. That was only the replica of the Midnight Mansion. The actual Umbragard city was designed to hold 10 billion guests, with the potential to expand even further in the future if necessary. In fact, the planning division had not worked on any of the other cities yet at all, because they were still fine-tuning all the small details of the city. The auction, which would be the first event in the city, would be equivalent to a soft opening for the city, compared to the grand events that it had been designed to be able to accommodate. The houses were formed in Chapter 620 for anyone who wants to go back and get a refresher, although I explain their details down below as well. With only a few hours remaining before the auction officially began, the Midnight Manor replica already housed around 380 million guests. Similar to the second segment of the auction, if one wanted to attend the first segment of the auction from within the manor replica, they needed to deposit a security fee of 10,000 MP. That deposit could be returned entirely once the auction was over and the guest left, or it could be adjusted into any purchases made by the guests. This was a way to limit the number of guests within the replica manor, and even then the number of guests were so high. If everything went well, Lex expected an income of hundreds or thousands of MT simply from the 1% charge to host items for auction. Then there was the income from his own auction, not to mention the resources he would get in exchange for some of his items. As Lex walked through one of the halls of the replica manor, he could feel the excitement and anticipation bubbling in all those around him. Ranging from common but unavailable due to location, to actually rare and sometimes even unheard of, the items for sale on the auction could change lives forever. The anticipation for that potential to change might even be greater than actual entertainment events. It was also because of how important and how sensitive this auction would be that Lex was not actively participating at all. He would simply watch as his workers, who had been thoroughly briefed, did everything. He didn't want to risk the go-board messing things up for him at this critical juncture. At the same time, he remained close enough to react if anything should go awry. For the most part, though, he'd let his staff take care of things. He walked slowly through the halls of the manor replica, taking in the brilliance of the excruciating detail with which the planning division had mapped out this building. When the blueprint had been presented to him, all he had done was simply spend money to create it. The cost of the building hadn't reached 1 MT, but it was 70% of the way there, which in itself was amazing. The actual reason was the materials with which the building was supposed to be built were extremely valuable and sturdy. The planning division had really impressed him, and if they weren't addicted to creating even greater and more complex structures and cities, he would have given them a break. Unfortunately for them, they enjoyed their work way too much to want to stop. If he tried to give them a break, they might riot. Lex made his way to the innermost layer of the building, the auditorium where the actual final auction would take place. It was entirely dark, with only a weak yellow spotlight shining down on stage where Mary would host the auction from. Surrounding that was pitch darkness, though hidden within the darkness were private rooms. 99 private rooms directly in front of the stage, reserved solely for those from within the second segment who rented these specific rooms. Being here offered no special benefits, except for being within the auction room. Furthermore, to rent each room, one would need to cough up 10 MT per room. The rooms were luxurious, yes, but offered no real value except as a display of wealth and prestige. Suffice to say, all 99 rooms had been rented out as soon as they were made available. The 100th room was permanently reserved for the workers of the Midnight Inn, not that anyone else would ever know that. Everyone else only ever saw 100 rooms, unaware of who was renting the others. Lex naturally made his way into the 100th room, and found a couple of others already waiting for him. "You're here early. There's still a few hours left," said Harry, looking at Lex. "You guys were here even earlier than me," said Lex, looking towards Z, who was sitting with his eyes closed on a reclined chair in front of Harry. It seemed like he had been getting a haircut. We had time to kill and thought it might be nice to get freshened up before the start of the big show. What do you say? Want a nice shave? I've improved a lot since that first shave I gave you all those years ago. Lex looked at Z, who looked like he had unconsciously dozed off, and then at Harry. A shave doesn't sound bad, but first, Lex pulled out one of his most lethal weapons, the black permanent marker. It was not magical or spiritual. It was just a permanent marker that was very, very difficult to remove. After carefully drawing some glasses, a mustache, and a mole on Z, Lex sat comfortably in front of Harry. "How are things at home? How's Michael doing?" Lex asked. Michael was Harry's son, who was a mischievous little fellow. Although he was not a cultivator, not yet at least, he was born with an abnormally strong body, so he liked nothing more than to climb onto the backs of various animals and beasts within the inn and secretly run away. He had started to do that before he had even turned 1 year old. "Everything else is fine. It's just the potty training a kid that can jump 10 feet high and run like a rabbit that's almost impossible to do. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to suffer from PTSD while I'm relaxing. Last week I had to go buy a formation that would automatically eviscerate poop before it touched the ceiling. Can you imagine the look on the face of the guy who sold me that formation?" "I don't think I want to imagine. Wait, doesn't your house have a self-cleaning function? Why do you need the formation?" "Just as the house doesn't remove my scissors when I put them in a cup, it doesn't remove the poop because I think Michael thinks he's putting it there and will come back for it later. I don't even want to imagine. Best to just get rid of it before I have to find out." Harry did not use the full extent of his powers to give Lex a shave, for influencing Lex's soul was much too difficult. That didn't mean he didn't give him a decent shave. In fact, Lex felt so relaxed afterwards that he took a small, 30-minute nap afterwards, waking only when the auction was actually beginning. "Forget a barber shop, you should open up a sleep clinic or something," Lex said as he got up. "That's not a bad idea," added Z, who had somehow removed the marker from his face. He supposed it was a bit much to expect him to be unable to remove it. He wasn't an ordinary immortal, after all, especially not after surviving the gauntlet that was Abaddon. "Thanks for the support, guys, but aesthetics is a big part of my glamour sorcery. Ever since I upgraded my soul pool in the back of the shop, my growth rate has skyrocketed. I think I might just become the sorcerer equivalent of a heaven immortal before any of you." Lex raised an eyebrow. "Don't rush it," Lex said. "You don't want to rush through the cultivation realms. It's better to maximize the gains from each realm instead." Harry shook his head, smiling. "That's just it. I'm not rushing. I'm actually trying to slow down as much as possible. But the essence of growth in glamour sorcery is working on souls, and with me getting so many immortal customers every day, I literally cannot keep myself from growing even if I want to." Lex shook his head. Yup, everyone at the inn was completely broken. D never heard of anyone doing their best to keep their cultivation low, but it kept on rising. No, wait, that sounded a lot like him too. The three of them continued to chat while sampling some of the snacks laid out in front of them. On stage, the auction was beginning. Mary looked at herself in the mirror one last time before going up on stage. She was dressed quite formally today, unlike her previous time at the auction, where she went for a bombastic look. A long, formal black skirt, white shirt and blazer made her look like she was ready to strike a multi-billion-dollar deal. Only her bright pink tie broke from the strictly business look she had gone for, but hey, all outfits were incomplete without some color. She hadn't needed to do the entire auction herself. In fact, Lex originally wanted to have the first segment be divided into multiple smaller segments based on category and hold them all concurrently. That would make the auction go by faster. Mary had been the one to convince him otherwise. It might be slower, but time was the one currency most cultivators had in abundance. Even if they were not immortal, their lifespans would normally be increased significantly. As such, they tended to do things slowly and at a gradual pace. Lex could keep rushing through things, especially since he had his own goals with this auction. Yet if he maintained his sense of urgency in every action of the inn, people would begin to notice the trend eventually. After all, being relaxed in their actions was not an easy thing to fake. He needed to learn how to slow down, at least where it didn't make a huge difference. For example, even if the auction was held in one stream instead of multiple, the overall difference was only a few days for the auction to conclude. That in itself was already a very fast conclusion in the eyes of many. Lex thus, reluctantly, allowed her to host the entire auction by herself. Mary smiled at herself in the mirror before spraying a cologne on herself. Of course, The cologne was also just a projection she had conjured up from memory, but the impeccable projection capability of the system made it seem as if it were entirely real. So, in one very simple move, Mary was able to recreate the scent of one of her favorite colognes from back when she had a real body. It was a scent that could no longer be created since the ingredients no longer grew naturally. Only a Tao Lord, who could create whatever environment they wanted, could cultivate those resources and then use them to create this specific scent. It was such a tiny detail, but it would add more credibility to her claim of being a Tao Lord. Some might even recognize it, but that was irrelevant, for it was a popular scent back in the day. It wouldn't drop any hints as to her previous identity. These minor details were things Lex didn't have to pay attention to because the system kept him entirely isolated, making him seem mysterious. She, on the other hand, wanted to increase her credibility as much as she could. Something still felt incomplete, though. After another glance at her outfit, she added a silver-colored watch to her right hand and a ring with a pink gem to match her tie on her left hand. That was better. With a confident smile, Mary walked out onto the stage surrounded by darkness. It seemed like she was all alone, surrounded by the void, yet she knew that she was being watched by millions of beings across the inn. Good thing she no longer looked like what she used to back when she was a Celestial, or there would be a scandal. Good morning, guests, and welcome to the largest auction ever held by the Midnight Inn. We don't typically hold auctions, so I hope you all enjoy this one as much as possible. There's a little something here for everyone, whether you're a mortal entering the path of cultivation or an immortal who has mastered it. So, without wasting any time, let's get into it. I will explain the rules for those of you attending an auction for the first time, so please pay attention. It would be a shame if some of you missed out on getting your hands on what you want just because you made a mistake. A hush fell over the inn as the auction began, and activity slowed down to a near halt. Most guests traveled to Umbragard City, but even those who didn't want to participate in the auction could watch it from the comfort of wherever they were, as long as they were inside the inn. Most people were watching because the auction itself attracted them, but many were watching because of the rumors that had spread over the past year. Word was that there was an otherworldly beauty, a woman whose graces enchant the stars themselves, and that she would be leading the auction. Legend of her fiery hair and fantastic presence had spread across the inn, and many had come specially just to gaze upon her enthralling visage. They were not disappointed. Every time there's a new item, I will introduce it and talk a bit about the item, unless a similar or identical item has already been auctioned off earlier. A base price and a minimum raise amount will be declared for each item. Anyone at all can raise from anywhere inside the inn so long as they are watching, but unless you have a sufficient MP balance, or unless you pay instantly, your raise will not be recognized, regardless of your background or credit rating. Certain items have more than a base price. The original owner of the item, whether it be the Midnight Inn or a private party, may request certain items or treasures in exchange for a specific auction item. In that case, only a barter system will work, and no amount of currency can influence the auction. Lastly, the entire auction is held anonymously. No one will know the identity of whoever is buying the items, unless the buyer reveals their identity themselves. Regardless, any attempts to intimidate or coerce other guests in an attempt to prevent bidding or forced purchases will be dealt with immediately. Depending on the scale of the transgression, punishment ranges from total banishment from the inn to actual imprisonment. Please behave responsibly. Mary spoke slowly, yet in a firm voice, completely professional in her demeanor. The impact of such a scene stunned the inn into silence. Lex could not feel her presence, but everyone else could. Even those who did not know what a Tao Lord was could tell that she was something special. It was for the sake of this very impact that Mary had stayed relatively hidden for the entire past year, suppressing her own desire to mingle with the crowds. Comparatively, those sitting in the private booths near the auction stage already knew about Mary, as did a majority of those who had pre-registered for the second segment of the auction. Still, only celestial immortals came. Although the innkeeper's promise of safety remained undisputed within the inn, who could say for certain that the crazy monkey wouldn't find them somewhere outside in the rest of the universe? So, they all still opted to stay at length for now. Lack of surprise did not lower the impact of Mary's appearance, though. Unlike the innkeeper, who never displayed his aura or presence, Mary only kept her aura restrained, yet let her presence remain unrestrained. She was a Tao Lord. She stood at the supposed peak of the universe. There was no reason why she shouldn't be recognized. In fact, letting her presence loose instead of restraining it was a more believable act than the innkeeper's complete and total restraint. Well then, let's get started. We'll begin with a commemorative item of sorts. Painted by a long-time resident of the inn, this painting captures the hustle and bustle of the Midnight Inn during the epic battle between Emperor Jotun and the King of the Fiery Mammoths. Mortals who view this painting might be struck by inspiration, gaining insight into a wide range of techniques from fire-related ones all the way to crowd control. Nascent soul cultivators will gain slight insights into the mysterious world of immortals, glimpsing at the laws that control the universe. For immortals, though, it is simply a nice painting to hang in your abode. Bidding starts at 1 million MP, and each raise has to be a minimum of 10,000 MP. Don't worry about the steep price, folks. We have quite a few cheaper items up ahead as well. I just thought that this one was a good item to start with. Let's go. Do we have an opening bid? Oh, look at that. Patonkan starts off the auction with a bid of 10 million MP. Do we have anything higher? Anyone who bid could adopt a pseudonym, or if they didn't want to, would be assigned a random name and number to represent them. After all, knowing who was bidding was also a part of the fun of an auction. It was just that they wouldn't know who exactly was bidding, they just learned their pseudonyms. Of course, the inn would not do anything that might reveal the actual identity of the buyer. In fact, even the inn workers themselves would have no idea who bought what, since all the payments and deliveries would be handled by the system. Only Lex would know the details. Of course, just for the heck of it, there was also a global and sectional chat using all the pseudonyms. Sexy mashed potato, holy moly, that's one way to start an auction. At Patan Khan, you looking for a sugar baby. Failed psycho, now that's just showing off. Now show off some more. Kinky Kiwi 69, oh my, a starting bid 9 million above the required amount. Can you spell nouveau rich? One should stay within their limits lest they get slapped to death by the wallet of someone richer. Behold the might of my papa's wallet. New bid, 50 million MP. The chat room exploded. The global chat was only available for people who had actually bid on items, or had an MP balance above a certain limit indicating that they might bid on something. Even then, it exploded. The painting, something drawn by one of the inn staff members, was sold for 300 million MP. The painting was definitely not worth that much, but the prestige of the first buy was worth far more than the painting, at least to certain people. Chapter 1792, Auction III. Mary, too, could see the various chats. After all, as the auctioneer, she needed to have a detailed understanding of the sentiments of the buyers. The right words at the right time could send the price of any item soaring. More importantly, she was here to have fun, so she wanted the chat. Although the value of the first time she auctioned had been inflated by a large amount, nothing like that happened afterwards. She started off by auctioning all the items useful solely to mortals. This was also the largest category by far, so it would take a long time. Surprisingly, though, some of the items she auctioned off were actually quite interesting, if somewhat unusual. Next up we have the Forever Gum. This piece of gum, produced by a chocolate factory of all places, never loses its flavor no matter how much you chew it. Unfortunately, the chocolate factory went out of business for child labor and human experimentation before more of the gum could be produced. This is the one and only piece available. The starting price is a whopping 1 MP. Femme Fatale 006, a piece of gum. Who would want something like that? New bid, 2 MP. Captain Venezuela, what's wrong with working a summer job as a kid and earning a little on the side? This is child discrimination. Duck Detective 33, it doesn't even offer any cultivation benefits. What's the point of something like that? New bid, 3 MP. Eventually, the gum sold for 7 MP, which was a highly inflated price. But the person who bought it worked for a candy store and they wanted to recreate the effects of the gum, so maybe they'd find a use for it. Other items, though, were actually genuinely useful for certain mortals. Alright, next up is a cultivation method for mortals who do not have meridians, spiritual veins, or the equivalent. This technique relies instead on refining mental energy to cultivate and can be used by a majority of races. As long as they have enough self-awareness to use this cultivation technique, it can be used regardless of race. It's called the Mind Maze. Bidding starts at 10,000 MP, and the lowest bid is for 10 MP. Life Painter, a technique that can be used without meridians. Don't fight me for this, I need it for my panda. New bid, 11,000 MP. My sect is full of beauties. Who cares if you have meridians or not? We can cultivate it simultaneously for double the benefits. New bid, 12,500 MP. Definitely not a spy. Why is the Midnight Inn selling something like this? There are free techniques similar to this available in their library. Speaking of which, does anyone know where they source the techniques in their library? New bid, 20,000 MP. The technique was sold for over 100,000 MP and attracted a whole lot more attention than one would have expected. At least, Lex agreed with definitely not a spy. With free techniques available for perusal, what was the point in purchasing something like that? But the universe was vast, and many people had their own ideas. He wasn't going to stop people from spending their money. A jovial mood spread across the inn as everyone watched all the amazing items being auctioned and broadened their horizons. It was like watching the Olympics, with contestants competing with their wallets instead of their physical skills. Lex, meanwhile, was reading through the guest race glossary, learning quite a bit about all the various races visiting the inn during the auction. For the entire next day, Mary kept auctioning off items for mortals, until at least she reached the end of that list. Even though the items listed in the auction at that point were still specific to mortals, their use was genuinely impressive by any standards. Next up, we have the Guardian Choker. Don't be fooled by the unusual name. This choker, which can be worn by any mortal of any race so long as they have a neck, can protect the soul from annihilation even if the body dies. In fact, upon body death, the soul can even be transplanted into another body with ease. The only condition is that the soul itself be strong enough to survive. The choker only protects from physical death, nothing else. The demand for this item is a treasure that can entirely heal the soul of a golden core cultivator, and a minimum payment of 10,000 MP. Those who have the required treasure must, as usual, submit the item to the inn before they can bid. In the scenario where someone is unable to win the bid, the item they submitted will be returned to them. Mashed potato is potato soup. What the heck? That's seriously op. Unfortunately, I don't have the item, or else I'd definitely get this. Afro King 101. This is genuinely a good item, but for 10,000 MP you could get something better, right? Definitely not a spy is a spy. To the commenter above, you are correct. This is a wasteful item. Save your money, don't waste it. New bid, item plus 11,000 MP. Velma, I love you. This is the perfect gift for my future daughter with Velma. Everyone stay away. New bid, item plus 12,000 MP. The items continued to increase in rarity and use, right about until Mary was about to enter the list of items for the Foundation realm. Hey Lex, check this out, said Z, causing him to look up from the glossary. The competition on this one is crazy. Lex turned to look at the auction. The item being auctioned was the last one for mortals, and it was a coupon to get tested for admission in Ventura for someone who had never cultivated before. He frowned, as he did not recall that item being on the auction list. I didn't know we had that on the list, he said, even as he mentally checked when the coupon was entered into the auction. Neither did I, but the price is already the highest I've seen so far in the mortals section. Indeed, it was true. The price was already in the millions, but what concerned Lex was that no one had entered the coupon in the list. It had just magically appeared. As far as Lex was concerned, that could only be because of a couple of things. There was interference, and it was from another system, or his own system was supporting Ventura for some reason. Why was that? Was Ventura system too? Even though he could see she was busy with the auction, Lex was forced to ask Mary. After all, she could surely multitask. Even if she were merely a projection, she was very capable. Underestimating her would be a huge mistake. Hey Mary, there's no record of who submitted the Ventura coupon into the auction. Do you have any idea how it could have entered into the list? Lex asked her faithful assistant mentally. Mary, who was on stage in front of hundreds of millions of guests, showed no indication of any disturbance as she mentally responded to him. It is entirely possible that it is a system thing. In the same way you just leave the system to distribute your black keys through the system, someone may have used a system to distribute those coupons, she answered, just as she finalized the sale of the coupon for a ridiculous 70 million MP. The fact that the coupon was only effective for someone who hadn't yet begun to cultivate made that price even more ridiculous. But there was no shortage of heirs and holy children, and such who would be groomed to the best of the ability of whatever organization or power they represented. Lex narrowed his eyes but said nothing. He didn't like the fact that there was something happening within his own inn that he had no idea about. There wasn't much he could do about it, though. Do you think we should open up some kind of training facility for kids here at the inn? Z asked as he watched the coupon disappear from the stage. I mean, we already have a daycare. It's the next logical step, to be honest. We can look into it, but we'd have to limit the races we accept, said Lex offhandedly. Humans, devils, dwarfs, and the sort are easy. A few beasts too, but besides that, we wouldn't be able to responsibly guide and teach children. Maybe in that case we could make an obstacle course. Lex paid attention to the conversation, but now a part of him was paying greater attention to the auctioned items. One item slipping in without his notice was a sign that unexpected things could happen. He was anticipating problems during this auction anyway, so he had to be vigilant. Yet nothing amiss happened. Mary easily went from items focused towards foundation-level cultivators, all the way to golden core and then nascent soul cultivators. Another 2 days had passed by during this time, and the first segment was coming to a close. Yet the closer the end came, the more Lex expected something to go wrong. His instincts were warning him of trouble, but they were more focused towards the second segment. It was Lex's own experience that told him that the first segment, which held the most public attention, would not end so easily either. All right, folks, up next we have something really interesting. We have the body of a quantum chameleon that suffered soul death. It is a beast with an incredibly rare and powerful bloodline which allows for teleportation through means other than the use of space laws. Considering the perfect condition of the body, which can still be used for soul possession, it can be the perfect vessel for someone searching for a new body. Or its unique bloodline and body can make exceptional ingredients for crafting, alchemy, or anything you can have a use for. We will begin the auction for the Quantum Chameleon at a starting price of 80 million MP, with a minimum raise of 1 million MP. Please note, the seller has also stated that you can exchange purple jaded wood for every 10 million MP instead of paying directly. We will now begin. Hey Spy, did we really get a Quantum Chameleon before quantum computing? Imagine at that new bid, 80 million MP. Duck Detective 33. There is something amiss about that animal, and I must get to the bottom of it. New bid, 83 million MP Cosmic Sunburn. Are we really buying animals out here? Sheesh, you all need to get a life. Cosmic Sunscreen, teleportation through quantum entanglement is so based. New bid, 100 million MP. The bids were rising quickly, and the chat was just as active as it usually was when Lex picked up on something. It was subtle, and only because Lex was paying close attention to the auction, watching for something to go wrong, that Lex picked up on it. The chameleon, who was supposed to be dead, at least in soul, trembled. The body was still alive, which meant its bloodline was still functional. Right in the middle of the auction, beside Mary, the chameleon trembled and activated its bloodline ability. Having already caught on to it, Lex could have stopped the bloodline. Instead, he activated his mental ability in full, causing the flow of time to seem to slow down to a crawl. In less than a second, Lex scanned the body, studied the bloodline, determined what it was about to do, and gained a full understanding of the situation. Instead of stopping it, though, he simply gave Mary a heads-up. He could have prevented the issue from occurring in the first place, but when Lex scanned the person causing the issue, he saw it. He saw the same errors he saw when he scanned system users. That should have caused him to be even more vigilant, which is actually why he allowed him to follow through with his actions. If Lex blocked him using the powers of the system, it might cause a clash which might reveal his own system, and Lex didn't want that. Instead, handling it himself, or through one of his workers, was a much better solution. After all, the culprit was only a level 1 heaven immortal. Hold the bids, folks. It looks like this item comes packed with a little drama, Mary said, an amused smirk on her face, as she looked at the chameleon just in time for its bloodline to activate in full. All eyes were drawn to the animal, surprise and shock spreading quickly as something unexpected happened. One moment the chameleon was there, standing still with dead eyes. The next, there were 2 chameleons, both identical, with one living and one dead. Wait, the living chameleon exclaimed. This is my sister, you can't do this. Gasps were heard around the inn. Walking people froze mid-step. 100 million rooms watching the auction ordered popcorn when they saw Mary summon one as well. Since this was the end of the first segment of the auction, viewership was at its peak, though some were beginning to leave since what they could watch was basically over. The moment the second chameleon appeared, though, that all stopped. In fact, in a matter of seconds, viewership peaked. It was a shame Lex didn't get income from viewership, otherwise he'd be raking in the MP. Z and Harry leaned forward in their seats, alarmed by the sudden and unexpected change to the auction, but Lex didn't move. Since they were literally in the same hall as the auction stage, they could look right at the chameleon that moved and arrive at a moment's notice if there was need. The danger didn't come from the actual chameleon, despite his level. No, the danger came from his system. Lex wanted to see how things would play out, but if it started to look bad, he was prepared to take out that reptile as quickly as possible, preferably in a single hit. The longer the fight went on, the more chances there were of something going wrong. As such, he began to use the green energy he got from being a paladin. That energy was a great supplement for Lotus, and let it recover faster from the effects of Lex going into his Lotus form. The chameleon was looking out into the darkness, not daring to look at Mary. He had mustered up the courage to come up on stage, in front of hundreds of millions of people, interrupting the auction being conducted by a literal Tao Lord. That did not mean, however, that he was foolish enough to push his chances more than he had to. Young man, behind you is a legitimate auction entry by an independent guest, verified by the inn, being bidded on by countless guests. Do you realize that you are causing a scene? Mary asked, her tone and expression all relaxed and amused, as if she didn't mind the interference at all. She was adapting to the situation quickly, making sure that it looked like she was in control of the situation rather than letting the inn develop a bad reputation. After all, if word got out that just anyone could interrupt in events, guests would lose faith in the inn. Lex narrowed his eyes as he studied the chameleon in excruciating detail. Something wasn't right. His expressions, his soul fluctuations, they were almost as if. She is not an auction entry, the chameleon said as he fought his body's instinctual urge to kneel due to the presence of a Tao Lord right behind him. Her name is Helsi, and she is my sister. Someone attacked my home planet while I was gone and killed her. They are auctioning off her body like she is some thing, but she's not. Lex stood up from his seat, his expression growing stern as he continued to observe the chameleon. This is not what he expected. Billy Bob Brat, fake news, this whole thing reeks of being orchestrated. Robo Bunny, he came up to save his sister's body. That's so sweet. How could someone do that to her? Rubik's Hexagon, you were just bidding for that body. Also, I still want that body. Get that chameleon off stage. Better yet, auction him off too. High school physicist, that's not how quantum teleportation works. This is so fake. They're putting on a show to drive views, should have known. The chat was blowing up, many of them doubting the veracity of the chameleon's claims, though there were also a lot of them who were touched by the chameleon's bravery and admired his courage. Look, I only found out where Helsi is a few minutes ago, otherwise I would have approached you before the auction. I understand that this is not your fault, but can I file a dispute? This body does not belong to whoever put it up for auction. Your inn has a pretty good reputation for being fair to guests. I'm a guest too, pleaded the chameleon. Truthfully, he would have tried to take away Helsi if he could manage it, yet the moment he appeared on stage, he felt his ability to leave the inn disappear. Everyone who came to the inn used the gold keys, and without the inn's power to send a guest back, they would be trapped there. Lex's frown deepened, because this wasn't going the way he would have anticipated, unless this was a part of an even more elaborate trap by that system user. Lex waved his hand and teleported Liz over, directly bypassing her own permission. She too had been watching the auction alongside Levi, and was startled when her surroundings changed. Liz, asked Nemo if that chameleon is telling the truth, said Lex. Although everyone claimed that a system was the only weakness a system had, he'd seen otherwise. Sovereigns had a pretty significant influence on systems, to the point where they could directly ignore systems entirely or even influence them. Hey Lex, that guy is telling the truth, said Nemo, who was sitting in the center of Liz's forehead as a tattoo. It's quite sad what happened to him. I can't imagine losing a sister like that, mainly because I don't have any family. I imagine it's like losing a friend, and I don't think I'd like that. Yeah, I wouldn't like it either, said Lex in a low voice. He had been expecting a sudden system user who appeared in the middle of the auction to cause trouble. He hadn't anticipated that the guy would be here for genuine reasons. Unless this too was a part of someone else's plan, and even this system user himself was just a pawn. Mary, according to Nemo, the chameleon is telling the truth, Lex said, speaking directly to her through his mind. I'm removing Helsi from the auction. You carry on normally. You know, it is quite courageous of you to step up like this, said Mary, studying the chameleon. Or quite stupid. Do you realize that even if I accept your demand and end this auction early, you'll be offending quite a few people? I'm not just talking about whoever submitted Helsi into the auction, but also all the people who were trying to bid for her. I know, the chameleon said without hesitation, but I cannot just abandon her like this. This wasn't supposed to happen. The weight, the depth of his loss could be heard in his last sentence, when he claimed that things weren't supposed to play out as such. Mary nodded, as if appreciating the chameleon's drive. You're not bad. You're also quite lucky. The Innkeeper has decided to accept your dispute claim, and Helsi is being removed from auction. Goats are goated. My man the Innkeeper comes through. Way to look out for the little guys. Bob's Burritos, yeah man, you can't just go around killing people's families and selling them online. You're not a fast food chain. In August, July, is that how the auction ends? It's nice that the inn didn't condone murdering innocent people, but I was looking forward to an intense auction finale. Can we get something else to replace the last item? Dragon Bay, to stand before a stronger force for the sake of one's beliefs is an admirable act, and one deserving of recognition. The chameleon has my respect. Shadow of Unknown, if you survive whatever is about to happen next, I'll buy you a drink. If you don't, I'll pour one over your grave. The chameleon's expression changed, with equal measure of surprise and relief filling his expression. Yet before he could thank her, Mary continued to talk. But you cannot have Helsey's body just yet. Since there is a dispute, it needs to be handled. Mary waved her hand, and both the chameleons vanished from the stage. Of course, she didn't actually do anything herself. It was Lex who teleported them both away to another area. He also sent Z a message, as the innkeeper, to go and oversee the dispute resolution between the chameleon, who had as of yet to reveal his own name, and the original contributor of the body. The reason Lex didn't do it himself was because he wanted to observe the whole situation and watch out for any more hidden traps. It would be too much of a coincidence that a system user's sister was brought to his auction. Between his own system and the chameleons, the potential for entertainment was too high for there not to be some kind of hidden trouble. At the same time, he sent some instructions to Mary, as well as the original contributor to Helsey's body. The dispute between them would be resolved within the inn, and a decision about who the body would be handed over to had to be made. If in the end, the contributor won out, then they would allow the previous bidders on the body to rebid. Of course, if the chameleon won out, then he could do with the body as he wished. As for the ongoing auction itself, ladies and gents, that was a bit of an unexpected turn, and the ending was very anticlimactic if I do say so myself, said Mary, treating the whole interlude as if it was nothing special. So, to make up for an incomplete ending, we've decided to bring out a single item from the second segment of the auction, and auction it off now. To give the participants enough time to prepare, there will be a 10-minute break before that. You might all be wondering why everything in the auction so far only had items and treasures for mortals, and scarcely anything that an immortal might find valuable. That's because the entire second segment is specifically reserved for immortals. The treasures, the prices, the stakes, they're all of a different league. If you feel like you know what to expect, then consider again. Just so you have an idea of what to expect in the second segment, I'll reveal the next auction item early. Out of the whole lot, it is the most ordinary. The next auction item is a single drop of blood essence of a heaven immortal dragon. The bidding will begin at the low price of 100 billion MP, and each raise must be of at least 10 billion MP. Mary paused after that, as if to let the audience absorb what she had said. Yes, it was not the mere blood of a heaven immortal dragon, which in itself would be enough to cause entire wars between star systems and centuries of conflict. Nay, this was blood essence. Yeah, sure, the inn had taken to using Pelvelin as the proverbial tap for dragon blood, but this time he himself had provided the blood because he wanted some funds. Besides, the soul was still too weak to control such a strong body, so weakening it was not necessarily a bad thing, at least for now. Yet compared to all the treasures that the staff had gathered in Abaddon, and even some of the items provided by private guests for auctioning, that drop of blood essence was the most mundane. The inn, however, did not seem to think so. For a moment, absolute silence covered the entire inn for like the billionth time that day. Then came the noise, the disbelief, the awe. Later, mate, did I hear her right? Did she say blood essence? Sexy potato, I'll marry whoever buys me that. Feet pics included Img. Revenant Lord, destiny has brought me here, and now I see. The rise of my empire begins from here. Kid's next drawer. For the agency, we must get our hands on that blood. Mama Dragon, this is blasphemy. The Dragon King will hear of this. Enchanted cotton candy. What the hell is up with that price jump? Sheesh, talk about making me feel broke. The whole inn was going crazy. Of course, a certain chameleon who was waiting for the opposite party to settle his dispute couldn't care less about the auction. He simply waited under Z's watchful eyes. Chapter 1796, Pieces. The 10-minute wait before the auction began seemed to zoom by. In truth, the real reason for the wait was so that any potential buyers who weren't present at the inn could be informed and come on over. After all, this drop of blood was originally supposed to be auctioned in the second segment, not the first. Mary's eyes sparkled with mischief as she read the global chat. sometimes even responding to a few of the commenters by speaking out directly, since she was pretty much being viewed by everyone. Lex remained on high alert the entire time. The security room functioned much better now, immediately detecting any kind of malicious event the moment appeared. Previously, there were many ways to bypass the detection, but now it was harder than ever. That was the main reason that there hadn't been any major issues at the inn recently. However, the chameleon had proved that the absence of malicious intent did not necessarily mean that the target couldn't cause issues. After all, the chameleon had appeared on stage, ready to interfere, and yet he lacked any and all malicious intent. Of course, the security room couldn't detect the chameleon's malicious intent anyway, since he was a system user. It was Lex himself who had determined that the reptile had no malicious intent, which is where his confusion had originally begun from. When the auction began, it took mere seconds for the price to explode. It went from 100 billion MP to 2.3 MT in less than 10 seconds. 2.3 MT meant 2300 billion MP. The crazy thing was that the ones bidding for the drop of blood were mostly Earth immortals and Heaven immortals. No celestial immortal had shown any interest in bidding on that drop of blood, regardless of how valuable it was. To be fair, the wealth accumulated by most immortals was immense. To put it into perspective, the total value of all the goods and services produced in 2020 on Earth were approximately $85 trillion. That was 85 billion MP. That is the value created by a planet with very little spiritual energy. For most 1 or 2 star planets, that number can be multiplied anywhere between 10 to 100 times. Most Heaven immortals have control over, at the very least, one entire planet if not multiple. In fact, it was more common for them to own several star systems. That is, they weren't a part of an organization that owned multiple star systems, or even a good portion of a galaxy. If a single 2-star planet produced 8.5 MT a year, and they owned multiple, then over the centuries of taxation, their wealth would be in the hundreds of MT at the very least. Realistically, this was still a conservative estimate on Lex's part. After all, he himself had never been a part of such an organization, so he did not have an in-depth understanding of how they managed their resources and their finances. When the price of the drop of blood reached 5 MT, Lex could not help but smile despite how seriously he was anticipating a threat. A majority of that 5 MT would go to Pelvelin, but 1% of it would go to the inn. Besides, this was just one item, and he himself had put up a few items for auction, which meant he was looking forward to a nice income soon. He would need it. Around 10 MT, the speed of the auction slowed, and it seemed like that would be the final price. Seemed like because just as the item was about to be sold, a fight in the chat room sparked a bidding war. Crimea River and Lonely Acorn started to compete, driving the price up to 28 MT before it was finally sold to Crimea River, ending the first segment with the appropriate amount of drama, suspense, and sheer awe. It was, perhaps, the first time that a majority of the mortal guests inside the inn got a proper glimpse of the immense power available in the hands of immortals. After all, wealth, too, was a form of power. While the guests of the inn slowly recovered from the awesome battle of money that they had just witnessed, Mary concluded the first segment of the auction, informing everyone that the second segment would begin the next day. Lex, however, paid close attention to a specific person during this juncture, the person who put up the chameleon for bidding. It was an orc wearing heavy armor that was practically overflowing with powerful enchantments. A futuristic-looking helmet hid his face, though the energy fluctuations he was giving off did not indicate that he was at all annoyed, surprised, or vexed by his item being removed from auction. He, too, was a Heaven immortal, though at a single glance it was obvious that his level was far above the chameleon. Moreover, he was not alone. As he left his room and casually strolled through the inn towards the destination where the dispute would be resolved, dozens of weaker orcs lined up behind him, following him closely, even chatting amongst themselves as they went. The whole group exuded a formidable presence, as if they were an experienced gang of mercenaries or adventurers. Warmongers, though, might have been a more accurate description for the group. All Lex needed to do was take a glimpse at their karma, and he saw the immense violence they had wrought onto the Origin realm wherever they traveled. The thing was, one might expect that such a group would be arrogant and aggressive, yet there was hardly any immortal who lacked experience and wisdom. The nonchalance with which they treated even their current predicament spoke of confidence. But Lex didn't care about them. They were not enough to threaten even him, let alone the whole inn. No, Lex slowly started to see them for what they really were. Their entire group was a single pawn, placed strategically on the board by an unknown player for a much larger play. Lex leaned back. This was a game of chess, or maybe even a game of Go. Both the chameleon and the orc were just pieces, just as he was using Mary and Z as pieces. In that case, what was the opponent's end goal, and how should he respond? As Lex leaned back into his chair, he began to study not only everything that was happening within the inn, but also the fluctuations of karma within the inn. There was a pattern in there somewhere. He just had to find it. Lex was sitting in the private room, with only Harry there now. In fact, the two of them were even chatting with each other, discussing the auction and everything that had happened. Yet a majority of his mind was focused on the game that was going on between him and this unknown opponent. By now, Lex had given up assuming that something might happen, and had fully accepted that he was within the setup phase of some attempt. An attempt of what, and by whom, Lex did not know. If one considered all the possibilities, all the threats, the dangers out there, one might be overwhelmed. It did not need to be a Tao Lord. Just a few celestial immortals could severely overwhelm him as long as he had no security from the reaving, dread mercenaries. That did not sway Lex, though, nor did it nurture even a shred of fear in him. Death was death, whether it was by a sword in the gut or by an immortal squishing him. He had been facing death since he began his journey, so a more formidable opponent did not necessarily put more pressure on him than the zombies he faced oh so long ago, when he visited Vegas Minima for the very first time. But then again, nothing less should have been expected from perhaps the only mortal in the history of the universe who had talked to not one, but many Tao Lords as an equal. Sure, he had done it under the protection of the system. In fact, the first time he had done it, he did not even fully comprehend the enormity of what it was he had done. That did not change the fact that he continued to do it. When all was said and done, it was a fact that Lex had reached phenomenal heights, and even with the aid of the system, his own tenacity and force of will could not be ignored. So irrespective of the strength, the background, or the intentions of Lex's foe, Lex faced him with the confidence and certainty as if he really had the immense power of the Innkeeper. Despite the countless ebb and flow of new and old guests, Lex was intimately familiar with the flow of karma within the inn. Naturally, the details changed with each individual, affecting the larger tapestry of karma within the inn, but the inn itself provided the overall structure. A certain way to look at it was if the inn was the building, then the guests were the furnishings. Even if the furnishings were constantly changed, Lex could read and determine how the general shape or orientation of them would be. For example, if the room itself was too small, a massive bed would not fit in it. If the ceiling was too low, there was no space for a grand chandelier. Wallpaper could not be attached where there were no walls, and no tables could be added where there was no floor. Lex did not dare to look at the karma too deeply. There were too many entities inside the inn far beyond him. That did not mean he just gave up. Unconsciously, Lex began to exude a deeply powerful aura, as if he were a king, overlooking his own domain. Harry was not disturbed by it, mainly because he could not sense it just yet. It would take someone stronger to see what was happening to Lex or a paladin. Even though his oath was about protecting those he cared about, and he had not done any such thing recently, the very concern with which he managed and protected the inn triggered a resonance with his oath. The Midnight Inn was not a person he cared about, but it was his home, and he cared about it immensely. Protecting that too began to cause a slow growth in his powers, as if the universe itself was watching him, and acknowledging his fulfillment of his oath on a level so deep, even he himself had not known about it. Z, who was leaning against a wall, finally looked up as the other party in the dispute finally showed up. "You showed up. I thought you were going to forfeit your claim," Z said, looking at the orc in the lead. "Why would I give up my spoils of war, especially when I'm about to double the spoils?" the orc asked casually as he sized up the chameleon. "Big words from a coward who only attacks those weaker than him," the chameleon spat, slowly standing up and allowing his strength to build up. For all the hostility that the chameleon showed, the orc remained indifferent, as if he was long used to such a scene. "Both of your parties must reach a consensus about how to resolve this dispute amongst yourselves," said Z, looking at the both of them. "If you are unable to reach an accord about how to settle the dispute, the inn will be forced to make a judgment on the matter." The orc chuckled, as if he had heard something amusing. "Oh, I think the both of us have the same thing in mind about how to settle the dispute," the orc said, looking towards the chameleon provocatively. "I challenge you to a death match," the chameleon said, not holding back. "The survivor takes all the loser's belongings." "Oh no, it's not so simple, little lizard," the orc said, summoning a sword and shield from a spatial storage. If you want to claim the corpse, you have to fight not just me, but my whole retinue as well. Z raised an eyebrow. That was clearly unfair, and it was evident that the orc was provoking the chameleon into accepting the unfair fight. Perfect, answered the chameleon, summoning a pair of sai. That spares me the trouble of killing them all later. The whole group disappeared from the room, leaving Z alone in the room. Well, that was a whole lot easier than I thought it was going to be, Z said, taking a seat. I didn't even need to threaten anybody. Chapter 1798, Gathering of Forces. The chameleon stood in the ruinous battlefield that had seen countless confrontations and death, face to face with the ones who killed his sister, in complete stillness. He did not waste a single moment taunting, cursing, promising vengeance or pain. He simply prepared silently. This place, he could feel, carried a deep history. Many fates had been changed here, many lives ended, and many reforged. In fact, even Lex himself did not know the full history of the murder grounds, as the place was actually called. When Lex fought the person with the murder system, they had appeared on a dark planet, covered in ruins. Since then, every single fight that took place was always in the same location. It was as if this land, which seemed endless and was endlessly covered in signs of destruction, was destined to be the holy grounds of murder. Its true history was much longer, and much older than what any living person knew. The chameleon looked at his system interface, which had given him a quest to investigate the history of the land, and ignored it. The historian system had given the chameleon much. He both learned and recorded history, but for now it was his time to contribute to the history of these decrepit lands. The orcs standing before him laughed as they encircled him. Pathetic fools, how could they know that each second they afforded him made their death more likely? After all, time was something all historians were intimately familiar with. It's nothing personal, lizard, said the orc as he stepped forward. It's just business. Oh, I assure you this is deeply personal, the chameleon whispered as he unshackled the restraints on the menacing nature of time. Death, they say, is but a pale imitation of the destruction caused by time. Today, he would aspire to recreate that imitation. A very subtle, almost imperceptible change took across the inn as the first segment ended, and all the guests finally got some relief from the intensity of the bidding wars. Many guests left, and so did many of those who wanted to buy things from the auction. Of the ones left, many were those who had not yet recovered from the excitement of the auction itself, still discussing the big finale, not to mention the drama with the chameleon and a few other interesting things. A majority, though, remained hoping to get a glimpse of the second segment. Unlike the first segment, which was open for viewing to all, the second segment was more exclusive. Only those who had paid the deposit to enter the second segment each got 1,000 spots which they could distribute as they liked, and only those selected by all participants would be able to view the second segment. The reason it was done like this was because the inn was catering to multiple types of guests. The first segment could appease the public, but the more expensive and high-stakes auction was more private to afford the big spenders even more privacy than the inn gave. Of the ones left, most could not tell that anything was different at all. The celestial immortals, though, sensed something changing. At least the ones paying attention did. They didn't think much of it. It made sense that as the segments shifted, the inn's preparations adapted to the change. The patrol patterns changed. In some areas there were more guards, and in some areas patrols finished altogether. Lex's mind began to work overtime, so he entered the flow state, touching upon the karmic laws with the greatest subtleties. His actions were not just limited to the positioning of workers and security. No, he began using the Midnight Realm Management Panel and started to quietly change the very flow of energy within the realm. The Midnight Inn quietly began to raise its momentum, which all seemed normal. The question of whether that momentum was for the auction or something else entirely could only be answered through the passage of time. The one-day interval before the second segment passed quickly and uneventfully for most. As far as the public were concerned, nothing had changed, yet that was far from the truth. One by one, representatives of some of the largest organizations in the universe appeared at the inn. The Humanoid Alliance, especially, sent representatives from not just one race, but many of the humanoid races in their alliance. Each of them represented a different faction. Elves, angels, devils, dwarfs, Ulin, and celestials appeared, each one of them representing not the alliance as a whole, but their individual factions. Dragons, not just from the Origin realm, but many other realms as well, appeared, all of them representing only themselves. The Hinali sent a few parties, and unannounced, so did the Fugan. Aslan Deathsworn made an appearance briefly before disappearing, leaving behind a few young members of the Deathsworn family. The Versailles Bank sent someone, and in a twist that Lex did not expect, so did the Reaving Dread. Malfoy, the beast who had turned into a human teenager somehow, and the very one who used to think that the Midnight Inn was an illusion conjured by Abaddon, showed up to the inn, wary and excited at the same time. Fenrir and Little Blue both rushed to welcome him, though he seemed incredibly wary of Fenrir for some reason. Once the auction concluded, there would be a private dinner to which all the members of the second segment would be invited, assuming that they wanted to meet the others who participated. Prior to that, however, they all remained within their respective rooms. Note, the ones who managed to snag the 99 private rooms felt the most smug and satisfied, before the event even began. The rooms, despite being made of the best materials and filled with the densest and purest spiritual energy, were definitely not worth the cost. Only the prestige of the limited number of rooms justified their cost, and all those who booked them seemed happy to pay it. In the minutes leading up to the start of the second segment, Lex noticed something pretty significant. 3 new system users had entered the Midnight Inn. They hadn't appeared together, but all of them appeared just as the auction was about to begin, and all of them acted differently. One joined the auction, another walked into one of the cities, blending in with the regular guests, and the third went into the wilderness to be completely alone. Yeah, that wasn't suspicious at all. A few more guests had entered the private room Lex and Harry were in. To be specific, Harry's son and wife had joined, as well as Gerard, Luther, and Hera, alongside her son Jimmy. The reason all of them had gathered there was twofold. First, it was so that they could enjoy the auction together. Second, it was because if anything was going to go wrong, it would be in this auction hall, and this way they were close enough to respond. For the very same reason, Anita and Cowan were sent far away to one of the midnight taverns. She was coming ever closer to her delivery date, and she couldn't afford to be in proximity to any dangerous disturbances. "Hey Luther, once you get all your income from the auction, what are you going to spend all that money on?" Gerard asked. Originally, they all wanted to donate their income to the inn, but the innkeeper rejected that offer, so they were all going to make a whole lot of money pretty soon. "I don't know, something to help with my cultivation, I suppose," Luther answered. He would have liked to fund his prison expansion, but that was considered a business expense, and the innkeeper took care of those, so honestly he had little else to spend on. "The inn is excellent for general cultivation, but I need to create a very specific environment to supplement my own specific direction of growth. I suppose it is much more difficult to cater to every guest's specific requirements in the immortal level," Luther answered. "It's only because the inn is focused towards mortals for now," answered Hera. "Once we've completely mastered caring for mortals of all kinds and races, we will turn our development focus towards immortals. Coming up with a solution won't be so difficult then." "Yeah, that makes sense. What about you guys? What are you going to spend your money on?" Luther asked. "I'm planning a rather long date," said Gerard. "You're going to spend all your money on a date?" Luther asked incredulously. "Well, not all of it, but I can't think of anything else. What about you, Lex?" asked Gerard. "Things to make me stronger," Lex answered dismissively. "I need a few resources to upgrade my sword, and I want to develop a body that can withstand a punch from a celestial immortal before I break into the heaven immortal realm. That'll probably be very expensive." For a moment the room went silent. They shouldn't have been surprised by Lex's answer, but even then they were. Survive a punch from a celestial immortal? As an earth immortal, considering the sheer difference in the scale of laws used by those two realms, such a thing should have been impossible, or, well, should have been pretty hard. But if Lex was the one doing it. "I might actually be able to help you with that," said Jimmy, Hera's son, and the current leader of the Peacock Warriors. "The group and I stumbled on a little something in the Sura Galaxy in the Origin Realm. It's a little out of our league, but maybe it'll be useful for you. As a reminder, only one chapter on weekends." Chapter 1799, Distinguished Crowd. "Sura Galaxy?" Lex repeated, momentarily stunned. He didn't know why he was surprised. It was a whole galaxy. Each and every galaxy was filled with tremendous treasures, and finding them was the hardest part of acquiring them simply because of the vast space each galaxy took up. Finding out that there might be something in Sura that might help him should have been no big surprise. Except, Sura was unlike any other normal galaxy. That mysterious man, that mysterious being who had just shown up inside the Midnight in one day, inside his room, fully aware about his system, and systems in general, had told him to go to Sura. He had told Lex that in that galaxy, Lex would find something extremely beneficial to him. He was not wrong, and in many ways, so many of Lex's successes could be attributed to his decision to go there. It was there that Lex had encountered Pelvelin and retrieved his body. From him, Lex had begun to absorb his dragon's might, and it was also there that a bounty had been placed on him. The bounty was an entire planet, if Lex remembered correctly. The average price for a one-star planet, depending on its production, was anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 MT, so that was a huge price. It was that added pressure, not to mention the availability of his new cultivation mat, that boosted Lex's cultivation and brought him to where he was right now. Lex couldn't say for certain whether or not he would have survived everything without domination backing him up at every turn. Maybe he would have found another solution without it. Maybe he wouldn't have. Either way, at least as things stood now, he had directly grown immensely stronger as a result of it. This was also ignoring the fact that he used the missile equal to Heaven Immortal Realm attacks to go and rescue everyone from the Midnight Inn during the time Ra secretly attacked everyone. So much had happened, and it all began in Sura. Though technically, since he already got the item that the mystery being told him about, it should not be special anymore. Still, it seemed he was extra sensitive to that place. "I appreciate the help," Lex said to Jimmy. The little boy was growing up so fast. "I'll ask you about it once the auction is over. I'll accompany you Peacock Warriors and show you what a real mount is like." "There's no point in acting all mysterious. Everyone knows your mount is Fenrir," Jimmy said dismissively, but Lex only smirked. While it was true that Fenrir was a good mount, how cool would it be if he came in riding Little Blue? "It looks like we have a distinguished crowd today," Mary's voice echoed through the hall as she walked out on stage, no longer dressed in the suit she wore the other day. Nor did she wear an elegant and enthralling dress like on her first appearance. Instead, she was in a white bunny onesie. Lex resisted the urge to facepalm. It was easy, since he'd mentally prepared himself already, considering he had seen her before she revealed herself. The rest of the inn, though, was stunned into stillness. Well, at least the ones watching the auction. Mary was, well, she was Mary. Lex had once asked her why she dressed up in different costumes, and she answered that it was because she wanted to. She truly lived according to her own whims, couldn't ask for less from a former Tao Lord. "So many big names. I hope our humble little auction will satisfy you. Let us begin with the weed of eternal damnation. The origin of this item, like many others in our auction today, will not be revealed. Those who need to know can ascertain the answer themselves, and those who cannot do not need to know. Either way, unlike with the chameleon corpse in our previous auction, there is no troublesome background to deal with for any of the items we auction with a hidden origin. The use of these items, though, I will explain to you." Naturally, Mary would not tell anyone about Abaddon. It wasn't as if it was the biggest secret in the universe, but its origins were clearly complicated, and revealing that they had been there might attract the wrong kind of attention. But at the same time, it wasn't worth hiding either. It was like an open secret for those capable enough to ferret out the true origins of the items they were auctioning. The weed of eternal damnation, despite its name, is an extremely tenacious weed that can survive in the harshest of conditions. In the presence or absence of energy, in purity or in chaos, in heaven or in hell, the weed will survive. While it has no express benefits, it can be used as a very potent ingredient in alchemy to create all kinds of pills. We will begin the auction at the price of 10,000 MT. Mary paused for a moment, as if she suddenly had an idea and was contemplating it. "You know what, before we begin the auction, I'd like a volunteer to help me out with something. If anyone wants to volunteer, drop a message in chat." "A deep conundrum, me pick me. Pistachio ice cream, I volunteer as tribute." "Ava darling, it would be my honor to aid you." "All right, how about you?" Mary said as she made a plucking action. In truth, she did nothing save asking Lex to teleport a random celestial immortal to her. An unusual being, as if a bear the size of a koala grew the wings of an eagle, appeared right in front of Mary. Despite the cute size, none who looked at him thought he was cute, for he was a grisly banshee at the celestial level. As it happened, he was an ally of the AI and had accompanied them to this auction. The grisly banshee was wearing Clark Kent glasses, so there was no danger of his identity being revealed. Even so, she did not mention his user name when she plucked him up, not that she knew it to begin with. Lex had sent him there. "Thank you for volunteering, my cute little friend," Mary said, saying the thing no other dared to say. "It is my privilege," the grisly banshee said with utmost seriousness, not at all embarrassed about being called cute. "Good, now do your best to destroy this little weed here. We need to let the guests watching judge for themselves just how tenacious this damnable thing really is." The grisly banshee did not at all question Mary and attacked. It unleashed Tether, the law out of the 8 ruling laws of the universe that he controlled. Tether was the law of connection. Anything and everything that had any kind of connection operated underneath this law. Any connection between 2 concepts, 2 forces, 2 energies, or literally anything in creation depended entirely on Tether. It was the binding force of the universe, and without it no other law could function. Everything answered to it. The weed was just a weed, and it had nothing to do with tenacity or eternity or damnation. They were just concepts connected to the weed for some reason, so he would use Tether to. His attack was like he threw a marble at a jumping castle. It bounced right out without leaving any lasting impact at all. The grisly banshee was stunned. The audience was stunned. Everyone who saw what had happened was stunned. Only those from the inn treated it like nothing. What was a mere celestial immortal in front of the wrath of Abaddon? If the weed could survive there, why couldn't it survive a celestial attack? The reason they were selling it instead of using it was simple. It had no real use. Eating it could not grant any of its benefits, not to mention the weed itself could survive being eaten and wouldn't be digested. It could theoretically be used to concoct pills, but first someone would have to overcome the damn weed's own tenacity before it could be used as an ingredient. In essence, no one at the inn could make use of it, so they were auctioning it off. Even the sovereign turtle merely looked at it and dismissed it. The plant offered no benefit to his garden other than to exist. The grisly banshee attacked again, this time even more furious, but it was no use. The weed grew in eternal damnation. It could not be so easily destroyed. Thank you, my cute little friend, for making my point. You can return to your room now. Like I said earlier, the auction will begin at 10,000 MT, and the lowest bid can only be 100 MT. Let's begin. The price for the weed skyrocketed. Everyone wanted it. A thing like this had never been seen before, even by the distinguished crowd that had appeared at the inn. 300,000 MT. That was the price that the weed was sold for, and it was merely the first item for auction in the second segment. The 1% charge on that would net Lex 3,000 MT, and he could not imagine what the other 297,000 MT would be used for by the workers. It seemed like he needed to get his hands on some more immortal-level items and treasures for people to buy, otherwise they would have the money, but nowhere to spend it. That was an unusual predicament, to say the least. Between the auction of each item was an hour's rest. This was, apparently, the format higher-end auctions took in the universe. When time was limitless for the powerful, spending time became a status symbol. It was these nuances that helped establish the credibility of the auction. No one found it odd, and everyone carried on as if everything was normal. Only Lex knew that it was. A single bead of sweat rolled down his forehead, though no one noticed. He made sure no one could notice. It had begun. It wasn't an attack. If that was what it was, the security team would have noticed. No, the security members from Reaving Dread began to disappear while doing their duty. It was as if they were teleported out of the inn forcibly by some power. He noticed in a split second, but by then dozens of celestial immortals had already gone. He used his authority over the inn to restrict the remainder of the mercenaries from leaving the inn, but his authority in this regard was incomplete. They had come here not through golden keys, but from Lex buying security through the system panel. Whatever mechanism brought them here could simultaneously take them back. Someone was targeting the inn, but not from within the inn. He was being attacked from the outside. Whoever his opponent was, they had studied the inn for a long time, carefully understanding its limitations. Since the security was hired from the Reaving Dread mercenaries, they just needed to get the mercenaries to withdraw on their own. This wasn't a foolproof method. All Lex needed to do was buy more security at a higher cost. The system would bring in others, or maybe it would bring in some other system users to act as guards. Lex didn't do that yet, though. There was no point in revealing his hand too early. Instead, he nudged things slowly and casually, as if he was not panicked at all, and yet could not ignore the changes occurring out of duty. Lex suspected that his opponent might be related to a Tao Lord, one who was too afraid of Wukong to appear himself. But if the opponent was wary of Wukong, what were they doing to begin with? Wouldn't it be even more foolish to offend the Innkeeper, the Tao Lord who kept even Wukong in line? Lex could not completely comprehend the thought process of his opponent, but playing the subtle game of reacting while appearing nonchalant was taking every little bit of his mental capabilities, so much so that he was beginning to sweat. Watching the karma fluctuate, watching the immediate future of the inn change, watching the external interference, all of it was a huge burden. It was greater especially because karma was the kind of law that usually only heaven immortals began. Studying, without access to relational laws, understanding karma was like trying to speak a dead language spoken using an organ that he didn't have. Suffice to say, it was not easy. The next time up for auction is called the Grudge from Beyond Time. Despite its ominous name, the item is actually quite powerful and useful under the right circumstances. Mary waved her hand and revealed a large stone stake, covered in dry purple blood. The Grudge from Beyond Time can be used on a target, preventing them from dying until a certain condition is reached. That includes preventing death from destruction of both body and soul, and is effective on all beings celestial, immortal, and below. Due to the nature of the item, the best condition is a grudge, but it can also be used in a number of other ways, such as curses, contracts, pacts, and believe it or not, dares. But unlike previous items, which were auctioned using money, this item can only be bartered for. For the nth time, all the participants in the auction froze. What kind of a broken treasure was that? What in the world? In truth, the Grudge from Beyond Time was something Lex himself had found. He'd considered keeping it for himself, considering how useful it seemed to be. But the limitations of using it were all so negative and restricting that he would not want to use it unless it was a last-case scenario. Rather than hoarding it, it was better to barter it for something he needed more urgently. A treasure or item capable of accelerating localized time in a small area for an internal time frame of a minimum of 500 years. That is the minimum requirement to bid on the Grudge from Beyond Time. The greater the amount of time, or the greater the difference in time inside and outside the localized area, the more preference will be given to the item. Since this is a barter and the item in question is rare, a time limit will be implemented. The auction for this specific item will continue for 12 hours. You can use this time to procure the item needed for the bid if you want to participate. The request for the item was just as ridiculous as the item being auctioned itself. But then again, treasures that affected time weren't so rare. Since time was so valuable, a lot of organizations and powers focused on gathering or creating items related to it. Lex's eyes narrowed. The 3 system users from before were converging, and a new system user had entered the inn. Was it finally beginning?